Chapter 121 The Ball of Flesh. In the sky above Satellite Number 1, a fleet of mechanical civilization and an army of alien civilization clashed. Xiao Yu saw that a vector beast suddenly waved its arm. In the void, its arm quickly extended to a length of several hundred meters. In just one roll, it wrapped up a village-level spaceship. The engine of this village-level spaceship tried its best to increase the power, but it could not escape the control of this arm. Instead, under the strangulation force of this arm like a python, it was crushed and the protective shield was broken. And the next moment it exploded. The explosion of the village-level spaceship directly broke off the arm of the arrow beast. But the next moment, the arm of the arrow beast grew back. After it sent out an early warning message, the arm quickly rolled towards another spacecraft. But this time it didn't hit the target directly. After receiving the early warning message, Xiao Yu immediately controlled the spacecraft and retreated 3,000 meters back to avoid the fatal blow. While dodging, he also activated his own laser cannon to target the ship. He aimed at the weak point of the arrow beast and shot for half a second. In the rest of the battlefield, Xiao Yu controlled a township-level spaceship and was fighting with another vector beast. This vector beast has withstood the laser cannon's weak point attack for 7 minutes. Finally, under Xiao Yu's exquisite manipulation, Xiao Yu used dozens of energy cannons on 3 spaceships to complete this minute's weak point attack. The movement of this arrow beast gradually slowed down, and its wound began to leak bright red liquid. After a period of time, it stopped moving. After losing its ability to move, the size of the arrow beast began to shrink. Finally, it shrank to the size of a lion. Xiao Yu manipulated another township-level spacecraft and captured it. Xiao Yu was very surprised. They can still shrink after losing the ability to move? Huh? But I detected that their weight has not decreased. I think this is a way of increasing density and reducing volume unique to Yamen. In the universe, the creatures are really all kinds of strange. Although he felt strange in his heart, Xiao Yu did not hesitate in his actions. Xiao Yu's spaceship contained an extremely tough rope of life. After capturing the arrow beast, Xiao Yu immediately tied it up with the rope of life. This battle was extremely fierce. But there's something weird about this fight. Although the two sides were fighting fiercely, countless messages were constantly spreading in the void. Often, Xiao Yu will receive a message like this. I am the 538th beast. My physical strength is only 5%. I can no longer withstand the attack of another energy SH. Well, laser if it's a cannon. I can still withstand the weak point attack for 30 seconds. Okay. Xiao Yu responded quickly, and then immediately manipulated a spaceship, looking for an opportunity, and simply attacked the vector beast until it couldn't move. After it lost the ability to move, manipulated another spacecraft captured it. In order to ensure the safety of these incapacitated Yaju, these spacecraft will immediately leave the battlefield after capturing the Yaju, transfer them to a safe place, and then come back to continue the battle. But sometimes unexpected situations arise. After another arrow beast was captured, the spaceship carrying the arrow beast was attacked by another arrow beast. After evading for 30 seconds, the spacecraft was finally hit. As a result, the spaceship, along with the incapacitated arrow beast inside the spacecraft, turned into a ball of fire. Xiao Yu heard a cry of grief. My friend, I'm sorry. I didn't expect that you would eventually die in my hands. At the same time, Xiao Yu also heard many comforting voices. Don't be sad. Don't be sad. We should hate the demons who control our bodies instead of blaming ourselves here. Hey, Xiao Yu sighed. The situation on the battlefield is not optimistic. Although the souls of these alien beasts are cooperating with him, his number of spaceships is too small, and his individual combat capabilities are not as good as these beasts. During the battle, he must try his best not to harm their lives. Xiao Yu was really frustrated. After careful observation on the battlefield, Xiao Yu basically believed what these beasts said. At least, there is no doubt about the powerful attack of these arrow beasts. If their souls were not cooperating with him, he might have broken through the defense line and destroyed thousands of key planetary engines. In other words, there is absolutely no need for them to deceive themselves. The war situation has entered a subtle stalemate stage. These alien beasts called Yamen still have 10% control over themselves. They can use this 10% control to reduce their combat power by at least 30%. At the same time, Xiao Yu maintains communication with them at all times. Generally speaking, under the control of the white dwarf alien beasts, these arrow beasts can only exert 50% of their combat power. In order to prevent accidental injuries and promptly capture the incapacitated arrow beasts. In general, Xiao Yu can exert 90% of his combat power. However, Xiao Yu was still at a disadvantage in the battlefield situation. I don't know if I can hold on until I reach the final orbit correction point. Xiao Yu sighed. At this moment, Xiao Yu suddenly had a strange feeling. Why should I keep fighting with him? Is it really that important to me to eliminate the white dwarf alien creatures? After all, it is an ancient creature that has survived for tens of millions of years. It is really a pity that it died in my hands like this. I'd better give up the idea of killing it, and just control the fleet and fly away. This idea directly affected the combat effectiveness of Xiao Yu's fleet. At this moment, 5 spaceships were unable to dodge, and were blown up by the arrow beast in one fell swoop. Is this strange beast well-intentioned? No. Should I let it go? Let's let it go. We don't have any deep hatred. It seems a bit selfish to destroy such an ancient creature just because I want to obtain its body tissue. The program that was preset in advance has quietly stopped running at some point. Above the white dwarf, the alien creature had been watching closely. At this moment, several ravines dozens of meters deep suddenly appeared on its head. Like wrinkles. My friend. What are you doing? Why are your reactions suddenly slow? Xiao Yu received hundreds of messages from these strange beasts, and each message revealed a sense of panic. Xiao Yu smiled slightly and responded. I changed my mind. In the Aquila galaxy, Luca 3 has been watching Xiao Yu's movements nervously through the monitor screen. Every word and every action of Xiao Yu will be displayed on this display screen. No, there is something wrong with the owner's actions. Seeing this, Luca 3 made a decisive decision and immediately connected to the emergency communication channel Xiao Yu had reserved for it. In this channel, Luca 3 sent out an instruction. This command was immediately executed by the preset machine, which sent out a high-frequency pulse. Under the influence of this high-frequency pulse, Xiao Yu's spirit suddenly trembled and he woke up. Master! Master! Are you awake? Damn it! I was confused by that abominable alien beast again. Huh? Why was the preset program not executed? Also, why didn't the Yaja civilization's communication to me wake me up? It seems that the interference intensity of the white dwarf alien beast has increased. Big! I can no longer wake up the confused me through information alone. Fortunately, the awakening method I left for Luca number 3 is high-frequency pulse. Xiao Yu's mind was spinning rapidly, and he responded to Luca number 3. I already awake. You did a good job. Continue to pay attention to my movements. Okay. Luca 3 responded loudly, still sitting down in front of the information screen, nervously watching the pieces of data. Hundreds more arrow beasts sent messages to Xiao Yu. My friend, you can't change your mind. It's a demon. It can't let you go. We must join forces to destroy it. Friends, I was just affected by it in my thinking. Now there is nothing wrong. I have returned to normal. Xiao Yu responded. However, there is one thing I want to inform you. If the current situation continues, it is difficult for me to persist to the final orbit correction point. So in the next period of time, I will no longer reserve strength, but attack with all my strength. In this mode, I will not be able to guarantee the safety of your lives. If there is accidental injury, please forgive me. It's okay. In order to destroy this demon, we can all die here. The Yamans quickly responded. Don't worry about hurting us. Just attack with all your strength. Okay. At this moment, Xiao Yu couldn't help but feel a little admiration in his heart. I will definitely kill this demon and avenge you. Energy cannon. Shoot. Xiao Yu gave the order. Immediately, in space, thousands of ships were deliberately suppressed by Xiao Yu's firepower. Most of the time, they only attacked with laser cannons. The muzzles of the energy cannons began to flash a light blue light at the same time. In the next moment, countless energy cannonballs were shot out at the same time, exploding violently in the void. In addition to energy bombs, Xiao Yu also launched dozens of gravity bombs. Before the gravity bomb exploded, Xiao Yu had intentionally cleared his own spacecraft in that area, and intentionally drove hundreds of vector beasts into that area. The gravity cannon exploded, releasing powerful gravity, pulling all matter within hundreds of kilometers nearby towards itself. Immediately, in the void, with the gravity bomb explosion point as the center, dozens of huge balls made of the flesh of the arrow beast appeared. I'm sorry. In order to kill that demon, I have to kill you first. Looking at the corpses of at least hundreds of arrow beasts, Xiao Yu felt a little guilty. Chapter 122 Springboard. Gravity bombs are worthy of being created by level 4 civilizations. Dozens of gravity bombs caused the death of at least 300 alien beasts, and cleared out all matter within a total radius of several thousand kilometers. Countless spaceship wreckage, aero beast limbs, and living alien beasts were all attracted together by this powerful force of gravity. As long as the mass reaches a certain standard, the star will reach hydrostatic equilibrium and form a sphere. The specific reason is that after the star reaches a certain mass, its own gravity will transform the star's shape into a spherical shape. Therefore, the most important thing is gravity. Xiaoyu saw that the gravity within 1 kilometer of the explosion range of the gravity bomb reached the standard of hydrostatic equilibrium. Therefore, these countless spacecraft wreckage, alien beast limbs, and the bodies of alien beasts that died instantly were, at this moment, crushed into a standard spherical shape. This spherical shape is countless times rounder than the smoothest bearing ball, and its surface is as smooth as 1% of a white dwarf star. The extremely smooth surface gave it strong reflective ability. On its mirror-like surface, Xiaoyu saw stars, battleships, and at least 300 strange beasts in the dark void of space. When he was pressed into a ball of flesh and blood by the powerful gravity, and died instantly, Xiaoyu heard countless screams. "My father! Did you die like this before I grew up to adulthood? Dear little Alice, you will not be lonely on the way to the dark heaven. I will be with you soon. I hate it so much. I hate it so much. I must kill this devil and avenge my friends. Strange technological civilization. Prepare to attack the A156 area. Together with my tribe, I will use the remaining 10% of control to move closer to this area. If we cannot become heroes who destroy demons, we would rather die. I don't want to become an accomplice of the devil." At this moment, Xiaoyu received many messages. Xiaoyu saw dozens of strange beasts while attacking Xiaoyu's spacecraft, slowly but surely moving towards the predetermined area, and finally gathered together in the A156 area. Within this area, all the spacecraft belonging to Xiaoyu have left. "Hurry up and attack! The control from the devil is rising. We can't hold on for long." Xiaoyu looked at the dozens of aero beasts gathered together in the predetermined area, and he couldn't tell what it felt like. But Xiaoyu still chose to attack. Xiaoyu has no other choice. "I'm sorry for you. Have a good trip. You are really a great civilization. I will definitely avenge you." Xiaoyu muttered silently, and gave the launch order. Another dark gravity bomb flew out of the muzzle, and quickly rushed towards the predetermined area. The moment it arrived at the predetermined area, the gravity bomb exploded suddenly. Powerful gravity burst out. And almost instantly, another ball of flesh and blood appeared in the predetermined area. That is Yaman's flesh and blood. These aero beasts, in this way, once again confirmed to Xiaoyu their determination to fight against the devil. The fierce fighting is still going on. There is still 1 hour left before reaching the last orbit correction point. Time slipped away quietly in this battle that was not very fierce, but was extremely tragic. Xiaoyu's total strength is 5,000 spaceships. During this period of fighting, more than 2,000 have been destroyed. There were more than 7,000 aero beasts in total, but now only more than 3,000 are left. Although the combat power of Xiaoyu's spaceship is not as powerful as Yaman, the death rate of Yaman far exceeds the damage rate of Xiaoyu's spacecraft. Up to this moment, all the doubts in Xiaoyu's heart were cleared. Xiaoyu already has an intuitive understanding of the abilities of these aero beasts. Their maneuverability is stronger than their own. Their protective power is stronger than their own. And their attack power is stronger than their own. If they really exert 100% of their power, they can completely destroy their fleet with only the more than 4,000 dead aero beasts. Not to mention their own fleet. It is still possible to break through one's own defense circle and destroy the planetary engine. As long as the planetary engine is destroyed, your actions are destined to fail. However, in order to fight against the devil, they chose to die. Xiaoyu had no way to doubt such a group of creatures. The battle is still going on. In the distance, in the void, a white dwarf star and a red dwarf star are still holding hands, performing a strange and beautiful double dance. Under the gaze of these two eyes, one big and one small, satellite number 1 was like a moth flying into the flames, fiercely and indomitably rushing forward. The cosmic dust that was previously accreted to satellite 1 has not yet been truly integrated into satellite 1. They are loosely accumulated on the surface of number 1, causing the surface of number 1 to look like a dusty room floor that has not been cleaned for a long time. At this distance, the stellar wind from the Aquila red dwarf star is finally strong enough, and satellite 1 welcomes a free cleaner. The magnetic field of satellite 1 is unusually weak, making it basically defenseless against the powerful stellar wind. Under the strong stellar wind, the loose piles on the ground of Satellite 1 were blown up one after another. It loses mass at a rate of nearly 500 million tons per second. These 500 million tons of dust formed a long tail, dragging behind Satellite 1, turning it into a huge comet. Above the white dwarf, the huge alien beast has been watching closely. There were many crisscrossing wrinkles on its face and body. The deepest wrinkle was almost 1,000 meters deep. The surface of its body wrinkled at a speed visible to the naked eye, like an old man who was aging rapidly. With this white dwarf as the center, inexplicable energy radiated out one after another. There are still 40 minutes until we reach the final location, Xiao Yu thought silently. In the Aquila galaxy, Lula 3 stared closely at the monitor screen. It has been working continuously for several days, but at this moment, it does not appear to be mentally exhausted. It stared closely at the data that was constantly refreshing on the display screen without blinking. Yemen's offensive has been strengthened. Within these 20 minutes, Xiao Yu noticed that the attack power of the Arrow Beast had been increasing at a slow speed. Strange technological civilization. Our control over ourselves is constantly decreasing. The devil has increased its control over us. At this time, Xiao Yu received a message full of panic. The struggle before dying? Xiao Yu sneered in his heart. Don't worry. I can handle it. As long as we survive for another 40 minutes, the final victory will belong to us, Xiao Yu replied. Xiao Yu has enough strength as a backing to say this. There are less than 2,000 Arrow Beasts left, and Xiao Yu's spaceships still have more than 3,000. These spaceships can sustain for 2 hours under the attack of these 2,000 Arrow Beasts. And as long as he supports it for 40 minutes, Xiao Yu will win. As long as it reaches the final orbit correction point and starts the planetary engine, Satellite number 1 will move forward unstoppably and hit the white dwarf star unstoppably. No force can stop it. Xiao Yu can't stop it. The Arrow Beast can't stop it. And the white dwarf demon can't stop it either. Do you think you have a chance to win? It's too early for you to be happy. At this time, through space broadcasting, Xiao Yu received a message from the white dwarf star. Ha ha ha! Xiao Yu heard a burst of laughter. And then, on the white dwarf star, the body of this huge alien beast stooped down at a speed visible to the naked eye, and its size continued to decrease. At the same time, Xiao Yu's spirit went into a trance. This trance was clearly displayed through the thousands of spacecraft controlled by Xiao Yu. At this moment, dozens of spaceships were blown up by Yemen's long tentacles because they failed to dodge in time. My friend, you need to wake up! Xiao Yu gritted his teeth and tried his best to resist the huge pressure in his mind. Damn it! I won't let you get what you want. It's useless. It's useless. More than half of your energy has been taken up by the battle. Under such circumstances, how can you resist my offensive? I will control you and make a slight adjustment to the orbit of this satellite. It will pass from a distance of 100,000 kilometers from the surface of the white dwarf star, and will not directly hit the white dwarf star. At that time, I will use the satellite as a springboard to escape this white dwarf. Do you really think that I want to use these weak beasts to destroy you? You are wrong. You are wrong. My purpose is just to use them to capture your spirit to achieve my goal. Xiao Yu heard the crazy laughter of this strange beast. Sure enough, it has a trump card. It turns out that its true purpose is this. At this moment, Xiao Yu finally understood. Your goal will not be achieved. Xiao Yu struggled to control his spirit and responded quickly. After approaching the white dwarf star, this satellite will be torn into pieces in an instant. I don't believe that you can use a bunch of fragments to come as a springboard. In fact, as long as a meteorite with a mass of 10 billion tons can help me achieve my goal. What is the mass of this satellite? 1 trillion tons? 1 megaton? 100 million megatons? What about my means? What can you? A humble third-level civilization. Understand? You don't have a chance. Just welcome the destruction. After escaping from this white dwarf, I will definitely destroy your entire fleet. Then go to your home planet and destroy all your civilization. No, this is not enough to vent my anger. I will destroy all civilizations within 100 light years around your home star. Destroy all stars. Welcome the coming of death obediently. Chapter 123 The Final Moment A. Xiao Yu was in a dilemma. Xiao Yu found that he still underestimated the terrifying degree of this strange beast. After nearly 10 years of silence, Xiao Yu originally thought that these arrow beasts would be his final resort. However, who would have thought that these arrow beasts were just used to distract him? If Xiaoyu gives up resisting these arrow beasts, his spaceship will be destroyed instantly, and he will lose control of this place. At that time, by controlling these vector beasts, the white dwarf alien beasts will still be able to manipulate Satellite 1 and move forward according to the trajectory they want. If you continue to resist the alien beast, your spirit will inevitably be restrained, and you will not be able to resist the manipulation of this alien beast. Xiaoyu felt that his spirit was falling into blurs one after another, and his control over the spacecraft had weakened a lot. I finally understand why it doesn't control these arrow beasts to attack the defense line with all its strength and directly destroy the planetary engine. I thought it was because these arrow beasts still have their own control. But I didn't expect that this demon's purpose is. It's also these planetary engines. So naturally it won't destroy them. It turns out that it has been hiding its strength in the previous battle. It is worthy of being a monster that has survived in the universe for more than 10 million years. Compared with it, I am really too young. At this moment, Xiaoyu understood a lot. My friend, what's wrong with you? Are you confused again? At this time, Xiaoyu received many anxious messages of greetings from Yaju's civilization. Xiaoyu tried his best to control his spirit and replied, I'm fine. No need to worry. Then, Xiaoyu responded to the strange beast on the white dwarf star. What if I choose to destroy these planetary engines in advance? In the worst case, I give up this impact operation, or even choose to escape from the Eagle Nebula directly. Anyway, even without my influence, this white dwarf star will have another 1,000 years at most. There will also be a nova explosion. You clearly know. Why bother to ask me? The white dwarf alien beast replied coldly. You can try it. See if you can issue a command to launch an attack on the planetary engine. Xiaoyu felt bitter in his heart. Xiaoyu has already made an attempt. When Xiaoyu tries to control his spacecraft to attack the planetary engine, there will be a kind of pain from the mental level that will dispel Xiaoyu's idea. This is another new type of mind control method. This strange beast gives up controlling all of Xiaoyu's mind, and only chooses to control part of it. For this, it paid a lot of price. There are countless wrinkles on its body that are thousands of meters deep. There was only half an hour left. I don't know when the default program has returned to normal. Xiaoyu can answer these questions according to the standard answers. But Xiaoyu knows that even if the accuracy rate is 100%, he is still being manipulated. Xiaoyu even tried to deliberately answer some questions incorrectly. But Xiaoyu was shocked to find that even if the preset program destroyed several precision components, it could not help him get rid of this control. Change the orbit of Satellite 1. Start changing it now, and make it move directly away from this binary orbit. As long as this operation does not fail, I will still have a chance. Just as Xiaoyu thought, as long as he doesn't fail this time, it will be success. Because even without Xiaoyu's influence, this white dwarf star will still explode as a nova within 1,000 years at most. But the next moment, Xiaoyu was disappointed. Xiaoyu's heart was filled with bitterness. Xiaoyu found that he was unable to issue any operating instructions to these planetary engines. Whenever he tried to command the planetary engine to start, the ghostly pain would follow. Xiaoyu's spirit couldn't bear the pain, so he couldn't issue instructions. What should I do? In the Aquila galaxy, in the control room, Luca 3 was watching the monitor screen nervously. It found some weird data. These data were different from the data when Xiaoyu was controlled in the past. But they were not normal data. Luca 3 had some doubts. But just in case, it still tried. Master, how are you now? Is there anything going on? Luca 3 asked cautiously. Xiaoyu no longer had the energy to respond to Luca number 3. After calling several times and still getting no response, Luca 3 became anxious. After trying a few more times, Luca 3 decisively issued the wake-up command. A high-frequency pulse was activated in the main engine room of Xiaoyu's flagship, the Yanjing. However, this high-frequency pulse had no effect except bringing another burst of pain to Xiaoyu. Luca 3 fell into panic. This phenomenon has never been experienced by it, when Xiaoyu was controlled several times in the past. Every time, Luca 3 used this method to wake Xiaoyu up. Master, what's wrong with you? Luca 3 tried to call, but there was still no response. Time has left the last 5 minutes. Xiaoyu was horrified to find that his spirit gave instructions to the planetary engine without his control. Under the control of this command, thousands of planetary engines emitted bright tail flames at the same time, swaying randomly in space. Very beautiful. As the planetary engine started, the orbit of satellite number 1 changed slightly. The planetary engine will continue to operate for 5 minutes until the final orbit modification point is passed. By then, under the strong gravity of the white dwarf, nothing will be able to change its orbit even a little bit. Xiaoyu has fallen into despair. My friend, what's wrong with you? Is there any accident? Xiaoyu's abnormality was discovered by the arrow beasts. These arrow beasts are still under the control of the white dwarf alien beasts, launching an extremely violent attack on Xiaoyu's spacecraft. I'm afraid we have to go to the dark heaven together. Xiaoyu managed to smile in his heart and sent a message. Did you fail? Did you fail? Did all my people die in vain? We would rather pay the price with our lives. But did we still fail? Countless arrow beasts wailed sadly at the same time. Enjoy the last moments of your lives. After I escape from the white dwarf, I will swallow all the Yaja's civilization. At that time, my body will recover to 3%, and I will launch a super light voyage to reach you. Galaxy, first destroy all your fleets before heading to your home planet. No one of you can escape. The white dwarf alien beast sent this message in an unusually cold voice. In the Aquila galaxy, Luca 3 walked around the control room extremely anxiously. It kept stroking its bald head and thinking nervously. What happened to the master? Why didn't he respond to my message? What accident happened? Then, use the last resort. Luca 3 made up his mind. It tremblingly took out the controller Xiaoyu gave it and pressed the button with all its strength. Immediately, in the Yanjing, under Xiaoyu's gaze, several three-dimensional projectors emerged from the ground. At the next moment, these three-dimensional projectors were activated, and the body of a girl with a graceful figure, a charming smile, not too beautiful, but extremely kind, was outlined. She smiled and stared at the monitor arranged by Xiaoyu. Through the monitor, Xiaoyu can see every detail of the girl's body. She is Chinimo. Director Xiao, what's wrong with you? Do you have any difficulties and need help? Chinmo's clear and sweet voice sounded in the spacecraft and was heard by Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, who was gradually losing his mind, suddenly became mentally shaken. Yes, I have encountered difficulties. I need your help. I need your help. Xiaoyu murmured to himself. Chinimo smiled lightly. I'm very happy to be able to do something for Director Xiao, but I don't have the body now, so I can only support you mentally. Director Xiao, come on. You can do anything. If you can't, what difficulties will stump you? Yes, I have always been omnipotent in front of you. Xiaoyu murmured to himself. What kind of difficulties can stump me? On Earth, with the backward technical means at the time, I have even built a real interstellar spacecraft. So what difficulties can hinder me? Planetary engine. Start it. Engine number 1. Starting direction, 45.3 degrees to the right. Starting power, 32%. Engine number 2. Starting direction, starting power. Xiaoyu said one after another the technical parameters of the string were conveyed. During this process, Xiaoyu suffered unimaginable pain. But Xiaoyu always looked at Chinmo's eyes. From Chinmo's smiling eyes, Xiaoyu found the strength to fight against the pain. Come on, Director Xiao. You are omnipotent, Chinmo said with a smile. Xiaoyu's mind was all focused on manipulating the planetary engine. At this moment, even those spaceships were temporarily abandoned by Xiaoyu. I don't know why, but at this moment, those arrow beasts also stopped attacking. It seemed that the white dwarf alien beasts had also given up controlling them, and instead focused all their energy on confronting Xiaoyu. There are still 30 seconds left before the final orbit correction point. As long as this point is crossed, the orbit of satellite number 1 will be determined. After this point, any attempt to change the orbit of satellite 1 will be offset by the strong gravity of the white dwarf and will have no effect. Above the white dwarf, more and deeper ravines appeared on the body of the alien beast, and its body became more stooped. It seemed that it was aging abnormally fast. Chapter 124, The Final Moment. B. There are only the last 30 seconds left before the final moment. Through his own calculations and the reaction of this strange beast, Xiaoyu is determined that if satellite number 1 really hits the white dwarf, it will definitely cause a nova explosion. The nova explosion will directly kill this powerful beast. In other words, these 30 seconds will determine Xiaoyu's fate. I have gone through a long period of more than 10 million years. I have grown from a weak mirage to such a powerful place now. In my life, I have experienced countless heroic events and encountered black holes and neutron stars at close range. I have withstood the huge energy of supernova explosions at close range. And I have encountered countless civilizations. Among them, There are alien beast civilizations, technological civilizations, and mechanical civilizations, but they were all destroyed by me without exception. Information full of vicissitudes of life was transmitted into Xiao Yu's mind from this strange beast that called itself Mirage. I have destroyed more than 100 stars, devoured countless planets, and wiped out more than 3,000 civilizations in my hands. Among them, the weakest civilization is even bigger than yours. Powerful. I believe that I will continue to survive in this dark universe. In the end, even the Tai House civilization and the MSI civilization will be destroyed by me. Even if I fall to the lowest point of strength in tens of millions of years, Aya's strength is not something you can fight against. From the moment you step into the Eagle Nebula, your demise is doomed. Don't carry out unnecessary resistance. Just give up. As these messages were transmitted one by one, the pain Xiao Yu suffered became more and more severe. Thousands of planetary engines are always running, but their injection directions and starting power are constantly changing. Thousands of bright blue flames twisted strangely in space, as if they were performing a spectacular dance of ribbons. It was Xiao Yu who was constantly fighting with this alien beast for control of the planetary engine. I don't have your heroic or cruel experiences. I only come from an ordinary civilization, Xiao Yu replied. My civilization is very weak. It is so weak that it has not yet entered the third-level civilization. And even what you say is in other words. The lowest level of fusion energy has not been truly mastered, and it cannot even truly leave the planet. However, my civilization has a total of more than 7 billion people. Now, they are all dead, and all their hopes are carried by me. I am the last hope of our civilization. I will not lose. My tribe will not allow me to lose. In his mind, the pain became more and more severe, and even Xiao Yu's spirit showed signs of being scattered. However, Xiao Yu is still determined to fight for control of the planetary engine without hesitation. At this moment, Xiao Yu thought of the ghost clan he had encountered. Thinking of these people, at the cost of reducing their own energy radiation by more than half, they launched a space voyage close to the speed of light to save themselves from the crisis. When the souls of these people left, the last two words left behind still appeared in Xiao Yu's mind from time to time. Revenge. How could I lose? How could I lose? Xiao Yu muttered to himself. Control of the planetary engine changed hands several times. The irregular jet direction and launch power caused serious damage to the crust of Satellite Number 1. On Satellite 1, volcanoes, earthquakes and other geological phenomena began to appear. The most powerful volcanic eruption even erupted the core material of Satellite Number 1 into space, gathering together with the spectacular comet tail. The closer we get to this binary system, the stronger the stellar winds, and the larger the comet tail behind Moon 1. If there is a living thing in front of Satellite 1, it can see this spectacular scene. The comet tail formed by Satellite Number 1 covered almost half of the sky. Halley's Comet, Hale-Bopp Comet, etc. above the Earth are nothing more than dust that does not flow into the air compared with Satellite 1. At this moment, Satellite Number 1 turned into a god of death that came menacingly, carrying destruction and death. There are still 5 seconds left before the final moment. Regardless of whether Comet Number 1 hits the white dwarf directly or passes hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from the white dwarf's surface, the difference between the two orbits is extremely subtle. In other words, the general control directions of the two are the same, and the difference is only in an extremely subtle point. On this point, the fate of 3 civilizations will be decided. One is Xiao Yu, one is the beast civilization, and the other is the alien beast on the white dwarf star. My friend, you must succeed. Our civilization is a civilization that has no fight with the world and just wants to live peacefully. We have the ability to navigate the stars, but we still don't want to contact the dark world outside. We have given up on continuing to be strong, hope, and are willing to be trapped in a small star system. These 7,000 arrow beasts are all the fighting power in our civilization. On the home planet, there are only some aging and still young tribesmen left. We are their hope. If we are defeated by this, if the alien beasts escape from White Dwarf, they will also be killed. My friend, please, for the sake of our race, please succeed. You must succeed. Several messages from Yaja passed into Xiao Yu's mind. Xiao Yu was unmoved, and his spirit did not even fluctuate at all. You have lived long enough. It's time to rest, Xiao Yu said. I will survive forever and reach the end of the universe, said the white dwarf alien beast. Xiao Yu is suffering from unimaginable pain. The pain from the mental level is countless times more intense than the pain from the physical body. In the cabin of the Yanjing, Qin Mo's image was still looking deeply at Xiao Yu. Director Xiao, do you still remember that day? Well, I always remember it very clearly. That day was probably May 21st. I dressed up at home for a long time before setting off to work at the Research Institute. I was almost late. Do you know why I have to dress up for so long? Normally, I always wear no makeup. But, there are only those research materials and work in your head. Why don't you just want to look at me one more time? Well, even if you don't like me, Director Xiao, why do you want to drive me away? What? Is it wrong that I like you? Do you know how sad I am? Under the three-dimensional projector, Qin Mo's face turned gloomy, and tears seemed to be swaying in his eyes. At this moment, Xiao Yu's huge computing power only ran for a 10 millionth of a second to find the memory of that day from the huge database. Sure enough, only when you lose it can you learn to cherish it, Xiao Yu murmured to himself, suddenly feeling strong confidence in his heart. How could I die? How could I die? If I die, who will inherit our civilization, and who will save our civilization? If I die, how can I make up for my mistakes? So, damn devil. Go to H.L. With infinite confidence, spiritual power burst out from Xiao Yu's mind. At this moment, Xiao Yu completely ignored the mental pain. Time has come to the last second. The tail flames ejected by thousands of huge planetary engines suddenly straightened up and stopped shaking. This means that they will be able to work stably and change the orbit of satellite number 1 stably. Xiao Yu's target orbit basically overlaps with that of the white dwarf alien beast, with only a very slight difference. 1 second is enough to correct this slight difference. This slight difference will cause an orbit change of hundreds of thousands of kilometers after a journey of 300 million kilometers. Satellite number 1 has moved from an orbit that passes by the white dwarf to an orbit that hits the white dwarf head-on. At this moment, the overall situation has been decided, and the outcome has been determined. At this moment, there is no longer any force that can change the orbit of satellite number 1. It will be attracted by the strong gravitational attraction of the white dwarf star and crash into it in an indomitable manner. Xiao Yu heard a roar from the white dwarf star. No! I am not willing. I am not willing. How could I die? I have lived in the dark universe for more than 17 million years and struggled for more than 17 million years. The Taihao civilization did not kill me. The Civilization Alliance did not kill me. And even the central black hole failed to pull me into the horizon boundary. In the end, I was going to die at the hands of a small third-level civilization. You've lived long enough. It's time to rest. At this moment, the mental control power added to Xiao Yu's mind suddenly dissipated. Xiao Yu once again gained complete control over himself. I won't die. How could I die? Xiao Yu saw that above the white dwarf, this strange beast was roaring crazily. It squatted down again. Its strong hind legs suddenly straightened, and it rushed towards the universe like a cannonball. However, it only jumped a few 100,000 kilometers away, and under the huge gravity of the white dwarf star, it exhausted all its power, and it began to fall towards the white dwarf star again. After falling on the surface of the white dwarf, it quickly stood up and started another jump. Just like that, it jumps up, falls, jumps up, falls. Every time it falls, it will impact a large crater on the surface of the white dwarf, releasing energy equivalent to the explosion of a hydrogen bomb with the equivalent of several billion tons. It seems to have gone crazy. At this moment, Xiao Yu's tense spirit finally relaxed. My friends, I succeeded. I succeeded. Xiao Yu murmured to himself. Is it successful? My friend, is it finally successful? The remaining 1,000 or so beasts became excited, and hundreds of messages were sent to Xiao Yu's mind. Yes, I did it. My friends. Hundreds of millions of kilometers away, the alien beast was still jumping crazily on the surface of the white dwarf star. Chapter 125 The Final Moments. See. In less than 2 hours, Satellite 1 will hit the white dwarf head-on. During this period, there is no power that can change this fact. Perhaps, the Taihao civilization and MSI civilization mentioned by this alien beast can do it. But they obviously have no interest in changing all this. It finally worked. Xiao Yu sighed, looking at Qin Mo's image in front of him. He didn't know what he felt in his heart. I will develop my technology and calculate all human genetic maps. And then I will reshape your body for you, Xiao Yu said. But the body can be created. But what about the soul? Without a soul, you are still you. Xiao Yu was a little confused. Even now, Xiao Yu's research on the soul is still blank. Every word Chen Mo said, and every expression he made were constructed by Xiao Yu based on his memories of Chen Mo. Xiao Yu sighed and turned off the three-dimensional projector. And Chen Mo's image disappeared. My friend. Thank you. Although we are all going to die, our hope is still there on our home planet. And our inheritance will not be cut off. Thank you so much. The more than 1,000 arrow beasts still alive sent a message of thanks to Xiao Yu. All died? We have obviously defeated N? Xiao Yu suddenly reacted at this moment. Yes. Of course we will die. At such a close distance. Even with the powerful bodies of our alien beasts. There is no way we can withstand the powerful energy of the Nova explosion. Even if we are lucky, our bodies will not die. Our souls will definitely not be able to withstand the super radiation of the Nova explosion. The Yaja beasts replied. Xiao Yu felt bitter in his heart. Xiao Yu found that he had ignored this. Xiao Yu's body is still in the Tianian galaxy. After all, a Nova explosion is not as good as a supernova explosion. And its scope of influence is extremely limited. In Xiao Yu's calculations, this new star explosion will not have much impact on him. If the energy release of this Nova explosion is really too strong, the worst thing Xiao Yu can do is build a base on the back of Sky Eagle A and use the entire Sky Eagle A as a shield. These thousands of spaceships will be destroyed if they are destroyed. And they are not worth feeling bad about. Anyway, Xiao Yu has a means of long-distance communication. He can know the intensity of strong gamma rays and X-rays in advance before they reach the Aquila galaxy, so as to decide the next course of action. As long as there are enough resources and time. The number of spaceships is just a number to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu has enough means to deal with this new star outbreak. But what about these arrow beasts? Here, we are only 300 million kilometers away from this crazy binary star system. Moreover, these vector beasts are still following Satellite 1, rapidly approaching the white dwarf at a speed of more than 50,000 kilometers per second. Yes, due to the gravitational pull of this binary star system, the speed of Satellite number 1 has exceeded 50,000 kilometers per second. And this speed is still increasing. This means that it will not take 2 hours, but just over an hour, for Satellite 1 to hit the white dwarf. You can hide behind the gaseous planet. Like this. An idea suddenly came to Xiao Yu's mind. But before he finished speaking, Xiao Yu realized that this wouldn't work. The reason is simple. Their speed is too fast, and they have no way to slow down in time over such a short distance. This means that even if they can reach the back of Aquila 2, they will hit it at a very high speed. The damage caused by such a high-speed impact will not be less than that of a nova explosion. Their end is still death. My friends, I'm sorry. I have no way to save your lives. Xiao Yu said these words sadly. It doesn't matter. My friend, if we can eliminate this demon and allow our civilization to continue on our home planet, we will be very satisfied. Thank you. My friend. Thank you. Xiao Yu received a message full of gratitude and peace. It seems that these arrow beasts do not care about their own life and death. Before we die, we have a wish, and we hope you can help us achieve it. These beasts said. Please tell me. As long as I can do it, I will definitely help you complete it. Xiao Yu responded firmly. Well, you also know that due to the manipulation of this damn devil, all the people in our civilization with interstellar navigation capabilities have all come here. On our home planet. Only some aging and tribesmen who are still in their infancy. Their combat capabilities are extremely limited, and they cannot leave the surface of the planet. This means that if they are invaded by foreign enemies, they will have no ability to respond. I hope that you can take our place. Protect them for a while, until they have the ability to protect themselves, and then leave. The Yaju said. Xiao Yu agreed without any hesitation. Please rest assured, as long as I am still alive, and as long as I have the last spaceship, I will not allow any of your people to be harmed. Thank you so much, my friend. In this way, we will have no regrets. My friend, don't be sad about our death. In the universe, everything is inevitable from the fate of destruction. Even stars, and even this galaxy will all perish one day. So what does our death mean? From this message, Xiao Yu noticed some emotions called no worries and relief. Xiao Yu's mood has always been a little sad. It turns out that the universe is not completely dark. There will always be some well-intentioned civilizations. These well-intentioned civilizations are like lights in the dark, bringing light to the world. You are great, Xiao Yu said sincerely. Thank you for your compliment. The final moment is not far away. So let us watch the death process of this demon together. Okay, let's go together, Xiao Yu answered. The arrow beasts fell silent, and Xiao Yu saw that in space. These arrow beasts were facing the direction of the white dwarf star, constantly changing their shapes, as if expressing some kind of emotion. During this period of time, Xiao Yu still has one job to do. That is, launch at least 1,000 satellites and accelerate in the opposite direction. In this way, these satellites can survive for 1 minute longer after the white dwarf star explodes as a nova. This minute will be a critical moment for Xiao Yu to collect data. After everything was ready, Xiao Yu used thousands of spaceships, together with satellite number 1 and more than 1,000 arrow beasts, rushed towards the white dwarf star. Above the white dwarf, the alien beast had stopped jumping. It was lying on the surface of the white dwarf, its head raised high, as if it wanted to see clearly the true face of the thing that destroyed itself. The speed of satellite number 1 is getting faster and faster, getting closer and closer to the white dwarf star, getting closer and closer to the final moment. Do you have any last words? Xiao Yu sent a message 10 minutes before the final moment. Last words? Your civilization needs at least millions of tribesmen to control these spaceships. If you tribesmen die with me, I won't be unjust, this powerful alien said coldly. I said, all my people are dead, and I am the only one left in my civilization, Xiao Yu said. I am the only one who controls these spaceships, and my body, at 1.4 light years away. In fact, these spaceships are all controlled by me remotely. Haven't you seen that there are no living things in these spaceships? What? You manipulated me by yourself? How can you have such a powerful ability? Oh, it's nothing. You are going to die anyway, so it doesn't matter if I tell you. I just combined my soul with the central computer. Xiao Yu responded lightly. You? The alien beast suddenly became excited. Then, what is going on with those technologically advanced and civilized creatures 1.4 light years away? Oh, it's just that I encountered a technological civilization and captured their creatures. Xiao Yu replied somewhat strangely. So it's like this. This powerful, strange beast murmured to itself, and suddenly burst out laughing crazily. It turns out. You succeeded. You finally succeeded. It turns out that combining the soul with the central computer is like this. If I die in your hands, I will not be wronged. From this passage, Xiao Yu heard a lot of things. Xiao Yu instantly remembered the key item that allowed him to successfully separate his soul and combine it with the computer. The mysterious black stone. What does this have to do with it? Why does this strange beast say that you have finally succeeded? What does it know? Xiao Yu became nervous. Who are they? What succeeded? Xiao Yu asked immediately. The strange beast let out a weird laugh of unknown meaning, and replied, I am about to die in your hands. And you still expect to get information from me? Stop thinking about such good things, and go explore slowly by yourself. So that's it. Tell me, what's going on? Xiao Yu roared. There is not much time left until the final moment. Take your doubts and walk towards death slowly. Don't even think about getting even a little bit of information from me. Well, when I see you anxious, angry, and tortured by curiosity to the point of death, my mood is, it's so refreshing. I'm going to die, and I will take the information related to your fate and walk into the darkness. Goodbye, weak technological civilization. Chapter 126, The Final Moment. Time has come to the last moment. Satellite number 1, carrying Xiao Yu's spaceship. More than 1,000 still living beasts, as well as countless wreckage of the spacecraft and body parts of the beasts, is like a huge army, rushing towards the white dwarf star. Past, through the cosmic dust that covered the sky and the sun, Xiao Yu still heard the voice of the powerful beast, which was constantly coming. Endless lifespan, infinite energy, unpredictable development potential. This is the ultimate life form. They finally succeeded. Are you curious? Are you worried about your own fate? Yes, you guessed it right. It's not an accident that you are like this now. You can guess the specific reason yourself. Don't expect me to tell you. The strange beast was still roaring crazily. At this moment, Xiao Yu's mind was filled with the echoes of the strange beast's roar. Guess for yourself. Xiao Yu tensed up and tried not to think about these things. But these questions were like little bugs that bit into Xiao Yu's defense bit by bit. Not by chance? Why on earth? Because of what? Xiaoyu shouted crazily in his heart. The speed of satellite number 1 has exceeded 60,000 kilometers per second. Only such high speed can temporarily resist the gravity of the white dwarf and become a springboard for the white dwarf's alien beasts. It is precisely for this reason that the white dwarf alien beast did not manipulate the Yaman civilization to accelerate a meteorite as its springboard, because Yaman civilization cannot reach such high speed. There are still 30 seconds and 2 million kilometers before the final impact. At this distance, the strong gravity of the white dwarf has already had a huge impact on satellite 1. Xiaoyu saw that an extremely strong earthquake began to occur on satellite number 1. The original earthquake caused by the planetary engine was like scratching an itch compared to the current one. This is a violent earthquake that really affects the overall structure of the planet. On the side of satellite number 1 facing away from the white dwarf, strong subsidence occurs from time to time. Once it sinks, it is to a depth of tens of kilometers. On the side facing the white dwarf, however, from time to time, a mountain peak suddenly breaks through the ground, revealing its figure. Within a few seconds, dozens of peaks dozens of kilometers high appeared on the surface of satellite 1. Just between this entry and exit, the magma buried in the core of the planet rolled out, like boiling water in a pot, flowing freely on the surface of satellite number 1. Satellite 1 is no longer a spherical structure. It has now become the shape of an egg, and facing the direction of the white dwarf is the small head of the egg. It was as if an invisible hand had crushed satellite number 1 flat. A planetary engine that is several hundred meters high and covers an area of tens of thousands of square meters. Facing such a catastrophe, it is like a toy in the hands of a child. It is easily twisted and deformed. Xiaoyu saw that next to a planetary engine, a sudden strong subsidence occurred. Under the violent vibration, the planetary engine fell into the rolling magma like a pebble without even a bubble emerging. This is the craziest roar before a planet is destroyed. After the exhaustion of the previous fierce battle, Xiaoyu's spacecraft protective cover could no longer withstand the intense radiation here. All of Xiaoyu's spaceships were on the verge of destruction. My friend. Goodbye. Goodbye. Xiaoyu heard the words of the beasts at the moment before destruction. Goodbye. I will definitely protect your people, Xiaoyu said silently. Since then, more than 7,000 arrow beasts have all died, and Xiaoyu's 5,000 spaceships have been destroyed. 1,000 satellites that were launched in advance were responsible for monitoring the activities here. These satellites can continue to operate for 1 minute after impact. Through the surveillance satellite, Xiaoyu saw that the side of satellite number 1 facing the white dwarf was stretched longer and longer, and became more pointed. 20 seconds before impact and still more than 1 million kilometers away, satellite number 1 had been stretched into an approximate cone shape. This is the powerful power of tidal gravity. The diameter of satellite number 1 is more than 3,000 kilometers, and the size of the gravitational force is inversely proportional to the distance. That is, the farther the distance, the smaller the gravitational force, and vice versa. Then, the gravitational pull of the white dwarf on the side facing the white dwarf is naturally greater than the gravitational pull on the side facing away from the white dwarf, because these two locations are separated by a diameter distance. This difference in gravity has caused serious consequences. Because of the greater gravity, the side facing the white dwarf is pulled forward to bulge, becoming more pointed and longer. Because the side facing away from the white dwarf receives less gravity, it can still maintain its round shape. This is why satellite 1 is stretched into a cone shape. There are still 10 seconds left before impact, which is about 700,000 kilometers away. The tidal gravity has become stronger and stronger, and the diameter of satellite number 1 has been stretched from more than 3,000 kilometers to 10,000 kilometers. And this length is still increasing. The side facing the white dwarf became more and more pointed and thinner. Finally, when the main body of satellite number 1 was still more than 400,000 kilometers away from the white dwarf, its long tail had already reached the surface of the white dwarf. It does not form the shape of a spiral disk. Generally speaking, if satellite number 1 is naturally attracted by a white dwarf, it will be torn into pieces first, and its fragments will first rotate around the white dwarf and then be swallowed bit by bit. However, the trajectory of this impact was carefully calculated by Xiaoyu. This impact will be a head-on collision. Xiaoyu saw that a strong light burst out where the tail of satellite number 1 came into contact with the white dwarf star. As the amount of impacting material increases, this light will become more and more intense, reaching its peak after 3 seconds. Through the surveillance satellites arranged in advance, Xiaoyu was watching all this silently. The last second has arrived. Satellite number 1 has been stretched into a long strip shape. reaching a length of more than 70,000 kilometers. Within a second, all the material in this strip will hit the white dwarf. Ha ha ha! At this last moment, Xiao Yu received another message. And the message was filled with the crazy laughter of the strange beast. Xiao Yu saw an amazing scene. At the last moment of its life, this extremely powerful beast, which had survived for more than 17 million years, made its last leap in life. It jumped up towards satellite number 1. The initial speed reached an astonishing 6,000 kilometers per second. While it was still in midair, its huge fist had already been raised, facing the satellite material that was constantly being attracted and struck down, and struck away with one blow. An infinite flash of light burst out. At this moment, millions or tens of millions of tons of material were vaporized. Under the indescribable high temperature and high pressure state, the electrons jumped to a low energy level and released photons. High energy photons, such as gamma rays, X-rays, and visible photons, burst out together. With this punch, even if satellite number 1 was in good condition, it would still be destroyed by one blow. The strength of this strange beast was fully revealed at this moment. Beneath it, the greatest impact had occurred. Thousands of megatons of material hit the white dwarf star. At extremely high speeds, the impact released extremely powerful energy. The light released by the impact has reached its highest point at this moment, and will dim at the next moment. However, another even stronger outbreak has just begun. The hydrogen and helium gas at the impact site finally fused under the extreme high temperature and high pressure environment erupted by the impact. It's like a tinder. Moreover, it is quite a powerful fire source. Previously, the fusion caused by this strange beast jumping up and falling down was like a match in the wind, extinguished as soon as it was blown. But this time, the fire was a torch. In the strong wind, the burning of the torches will only become more intense. Nuclear fusion was finally triggered. A single spark can start a prairie fire. This torch lit up the entire white dwarf star. Uncontrolled nuclear fusion spread throughout the white dwarf star almost instantly. This is a nova explosion, one of the most intense forms of energy release in the universe. The luminosity of this white dwarf star instantly became hundreds of thousands of times brighter. At this moment, its brightness even exceeded that of its companion star. This is truly an ocean of light. The optical radiation in the visible light band is only 1/10,000th of the total radiation. In addition to the visible light, there is also extremely strong invisible light band radiation. And this is the main way of releasing energy in nova explosions. In this ocean of light, there is a huge monster floating. It has lost power and is falling towards the white dwarf. At this moment, its huge body was like a light feather, floating and floating. Goodbye. Xiao Yu received its last message. A powerful existence that had survived in this dark universe for more than 17 million years and experienced countless heroic events in its life finally fell at this moment. The infinite light completely submerged it. At this moment, with the white dwarf as the center, unspeakably intense energy exploded in all directions. Goodbye. Goodbye. At this last moment, Xiao Yu also made his own response, expressing his awe for this powerful creature in his own way. Moments before the satellite arranged by Xiao Yu was destroyed, Xiao Yu saw a small black dot detached from the body of this strange beast. Under the powerful explosion energy, it exploded at a speed of more than 8,000 meters per second, speeding away in a certain direction in the void at a speed of kilometers. In the next moment, Xiao Yu's satellite was destroyed, and he lost his ability to monitor this area. Chapter 127 Yesterday reappears. What is this black spot? Could it be that the blasted part of the body of this powerful alien beast gained enough energy to reach the escape velocity of a white dwarf? The moment he saw this little black dot, Xiao Yu's mind suddenly became tense. This may be a very big surname. Xiao Yu came up with a guess in his mind, because Xiao Yu could clearly see that this thing flew out from the white dwarf monster. I must capture it. God knows how powerful the body tissue of such a powerful alien beast will be, if it can be used to build a spaceship. However, I only have its approximate speed and orientation information. It is escaping into outer space at a speed of 8,000 kilometers per second. Without accurate and detailed parameter information, I will soon lose its trace. The special satellite Xiao Yu deployed here has been destroyed. Xiao Yu was not able to collect enough information before these satellites were destroyed. It doesn't matter. It will take more than a year for the light here to reach the Aquila galaxy. I can use this more than a year to build a super telescope to find traces of this fragment. Xiao Yu came up with a solution. Huge energy is still continuously released from this white dwarf star. The data obtained by Xiao Yu showed that at this moment, Material equivalent to more than a dozen Earth masses was thrown out by the white dwarf star. The escape velocity of these materials reaches more than 4,000 kilometers per second. Along with the explosion of these materials, there are also extremely strong various types of radiation. However, these radiations travel at the speed of light, which is much faster than these substances. In order to maintain communication between the Aquila 1 star system and the Aquila 2 twin galaxies, Xiaoyu laid a communication link that is 1.4 light-years long. On this link, there are a total of several million satellites. Basically, there is a satellite group every 200 million kilometers. In each satellite group, there are between 3 and 20 satellites. In the eyes of these satellites, the white dwarf is still calm. This is because the light from the nova explosion has not yet been transmitted. These satellites do not have Xiaoyu's special protection system. So the moment they see the light of the nova explosion is the moment they are destroyed. This means that Xiaoyu has lost all information about the Aquila 2 galaxy. Xiaoyu could not know the situation there by any means. However, through the destruction of these satellites, Xiaoyu can know where the violent energy from the white dwarf has reached. 2 minutes after the nova explosion, the farthest satellite group was destroyed. This satellite group is 300 million kilometers away from the white dwarf star. This means that the radiation from the white dwarf star has traveled a long distance of 300 million kilometers. 1900 seconds after the nova explosion, the second satellite group was destroyed. In this communication link, the total number of satellite groups has reached nearly 1 million. These satellite groups will be destroyed one by one in the next more than a year. Finally killed it. I'm finally safe. Xiaoyu sighed. Tianning 1 galaxy. Yanjing. Viewed from here, the binary star system in the Aquila 2 galaxy is still in its normal state, because the transmission of light also takes time. This place is 1.4 light-years away from the Aquila 2 galaxy. Therefore, in fact, what Xiaoyu sees here is what the Aquila 2 galaxy looked like 1.4 years ago. As for the current appearance of the Aquila 2 galaxy, Xiaoyu will have to wait until 1.4 years to see it. It is this time difference that will allow Xiaoyu to do many things. The first thing to do is to build a supergiant telescope. When the current light from the Aquila 2 galaxy passes through, find out the detailed speed and direction parameters of the black spot from these light for future search. Secondly, it is to recycle all the recyclable equipment in the Sky Eagle galaxy. Xiaoyu did not forget his promise to Yasho's civilization. All the combat power of the Yaja civilization has been exhausted, and only the aging or young tribesmen are left on their home planet. In this dark universe, they are very dangerous and urgently need their own protection. If it weren't for avoiding the powerful energy released by the nova explosion, Xiaoyu would have set off now. But with this 4-year buffer time, Xiaoyu can just make preparations. The first thing to be put on the recycling agenda was the Ring Sky Eagle Large Particle Collider, which was built with great pains but not used much. Because of the pipeless laying, the volume and mass of the collider built this time are much smaller than those built last time. The total mass is only 10 billion tons. And Xiaoyu is fully capable of recycling it. After recycling it, when it reaches the galaxy where the Yaja civilization is located, it can be laid out and used immediately, saving a lot of trouble. In addition, many materials on the 8 satellite bases are also on Xiaoyu's recycling list. It is too late to build a new special transport spacecraft. Fortunately, Xiaoyu still has more than 120,000 spacecraft staying in the Tianning 1 system, which is completely enough to transport these supplies. Time passed bit by bit. Among the communication links, 9/10 of Xiaoyu's communication satellites have been destroyed, which means that in another 2 months, the light and radiation from the Aquila twin galaxy will reach the Aquila 1 galaxy. At this time, Xiaoyu's recycling work was almost completed. The Circular Eagle Large Particle Collider was disassembled into hundreds of thousands of parts, scattered among hundreds of thousands of spacecrafts. Among the 8 bases, all items with recycling significance were moved into the spacecraft. In more than a year, the new giant telescope was completed. This supergiant telescope has a total of more than 10,000 lenses, which are scattered and installed on more than 10,000 spacecraft. When needed, Xiaoyu will control these more than 10,000 spacecrafts and arrange them into a 30,000 kilometer diameter telescope. It is a huge circle. In this way, it is equivalent to this telescope having a huge lens with a diameter of 30,000 kilometers. You know, in the age of the Earth, the diameter of the famous Hubble Space Telescope's lens was only a few meters. Xiaoyu used the supergiant telescope to conduct several tests, and the imaging effect was beyond Xiaoyu's expectations. even if it were not blocked by the abundant dust clouds in the Eagle Nebula. This supergiant telescope would be able to photograph scenes in the solar system more than 6,000 light-years away. It's hard to tell about Pluto. After all, it's too small. But it won't be a problem to photograph Jupiter with this telescope. This is a very remarkable achievement. For comparison, let's take the Hubble Space Telescope above the Earth as a comparison. The Hubble Space Telescope can photograph scenes as far as more than 10 billion light-years away. It sounds impressive. But the stars it photographed are all galaxies. Level existence. At such a long-distance scale, it is possible that a huge river system equivalent to the Milky Way can only occupy 1 pixel in the photo. To be more specific, Pluto is only a few billion kilometers away from Earth. Only a few light-hours away. At this scale, the picture of Pluto taken by the Hubble Space Telescope is just a faint point of light. And no details can be seen clearly. And Xiaoyu is more than 6,000 light-years away from the solar system. At this distance, if there is no dust cloud obstruction, Xiaoyu will be able to take a photo of Jupiter equivalent to the size of a football. With the help of this powerful telescope, Xiaoyu will start tracking the mysterious black spot that escaped from the white dwarf star. Time is spent in repeated debugging and correction. 2 months pass by in a flash. The light from the Aquila 2 galaxy will reach Xiaoyu's telescope in 24 hours. Xiaoyu is ready for all this. 10,000 spaceships have already taken off and arranged in formation. The special non-polarizing protective shield has been activated, and an invisible energy shield completely covers these spacecrafts. This protective shield will be used to withstand the powerful energy from the nova explosion. Shooting has already started. There are still 22 hours until the light of the white dwarf nova explosion arrives. Through the telescope, Xiaoyu saw one after another faint flashes of light in the Aquila 2 galaxy. Xiaoyu knew that it was the light that erupted from his own spaceship. These rays of light traveled a long distance of 1.4 light-years and were captured by themselves again. Looking at the exploding light of these spaceships and recalling the battle with the Yaja civilization, Xiaoyu felt a little sad. There are still 4 hours until the light of the white dwarf's nova explosion arrives. At this time, Xiaoyu saw satellite number 1. In the image, the comet tail of satellite number 1 has spread out, under the illumination of the red dwarf star in the binary star. The comet tail of satellite number 1 is unusually bright and huge. Xiaoyu had already seen this scene once in the Aquila 2 galaxy. And now, Xiaoyu repeated the process again. Time passed slowly. Xiaoyu witnessed with his own eyes that satellite number 1 was stretched into a long strip and hit the white dwarf star. Xiaoyu saw with his own eyes that powerful alien beast jumped up on the white dwarf star and punched satellite number 1. Everything that shattered everything was like yesterday reappearing. In Xiaoyu's field of vision, the luminosity of the white dwarf star suddenly increased. At this moment, its luminosity far exceeded that of its companion star. Even though he was 1.4 light-years away, Xiaoyu still noticed the tragic aura that destroyed the world. A large amount of material was thrown away from it. An extremely strong radiation erupted from it. The first one to bear the brunt was its companion star. Xiaoyu saw that the red dwarf star was affected. At this moment, its luminosity increased by more than 10 times. And a long tail appeared where its back was facing the white dwarf star. Chapter 128 Quaternary Computer. The explosion of the Earth. The collision of Jupiter and the Moon. And the collision of Tianyuan A with Tianyuan 4 are simply nothing compared to the explosion of new stars. To put it simply, one is at the galaxy level, and the other is at the river system level. The two cannot be compared. Under the influence of the powerful energy released by the nova explosion, the stellar material of the red dwarf was stripped away and dragged behind, forming a tail. At the same time, the accretion disk surrounding the white dwarf was also blown away in an instant. Up to megatons of material were blown into space. In this strong material release phenomenon, Xiaoyu keenly captured the trace of the black spot. At this moment, Xiaoyu observed its orientation, speed and other information, and tracked it for 10 minutes. After analysis, Xiaoyu came to a very surprising conclusion. It actually flew in the direction of the Aquila galaxy? Before, I was worried that it would fly too far and I wouldn't be able to catch it. But now it's okay. I'm 90% sure in this direction. Catch it. After capturing the information about this black spot, Xiaoyu relaxed and began to observe every detail of this white dwarf nova explosion in detail. This level of energy explosion phenomenon is very helpful for improving Xiaoyu's scientific and technological theory. 10 minutes later, Xiaoyu saw that violent energy came to the only planet in this binary star system. At this moment, the gas of this gaseous planet was heated by radiation. and the uneven heat caused a powerful storm that even Xiao Yu could observe on the planet's surface, roaring back and forth on the planet's surface. At the same time, the planet was also blown out of its long tail in the direction away from the white dwarf. At this moment, the brightness of this white dwarf star was even brighter than when Xiao Yu saw Aquila 1. Through the distance and apparent magnitude, Xiao Yu calculated the absolute magnitude of the white dwarf star at this moment, and then calculated the brightness of the white dwarf star when viewed from the Earth without the obstruction of interstellar dust. The result of the calculation is that if there is no interstellar dust obstruction, this white dwarf star will be brighter than Sirius when viewed from the Earth. Such an explosion of energy frightened Xiao Yu. At the same time, I secretly rejoiced in my heart. Fortunately, it is just a nova explosion. Otherwise, even if it is a Type Ia supernova explosion with the weakest energy among supernova explosions, I will never be able to escape it at this distance. The violent burst of energy lasted for a full week. After a week, the white dwarf star slowly dimmed. Its companion star and the tail behind the poor planet finally disappeared. In this week, the white dwarf released as much energy as the sun would have released in hundreds of millions of years. This is the power of stellar catastrophe. The dimming of the white dwarf's luminosity means the end of this energy burst. The white dwarf is quiet again. However, its companion star is still continuously delivering mass to it. It may be more than 10 years later, or it may be millions of years later. It will inevitably have another nova explosion. This time, the violent energy explosion caused by Xiao Yu, which led to the death of the powerful alien beast, finally came to an end. In the space, there is only a spreading nebula, silently telling the story of this explosion. However, this nebula cannot exist for too long. As time goes by, it will become thinner and thinner, and will eventually dissipate into the vast universe, disappearing all traces. This shocking battle will be lost in the long river of time, and no one will know about it anymore. From this moment on, the Eagle Nebula will no longer be a level 2 dangerous area. Everything is ready. It's time to set off for the Tianning 3-star systems. Xiao Yu thought silently. The planet where the Yamen civilization is located is 1.16 light-years away from Aquila, and 20.7 light-years away from Aquila. It is a young yellow dwarf star with a mass similar to that of the Sun, and is about 3 billion years old. During this period of time, through the newly built super telescope, Xiao Yu has conducted several observations of this star system and obtained a large amount of data. This star has a total of 3 planets, of which one is an Earth-like planet and 2 are Jupiter-like planets. The home planet of Yamen civilization is the Earth-like planet. This is a planet twice as heavy as the Earth. It is 1.7 billion kilometers away from its parent star. There is liquid water on the planet. Generally speaking, the environment of this planet is not much different from that of the Earth. However, 2 planets with similar environments have evolved 2 completely different civilizations. This phenomenon caused Xiao Yu to think deeply. After a long time, Xiao Yu found a reasonable explanation. Perhaps this is the butterfly effect, or chaos effect. A small change in the initial variables will cause a huge difference in the final result. All preparations are made. Then, let's set off. First, set off in the direction of the Aquila twin galaxy. Capture the unknown black spot that exploded from the alien beast. Then change the course and move towards the Aquila triple galaxy. The total voyage is expected to take 67 years. I hope that during this period, there will be no trouble in the Yaja civilization. Thinking about these problems, Xiao Yu controlled the huge fleet, started the engine, and left the galaxy where he had stayed for nearly 100 years. Hey! In the past 100 years, I have been disturbed by the white dwarf alien beast, and my technology has basically not made much progress. Then, I need to make good use of this time during the journey. First, I need to solve the problem, yes. It's still a matter of computing power. The second-generation photon computer is already outdated, and it can no longer provide me with enough computing power. It's time to develop a third-generation photon computer. During the long journey, Xiao Yu conducted intense research. The computer Xiao Yu is using now is a ternary computer, which uses light of different wavelengths to represent 0, 1, and -1 respectively. 1 represents true, -1 represents false, and 0 represents unknown. It was because of the adoption of the ternary system that Xiao Yu achieved great breakthroughs in computing science. However, as the size of Xiao Yu's fleet became larger and larger, Xiao Yu's computing power began to become tense again. For example, now, Xiao Yu's fleet has reached hundreds of thousands of ships. If these spacecraft are manipulated to start a battle, Xiaoyu's computing power will be completely occupied. This is the result after Xiaoyu adopted computational shunting. Xiaoyu has tried his best to hand over the data to automated programs for processing. But there is some data that must be processed by Xiaoyu. For example, in a space battle, when facing an energy cannonball, the automatic program will come to the conclusion that it should be avoided. But what if Xiaoyu intends to use the destruction of this spacecraft to lure more enemy spacecrafts to take the bait? This data cannot be processed by automated programs. Automated programs will never be able to compete with the human brain until they evolve true artificial intelligence. Xiaoyu, on the other hand, would never be interested in creating artificial intelligence at the risk of mutation and loss of control. Again, as long as you have enough computing power, you can just leave everything to yourself. Why take the risk to develop artificial intelligence? What could be more reassuring than building a spaceship yourself? Therefore, it is imperative to develop new computers. This time, Xiaoyu plans to conduct a comprehensive upgrade of the computer, from ternary to quaternary. The quaternary computer will be able to accommodate more states and be closer to the thinking of the human brain. A quaternary computer consists of 4 states: true, false, pseudo-true, and unknown. Compared with a ternary computer, it has a state of false truth. This is a fuzzy state. There is no absolute good and evil in the world. If it is replaced with computer language, it means that certain data is half true and half false. Status. During the long journey, Xiaoyu hopes to complete the hardware construction theory of the quaternary computer and the writing of the underlying machine language. While developing the quaternary computer, Xiaoyu also awakened more than 1,000 Luca people who had not mutated, allocated part of their computing power, and started research work with them on repairing the mutated Luca people's bodies. Xiaoyu hopes that Luca society can return to normal as soon as possible, because only with the support of a stable Luca society can those Luca scientists work with peace of mind and contribute their wisdom to themselves with peace of mind. However, the result disappointed Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu and scientists from Luca have been conducting relevant research for 20 years, but have found nothing. This byproduct of the white dwarf alien beasts manipulating the thinking of living creatures is extremely powerful. So far, Xiaoyu has been unable to find any way to eliminate mutant cells while preserving normal cells. In desperation, Xiaoyu had to give up related research first. Perhaps, after obtaining part of the body tissue of the white dwarf alien beast, we can get some inspiration by studying its body structure. Or, after arriving in the Aquila galaxy, we may gain something from the Yadi civilization. It is not certain. During the long voyage, more than 20 years passed by in a flash. During this period of time, Xiaoyu's fleet traveled more than 8 trillion kilometers at a speed of 10,000 kilometers per second, a distance of 0.83 light years. Based on the initial momentum and direction, as well as the deceleration of dust, the influence of nearby stars and other factors, the body tissue of the alien beast that was blown out of the white dwarf star should be nearby. Then, let's start the preparations. Xiaoyu gave the order. Immediately, tens of thousands of village-level spacecraft, led by 5 county-level spacecraft, broke away from the large force and began to slow down. After decelerating to 0, they began to accelerate in reverse. During the voyage away from the main fleet, a large number of transit satellites were spread out to serve as communication links. At the same time, all kinds of detection equipment are also turned on at full power, trying their best to collect all information within 10 billion kilometers nearby. Chapter 129, A Finger. Because Xiaoyu's fleet and the unknown black spot are coming towards each other, this means that the sum of the speeds of the two has reached an astonishing 18,000 kilometers per second. At such a high speed, the two sides will passing by. There is no way to start a capture operation. Therefore, Xiaoyu's capture fleet needs to slow down first and reduce the relative speed to this unknown black spot, so that it can be captured at a relatively low speed. This is the cosmic dust belt, and the density of matter here is hundreds of times higher than the density of interstellar vacuum. Under such a density of matter, an object traveling at high speed will inevitably hit interstellar dust, and during the impact, weak radiation will burst out. By detecting this radiation, Xiaoyu will be able to find any object with a certain mass and speed that travels near him. In fact, Xiaoyu's fleet is also emitting this kind of radiation all the time. If there are some entities hidden in the dark, if they search deliberately, they will be able to easily obtain all the data on Xiaoyu's fleet, including the number of spaceships, spacecraft volume and mass, and other information. This is the disadvantage of sailing within the nebula. Any object with a certain speed and volume will expose its body shape. The part of the body tissue that was blown out of the white dwarf alien beast undoubtedly had these characteristics. Therefore, as long as Xiao Yu's initial prediction is correct, as long as it really passes here, no matter how dark it is, and how weak the visible light is, Xiao Yu can find it. The total number of spacecraft involved in the search reached 30,000. These 30,000 spacecraft are spread out into a huge circle with a diameter of 100 million kilometers. Like a giant net, and the effective search range reaches a diameter of 5 billion kilometers. As long as the unknown black spot passes through the effective search range, Xiao Yu will definitely be able to find its traces. The observation data cannot be without errors, which means that Xiao Yu does not know the specific orbit of this black spot. But this huge network with a diameter of 5 billion kilometers has collected all possible orbits of this black spot. Cover. Xiao Yu is at least 90% sure that he can be caught and brought to justice. There is 1 day left before the calculated encounter time, and the estimated relative speed of Xiao Yu's capture fleet and the black spot has dropped to 50 kilometers per second. The search equipment equipped on these 30,000 spacecraft is turned on at full power. Any radiation passing through will be captured by Xiao Yu. These data will first go through the preliminary screening of automated equipment, and the data that meets the conditions and cannot be distinguished by the automatic program will be selected and handed over to Xiao Yu for processing. With this accuracy, trillions of data are captured every second, and tens of millions of suspected data are handed over to Xiao Yu for processing. In this huge ocean of data, Xiao Yu is searching nervously traces of target data. The distance is too far. The radiation source is estimated to be 300 billion kilometers away, and it cannot be this one. The intensity is too low. It is expected that its relative nebula motion speed is only 1,000 kilometers per second. Not this. Xiao Yu searched slowly, and finally, a piece of data entered Xiao Yu's mind, and Xiao Yu's eyes lit up. The motion speed of the relative nebula reaches 6,700 kilometers per second, and the radiation source comes from 700 million kilometers away. After the orbit is reversed, its orbit basically overlaps with the Aquila binary galaxy. This is it! Xiao Yu immediately manipulated the observation instruments on the capture fleet to lock on this target. As the observation deepened, more and more data was dug out by Xiao Yu. According to the multi-point radiation intensity measurement, it is probably irregular in shape, but generally cylindrical, with a diameter of about 300 meters, a length of 1 kilometer, a volume of about 70 million cubic meters, and a mass of 350 million tons. I don't know which part of the body of the white dwarf alien beast this thing is. Xiao Yu secretly guessed, controlled the landing spacecraft, and was ready to capture it. According to current data, the relative speed of the two is 50 kilometers per second. They are currently 1.7 billion kilometers apart. It is expected that the two parties will meet in 40 days. But Xiao Yu didn't want to wait so long. Xiao Yu first controlled the landing spacecraft to accelerate forward, approaching it at a speed of 2,000 kilometers per second. After approaching a certain distance, the landing spacecraft moved away from each other and spread out into a tube shape. By then, this unknown substance will pass through the inside of the tube, and Xiao Yu's spacecraft will attach to it one by one like blood-sucking leeches. 5 days later, the first spacecraft finally encountered it. The relative speed of the two is 300 kilometers per second. But this speed, faced with the powerful maneuverability of the spacecraft, can be compensated by just over 100 seconds of acceleration. Therefore, the spacecraft quickly accelerated in the opposite direction. The relative speed was quickly reduced to 1 kilometer per second, and after a few seconds of precise control, the relative speed was reduced to 100 meters per second. At this time, the spacecraft next to it launched 5 artificial suns. The so-called artificial sun is a supergiant flare. These 5 artificial suns, hundreds of thousands of kilometers apart from each other, will be able to illuminate all space within these hundreds of thousands of kilometers. At this time, the distance between Xiao Yu's spacecraft and the unknown object was only 30 kilometers. At this distance, Xiao Yu finally saw the entire object through the visible light band. It was an approximately cylindrical object with a thick end and a thin end, with a black and uneven surface. Seeing this thing, Xiao Yu finally came to a conclusion. This should be the finger of the white dwarf alien beast. Yes, it is the finger. Most likely, it is the last part of one of its fingers. The palm of the white dwarf alien beast is similar to that of humans, and also shows a segmented structure. This thing should be the last part of its finger, because Xiao Yu found a structure similar to nails on the thin end of this thing. to the white dwarf alien beast. This is just a finger, which is insignificant compared to its overall size. But to Xiaoyu, this is a behemoth. In order to capture this thing, Xiaoyu dispatched a total of 30,000 spacecraft. The contrast in strength between the two was once again nakedly revealed at the moment when Xiaoyu finally came into contact with the other party's entity, which gave Xiaoyu a feeling of looking up at the mountains, stopping at the scenery, and could only look up. Feel. The first small spacecraft launched the landing operation. This is the smallest, but most maneuverable village-level spaceship. It slowly approached the thing, and under the control of the fine-tuning engine, slowly landed on the surface of the thing. The hatch opened, and hundreds of robots carrying micro-engines came out. They took out something that looked like a rocket engine, punched holes in the weird thing, and fixed the thing on it. During the process of drilling the hole, Xiaoyu discovered that the hardness of this thing was not as strong as he imagined. According to Xiaoyu's calculations, this strength of material could not even support the huge monster to stand up. However, Xiaoyu has not yet carried out detailed material analysis and cannot give an explanation yet. After the first engine was installed, these robots shipped out the second one. Following a certain pattern, these robots installed more than 100 engines on it before returning to the village-level spaceship and leaving this object. Of course, before leaving, they did not forget to take down some specimens and transport them to the Yanjing for Xiaoyu to analyze. Under the illumination of 5 artificial suns, every surface detail of this object was revealed. Every wrinkle and every bulge on it was closely analyzed by Xiaoyu. After the first spaceship left, the second batch of 50 spaceships arrived. The surface area of this object is about 1 square kilometer, and these 50 spaceships are scattered within this area and are busy working. At least 100,000 robots have come here, and they are busy shuttling here, driven by the micro-engines carried on their backs. In the small space, there were flashes of light and figures everywhere. After the second batch of spacecraft, there were more than 100 spacecraft in the third batch. More robots joined the work, and more engines were installed on the surface of the object. Because this thing is too big, Xiaoyu doesn't have a spacecraft to put it in whole. If it is decomposed, Xiaoyu is worried that some structures will be damaged. So he can only adopt this method, install an engine on it, and transform it into a simple spaceship with basic power, followed his fleet to the 3 Aquila systems. After arriving at the Aquila galaxy, we will conduct detailed research. What these robots install on its surface are, in addition to countless engines, protective cover instruments. Under the protection of these instruments, this thing will no longer be afraid of the impact of interstellar meteorites. After robots spread all over the surface of this thing, Xiaoyu made another unexpected discovery. It was a weird cone-shaped spacecraft. This spaceship is slanted into the unknown material. It is about 15 meters long and has a cone bottom diameter of about 8 meters. Overall, it is smaller than Xiaoyu's village-level spacecraft. What is this? Could it be that a passing spacecraft hit this thing and then lost power and could no longer leave? Or, this spacecraft was simply captured by the white dwarf alien beast for some reason, and then it was imprisoned by it. When the nova exploded, it happened to follow the blown-out finger and embarked on this space voyage together. While Xiaoyu was thinking, he manipulated the robot to dig it out, put it into a township-level spaceship, transported it to the city-level spaceship, Shijiazhuang, and analyzed it. Chapter 130. There is a person. After the capture operation lasted for a day, tens of thousands of engines had been fixed on this piece of body tissue of the white dwarf alien beast. In order to install these engines, Xiaoyu also specially made a 3-dimensional model of this unknown object and analyzed each of its stress-bearing points. These engines are built on their stress points. At this time, the squadron involved in capturing this object was already nearly 60 billion kilometers away from Xiaoyu's main fleet. Between the two fleets, tens of thousands of communication satellites undertake the communication task. This distance will gradually shorten in the remaining 30 years of the voyage, and eventually, the two will reach the Aquila galaxy together. In the vast space, a huge fleet composed of 30,000 spaceships was escorting a cylindrical thing in the center. Advancing rapidly, tens of thousands of engines on the cylinder sprayed blue flames together, taking this thing with them, and setting off with a large army. Next to it, there are dozens of county-level spacecraft following, refueling these engines at any time. Between the spacecraft and this piece of material, robots with micro-engines are constantly shuttling back and forth. At the same time, inside the Shijiazhuang, Xiaoyu looked at this strange-looking spacecraft and fell into deep thought. Xiaoyu could not analyze what materials this spacecraft was made of. But Xiaoyu knew that the materials of this spacecraft were very strong. At least no worse than the materials of the water droplets he encountered that time. Unlike the water drop SHL, the material of this spacecraft is not constructed by strong interaction forces. It uses a completely different manufacturing method from the water drop. This kind of technology cannot be analyzed or imitated by Xiaoyu. Only through the analysis of the laser spectrum analyzer, Xiaoyu could get a rough idea of its manufacturing material. The material appears to be made from hydrogen gas. Hydrogen is the most basic and most abundant element in the universe. All other elements in the universe are produced by the fusion of hydrogen. The hydrogen element in this material is not hydrogen in the usual sense. It is in a wonderful state and becomes solid, except for being slightly similar to neutron star material. The material in this state has no similarity to any material known to Xiaoyu. This kind of material cannot be seen through or destroyed. So Xiaoyu has no way of knowing what is hidden in this spacecraft. This spacecraft does not seem to accidentally hit the alien beast's finger in the universe. Its material strength is enough to withstand the strong gravity of the white dwarf star. It is very likely that it has been with the white dwarf alien beast. I just don't know this ship. Where did the spaceship come from? And I don't know how the white dwarf alien beast obtained it. Xiaoyu's head was full of doubts. But there was really no way to open it. So I had to put it aside for later study. The journey was still going on. During the long journey, Xiaoyu thought of the beasts who had fought with him. Yemen's lifespan reaches 30,000 years. Their abilities will gradually improve with age. They can become qualified warriors at about 8,000 years old. Their combat effectiveness reaches its peak at 20,000 years old. After that, they will slowly age. Well, in about 500 years, new warriors will appear on their home planet. And then they will have the ability to protect themselves. Well, I will protect them for 500 years. During these 500 years, I can just develop my technology. Xiaoyu thought slowly, sorting out the information about the strange beasts that he knew bit by bit. According to Luca 2, alien beast civilizations share a common feature, which is that individuals have extremely long lifespans, but their populations are small. Just like the Yaju civilization, the individual lifespan reaches 30,000 years, but the entire race only has 30,000 Yaju. There is also the white dwarf alien beast, which is the only one in its entire species. Their rarity determines that they cannot achieve much in science and technology. Xiaoyu knows that after reaching the third level of civilization, the development of science and technology is no longer driven by the ability of a certain genius scientist. In other words, like Newton, Einstein, Heisenberg, etc. on the Earth. The phenomenon that Oppenheimer and others can push the technology of an entire race a big step forward with their own efforts will basically never happen again. After the third level civilization, the development of science and technology will show a subdivision phenomenon. Under one large subject, there will be countless small subjects. And the knowledge of one small subject is enough for a scientific and technological worker to devote his life's energy. At this stage, the development of science and technology must be promoted by the collective efforts of countless scientific and technological workers. Therefore, it is basically impossible for the alien civilization to achieve technological achievements. The relationship between population size and technological development also aroused Xiaoyu's thinking. Although, with the help of huge computing power, Xiaoyu can undertake research work in all disciplines by himself. Xiaoyu found that recently, his technological development seems to have reached a bottleneck. Xiaoyu's current technological level is no worse than that of the Luca civilization. So the Luca scientists have no better suggestions for this. Perhaps, after reaching the third level of civilization, technology can no longer be promoted by a single race, but must rely on exchanges with other civilizations to achieve progress. Hey, let's stay in the Aquila galaxy for 500 years first. If my technology still cannot make a breakthrough by then I will consider going out and actively communicating with other civilizations. Xiaoyu thought silently. While thinking about these things, Xiaoyu manipulated the robot and studied the specimens taken from the fingers of the white dwarf alien beasts. Under a high-power microscope, Xiaoyu saw its microstructure for the first time. Research shows that the white dwarf alien beasts are still cellular structures. But strangely, the strength of these cells does not seem to be stronger than the arrow beasts. This phenomenon caused Xiaoyu to think. Xiaoyu is certain that if the white dwarf alien beast's cell strength is only this small, then it is absolutely impossible for it to withstand the strong gravity of the white dwarf star. There must be something in this that I haven't discovered, Xiaoyu thought, putting this piece of flesh and blood into a strong electric field. intending to carry out further research. However, as soon as it entered the strong electric field, this piece of flesh and blood showed a reaction that was beyond Xiaoyu's expectation. Xiaoyu saw that during the process of cutting the electric field, it seemed that some energy was being generated from this piece of flesh and blood. With the generation of this energy, the already shriveled cell structure in this piece of flesh and blood was rapidly growing. It became plump. Is the energy replenished? Xiaoyu was very interested and immediately began to try to strengthen the electric field strength and speed up the movement of this piece of flesh and blood. The consequence of this was that after Xiaoyu spent all the energy that could be produced by about 1 kilogram of fusion fuel, this piece of flesh and blood underwent strange changes. Xiaoyu saw that there was some kind of dark green light emanating from it, and its intensity increased to an astonishing level. This mechanism is somewhat similar to an energy shield, Xiaoyu thought. They all rely on energy for a living. Without energy, the shield will disappear, and the flesh and blood will lose its own strength and become ordinary. Pass. Just when he was about to start the next step of research, suddenly, there was a noise next to him, which immediately attracted Xiaoyu's attention. Through the ubiquitous surveillance equipment, Xiaoyu saw a shocking picture. There is the warehouse where the unknown spacecraft is stored. Under Xiaoyu's gaze, a door had appeared at the bottom of the conical spacecraft and was slowly opening. What's going on? Xiaoyu thought in confusion. Could it be that the life forms in this spaceship are still alive? The technological content of this spaceship is at least several levels higher than Xiaoyu's, which means that this spacecraft is as irresistible to Xiaoyu as it is to that drop of water. If this spaceship launches and attacks Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu doesn't think he can fight it. Don't look at Xiaoyu's 30,000 spaceships here, including 3 city-level spaceships, all of which are equipped with protective covers. However, if a fight really breaks out, this spaceship will directly ram into it, and it can also destroy Xiaoyu's fleet. Crippled, all protective shields and energy cannons have no effect. At this moment, facing the unknown, Xiaoyu's mind became tense. The movements of this strange spaceship continued. The door was still moving slowly, and the gap between it and the hull was getting wider and wider. Finally, the door completely retracted into the hull next to it, and was replaced by an entrance 2 meters wide and 3 meters high. Inside, there was a faint colorful light radiating out. Xiaoyu did not act rashly, but continued to watch closely, waiting for its next move. However, after the door was opened, there was no movement from the spacecraft. Xiaoyu thought carefully. It seems to be letting me in? I don't know if it's a creature or a program that controls all of this. Whatever. I'll go in and have a look. Xiaoyu made up his mind, controlled a small robot, and began to approach here. In this door, the colorful light is still flashing, which is very beautiful. Under this light, this door seems to contain a bit of sacred meaning. This robot is like a pilgrim walking towards the gate of heaven. The robot soon arrived at the door. Through the monitoring equipment installed on the robot, Xiaoyu is always paying attention to the movements here. But something strange happened. Although there was only one door between them, Xiaoyu could not see anything inside the door. It's a blessing, not a curse. It's a curse that can't be avoided. So I'll go in and have a look. Xiaoyu gritted his teeth, manipulated the robot, and stepped in. As soon as he stepped in, the gorgeous colorful light disappeared immediately. And then, Xiaoyu saw a scene that shocked him. Here, there is a coffin with a person lying in the coffin. Chapter 131. A woman. The space inside the spacecraft is not very large. Only a small room about 5 meters square. In this small room, Xiaoyu could not see any machinery and equipment. The walls were milky white, and light emanated from the walls, reflecting the coffin in the center of the room. In fact, it is not appropriate to call it a coffin. This thing is more like a glass freezer. Inside it lay a man. Yes, there was a person lying inside. A woman. This woman has a typical Oriental face, with an oval face, long hair, a well-proportioned figure, and a height of about 1.7 meters. She is wearing the familiar white shirt and black skirt that Xiaoyu remembers. And she is lying quietly. Her face was still rosy, as if she was asleep. The clothes she wore looked like the style of the 1990s on Earth. At this moment, Xiaoyu had a ridiculous feeling. This spaceship probably spent tens of millions of years on the white dwarf star accompanied by the alien beast. Finally, with the explosion of the new star, it and the alien beast's fingers were blown out and flew out in the universe, drifting in the middle. It has nothing to do with humans. However, after opening it, Xiaoyu found a human inside. Are you kidding me? Xiao Yu muttered to himself, manipulating the robot to approach the coffin. The closer he got, the more certain Xiao Yu was that this was definitely a human being. From this distance, Xiao Yu could even see a few faint freckles on her face. The coffin opened without making any sound. Xiao Yu saw those things that seemed to be glass creations slowly retracting into the ground. At this moment, Xiao Yu felt that his brain seemed to have stopped functioning. But this woman did not sit up as Xiao Yu expected, and then gave Xiao Yu a smile. She was still lying there quietly, without any movement. At this time, Xiao Yu received a message. This message did not have any text carrier, but was a pure piece of information. It was like telepathy. Xiao Yu understood the meaning of this message in an instant. I am the intelligent program of the 1990 spacecraft. Nice to meet you. I'm sorry that it took so long to open the hatch after detecting your thought fluctuations, because I don't have much energy left, and it took a little time to mobilize energy. Well, since the 1990 spacecraft was destroyed, I have been transferred to this rescue capsule. During these 10,000 years, I have been working hard to fight against the number 3 alien creature to prevent it from destroying the rescue capsule. But because of excessive energy consumption and too long a time, astronaut number 1 still died. I can only save her body and wait for your arrival. The specific process is in the black box chip. Detailed records. You can check later. Xiao Yu was shocked and stayed for a moment. This piece of information contains a lot of things. Xiao Yu noticed this sentence. It took so long to open the hatch after detecting your fluctuations in thinking. Where are you from? Xiao Yu first asked the most important question. My thought fluctuations? Does my thought fluctuations have anything to do with it? Could it be that my thought fluctuations are very similar to its creator, causing him to mistakenly think that we are of the same race? So he opened the hatch? If this is the case, there is too much intelligence for analysis. To Xiao Yu's expectation, this intelligent program did not answer Xiao Yu's question. It seemed to be just a preset program. I have transferred all the experimental data I have collected over the past 10,000 years to the black box chip. You can hand it over to the Central Academy of Sciences for relevant personnel to conduct research. Xiao Yu thought silently. Black box chip? Central Academy of Sciences? It seems that it really regards me as its maker. Or it mistakenly thinks that I am a sibling of its maker. So it has this kind of last words. What is going on? Xiao Yu's head was in chaos, and he couldn't think of a clue. Information from this intelligent program is still being transmitted into Xiao Yu's mind. Okay. Please charge me as soon as possible after taking away the black box chip and the remains of astronaut number 1. During this time, I will contact smart number 1 and submit the voyage log of the 1990s. Well, if there is nothing else, please leave the cabin as soon as possible. I still have some work to do, and these tasks are not suitable for you to watch here. After Xiao Yu fully understood this information, a black chip the size of a fingernail slowly floated out from the wall next to him. Xiao Yu was stunned for a moment, then manipulated the robot to take the chip in his hand, then picked up the motionless woman lying there, and left the spacecraft. When he was still one step away from the hatch, Xiao Yu received another message. Alarm. Alarm. Link cannot be established with Smart 1. Alarm. Alarm. The energy is about to be exhausted. Please recharge as soon as possible. At the same time, Xiao Yu saw that the door that had been retracted into the cabin slowly stretched out again. Xiao Yu immediately manipulated the robot to take a step forward, walked out of the spacecraft, and the door was closed. Xiao Yu manipulated the robot and stood there holding this mysterious woman. His mind was in a mess, and the last message was still echoing. Alarm. Alarm. The energy is about to be exhausted. Please recharge as soon as possible. Has the energy consumption been completed? Xiao Yu smiled bitterly. Then there is no other way. I don't even know what type of energy you use, and I don't know how to recharge it for you. Also, what's going on with this woman? Black box chip? Xiao Yu's mind was in chaos, and he couldn't calm down. Let's do a genetic analysis on this woman first to see if she is human. After thinking about it, Xiao Yu made a decision. At present, Xiao Yu does not have relevant medical equipment, but the technological foundation is there. It only took Xiao Yu one day to manufacture the relevant equipment. Looking at the familiar cell structure under a high-power electron microscope, Xiao Yu was speechless. Genetic comparisons have been done. Various fluoroscopy studies have been done. And all of this shows that the woman in front of her is indeed from Earth. The Earth has exploded. Where did this woman come from? Xiao Yu was puzzled. First sort out all the information. Xiao Yu forced himself to calm down and analyzed the known information bit by bit. Just assume that this woman is so similar to an Earthling. It's just a coincidence. Let's assume that this woman is not an Earthling. Then a certain race in the universe created the spacecraft they said was in the 1990s. Then, the spaceship number 1990 was damaged. And this rescue capsule was captured by the strange beast for some unknown reason. During this period of time, this alien beast has been unable to destroy the structure of the rescue capsule. As a result, when the nova exploded, the spacecraft flew out with a finger of the white dwarf alien beast, and was then captured by me. Capture. The most important thing is that the intelligent program of this spacecraft mistook me for one of their own species. Among their civilizations, there is the Central Academy of Sciences and specialized researchers. It seems to be a very complete technological civilization. Then, the most important point is, what is the relationship between humans on Earth and this race? To be able to build such a powerful spaceship, their technological level must be extremely advanced, and cannot be compared with the people on Earth. Their technological level is at least the level of a 5th level civilization, and it cannot be any lower than this. Perhaps this civilization originally had the same origin as the Earth civilization, but it was separated for some reason in the early stages? This is too unreliable. Xiaoyu shook his head and shook this idea out of his head. Instead of imagining a civilization that is very similar to human beings, it is better to just think that this woman is simply an Earthling, just because of some kind of the reason has come to this civilized society. According to Occam's razor, the simpler the inference, the higher the surname may be. Therefore, it is very likely that this woman is from Earth. Let's treat you as an Earthling for the moment. Xiaoyu silently looked at the silent woman lying on a platform, and felt a little ridiculous in his heart. In the vast universe, I finally met a fellow clan member. But this clan member was dead. The black box chip mentioned by artificial intelligence has been analyzed by Xiaoyu. But the facts have disappointed Xiaoyu extremely. Xiaoyu couldn't analyze this chip at all. Naturally, there was no way to know the information recorded on it. In desperation, Xiaoyu had to keep it properly. The technology of this civilization is really powerful. A life-saving capsule can actually preserve a body for thousands of years, making it look as if it is alive. Xiaoyu sighed, and made a new storage box by himself to store this body. The woman put it in. Although the storage box made by Xiaoyu is not as good as the one inside, it is not a problem to preserve the woman in her original appearance for hundreds of years. After a few hundred years, maybe Xiaoyu has found another way to store corpses. After transporting the spacecraft to the storage room, Xiaoyu forced himself to suppress his inner doubts and continued his research work. However, there is always one question that cannot be suppressed no matter what. This question kept swirling in Xiaoyu's mind. Are all my people really dead? Is there a corner in this universe where my people still exist? I am afraid that Xiaoyu will not be able to find the answer to this question in a short time. Chapter 132, Provincial Spaceship. Hubei. After properly preserving the woman's body, Xiaoyu urgently launched biotechnology research. Life is the most magical thing in the universe, and Xiaoyu does not expect to be able to resurrect this woman. Resurrecting dead life is not a technology that Xiaoyu can master. Xiaoyu was just trying to extract the information from this woman's brain through the study of the human brain. With this information, many of Xiaoyu's doubts might be answered. But this matter cannot be completed in a short time. Xiaoyu only set up a special laboratory and slowly started research in this area. After this matter came to an end, Xiaoyu continued to study the flesh and blood of alien beasts. This piece of flesh and blood is Xiaoyu's trophy. He has been through life and death to get this little bit. Naturally, Xiaoyu has to find a way to make good use of it. Now, what Xiaoyu is conducting is a strength test on this flesh and blood specimen. Xiaoyu manipulated the robot and transported the piece of flesh and blood, which began to emit dark green light after charging, to the laboratory. He fixed it on the target, manipulated a robot, and held a high-speed gun. The machine gun started firing. This is a machine gun that uses the latest electromagnetic coil acceleration technology. The bullets it fires can reach a speed of more than 10,000 kilometers per second, based on kinetic energy alone. Its bullets can penetrate specialized steel plates up to 1 meter thick. This target is made of 1 meter thick steel plate. The robot pulled the trigger, and immediately, a high-speed bullet was fired from the muzzle. And it only took a very short time to reach the target. This steel plate was shot directly through. This phenomenon is a bit beyond Xiaoyu's expectation. I originally thought that this piece of flesh and blood would show an extremely powerful surname. But it couldn't. Was it just penetrated? Xiaoyu drove the robot over and inspected it carefully. This bullet directly penetrated the steel wall. And then, after contacting the cabin wall, was blocked by the energy shield. It turns out that this piece of flesh and blood is really powerful. Xiao Yu sighed sincerely after seeing the phenomenon in front of him. Xiao Yu discovered that it was not that the flesh and blood was penetrated, but that the bullet carried it directly through the steel wall with a thickness of 1 meter and passed out from behind the steel wall. Xiao Yu put the piece of flesh and blood under the microscope again. After careful inspection, Xiao Yu came to the conclusion that under the impact of the bullet, the piece of flesh and blood did not show any signs of damage, and even the cells, none of the structures were damaged. It's just that the energy attached to it is reduced. After obtaining the experimental data, Xiao Yu manipulated the robot to change to a high-energy laser pistol and continue the next experiment. The result of the experiment was that the high-energy laser pistol fired for 10 minutes without causing any damage to it. I still don't believe it. At this time, Xiao Yu had a competitive mentality. So, Xiao Yu threw the piece of alien flesh and blood directly into the nuclear fusion reactor and took it out an hour later. The temperature and pressure in the nuclear fusion reactor have reached an unimaginable level. In terms of temperature alone, no substance known to Xiao Yu can remain intact at such a temperature. But the powerful performance of this flesh and blood specimen once again challenged the limits of Xiao Yu's thinking. Xiao Yu placed it in the nuclear fusion reactor and roasted it for a full hour before taking it out. Looking at the piece of flesh and blood of the alien beast in front of him that still showed no signs of damage, Xiao Yu sincerely admired it. It is worthy of being a powerful creature that can survive on a white dwarf star. Only this kind of powerful surname is in line with what Xiao Yu imagined. In the next 10 days, Xiao Yu tried various methods, but was still unable to cause any damage to the flesh and blood. After synthesizing all the experimental data, Xiao Yu came to a conclusion somewhat helplessly. The strength of this piece of material is unknown. The reason why it is unknown is because Xiao Yu can't find a way to destroy it at all. So he can't know its strength limit. But thinking about it, the strength of this piece of flesh and blood after charging should be similar to the SHL of that weird spaceship. After coming to this conclusion, Xiao Yu took many specimens from different parts of the finger and studied them one by one. After mastering the general properties of different materials in various parts, a plan gradually took shape in Xiao Yu's mind. The total mass of this finger reaches 350 million tons. This much stuff is enough for me to build a fleet. Well, first build a 50 million ton provincial spaceship, and then use the remaining mass. Build some city-level escort spaceships, as well as county, township, and village-level spaceships. In Xiao Yu's plan, this fleet will consist of 10,000 village-level spacecraft, 3,000 township-level spacecraft, 200 county-level spacecraft, 15 city-level spacecraft, and 1 provincial-level spacecraft. These spaceships will all use materials from the fingers of alien beasts as their overall frames. After spending 3 months making the overall plan, Xiao Yu couldn't wait to start the construction operation. In the starry sky, due to resource constraints, it is impossible to build the entire fleet here. But by dismantling the remaining spaceships, Xiao Yu will be able to build this provincial spacecraft first. At the same time, there was also a comprehensive breakthrough in the research and development of quaternary computers. Xiao Yu has completed the underlying hardware structure, as well as the preparation of various drivers and machine languages. After the application of new computers, Xiao Yu's computing power will be enhanced by at least 20 times based on the current level. Xiao Yu transformed the county-level spacecraft in this fleet into a manufacturing factory, and transformed the 3 city-level spaceships, Shijiazhuang, Langfang and Tangshan, into final assembly workshops. The township-level and village-level spaceships took on transportation tasks. A total of nearly 5 million robots participated in this construction project. They first separated the fingers of the alien beasts, sorted the materials for different uses, and processed them through various processing procedures in the manufacturing factory. After being broken into parts, they are transported to a municipal spacecraft for assembly. And then the final assembly work is performed in space. In the vast space, Xiao Yu's construction project is in full swing. Time passed slowly, and after 20 years, this provincial spaceship had begun to take shape. Because it was too large to fit in any spacecraft, this spacecraft was assembled directly in space. To this end, Xiao Yu first built hundreds of large shipyards for construction purposes. Looking at the huge spaceship that was slowly taking shape, Xiao Yu's heart was filled with joy. As long as there is enough energy, the ship is virtually indestructible. Moreover, the improvement in material strength also means an improvement in maneuverability. This spaceship will have no less flexibility than a village-level spacecraft. Of course, in order to have the same or even greater flexibility than the Village-class spacecraft. This spacecraft will consume more fuel. This is the first provincial spaceship, so let's name it after my hometown. Just call it Hebei. Xiao Yu thought for a while, and came up with a name. After the Hebei is completed, it will be 4,000 meters by 1,000 meters by 200 meters in size. It will be equipped with tens of thousands of energy cannons and countless laser cannons of various types. The total reserve of high-yield hydrogen bombs will reach 3 quadrillion tons. These hydrogen bombs can be launched as weapons during wartime. When fuel is insufficient, they can also be disassembled and used as fuel for spacecraft. The Hebei spacecraft already has the ability to destroy a planet on its own. This is a very remarkable technological leap for Xiao Yu. The Hebei spacecraft is already a fortress-level weapon of war. Amidst the busy construction work, Xiao Yu is getting closer and closer to his goal, the Sky Eagle galaxy. There is only about 0.1 light-year left. About 3 years of voyage. At this distance, Aquila has become the brightest star in the sky. The construction of the Hebei has also entered the final stage. The main body of the spacecraft has been built. As long as some internal wiring is laid and some instrument installation is completed, the entire spacecraft will be built. In order to build the Hebei spacecraft, Xiao Yu disassembled nearly 5,000 spacecraft and installed all these materials on the Hebei. The total mass of the Hebei reached 50 million tons. If fully loaded with weapons and fuel, its mass will reach about 80 million tons. A total of more than 300,000 robots are responsible for the daily maintenance of the Hebei, and more than 300 billion nanorobots are in service among them. This is the most powerful war fortress Xiao Yu has built so far. Aquila 3 is getting closer. There are 3 planets in the Aquila star system, 2 of which are large gaseous planets, and 1 is a rocky planet. The home planet of Yemen civilization is that rocky planet. Xiao Yu numbered the rocky planet 1, and the 2 gaseous planets number 2 and 3 respectively. Aquila is a star in its youth, and its stellar activity is not strong. So the distance between the heliosphere and the star is relatively close. About 15 billion kilometers. Xiao Yu is in this position now. The distance to the outermost gaseous planet is only 9 billion kilometers. And the distance to their Jupiter is still 14.8 billion kilometers. With only about 20 days of voyage left. At this distance, the advance force finally merged with the capture fleet that fell behind. The quaternary computer had been successfully developed and, after several years of testing, was fully put into use. The central computer on the Hebei is the latest computer using the quaternary system. The computing power of the central computer on the Hebei is about 20 times more powerful than the central computer on the Yanjing, Xiao Yu's current flagship. It's time to move, Xiao Yu thought with joy. After confirming that the surrounding environment was safe, Xiao Yu used radio waves to send himself from the Yanjing to the Hebei. Chapter 133, Infinitely Proliferating Alien Beasts. The Hebei is undoubtedly the most powerful and safest spacecraft in Xiao Yu's fleet at this stage. It has the strongest attack power, the strongest defense power, and the strongest computing power. The Hebei will become Xiao Yu's new flagship. Xiao Yu's current fleet has a total of more than 125,000 spaceships, including 1 provincial-level spacecraft, 8 city-level spacecraft, 1,000 county-level spacecraft, and the rest are township-level and village-level spacecraft, surrounded by more than 125,000 spacecraft. The Hebei sailed majestically in the void of the universe. Ahead, the huge gaseous planet number 3 has entered Xiao Yu's sight, and the distance is only 100 million kilometers away. Xiao Yu does not intend to stay here. Compared with Planet 3, Planet 2 is closer to the home planet of Yemen civilization, and is more suitable as a base. However, an unexpected situation disrupted Xiao Yu's plan. Through the telescope, Xiao Yu saw that there were faint flashes of light from time to time on the satellites around Planet 3, which seemed to be emitting something. What is this? Xiao Yu became confused. The Yaja civilization is an alien civilization. It is impossible for them to master this level of technology. Is it an alien civilization? Xiao Yu's heart immediately became tense. Are they well-intentioned or malicious? I wonder what the situation is like on the Yemen home planet. I promised those Yemen warriors to protect their clansmen. If something happens to their clansmen, I would be so sorry to them. Xiao Yu's heart became anxious. But Xiao Yu did not speed up. Instead, he controlled the spacecraft and began to slow down slowly. Slowing down means that Xiao Yu plans to stay around Planet 3. Before, Xiao Yu's fleet had been sailing normally. Now, as soon as it started to slow down, a strong flash of light burst out. A minute later, Xiao Yu saw that the recurring flash of light at planet number 3 disappeared. Here, it is nearly 100 million kilometers away from planet number 3. It takes almost exactly 1 minute to run back and forth at the speed of light. This scene means that the unknown creature on planet 3 immediately stopped its actions after discovering Xiao Yu's fleet. Xiao Yu remained vigilant and sent a radio broadcast. I am a human civilization from the third cantilever. What civilization are you from? Is it the Yaja civilization? If it is the Yaja civilization, please respond to me. I once fought side by side with 7,000 of your ancestors to eliminate the white dwarf alien beasts. After your ancestors died in battle, I accepted their commission. Come here to protect your safety. I believe your ancestors have informed you in advance, so there is no need to be wary of me. Xiao Yu knew that there was some kind of long-distance communication method between the arrow beasts, and their long-distance communication capabilities were even more advanced than Xiao Yu's. Xiao Yu's over-distance communication instrument can only maintain communication accuracy within 500 million kilometers. If it exceeds 500 million kilometers, a relay satellite is required to relay the information to keep the information flowing. However, the over-distance communication between Yajas seems to be there is no distance limit. This message was sent via radio broadcast, which meant that even if the other party responded immediately after receiving the message, Xiao Yu would not receive it until 1 minute later. However, Xiao Yu waited for 10 minutes, but still did not receive a response from this unknown entity. Xiao Yu's wariness increased again, so Xiao Yu broadcast another message. I know you received my message. If you don't respond to me, I will regard you as a hostile civilization. In order to ensure the safety of the Yaju, I will launch an attack on you. Time gradually passed, and 10 minutes later, Xiao Yu still did not receive any response. This is a bit wrong. No matter what, let's get ready for battle. It's just a good time to test the Hebei's combat effectiveness, Xiao Yu thought. With the Hebei number, Xiao Yu will no longer be afraid of any civilization below level 4. According to the Luca people, not to mention the 4th level civilization. Even if it is a 5th level civilization, whether it has such powerful materials is another matter. At this moment, Xiao Yu received a response from the unknown existence. This response was not sent through radio broadcasts, but was directly used to let Xiao Yu see their response plan. Xiao Yu saw that the light that was suspected of being launched by a rocket reappeared on planet number 3. The difference from before is that this time, the direction of emission of these bright spots seems to be towards itself. After seeing this scene, Xiao Yu sneered. Looking at your speed, you are only a level 3 civilization at best. Xiao Yu manipulated the spacecraft to further slow down, and at the same time formed a formation and prepared for battle. The two are 100 million kilometers apart, and their combined speed reaches 12,000 kilometers per second. They are expected to meet in 2 hours. As the distance got closer, Xiao Yu discovered something unusual. The number of these light points is too many as millions. Moreover, as time goes by, this number is still increasing. This number shocked Xiao Yu. A few million spaceships? This number is too shocking. Now it has increased to 10 million. Huh? It's still increasing? Is this a mechanical civilization? Or is it an infinitely proliferating creature in the civilization of alien beasts? Under the current biological structure of the universe, it is basically impossible for millions and tens of millions of spacecraft to be dispatched at the same time, because the spacecraft requires intelligent creatures to control it. And the more advanced the technology and the larger the spacecraft, the more control personnel are needed. If Xiao Yu did not rely on his huge computing power to directly control the spacecraft, Xiao Yu estimated that a county-level spacecraft would require at least 1,000 specially trained personnel to operate it, limited by population size. Generally speaking, the fleet size cannot be too large. Of course, powerful civilizations like Guardians and Sweepers are not included in this list. But this unknown civilization in front of us emitted more than 10 million light points this time. If a point of light represents a spaceship, then this number is terrifying enough. It can't be a technological civilization, let alone an ordinary alien beast civilization. It can only be a mechanical civilization, or an infinitely proliferating alien beast civilization. Xiao Yu came to the conclusion. Only a mechanical civilization would have such a huge number of spaceships. Mechanical civilization and infinitely proliferating alien beast civilization have something in common. That is, an extremely large number of combat tools, under the control of rigid programs. Mechanical civilization will use all the resources it sees to build spaceships, while the infinitely proliferating alien civilization will devour all the resources it sees and then turn them into his own child. In the language of the Earth Age, there is another more appropriate name for the infinitely proliferating alien beast civilization. That is, Zerg. Xiao Yu raised the alert level to the highest level. The distance between the two is getting closer. Through the faint light of stars and the ultra-high-resolution telescope, Xiao Yu finally saw clearly what these light spots were. What caught Xiao Yu's eyes were countless spaceships with strange shapes. These spaceships were not large in size. Only about 3 meters by 2 meters by 1 meter. And the whole body showed an irregular saucer shape. The surfaces of these spacecraft are uneven. But there are no obvious bulges. Xiao Yu saw obvious jets of light behind them. And it seemed that they used these as motivation. Seeing this, Xiao Yu is basically certain that this is the Zerg civilization. The reason is very simple. The surfaces of spaceships of technological civilization are generally smooth. And it is unlikely that there will be uneven surfaces, which symbolizes rough craftsmanship. Xiao Yu felt worried again in his heart. I wonder what happened to the Yaju civilization. I hope there has been no major damage. Hey, capturing a finger of the white dwarf alien beast took up too much of my time. Xiao Yu is not afraid of these strange beasts. Xiao Yu himself is now a being similar to mechanical civilization. And both mechanical civilization and Zerg civilization are famous for their huge number of combat tools. In terms of quantity, Xiao Yu is confident that he is no worse than any existence. Moreover, Xiao Yu also has the Hebei, the ultimate war fortress. Xiao Yu does not believe that these Zerg can even destroy the Hebei. Let's test their combat capabilities first, Xiao Yu thought, manipulating more than 120,000 spacecraft and launched a bullet torrent attack. After entering the third-level civilization, kinetic energy weapon attacks have been almost abandoned by Xiao Yu. However, thanks to their low cost and huge lethality against civilizations without protective shields, Xiao Yu still retains some high-rate machine guns. This time, the total number of bullets in this flood reached about 100 million, and the shooting speed reached 15,000 kilometers per second. At this rate, we will meet the opponent head-on in about 50 minutes. Because the distance is too far and the target is too small, laser weapons cannot play a big role above this distance. But the bullet torrent is different. Xiao Yu can use these low-cost gadgets to make coverage attacks, basically without having to consider the issue of aiming. Xiao Yu was waiting silently. 50 minutes later, the torrent of bullets reached the target. Through the telescope, Xiao Yu saw such a scene. Countless bullets hit these weird little spaceships and were bounced away. But more bullets followed. Finally, the bullets broke through their hard SHLs, driving them away from the large army and flying towards the depths of empty space. The engines at their rear also went out. This means that they will not have the ability to come back again. That is, they will die under the bullet attack. This round of bullet torrent attack probably wiped out about 300,000 small alien beasts. Chapter 134 Swallowing Stars. I didn't expect that kinetic energy weapons could cause such huge damage to such backward weapons. This situation was a bit beyond Xiao Yu's expectation. They are really too weak. But soon, Xiao Yu discovered that he was wrong. After the first round of bullet torrent attack, Xiao Yu observed a more obvious flash. And it seemed that more of these things were launched into space. After a little calculation, Xiao Yu came to a surprising conclusion. The number of Zerg entering space has exceeded the 100 million mark. And it's still growing. Such a huge number can completely cover up the weaknesses of individual combat strength. At this time, Xiao Yu discovered that the Zerg race had low individual strength. But they could win by relying on huge numbers. Xiao Yu has known this conclusion for a long time. But it is not until now that Xiao Yu truly understands this sentence. A huge number. Not 1 million. Not 10 million. But 100 million. Moreover, the number of 100 million is only the early stage of the battle. God knows how many more larvae the female insect can spray out. More than an hour has passed. And soon the two sides will enter the stage of close combat. Even with ordinary optical instruments, Xiao Yu could already see a large ray of light in the distance, like stars all over the sky, quickly heading towards him. So what if the number is large? Am I still afraid of you? Xiao Yu gritted his teeth and launched another bullet torrent attack. This attack will continue until they enter the effective range of the high-energy laser cannon. At that time, in order not to affect the effect of the laser cannon, Xiao Yu will stop the bullet torrent attack. Under the attack of the torrent of bullets, an astonishing scene appeared. Xiao Yu saw that the countless small spaceships with strange shapes began to change. Some transformed into monsters with legs and hands, and some transformed into a giant picture, the shape of the net, and some simply turned into the shape of a cannon. They fought back. Xiao Yu saw countless groups of things similar to energy cannon LS starting to attack him quickly. Is this your long-range attack method? Xiao Yu thought silently, decisively stopped attacking with kinetic energy weapons, and started shooting with laser cannons and energy LS. The distance between the two sides is now less than 100,000 kilometers, and they are within the shooting range of laser cannons and energy cannons. The energy LS launched by the Zerg contacted Xiao Yu's spacecraft first. Xiao Yu discovered that the energy of these energy cannons was extremely low, not even comparable to his own high-energy lasers. One energy cannonball could not even make the energy shield of his village-level spaceship flash. But there are so many of them. There were so many that it was beyond Xiao Yu's expectation. So far, the number of Zerg participating in the war has reached over 100 million. And countless more Zerg are constantly being added to the battlefield. One energy cannonball can't make the energy shield of the village-level spaceship flash. What about 10 rounds? What about 100 rounds? Under this attack, more than 100 of Xiao Yu's village-level spaceships were destroyed, and more than 10 township-level spacecraft were destroyed. This situation greatly exceeded Xiao Yu's expectations, and made Xiao Yu put aside his thoughts of underestimating the enemy. At the same time, Xiao Yu also received his victory. The power of the energy cannon fired by Xiao Yu is much higher than that of the Zerg's miniature energy cannon. Xiao Yu saw that in a place with the densest concentration of Zerg, a powerful energy L exploded. The violent energy swept through a space of several kilometers, and about 3,000 Zerg were vaporized at once. This is just the result of one energy cannonball. Xiao Yu fired hundreds of thousands of such LS, wiping out tens of millions of Zerg individuals. Xiao Yu also tried to launch a gravity bomb. As a result, after the gravity bomb exploded, it swept away the Zerg within hundreds of kilometers. Hundreds of thousands of Zerg were crushed by this gravity bomb. Spherical shape. Fortunately, their defense is not strong. Xiao Yu breathed a sigh of relief. This is the last round of long-range shooting. The distance between the two sides had shortened to less than 1,000 kilometers. Almost at the next moment, the Zerg rushed into Xiao Yu's fleet, and Xiao Yu's spaceship rushed into the insect swarm. Xiao Yu saw the Zerg fighting style for the first time. Among these Zerg, many different types of individuals have transformed. Xiao Yu saw that the Zerg that transformed into the shape of a cannon were constantly firing miniature energy LS, and the Zerg that transformed into a monster jumped directly to the surface of the spacecraft and endured facing the heat of the energy shield. He used his arms that had transformed into sharp bayonets to fiercely attack the outer L of the spacecraft. This fighting method made Xiao Yu very confused for a while. But thanks to the existence of the energy shield, the outer L of the spacecraft was not directly attacked. After the initial adaptation stage, Xiao Yu quickly launched a counterattack. Countless high-energy laser cannons began to fire accurately, and energy LS were launched specifically at the gathering places of the Zerg. Thousands of Zerg died every moment, and Xiao Yu also paid a heavy price for this. Xiao Yu saw that there were dozens of close-attack Zerg on the surface of a village-level spaceship. Its protective cover had dimmed and might disappear at any time. But Xiao Yu didn't have the ability to rescue it, because there are too many Zerg. Finally, after the village-level spacecraft withstood another attack from micro-energy cannonballs, its protective shield flickered and disappeared. Immediately, the outer L of the spacecraft, which was made of special steel, was directly attacked by the close-range attacking Zerg, and several cracks appeared. Inside the spacecraft, nanorobots are working hard to repair the damage, but the speed of repair cannot match the speed of destruction. Finally, after struggling for a minute, the engine area of the village-level spacecraft was attacked, and the entire spacecraft exploded and disintegrated. When he dies, he will also kill dozens of Zerg hanging on it. Scenes like this happen in many places on the battlefield. This weird attack method caused great losses to Xiao Yu. However, the spaceships that were destroyed were limited to village-level and township-level spacecrafts. County-level and above spacecrafts had not been destroyed yet because the protective shields were too tough. For the first time, Xiao Yu deeply realized the truth that ants kill an elephant. The endless Zerg, like fierce ants, were constantly biting off piece after piece of meat from Xiao Yu's body. This can't go on like this. Xiao Yu gritted his teeth and thought secretly. The Zerg mother insect has planet number 3 as its base. There is an entire planet and several satellites there. Its resources are almost unlimited, which means that you can create unlimited amounts of bugs. If this continues, I will be consumed by them sooner or later. Then let's attack its lair directly. After Xiao Yu made up his mind, He immediately began to accelerate the spacecraft and speed towards planet number 3. From planet 3 to the battlefield, a long river of light has appeared. Xiao Yu knew that it was composed of countless Zerg races. Through this long river, countless Zerg are added to the battlefield every moment. In this long river of light, Xiao Yu went upstream, traced his routes, and rushed towards the source of this long river. The female Zerg seemed to be aware of Xiao Yu's plan, and once again accelerated the speed of creating Zerg. Xiao Yu felt that not only the quantity, but also the quality of the Zerg he encountered had greatly improved, and their size was getting larger and larger. It seems that the closer to the mother insect, the more powerful the insect becomes. Is that true? Xiao Yu thought secretly. It seems that this female insect has the same thinking as me. In my fleet, the closer it is to the flagship, the stronger the protection is. The distance to planet number 3 is less than 10 million kilometers. Here, Xiao Yu truly encountered a sea of insects. Through the telescope, Xiao Yu saw an amazing scene. Planet number 3 has dozens of satellites, 5 of which have reached hydrostatic equilibrium and are generally spherical in shape. Among these 5 satellites, 4 satellites are the same as usual, but one satellite shows unique characteristics. Xiao Yu saw that the outer color of this satellite was actually black, and its surface seemed to be crawling. On it, there are Zergs being launched into space through some holes on the surface at every moment. Between the satellite and planet 3, Xiao Yu saw some special bugs again. These bugs are relatively low in size and move relatively slowly. They travel between planet 3 and this satellite. After arriving on this satellite, their size is significantly reduced, and then they will appear again, leave this satellite, and fly to satellite number 3 again. These seem to be fuel-collecting bugs. They take on the task of replenishing fuel for the mother bug. During the battle, Xiao Yu came to a conclusion. So, where are their mother insects? Xiao Yu once again carefully searched for the satellite. Could it be that it is hidden underground in this satellite? Why do these Zerg species all appear from inside the satellite? Xiao Yu was a little confused. But it shouldn't be possible. It shouldn't be necessary to hide inside the planet. It has no reason to do this. Xiao Yu thought slowly and analyzed the information more carefully, watching the Zerg being launched from the holes in the ground one by one, watching the fuel-collecting bugs coming in and out of the satellite's surface, and looking at the somewhat weird surface of the satellite. Xiao Yu slowly came to an astonishing conclusion. In conclusion, it seems that it is not the mother worm hiding inside the planet, but the satellite, which is in the mother worm's belly. The mother worm swallowed the entire satellite into its belly. Chapter 135 Brutal Collision. Xiao Yu's technology has developed so far that it has the ability to destroy a rocky planet or satellite. In fact, before the destruction of the Earth, humans on Earth already had this ability. That is, relying on a hydrogen bomb with a huge yield to directly blow it to pieces. The atomic bomb has an upper limit on its power, but the hydrogen bomb does not. As long as there is enough fusion fuel, there is almost no limit to the power of a hydrogen bomb. It's just that hydrogen bombs with larger yields are more difficult to manufacture. Relying on a hydrogen bomb with a yield of several quadrillion tons, Xiao Yu can directly blow up this satellite. However, even if technology has advanced to this level, Xiao Yu has never imagined that there would be such an amazing way to destroy a planet. That is, directly swallowing a planet. That's right. After careful observation, Xiao Yu discovered this amazing fact. This Zerg female insect did not hide inside the planet, but swallowed the planet whole. The mass of this satellite is about half that of the moon, reaching an astonishing 350 billion tons. No matter where it is placed, it is a behemoth. But now, it has lost its qualifications as a planet and has become the food of this insect mother worm. How many resources does a planet contain? After these resources are digested by the mother worm, how many Zerg races can be created? Hundreds of billions? How many trillions? Xiao Yu couldn't imagine it. The Zerg here are getting bigger and bigger, and their attack power is getting stronger and stronger. Xiao Yu sees that the attack power of the largest Zerg is almost catching up with his own village-level spaceship. Xiao Yu is less than 100,000 village-level spaceships. But how many such bugs are there? Infinite. Too numerous to count. This is the infinitely proliferating alien beast civilization. The magic of the creation of the universe is indeed beyond my imagination. Xiao Yu fell into shock. And then Xiao Yu thought of another question. I wonder how long it took for it to arrive here. How are the Yamans doing now? Xiao Yu saw 2 long rivers of light, one flowing towards him, and the other flowing towards the Aquila 3 galaxy, towards planet number 1. On planet number 1, There are only some aging or young arrow beasts left, and they do not have the ability to navigate through the stars. Quick fight! Xiao Yu immediately made up his mind. Xiao Yu already has a plan in mind. This female insect is powerful, but it has a fatal weakness, and that is its poor maneuverability. To deal with such a huge and difficult to move target, there is an excellent method that Xiao Yu can use. That is, the hydrogen bomb. The technological content of hydrogen bombs is not high, at least much lower than energy cannon weapons. It also has many shortcomings, such as low damage radius in space battles, bulkiness, slow launch speed, etc. However, the hydrogen bomb has an advantage that other weapons cannot match. Its power can be increased infinitely. Xiao Yu estimated that even if he reaches the 4th level of civilization, masters the unified theory, and develops various force field weapons, hydrogen bombs will still have a place in war, and will not withdraw from the stage of history. This advantage of it is really very practical when facing a planet-level fortress. There happened to be such a hydrogen bomb with a huge yield inside the Hebei. It was a huge hydrogen bomb with a yield of 1 quadrillion tons. This hydrogen bomb will have the ability to directly blow up a planet. Come and accept this gift from me, you damn bug! Xiao Yu thought to himself, manipulating his fleet and launching a bloody fight with the Zerg. Xiao Yu must fight his way out to clear the way for the launch of this hydrogen bomb. Objectively speaking, Xiao Yu's overall strength is really not as good as this big guy. Without the Hebei, Xiao Yu could escape, but in a frontal war, he would definitely be overwhelmed by the endless sea of insects. But Xiao Yu has a provincial spaceship, the Hebei. The Hebei spacecraft is made from the flesh and blood of white dwarf alien beasts. As long as this spaceship is in charge, Xiao Yu will be in an invincible position. Xiao Yu's fleet is only 8 million kilometers away from the satellite that was swallowed by the mother insect. These 8 million kilometers of roads are covered with insects. Here is the ocean of Zerg. Xiao Yu used all attack methods, including kinetic energy weapons, laser weapons, energy cannon weapons, particle beam weapons, electromagnetic wave weapons, and so on. However, Xiao Yu still couldn't find a way out. Xiao Yu's purpose was to get close enough to the satellite and launch a hydrogen bomb with a large yield to directly blow it to pieces. But now, Xiao Yu discovered that there were too many Zerg. Every kilometer of progress consumes a huge amount of energy. There are endless Zerg fighting with Xiao Yu's spaceship. Under this situation, Xiao Yu hardly needs to aim. A random energy cannon or hydrogen bomb can kill thousands of Zerg. But if you kill 1,000, there will still be 10,000. If you kill 10,000, there will be 10,000. 100,000. Among these Zerg, there are close attack Zerg, long-range attack Zerg. Some use energy cannonballs as weapons, and some use their own evolved hard forelimbs as weapons. Xiao Yu even discovered a weapon that can use Super A bug that moves at high speed and uses direct impact with itself as a means of attack. There are at least hundreds of different types of bugs. I wonder how the arrow beasts are doing now. Xiao Yu was secretly anxious, but he was stuck here, making it extremely difficult to move forward. At this time, for the first time in Xiao Yu's fleet, a county-level spacecraft was destroyed. Under the endless attack of insects, this county-level spacecraft was consumed bit by bit of energy and exploded. We can't delay it any longer. If we can't kill them all, we won't kill them. I'll just rush over. I don't believe that you little bugs can stop my Hebei. Xiao Yu was so angry that he simply stopped the weapon system on the Hebei, turned the engine to maximum power, and crashed straight forward. That's right. It's the most primitive way of attacking. Savagely charging over. The total mass of the Hebei now reaches about 80 million tons. With such a high mass, the Hebei has maneuverability that is not much different from that of a village-class spaceship. One can imagine how powerful its engine is. In fact, there are fully 10,000 main engines on the Hebei. If you include trimmer engines, steering engines, etc., the total number is almost 100,000. 100,000 engines started together. Under such powerful power, the Hebei was like a crazy giant beast, violently rushing forward. After the Hebei, there were more than 100,000 spacecraft of various types. They followed the Hebei and moved forward rapidly on the road that the Hebei crashed into. At this moment, the Hebei was like a general rushing among thousands of troops. Majestic and arrogant. In this state, the Hebei is truly unstoppable. Xiao Yu saw that there were at least 50 million Zerg of all kinds rushing towards the Hebei. The Zerg attacked from a distance and released tens of millions of energy LS, and the Zerg attacked directly from the Hebei. On the other side, It used its forelimbs that transformed into a sickle shape to severely cut the SHL of the Hebei. The forelimbs of this sickle used to attack the Zerg at close range are extremely powerful, and can even break through the special steel made by Xiaoyu. However, millions of close-range attacking Zerg cut into the SHL of the Hebei, but had no effect at all. The Hebei has no protective cover. In Xiaoyu's test, the charged flesh and blood of the alien beasts are many times stronger than the protective shield. With such powerful materials, it is a complete waste to use the protective shield again. It is better to save the energy and directly provide the protective shield. This material is charged with energy. In addition to the two major categories of bugs, close-range and long-range bugs, Xiaoyu also saw a new bug appearing here. This kind of bug is extremely huge and moves extremely slowly compared to other bugs. This bug slowly approached the Hebei. Only after getting close to the Hebei did Xiaoyu understand the role of this bug. There were millions of these huge bugs. After they stuck themselves on the Hebei, they immediately sprayed out bright blue flames from their tails. At the same time, Xiaoyu felt a huge force of power come over. They are trying to push the Hebei away in order to block the Hebei's progress. It's useless. How powerful is the Hebei? Beyond what you dirty bugs can imagine? Xiaoyu ignored them and didn't even bother to pay attention to these bugs. The Hebei has as many as 100,000 engines. These engines are all made of the flesh and blood of alien beasts. This means that these engines are basically not in danger of burning out, even if they are running at full load. Among the Hebei's 80 million tons of mass, at least 15 million tons of mass are fuel. With ample fuel and powerful kinetic energy, Xiaoyu was fearless in the face of these Zerg. Millions of engine bugs added extremely huge thrust to the Hebei's hull. According to Xiaoyu's calculations, this force is comparable to the combined power of 2 city-level spaceships. If the Hebei was not made of the flesh and blood of alien beasts, but ordinary materials, the Hebei would have been crushed by the two-sided attack of the engine bugs and the spacecraft's own engine. The Hebei was still moving forward, getting closer and closer to the satellite that was swallowed by the mother worm. Billions of Zerg in front of the Hebei. Just take it easy. Slowly. The distance between Hebei and the satellite was only 10,000 kilometers. At this distance, Xiaoyu can even see the surface details of the female insect's body at close range. It's time to launch a hydrogen bomb attack, Xiaoyu thought and gave the order. A special county-level spacecraft loaded inside the Hebei was launched, and its tail gradually sprayed out bright flames. Chapter 136 Escape. When the county-level spacecraft launched, all the spacecraft stood up and launched a crazy attack on the front. At this moment, various weapons such as kinetic energy weapons, laser cannons, energy cannons, and hydrogen bombs almost reached the point of carpet attack. All this is just for one purpose: to clear the road ahead for the county-level spacecraft that is about to be launched. At this moment, this female Zerg also became crazy. On its huge body, there are countless circular holes. From these holes, countless Zerg are sprayed out every moment, blocking these spaceships. However, the distance between it and Xiaoyu is too close. Only 10,000 kilometers. Within this distance, Xiaoyu's weapons can be used to their full potential. The Zerg created by it were slaughtered mercilessly by Xiaoyu. They could only block Xiaoyu's footsteps slightly, but could not cause too much trouble to Xiaoyu. Inside the Hebei, the county-level spacecraft has been launched, and no weapons are installed on it. But its defense system has been strengthened to the extreme. In other words, it is like a turtle SHL, with only strong defensive power, but no offensive power. But this is just an illusion. Inside this county-level spacecraft, there is a huge bomb that can blow up a planet. The carrier carrying this supergiant hydrogen bomb is not a missile, but a county-level spacecraft. That's right. This county-level spacecraft was created purely for the purpose of transporting the hydrogen bomb. On the outer SHL of the Hebei, a huge hatch opened, and the county-class ship flew out. Under the cover of countless artillery fire, it began to fly towards the satellite. At this time, the Zerg mother insect that swallowed the entire satellite seemed to sense the danger coming. Xiaoyu saw that at this moment. It began to spray more crazily. At the same time, in one direction of the planet, countless bright orange-red flames began to spray out. This is a planetary engine! Xiaoyu was shocked. There are hundreds of thousands of these bright orange-red flames, covering almost 1/8 of a planet. As if there are countless planetary engines buried beneath the planet, driven by these hundreds of thousands of engines. Xiaoyu saw that the speed of the satellite began to accelerate, getting faster and faster. If it accelerates at this speed, it will reach the escape velocity of Planet 3 in 20 minutes. In other words, this satellite will directly leave the orbit of Planet 3. This method is exactly the same as Xiaoyu's process of pushing the number 1 satellite out of the orbit of Tianjin-A. It wants to escape! Xiaoyu immediately came to this conclusion. The county-level spacecraft carrying the giant hydrogen bomb is still more than 8,000 kilometers away from the satellite. In space, at such a long distance, even a hydrogen bomb with such a huge yield can only cause limited damage to it. On the contrary, one's own spacecraft will be affected a lot. Xiaoyu wanted to speed up the county-level spacecraft, but the swarm of insects ahead was still endless. They are being killed crazily by Xiaoyu, and they are using their lives to exchange for the mother's escape time. Faced with this situation, Xiaoyu felt quite helpless. Xiaoyu even used gravity cannonballs. Ever since he obtained thousands of gravity bombs from the Luca fleet, these weapons have always been Xiaoyu's most lethal weapons. However, Xiaoyu found that even gravity bombs would not have much effect here. A gravity bomb can clear out all matter within hundreds of kilometers, and can kill hundreds of thousands of Zerg. But how many Zergs are there here? Billions and billions are not enough to describe their quantity. The female worm carries the satellite in her belly, and is still accelerating. Slowly, 20 minutes passed. It reached the escape velocity of Planet 3, and flew out along the tangent of the orbit, escaping into the vast space. At this moment, Xiaoyu immediately made up his mind. Chase! We must eliminate it! Xiaoyu manipulated the Hebei spacecraft, and just as he advanced a little further, he saw a scene that made Xiaoyu's teeth itch with hatred. The Zerg that were still in the orbit of Planet 3 did not escape with the mother worm. Instead, they flew in the opposite direction. There is Planet number 1, the home planet of the Yaju civilization. A very simple strategy of besieging Wei and rescuing Zhao. The mother body escapes, but a group of deserted soldiers is used to attack the place where Xiaoyu needs to be rescued. Moreover, Xiaoyu didn't know how long this female insect had been here before he arrived, and what the situation was like on Planet number 1. This means that if Xiaoyu doesn't want to see all the arrow beasts die, Xiaoyu must rush over as soon as possible. The Zerg motherworm can divide its troops, but Xiaoyu cannot, because Xiaoyu's long-distance communication method is only effective within 500 million kilometers. Unlike the arrow beasts and this female insect, which can use unlimited long-distance communication. This means that if Xiaoyu wants to launch a pursuit, the whole team must set off. But in this way, the Yaju on Planet number 1 are in a dangerous situation. If the entire fleet rushes to Planet number 1, then this mother insect must be allowed to leave. This is a dilemma. At this time, Xiaoyu only thought for a second and came to a conclusion. You're lucky. I'll let you go this time, Xiaoyu thought angrily, manipulating the huge fleet and heading quickly towards Planet number 1. I don't know what happened to the Yaju on Planet number 1. I hope there hasn't been a big mess yet. But the reality may be very pessimistic. This female insect showed extremely strong fighting power. Even if I hadn't asked for the Hebei, I am no match for it. Let alone those beasts that are only old, weak, sick and disabled. This is indeed the case. Without the almost indestructible Hebei, Xiaoyu would have had basically no hope of winning in the battle with the female insect. Let alone the forced female insect to escape directly, with only its original strength. In this battle, Xiaoyu lost thousands of spaceships, including 10 county-level spaceships. This is because more than 90% of the attacks were borne by the Hebei. Without the Hebei, it would be basically impossible for Xiaoyu to escape from the insect sea without losing 1 or 2 city-level spaceships. The combat effectiveness of the Hebei was proved in this battle. It can be said that the existence of the Hebei has more than doubled Xiaoyu's combat effectiveness, allowing Xiaoyu, who was originally at a disadvantage, to directly increase his strength to a level that can force the female insect to run away. On the way to Planet 1, there are traces of the Zerg everywhere, and, apparently, they still maintain contact with the mother. On the way, these Zerg carried out a fearless attack on Xiaoyu. However, without the supplement of quantity, they are just a little troublesome to Xiaoyu and can be eliminated in a short time. Xiaoyu knows that the Zerg civilization is a kind of alien beast civilization, and it is the more extreme one among the alien beast civilizations. Among their entire civilization, only the female worm has self-intelligence. For the rest, all the daughter insects can only obey the instructions of the mother insect. Since they can move and attack Xiaoyu, it means that they are still under the control of the mother insect. This situation is not much different from Xiaoyu's situation. The same is true for Xiaoyu's fleet. Only Xiaoyu has wisdom, and all other spacecraft can only move under Xiaoyu's control. But it seems that the computing power of the Zerg mother worm is unlimited. At least, the number of worms appearing on the battlefield has long exceeded 10 billion. If Xiaoyu were to command these 10 billion worms, damn it, Xiaoyu's brain probably just crashed. Xiaoyu has been paying attention to the traces of the female insect. Xiaoyu confirmed that it did not stay in the Aquila galaxy, but was flying towards another star in the distance. That star, named Aquila 4 by Xiaoyu, is a quintuple star galaxy, with a total of 5 stars of similar masses orbiting each other. If 3 stars with similar masses revolve around each other, their orbits will become chaotic and impossible to calculate, let alone a 5-unit star. Their orbits are even more chaotic, and there is no way to predict their orbits. It's a pity that I couldn't get rid of it this time, and it ran away. Keeping it there will always be a hidden danger. I have to find a way to get rid of it so that I can leave the Aquila 3 galaxy with peace of mind. Otherwise, I'll leave after it is killed. It will come back and the arrow beasts will not be able to resist it. Xiaoyu felt a little worried in his heart. However, it is a bit early to consider this issue now. But let's rush to Planet 1 first and check on the situation of the Yaju. After making up his mind, Xiaoyu cleared away the Zerg remaining in the 3 Aquila systems while quickly approaching Planet number 1. Planet number 3 is a full 9 billion kilometers away from the Sky Eagle tripod, and 4 billion kilometers further inward is another gaseous planet. This planet was named Planet number 2 by Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu's current location is near Planet number 2. Planet number 2 is 4.8 billion kilometers further inward, which is the orbit of Planet number 3. However, Planet number 3 has now moved to the other side of Aquila 3. So Xiaoyu is still 5.2 billion kilometers away from Planet number 3. Xiaoyu only needs 7 days to cross this distance. Along the way, Xiaoyu eliminated at least 1 billion worms. This phenomenon gave Xiaoyu a bad feeling. Yakushi, you must hold on. I promise your tribe to protect you. Xiaoyu prayed silently. Time slipped away slowly. And ahead, the huge Planet number 3 was already in sight. Chapter 137 Meteor Shower. Planet 3 is a rocky planet with a mass about twice that of the Earth. It has 2 moons, both about the size of the moon. The speed of Xiaoyu's fleet has been reduced to 12 kilometers per second. At this speed, it will be able to successfully enter the orbit of Planet number 1 and orbit Planet number 1. Although the Hebei is made of the flesh and blood of alien beasts, and is extremely strong, Xiaoyu does not want to use the Hebei to challenge the tidal gravity of Planet number 1. If it is torn to pieces, or is simply pulled and deformed by gravity, it will not be the same. A small thing. Therefore, Xiaoyu stopped the Hebei and several city-level spacecraft at a distance of 1 million kilometers from Planet number 1, and manipulated the remaining county-level and below-level spacecraft to approach Planet number 1. Along the way, Xiaoyu's fleet basically never stopped engaging in small-scale battles with the Zerg, driving all the way, destroying the Zerg along the way. Planet number 1 has a dense atmosphere. Xiaoyu's position is exactly in a straight line with the atmosphere of Planet number 1 and Aquila 3. From Xiaoyu, he can see half of Aquila 3. Aquila 3 hangs on the horizon like the rising sun, with only half of its body exposed. Under the illumination of the 3 rays of the Sky Eagle, Xiaoyu saw that many insects appeared like raindrops from space. These insects changed their appearance in advance as they approached the atmosphere of Planet number 1, turned into a round ball, and then, like a meteorite, quickly rushed into the atmosphere. Their number is at least in the millions. We must take action as soon as possible without any further delay. Xiaoyu quickly made a decision and immediately dispersed the county-level and below-level spaceships evenly in a certain area above Planet number 1 according to a certain pattern. He opened a large net and launched a fierce attack on the Zerg surging from the depths of the universe. At the same time, 5,000 village-level spacecraft were mobilized by Xiaoyu, quickly passed through the atmosphere, and began to travel to the interior of Planet number 1. At this time, Xiaoyu sent a message through extremely high-power radio waves. Yakushi, I accept the entrustment of your tribe and come to protect you. I wonder what your current situation is like. If I receive message, please respond to me. The Yaja beasts have long-distance communication methods that ignore distance. In the Aquila twin galaxy, the Yaja beast warriors have already explained Xiaoyu's affairs to their tribesmen. So Xiaoyu is not worried about being attacked by the Yaja beasts. Mistaken for the enemy, the universe is silent, and no matter how violent the explosion is, it makes no sound. In this silence, Xiaoyu's heart gradually sank. Xiaoyu did not receive a response. The aero beasts have the ability to receive and send radio waves. Xiao Yu has long confirmed this. Xiao Yu can be sure that if the aero beasts are still alive, they will definitely receive the message he sent. Then, they have no reason not to respond to themselves. Are all the aero beasts dead? Xiao Yu had a bad feeling in his heart. 5,000 village-level spacecraft have passed through the atmosphere and arrived inside planet number 1. What caught Xiao Yu's eyes was a magical world. Under the rotation of planet 1. Planet 1, like the Earth, has an alternation of day and night. The place where Xiao Yu is located is near the intersection between day and night. In the distance, under the light of the rising sun, the surface of planet number 1 showed a vibrant scene. Xiao Yu saw that there were plants on the surface of planet number 1. It was something like grass, extremely dense and covered with vegetation. There is a large area on the surface of planet 1. There are trees on the grassland, but there are not many trees, and most of them are very low. Xiao Yu speculated that this may be related to the too strong gravity of planet 1. In addition to grasslands, there are lakes, mountains, and seas on planet 1. Xiao Yu made a measurement of the composition of the planet's atmosphere and found that the composition of its atmosphere is not much different from that of the Earth, except that the oxygen content is only 1/5 of the Earth's. If Earthlings came here, severe plateau-like conditions would occur. Reaction. Generally speaking, the environment of planet 1 is not much different from that of the Earth. Such a scene gave Xiao Yu a little illusion of returning to Earth. But there was one thing that made Xiao Yu very unhappy. That is, there are so many bugs that they not only spread on the ground, but also occupy the near-ground space. They are in the sky, flying recklessly. Xiao Yu had no good way to deal with ground targets. Xiao Yu launched a directional attack on the insects in midair without mercy. During the fierce battle, Xiao Yu dispersed 5,000 township-class spacecraft and slowly searched the surface of planet number 1. In space, the worms continued to attack from the direction of planet 3. But they were strongly blocked before entering planet 1. Xiao Yu would destroy more than hundreds of thousands of bugs every minute. But more bugs broke through Xiao Yu's defense network and entered planet number 1. There is no way. There are too many bugs, and the universe is too vast. Faced with such a number of bugs, it is difficult for Xiao Yu to intercept 100%. Being able to intercept 50% is already an extremely remarkable achievement. But Xiao Yu knew that Zi Chang's offensive would not last long. The mother worm has left. Without the supplement of the mother worm, the attack of the daughter worms within the 3 Aquila systems will soon weaken. Within the atmosphere, Xiao Yu's 5,000 spacecraft are still carrying out intense search work. Part of the spacecraft entered the daytime area of planet number 1. Here, Xiao Yu saw the beauty of planet number 1. Some of the spacecraft entered the night area of planet number 1. Here, Xiao Yu saw the spectacular night view of planet number 1. In the night, the sky of planet 1 is extremely clear. Through the sky, you can clearly see countless stars in the universe. In the sky, flashes of light appeared from time to time, dragging long tails, like shooting stars. Xiao Yu knew that it was the Zerg that invaded planet number 1. Their bodies heat up and glow when they rub against the atmosphere, creating a meteor-like scene. There are many flashes of this kind, and they appear very frequently in the sky. Within 1 minute, Xiao Yu observed at least 10,000 meteors. This means that within this minute, there were at least 10,000 meteors. The Zerg invaded planet 1. Dense flashes of light erupted, like a meteor shower above the Earth. The difference is that this meteor shower is far greater than any meteor shower on the Earth. Looking at the sky here, Xiao Yu really felt like it's raining. Based on the current situation, a meteor shower of this magnitude will continue for at least 5 days, and will stop after 5 days. Xiao Yu's broadcast never stopped, but he never received a response. On the ground, there are countless Zerg armies in action. They are like a group of ferocious ants, rushing back and forth on the surface of planet 1, destroying the natural environment on planet 1. In the sky, there are countless flying insects flying all over the sky. In dense places, they can even cover the sky and the sun. They should be searching for traces of the aero beasts. From this point of view, the aero beasts seem to be hiding. I hope they have not suffered major casualties. Xiao Yu thought silently and continued to search the surface of planet number 1. During the search process, Xiao Yu began to feel a little depressed, because Xiao Yu discovered that he had no effective means to deal with the insects on the ground. It's okay to say that the flying insects flying in the sky lack cover and can be eliminated with kinetic energy weapons, laser cannons, particle cannons, and other weapons. But the insects on the ground are difficult to deal with. High-power weapons such as hydrogen bombs and energy cannons are not suitable for use on the surface of the planet because they will seriously damage the planet's environment. Kinetic weapons, laser cannons, and other directional weapons are even less practical. The surface environment of Planet 1 is too complex and bunkers can be seen everywhere, facing the Zerg on the ground. These two weapons cannot play a big role. At present, Xiaoyu still lacks effective planetary landing warfare troops when facing the Moludan civilization. Although Xiaoyu launched a landing attack and wiped out all the remaining Moludans, the physical strength of the Moludans could not be compared with these Zerg races. If a robot unit of the same strength is sent to land, Xiaoyu believes that all his robot units will be lost in just 10 minutes. After wiping out the Zerg in space, it's time to start developing the landing force. Otherwise, I really won't be able to wipe out the Zerg that comes to the surface of the planet. Xiaoyu made up his mind. In the daytime area, a village-level spacecraft came to a high mountain area on planet number 1 under the blue sky. This place still has not escaped the ravages of the Zerg. There are Zerg everywhere in the sky and on the ground. Here, Xiaoyu still made a radio broadcast. Yakushi, I am your friend. Human civilization. I have been entrusted by your tribe to protect you. If you can receive this message, then please respond to me. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Xiaoyu counted down silently. But until the countdown reached 0, Xiaoyu did not receive a response. Hey, let's change a place. Xiaoyu sighed and was about to leave. But at this moment, Xiaoyu's radio device received a message. The meaning of this message is very concise, with only 2 words. Save me! Xiaoyu was shocked and immediately responded. Where are you? I'm in a cave in Mount Moor. Responding to your message will expose my location to the Zerg. I've been discovered by them. I can't hold on for long. Chapter 138, Rescue A. This is the first time Xiaoyu has received answers from the Yaja beasts. At this moment, Xiaoyu finally understood why he had not received any response from the beasts. The reason is simple. Responding to Xiaoyu's message will expose their location. Before confirming that Xiaoyu is strong enough to protect himself, they must of course be more secure. Xiaoyu immediately responded. Do you have the ability to fly? I will fly the spacecraft to the top of this mountain. And you will come immediately? I have the ability to fly within the atmosphere. But there are too many bugs in the sky. And I dare not go. Where are you? I can't see you. Xiaoyu received a message full of anxiety. It doesn't matter. You fly into the air first. Let me see you first. I will cover you. Everything will be fine. Xiaoyu responded, while paying close attention to the surrounding situation. He immediately summoned the other spacecraft scattered nearby come here, while waiting for the other spacecraft to arrive. Xiaoyu's village-level spacecraft had already taken the lead in launching an attack. Here is a mountain peak. The peak is not high. The peak is lush and green, with trees everywhere. It is a good place to hide. Xiaoyu didn't have a good solution to the ground target, so Xiaoyu poured all his anger on the Zerg flying in the sky. The bodies of these Zerg are very fragile when faced with Xiaoyu's weapons. Basically, a laser cannon can penetrate the head of a Zerg in 1 second. With kinetic energy weapons, about 1,000 bullets can destroy a Zerg. Only Zerg. Within the atmosphere, the power of kinetic energy weapons is severely limited because of the atmosphere and air resistance. Kinetic energy weapons cannot still maintain a high speed of more than 10,000 kilometers per second in space. Here, their maximum speed is only about 30 kilometers per second. At this speed, the kinetic energy of these bullets is usually not enough to penetrate the hard SHL of the Zerg. However, Xiaoyu has a lot of kinetic energy weapons, which can be directly fired on a large scale. The cumulative effect of kinetic energy weapons on the Zerg is still cannot be underestimated. While launching the attack, Xiaoyu watched the movements in the sky closely. 3 minutes after the offensive started, Xiaoyu saw a black shadow flying straight up from the ground on the other side of the mountain. Seeing this black shadow, the surrounding Zerg immediately seemed to go crazy, rushed toward it violently. After this black shadow fixed its figure in the air, it immediately launched an attack on the surrounding Zerg. Xiaoyu saw that it was a huge ball with a diameter of about 3 meters. The ball was covered with tentacles. These tentacles were waving continuously. Basically, a single swipe could crush the body of a Zerg. Lose. This method of attack is exactly the same as the attack method of the Arrow Beast that Xiaoyu saw in the Aquila Twin Galaxy. However, in the Aquila 2 Galaxy, the Arrow Beasts can destroy one of Xiaoyu's village-level spaceships with one blow. But compared to them, the attack power of this Arrow Beast is much weaker. This should be a young arrow beast. Xiao Yu thought secretly, activated dozens of laser cannons on the village-level spacecraft, and began to carry out precise strikes, as if they were mosquitoes that smelled blood. Xiao Yu saw countless flying insects flying up from the ground, the sky, and the mountain peaks, charging madly at the exposed vector beast. Where the arrow beast was, countless flying insects almost formed a ball, wrapping the young arrow beast inside. On the outside, Xiao Yu could only accidentally see a section of the tentacles of the arrow beast, which was still violently beating flying insects. Xiao Yu found that he had made a mistake. A village-level spaceship can only destroy up to 50 flying insects in 1 second. But how many flying insects are there? There are thousands of them. It will take at least a minute for the spaceships from other places to arrive. And it's hard to say whether this arrow beast can withstand this 1 minute. You can't let this arrow beast die because of me. Xiao Yu gritted his teeth and manipulated the village-level spacecraft to violently collide with it. Countless flying insects surrounded the village-level spaceship again. Most of the Zerg that came to Planet 3 were close attacking Zerg. Xiao Yu saw that there were many ferocious bugs waving their sharp forelimbs at his spaceship, attacking fiercely, wearing his own spacecraft protective cover. Under this situation, the fuel consumption of the spacecraft reached a very alarming level. We can't delay it any longer. Xiao Yu made a quick decision, activated the spacecraft engine to maximum power, and rammed it forward. At the same time, Xiao Yu sent a message to the arrow beast. Be prepared, and when I get close to you, I will open the cabin door of the spaceship. You should seize the opportunity and come to my spaceship quickly. I'll try my best. Xiao Yu got the response from this arrow beast. Of course, this village-level spaceship is far inferior to the Hebei. It does not have the ability to face tens of millions of Zerg and still move forward unstoppably. In fact, just facing these thousands of Zerg, it is almost in trouble. If there is no way to change the current situation, it is only a matter of time before it is destroyed. Under this situation, the village-level spaceship still crashed into the circle surrounded by the arrow beast. When Xiao Yu saw the trace of the arrow beast again, Xiao Yu opened the hatch of the spacecraft, and at the same time, urgently called, "Come in quickly!" Okay. The vector beast barely shook off a few flying insects that had been pestering it, and ran into the village-level spaceship. Countless flying insects followed, and Xiao Yu immediately closed the hatch. However, Xiao Yu's action was still a little late. At least 3 flying insects, with a size of about 1 meter, rushed in following the arrow beast. Only the robots inside the county level and above spaceships have combat capabilities. The robots inside the village level and township level spacecrafts are only responsible for daily maintenance work, and they have no attack power. Xiao Yu saw that these 3 flying insects almost immediately started destroying the spacecraft after entering the cabin. One robot was chopped into 2 pieces by the insect and lost its ability to move. Another insect scratched the wall of the spacecraft, causing a deep scar up to 2 meters long. Kill them quickly! I don't have the ability to destroy them inside the spacecraft. Xiao Yu ordered anxiously. Okay. The arrow beast agreed. Xiao Yu saw it reluctantly wave its tentacles full of scars, wrapping around the 3 flying insects like a python. With a fierce force, the 3 flying insects were entangled. The flying insect was twisted into 2 pieces and thrown into the cabin. A large amount of dark green liquid flowed out from the bodies of the 3 flying insects. They were undoubtedly dead. But even under such circumstances, the corpses of the flying insects were still trembling slightly. At this time, Xiao Yu was already concentrating on steering the spacecraft towards space. The energy shield has entered a low-energy stage and can only withstand this level of attack for 3 more minutes at most. Xiao Yu was anxious, but there was nothing he could do. If it is under normal conditions, 3 minutes is enough for Xiao Yu to accelerate the speed of the spacecraft to more than 500 kilometers per second. At this speed, it only takes a few seconds to travel from the ground space to the outer space matter. But this is inside the atmosphere. The dense atmosphere severely hinders the acceleration of the spacecraft. Within the atmosphere, Xiao Yu has no way to obtain such a high speed. Fortunately, the support spacecraft mobilized in advance arrived in time. Under the attack of hundreds of precision laser weapons, the spacecraft narrowly escaped the siege, escaped into space, and joined the large army. After driving the spaceship into a county-level spaceship, Xiao Yu breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Xiao Yu was in the mood to start a conversation with this vector beast. Xiao Yu was surprised to find that in his cabin, what was originally a spherical arrow beast had now changed its appearance. It turned into an animal with 4 legs and hair all over its body. This appearance was very similar to the 4-legged beast on the Earth. The body size has also been reduced to only 1 meter in size. It was lying sideways inside the spacecraft, motionless, and seemed to be resting. At this moment, this arrow beast looks like a big cat. You can change your appearance at will? Xiao Yu asked in surprise. Yes, the arrow beast replied. The way I looked just now is just my fighting form. It's very tiring to maintain the fighting form. But this is my true appearance. You are what my tribe said, and you will come to protect me. Is that our technological civilization? But your strength seems not to be very good, not even comparable to mine. I doubt your ability to protect us. Xiao Yu shook his head and laughed, and replied, My basic combat unit is a spaceship like this. I have as many as 100,000 spaceships of this level. It is hundreds of times larger than this spaceship. There are many spaceships that have attack power that is hundreds or thousands of times higher. You must also know that these hateful bugs are all born from a female bug. That female bug has been beaten away by me. And these they're little bugs. I'll get rid of them. It just takes some time. The arrow beast's tone immediately became excited. Really? You can even fight away the mother of all insects? Xiao Yu said funny. Of course. When I came from the outer galaxy, I happened to encounter the female insect and had a fight with it. Unfortunately, I couldn't kill it and it ran away. I was a little worried about the situation here, so I didn't chase it, but came here in a hurry. If you don't believe it, just wait for 4 days and see. After 4 days, the meteor shower in the sky will stop, and the number of Zerg invaders on your planet will also stop growing. Chapter 139, Rescue B. That's great. It's really great. The arrow beast stood up excitedly, pacing around on the floor. Thank you so much. My people are all saved. Tell me your basic situation first, and I will formulate a rescue plan. By the way, can you contact the rest of your tribe? Xiao Yu looked at this big cat-like vector beast. A little funny. Asked. The arrow beast stopped wandering around and sat down on the floor again. My tribe and I can contact each other at any time, and the contact between us will not be discovered by the Zerg. Well, the situation is probably like this. One day 2 months ago, a huge meteor shower came to our planet. We were all very excited at the time, because our planet had not seen a meteor shower for a long time. The scale of this meteor shower exceeds all meteor showers in our recorded history. To this end, we also held a celebration to celebrate the return of such beautiful scenery to our homeland. We hope that with this celebration, we can use this celebration to dissipate a little of the sadness of losing our tribe. At this point, the arrow beast, the tone was a little sad. Xiao Yu sighed secretly, and in his mind, he couldn't help but recall the heroic beasts who had fought alongside him, unable to escape the control of the bodies of the white dwarf alien beasts. They chose to use their spirits to communicate with themselves, and chose to cooperate with themselves to eliminate their bodies. There is no doubt that your tribesmen are all great creatures, Xiao Yu also said sadly. The arrow beast adjusted its mood and then said, Thank you for your compliment. Well, after holding the celebration, we soon discovered that this meteor shower is not a meteor shower in the usual sense. After this meteor shower, we on the planet, tens of millions of bugs suddenly appeared. At that time, we were not too worried because the attack power of these bugs was not strong. It could even be said to be very weak. So at the beginning, we still underestimated the enemy, and didn't take this matter to heart. But soon, we discovered that we were wrong. The attack power of these insects is indeed not strong, but there are too many of them. Under the attack of the endless sea of insects, our tribe began to suffer casualties. That time during the conflict, my grandfather also died trying to protect me when he ran away, the young arrow beast said sadly. As a last resort, my people had to spread out and find places to hide. We have enough hiding places on our home planet. But over the past month, as the number of bugs has increased, the more I do, the more often my people will be found. After we are found, we are basically dead. We don't dare to fly, because flying will only cause more attacks. If we escape on the ground, there will be bugs everywhere, and we will have nowhere to escape. Xiao Yu understands this very well. There are simply too many Zerg. Xiao Yu asked, How many of your tribe are left? Probably. There are still a little more than 20,000. During this period of time, we lost nearly 3,000 people. The arrow beast replied. Okay, Xiao Yu said. Contact your tribe and ask them to tell you where they are hiding. I will control the spacecraft and rescue them one by one. After all your tribe is rescued, and then find a way to eliminate all the bugs on the planet. Okay, thank you. The arrow beast quickly replied. Well, the tribe closest to us is also in Mount Moore. Probably in that direction. Through the porthole, the arrow beast pointed at the location with its front paws. Understood, Xiaoyu replied and said, I will send you to a safe location first. Your people will naturally be rescued by my spaceship. You are really a hero. The arrow beast replied gratefully. After saying this, it seemed to hesitate for a moment, as if it had made up its mind, and then continued, Well, my name is Lorna. Well, I understand. Xiaoyu simply replied. With the help of the dictionary, Xiaoyu was able to understand the language of the beasts and know the meaning of their words. But Xiaoyu didn't know whether the name, Lorna, had other meanings. Xiaoyu could only directly transliterate it and use Lorna, a word with a similar pronunciation, as its name. So, what should I call you? Lorna asked. Huh? Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment, and after thinking for a while, Xiaoyu asked, This year? I mean, how long have you been born? Well, probably. It's been more than 8,000 years, Lorna replied. The timekeeping method used by Yaman civilization is different from that on Earth. After translating the length of time Lorna said into the way people on Earth measure time, it becomes more than 8,000 years. Well, you are a little younger than me, Xiaoyu replied. Just call me Brother Xiao. Brother Xiao? Lorna repeated, nodded, and asked, Is Brother Xiao controlling this spacecraft by remote control? So, where is your body? What do you look like? I don't have a body, Xiaoyu replied. I combined my soul with a central computer. Well, my previous body looked like this, Xiaoyu answered, controlling the three-dimensional projector and projecting his own image in the cabin. In fact, if Lorna hadn't raised this question, Xiaoyu would have almost forgotten what he looked like back then. After spending too long in this state, Xiaoyu has almost forgotten that he once had a body. Looking at the unfamiliar young man in front of him, Xiaoyu felt filled with emotion. Brother Xiao, you look really strange. Lorna took a look and said a little weirdly. Weird? I think you look really weird, Xiaoyu said a little funny. We, the Yabis race, have the ability to change our appearance at will. If you tell me what it looks like, I will just change it for you. Lorna lay on the cabin, turned over tiredly, and looked at her with pleading eyes. Looking at Xiaoyu's shadow, he said, Brother Xiao, you must save my people. Don't worry, Xiaoyu replied. I have made a complete plan. Your people will be fine. Regarding the next rescue operation, Xiaoyu has already formulated a complete set of plans. That is, first transform the city-level spaceship, the Handan, into an environment suitable for the survival of the Yaju, and then dispatch 10,000 village-level spacecraft and 1,000 township-level spacecraft to launch a rescue operation on Planet 1 and rescue them all, after sending them to the Handan, and then wiping out all the Zerg in space. We will start the research and development of landing combat robots, create millions and tens of millions of robots, and send them to Planet 1, where they will be responsible for wiping out a planet. Zerg on Planet No. Judging from the size of this arrow beast after its transformation, the Handan can definitely carry more than 20,000 arrow beasts. The arrow beasts belong to the alien beast civilization, even if they are not yet adults. Their physical fitness is extremely strong and their requirements for the life support system are very low. They can survive for several years without food. The Handan can be completely renovated in a short period of time. After making up his mind, while launching a sniper attack on the Zerg that was still coming from deep space, Xiaoyu mobilized the power of 10,000 village and township-level spacecraft to launch a large-scale rescue operation. After learning the lessons from the first rescue operation, Xiaoyu made detailed plans for this rescue operation. That is, a township-level spaceship and 7 to 10 village-level spacecraft form a formation. Each formation must act collectively. After arriving at the Yaman's hiding place, it will first launch an attack to eliminate the nearby Zerg. Afterwards, let the arrow beast come out from its hiding place. In this way, accidents can be avoided to the greatest extent. Lorna was only the first arrow beast rescued by Xiaoyu. In the next few days, Xiaoyu's results increased rapidly, and more than 2,000 arrow beasts were rescued by Xiaoyu. Most of these arrow beasts are young arrow beasts, and a few are old arrow beasts. According to the Yamans, in the early days of the war, in order to save the young Yamans and preserve the development potential of the race, Many old Yamans sacrificed their lives in exchange for the survival of the young Yamans. This phenomenon made Xiao Yu sigh with emotion. This is an alien civilization that knows sacrifice and dedication. No wonder. As an alien civilization, they have not grown into a predator civilization. Well, if they are a predator civilization, then I have no choice but to destroy them. Xiao Yu has no good impression of the predator civilization. You know, the Earth is very likely to be destroyed by predator civilization. More and more Yaju are being rescued. On the contrary, the number of Zerg from the depths of the universe is constantly decreasing. After the rescue operation lasted for 4 days, the number of Zerg from the depths of the universe has basically declined. The frequency is less than 1,000 an hour. Therefore, Xiao Yu made a new force plan. In addition to the tens of thousands of spaceships that need to serve as escorts and warnings for provincial and municipal spacecrafts, as well as the spaceships that constantly wander around in space to eliminate fish that slip through the net, the remaining all-village-class spacecraft joined the search and rescue operation. On planet number 1, Xiao Yu's power rose to a new level. Here, traces of spaceships can be seen everywhere. Tens of thousands of spaceships are engaged in fierce battles with tens of millions of Zerg. Chapter 140, Landing the Combat Robot. As the number of spaceships on Planet 1 increased, Xiao Yu's fighting style also quietly changed. In the past, Xiao Yu's fighting method was more similar to guerrilla fighting. He would shoot and change places, save the Yaju and leave, basically not having any head-on conflicts with the Zerg. Now, with the increase in the number of Xiao Yu's spacecraft, Xiao Yu began to try to fight the Zerg on the frontal battlefield. During this period of time, Planet 1 turned into a huge battlefield. In this battlefield, at the same time, there are at least dozens of places where battles involving more than 1,000 spaceships are taking place. Battles involving dozens of ships and hundreds of spaceships can be seen everywhere on Planet 1. The atmosphere of Planet 1 is filled with the smell of ozone produced after laser beams burn the air, as well as the smell of dead bugs. Xiao Yu estimates that the number of bugs that have arrived on Planet 1 has exceeded tens of billions, of which there are at least 50 million bugs with the ability to fly. These 50 million flying insects are Xiao Yu's main opponent at this stage. The surface of a planet, especially a planet with an atmosphere, is not the same as in space. In the universe, Xiao Yu can show off his attack power unscrupulously. These 50 million bugs are not enough for Xiao Yu to fight for a day. But here, in the inner space of planet number 1, these bugs give Xiao Yu cause great trouble. But generally speaking, Xiao Yu is still in an advantageous position in the sky. A village-level spaceship is no match for 1,000 bugs. But 10 million bugs are no match for 10,000 spaceships. Because in addition to basic hard performance indicators such as firepower and defense, Xiao Yu also has soft indicators such as control, mutual coordination, strike accuracy, and ammunition utilization. The improvement of soft indicators has made up for the shortcomings of hard indicators. On a plane, a fleet of 3,000 village-class spaceships had just concluded a battle with a force composed of approximately 1 million Zerg. The battle lasted for 3 hours, and Xiao Yu won a complete victory. There are about 300 arrow beasts hiding here. After rescuing these 300 vector beasts, the total number of strange beasts rescued by Xiao Yu finally exceeded 10,000, which was nearly half of the total number of vector beasts. The transformation of the Hondan has been initially completed, and these beasts will have a safe living environment in the Hondan. About half of the nearly 50 million flying insects have been eliminated by Xiao Yu. For this, Xiao Yu paid the price of about 6,000 village-level spaceships. Except for these flying insects, most of the rest are ground insects without the ability to fly. On planet number 1, Xiao Yu has no way to use hydrogen bomb weapons, and energy bombs cannot be used on a large scale. Before the landing combat robots were manufactured on a large scale, Xiao Yu did not have the ability to deal with these ground insects. On the 2 satellites of Planet 1, Xiao Yu has begun to build a huge factory, and the design drawings of the landing combat robots have also been completed. These large numbers of earthworms will be dealt with by these landing combat robots. Time passed little by little, and the rescue operation lasted for another full month. Finally, all the vector beasts that could be contacted were rescued by Xiao Yu. After the number of Zerg from the universe was reduced to negligible, Xiao Yu started manufacturing the first batch of landing combat robots in the satellite factory. On planet number 1 at this moment, only some native plants remain. I don't know why, but these Zerg don't seem to be interested in these plants at all, except for accidentally destroying some plants when moving. These plants are basically not damaged, But some of the protozoa on Planet 1 were not so lucky. Most of them were killed by these bugs. And even aquatic animals were not spared. The entire planet number 1 suffered a catastrophe. Its ecological environment has suffered extremely serious damage. And it will not be able to recover for more than 100 years. This situation made the Yaja beasts extremely angry. Yemen is a race that respects nature. As a species at the top of the food chain on this planet, they strictly adhere to the concept of caring for nature. Now, they are heartbroken to see their homes being so wantonly destroyed. The first young Yemen to be rescued, Lorna was elected as the Yaja spokesperson and was responsible for liaising with Xiaoyu. During this period of time, Lorna fully expressed her sadness to Xiaoyu and strongly requested Xiaoyu many times to carry out pest control operations as soon as possible. "Brother Xiao, haven't you finished making your war weapons?" Hearing Lorna's inquiry, Xiaoyu's shadow projected by the three-dimensional projector shook his head helplessly and replied, "Well, it will take some time for you to understand that these landing combat robots can only gather in a certain number, can cause greater damage to the ground insects. If the number is too small, they will be wiped out by the ground insects in an instant." In Xiaoyu's plan, the first batch of landing combat robot troops will reach 100,000 units. Miniaturized protective cover technology has been developed by Xiaoyu and has been applied to landing combat robots on a large scale. At the same time, Xiaoyu also used the method of adding the flesh and blood of alien animals to greatly improve the material strength of these robots. Each of these robots is equipped with more than 2 weapons, including laser cannons, micro-energy cannons imitating the Zerg, and the most conventional kinetic energy weapons. "Brother Xiao, can we help you in any way?" Lorna asked cautiously. "And none," Xiaoyu replied. "After the flying insects are eliminated, you with the ability to fly will become a very powerful combat force. You can cooperate with the robot troops to launch surprise operations." "Great!" Lorna, who had transformed into the shape of a big cat, rushed toward Xiaoyu excitedly, as if she wanted to hug Xiaoyu. But it obviously forgot that Xiaoyu was just a shadow at this moment. It passed directly through Xiaoyu's body and hit the wall behind Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu shook his head in amusement and continued to work. After this period of getting along, Xiaoyu gained some understanding of the Yaja civilization. From the perspective of Xiaoyu, who has experienced the dark side of the universe, these beasts are as pure as crystal. They respect nature and have no thoughts of conspiracy. When they speak and do things, they basically say whatever comes to mind without any scheming. Therefore, Xiaoyu did not take their frequent urging to heart, but instead enjoyed the time spent with these beasts. The calculations, conspiracies, deceptions, and endless wars with other civilizations, and several near-death encounters did not make Xiaoyu sink into the abyss of darkness, but made Xiaoyu yearn for the light even more. This Yemen civilization is undoubtedly such a bright race. The Yaja civilization is similar to human civilization. They have 2 different surnames. When 2 Yaja with different surnames are combined, the next generation can be born. However, in terms of social responsibilities, there is no obvious division of labor between the 2 castes of Yaju. After adulthood, there is not much difference in the combat effectiveness of Yaju with different castes. Their lifespan is generally more than 30,000 years, and they have just reached adulthood at 8,000 years old. It takes nearly 400 years of gestation to give birth to a baby Yamen whose mother's surname is Yamen. Lorna, the little arrow beast who often communicates with Xiaoyu, will take nearly 1,000 years to reach adulthood, converting the lifespan of a sincere human being into adulthood at the age of 18. Lorna is only equivalent to a little girl who is less than 16 years old. On planet number 1, there are still large-scale spacecrafts encircling and suppressing flying bugs. At the same time, they are attacking ground bugs that are accidentally exposed. At the beginning, the ground worms did lose part of them due to this attack. But after a while, they became smarter and knew how to use the terrain to hide themselves, such as looking for forests, caves and the like. Under such circumstances, it would be impractical to carry out air strikes. In fact, Xiaoyu very much hopes to use a large-yield hydrogen bomb to cleanse the planet once, which is simple, effective and trouble-free. But thinking that tens of thousands of arrow beasts would have to live here in the future, Xiaoyu had to give up this idea with regret. On the 2 satellites of Planet 1, huge construction factories have officially begun construction. Xiaoyu used local materials and launched a large-scale prospecting operation on the 2 satellites. At the same time, he set many spacecrafts to serve as energy transportation tasks, continuously transporting large amounts of fusion fuel back from Planet 2. With enough minerals and fuel, Xiao Yu's construction factory is producing a large number of robot parts all the time. These parts are transported centrally by village-level spacecraft to the assembly line assembly factory. After assembly, each robot was produced. Now, at least 80,000 robot landing troops have been stored in the large warehouse built by Xiao Yu. After this number increases to 100,000, Xiao Yu will transport them to Planet 1 at a time and launch ground operations. Now, Xiao Yu is not far from this goal. As more and more production lines were built, Xiao Yu's construction speed became faster and faster. From the beginning, he could only build a few hundred robots in a day. But now, he can build more than 10,000 robots in a day. Xiao Yu predicts that after all production lines are put online, Xiao Yu will be able to reach the level of producing 100,000 robots per day. Time passed slowly, and after 2 days, the robot inventory had reached more than 100,000 units. It's time to launch a landing operation. Your nemesis of the earthworms has arrived. Chapter 141 Building a Base. In the large warehouse, countless transport robots are busy. In the huge field outside, there are more than 100 village-level spaceships parked. Not only that, there are at least 10 times this number of spacecraft hovering over the satellite. After these transport robots carried the landing combat robots off the shelves, Xiao Yu sent them activation instructions. Immediately, the micro-fusion engines that had been filled with fuel began to run, and huge energy was poured into their bodies. Under Xiao Yu's command, these combat robots, which were about 3 meters high, had a streamlined shape, and looked extremely cool, lined up in neat lines, and headed into the cabin of the village-level spaceship. A village-level spaceship can carry approximately 200 combat robots. After a village-level spaceship is fully loaded, it will take off immediately to make way for the site, and the next village-level spaceship will land immediately. In order to speed up the loading, Xiao Yu loaded nearly 20 large warehouses on 2 satellites. Each warehouse opened at least 10 exits, and more than 100,000 landing combat robots were loaded in less than 5 hours. In a short time, all of them were transferred to more than 600 village-level spaceships. After all the more than 600 village-level spacecraft took off, more than 1,000 township-level spacecraft rushed over and joined them. Among the more than 1,000 township-class spaceships, there are 10 township-class spaceships for the Yaja beasts to ride on. The arrow beasts hated these insects that destroyed their homes. After learning that Xiao Yu was going to launch the first landing operation, they immediately strongly requested to join the landing operation force. Among them, Lorna was included. In order to achieve this goal, after getting some information about Xiao Yu, Lorna did not hesitate to transform into kittens, puppies, and other cute earth animals to launch an offensive against Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu originally didn't want the Yaja to participate in this battle, because there are too many earthworms on planet number 1. Xiao Yu is afraid that the arrow beasts will be in danger. However, after holding on to this idea for several hours, Lorna gave it up. Brother Xiao, please, we will not be in danger. We will definitely obey your orders and cooperate well with the landing of the combat robot. In front of Xiao Yu's 3-dimensional projection, Lorna transformed into a looking like a kitten. She begged Xiao Yu pitifully. In fact, this tender offensive has lasted for more than 3 hours. Xiao Yu thought silently. Although they cannot fight in interstellar space, the combat effectiveness of these young arrow beasts within the planet's atmosphere is still quite good. As long as they are not besieged by more than 1,000 Zerg, they will basically be able to fight. There is no danger on Planet 1. Now that all the flying bugs on Planet 1 have been basically killed, they with the ability to fly are unlikely to be besieged. Okay, just promise them. Thinking of this, Xiao Yu said, well, then you can follow the landing combat troops to planet number 1. But I warn you again, if you don't obey the instructions, I will arrest you immediately and lock you up. You are not allowed to come out of the Hondan ship for 100 years. Hearing Xiao Yu's promise to accompany him in the attack, Lorna immediately forgot that Xiao Yu in front of her was just a shadow. She excitedly rushed towards Xiao Yu, wanting to hug Xiao Yu, but was penetrated again. Xiao Yu's body hit the wall behind. Looking at the scene, Xiao Yu smiled bitterly, shook his head, and turned off the projector. Among the 1,000 township-class spacecraft, except for the 10 that transport Yaju, the rest of the township-class spacecraft are loaded with a large number of construction robots and construction materials. Xiao Yu's plan is to first pick a place, build a ground base, and then use this base as the center to slowly radiate to the surrounding areas. In this base, ground combat robots will be able to receive maintenance and replenishment of fuel, ammunition, and other supplies. This is the ground combat plan conceived by Xiaoyu. Through one ground base after another, it gradually expanded its scope of activities, and gradually compressed the hiding space of the Zerg. In the process, it completely eliminated them bit by bit. This is the most stable and efficient combat plan without damaging the overall ecological environment of Planet 1. Now, what Xiaoyu is doing is the construction of the first base. More than 600 village-level spaceships took the lead and arrived at the scheduled location ahead of schedule. The base that Xiaoyu wants to build is about 1,000 meters in diameter. This place is in the middle of a vast plain, with countless lush weeds growing on it. From the air, this place looks peaceful. But Xiaoyu knows that hidden by countless weeds, there are at least 1 million Zerg in this area, under the distressed gazes of the Yaju. Xiaoyu first carried out a carpet attack in the predetermined area. There were a large number of conventional high-explosive ammunition, kinetic energy weapons, micro-energy SH, LS, etc., plowing the area. Hey, poor grass. I don't know how long it will take for them to grow again. Lorna sighed with regret, turned her head again, faced the camera above the spacecraft, and said pitifully to Xiaoyu, "Brother Xiao, can you think of a way not to destroy these poor grasses?" Xiaoyu replied in a funny way, "There are other methods, but there is no such simple and neat method as this. It's just some grass. It will grow out after a while. Okay, get ready to land." Xiaoyu couldn't understand the almost obsessive attitude of the beasts to protect nature. After confirming that there were no Zerg here, Xiaoyu released the first batch of 100,000 combat robots. These robots are uniformly equipped with micro-protective covers and have extremely powerful protective capabilities. Moreover, Xiaoyu made them from special steel with a certain proportion of the flesh and blood of alien beasts added. Their power systems are also very advanced, which means that they have extremely powerful mobility and flexibility. They are modeled after humans and have 2 legs and 2 arms. With extremely high flexibility, they can cope with various complex terrains, whether it is mountains, hills, grasslands, or swamps, and can exert powerful combat effectiveness. Their nimble fingers can perform many actions, whether it is to use thermal weapons or melee weapons. They can use them with ease. They even have the ability to glide over short distances. With this characteristic, even if they fall from a height of 20 meters, their body structure will not be damaged. This is the Ground Type 1 landing combat robot manufactured by Xiaoyu. In the next period of time, Xiaoyu will build at least 10 million of these robots to kill all the earthworms on the surface of Planet 1. More than 600 village-level spacecraft simultaneously lowered to a height of only 10 meters above the ground and opened their hatches. As the hatch opened, combat robots one after another jumped directly from the spacecraft like dumplings. Under Xiaoyu's command, they quickly concealed and dispersed, constructing a simple defense. Circle formation. During this process, the outer Township-class spacecraft served as a warning. They were scattered within a radius of dozens of kilometers, and fired precise laser shots at any ground worm that dared to show its body. After all the combat robots landed on the ground, Xiaoyu ordered to Lorna, "You guys can go down too. Remember, you are not allowed to leave this place 10 kilometers away. At this stage, your main task is to assist the combat robots in guarding, ensuring the safety of the robots built inside." Lorna reluctantly agreed and flew out from the opened hatch. 10 Township-level spaceships transported a total of more than 500 aero beasts. These aero beasts are all selected by Xiaoyu to be the strongest and most capable in combat. There was no choice but to accept the commission from the Yaju warriors. Xiaoyu really didn't want these young Yaju to have any more accidents, so he could only choose the safest approach. The aero beasts who returned to their home planet immediately started making a noise after leaving the transport spacecraft. Several aero beasts were ready to move. It seemed that they wanted to leave here and start killing in other places. Xiaoyu immediately broadcast in a very stern tone, "All aero beasts are not allowed to leave the 10-kilometer radius of this place. Anyone who dares to violate it will be arrested immediately." Those young beasts, who were about to make a move, immediately calmed down. During this period of time, Xiaoyu has established enough authority that basically no beast dares to disobey Xiaoyu's orders. These young aero beasts, who were as pure as crystal and had no idea of conspiracy, followed Xiaoyu's instructions. Each floated in the air, and honestly took on the duty of guarding. The Township-class spacecraft loaded with construction supplies began to move into the warning circle, and the Village-class spacecraft that had cleared its inventory flew over and took over the mission of the Township-class spacecraft. During this period of time, the landing combat robots had built a simple landing site. The Township-level spacecraft landed here. The hatch was opened, and immediately, various construction robots came out. Among these construction robots, there are welding robots responsible for welding, excavation robots, transportation robots, line laying robots, and maintenance robots. They will build a ground base covering an area of about 1 square kilometer within 3 days. Within the warning circle, the first Township-class spacecraft had finished unloading its inventory. It immediately left the landing site and vacated the site. Then, the second Township-class spacecraft began to land. Xiaoyu spent 3 hours on it. It took time to complete this work. As a result, hundreds of thousands of construction robots began busy construction work under the protection of peripheral security forces. Chapter 142 The First Battle. On Planet 1, Xiaoyu had not yet had time to build any mining base, processing base and other buildings. So all the materials for building the base had to be transported from the 2 satellites. However, even if there is time in the future, Xiaoyu does not intend to carry out such construction work on Planet 1, because these factories will definitely cause a lot of pollution. And judging from the obsessive environmental protection concept of the Yaja people, they will basically not agree with Xiaoyu doing these things. In addition, Xiaoyu did not want to destroy the fairyland-like natural environment here, so this idea was completely dismissed by Xiaoyu. Anyway, there are sufficient resources on the 2 satellites, and they are not far apart. It is just one more transportation procedure. To Xiaoyu, these are nothing. After this ground base is completed, it will have almost indestructible steel walls. Inside it, it will have the ability to repair tens of thousands of combat robots at the same time. At the same time, there will also be storage inside it that can support 1 million combat robots. Adequate supplies for the month. In the sky, there are traces of Yemen and village-class spaceships everywhere. Above the ground, there are still 100,000 combat robots watching eagerly, and the construction robots inside can work with confidence. Next to it, in the vast grassland, an abnormal fluctuation suddenly appeared. This fluctuation was noticed by Xiaoyu almost instantly. Xiaoyu couldn't help but sneer. "You really dare to come here? Just in time, so that I can test the combat capabilities of the landing combat robot." Xiaoyu immediately broadcast a message. "Be prepared. There is a large wave of insects heading here. All aero beasts are not allowed to leave the 10-kilometer radius of the base during the battle. Any violators will be arrested immediately. On the Handan 1 year of confinement in Zhongguan. Do you understand? Clear. Clear." Immediately, Xiaoyu received messages full of excitement from the Yaju. "Be careful when fighting." Xiaoyu was about to give one final instruction, but found that before he had finished speaking, these beasts had already rushed out, and he couldn't help but smile bitterly. In this battle, Xiaoyu did not plan to launch the spacecraft to attack. If he did, it would cause great damage to the ground environment and lose the opportunity to test the combat capabilities of the landing combat robot. Anyway, repelling the Zerg attack is a sure thing. If we can't stand it anymore, it's not too late to start the spacecraft. Under Xiaoyu's command, 1,000 combat robots lined up in neat formation and began to move forward. They moved their legs and strode forward, traveling at a speed of almost 200 kilometers per hour. While the combat robot was moving, countless messages were transmitted into Xiaoyu's brain. The pressure sensor detection data is normal. And the current pressure is. The joint tolerance test is normal. The current data is. Engine starts normally. All kinds of details about these robots will be collected by Xiaoyu. Just when this group of robots walked about 5 kilometers away from the base, the front troops finally encountered the Zerg. Xiaoyu saw a cockroach-like insect on Earth suddenly jump up from the ground. Its forelimbs then had turned into sharp machetes glowing with cold light, and slashed towards a combat robot. Humph. Xiaoyu snorted coldly. The combat robot immediately raised its arm and started shooting with its powerful high-speed machine gun, crushing half of the insect's body almost instantly. But the insect was not dead yet. It made an unpleasant squeaking sound and continued to rush towards the robot without losing momentum. The combat robot dodged deftly and dodged the attack of the insect. At the same time, a black gleaming and extremely sharp steel knife appeared on its left arm. Before the insect landed, it was cut into 2 pieces. The first battle of landing the combat robot was clean and tidy. The bug's attack was like blowing a horn. Immediately, endless bugs emerged from hiding. They quickly rushed towards these robots. From behind, long-range attack bugs continued to radiate. Micro-energy cannons. In front, and agile close combat bugs fought with these robots. This is just a small team of the Zerg army. Outside of here, there is an endless sea of worms rushing towards this base under construction. War broke out immediately. Within a unit area, the number of Zerg is much greater than that of combat robots. But at this time, the powerful qualities of combat robots were revealed. When faced with dozens of times the number of bugs, they were not afraid. With high-speed machine guns, high-explosive grenades, micro-laser cannons, black machetes, etc., the weapons were used in turn, quickly harvesting the lives of the insects. In this war, these combat robots showed strength beyond Xiao Yu's imagination. Xiao Yu saw that in the close-to-hand combat where the white knife entered and the red knife came out, these robots could even fight against 10 without any help from the terrain. The final result is often that the combat robot kills all 10 bugs without even breaking its protective shield. You know, in close combat, each of these insects is dozens of times more ferocious than tigers, lions, and other beasts on the earth. The arrow beasts also showed their strength. These vector beasts have transformed into various shapes. Some have transformed into shapes similar to black bears on the earth, where a worm can be crushed with one palm. Some have transformed into beasts, using sharp their claws and teeth were tearing at these Zerg. And some simply transformed into combat robots, learning the robot's combat mode, and harvesting the lives of Zerg with the machete in their hands. Xiao Yu saw that on one side of the base, there was a robot that was separated from the large army and surrounded by hundreds of insects. Under this situation, it still fired bullets violently. After finishing the bullets it carried, the energy of the laser cannon was exhausted. The black machete cut a gap. The energy shield was shattered. And when it was almost at the end of its rope, it suddenly jumped up. This time he jumped up to a height of 10 meters and a distance of tens of meters. And he was suddenly out of the circle of the insect swarm. It landed in a half-kneeling position. After buffering the impact of falling from a high altitude, it immediately stood up. Without stopping at all, it ran and jumped quickly. In only half a minute, it passed through the blocks of countless insects and ran, arriving at the base. In the base, more than a dozen maintenance robots immediately began to replace parts, repair damaged parts, and refill fuel. This series of work only took 10 minutes. After repairing it, it immediately became energetic again, ran outside the base again, and started killing. This is just a microcosm of the battlefield. Scenes like this were happening in hundreds of places on the battlefield at the same time. The battle was extremely brutal and intense. The number of Zerg is at least several million, and this number is still increasing. Countless Zerg tribes gathered from all directions, turning this grassland into the world of Zerg tribes. However, in the center of this grassland, this unfinished base, protected by 100,000 combat robots and 500 arrow beasts, has withstood the impact of the Zerg tide again and again, and has always stood firm. 100,000 robots formed a solid line of defense, blocking the incoming Zerg outside, preventing them from advancing even an inch. 500 arrow beasts served as the fire brigade. When they saw danger on the defense line, they would immediately rush to the rescue. During the war, combat robots only suffered a very low total loss rate. In most cases, only certain parts of them are damaged, and as long as they are repaired, they can continue to fight. But there were some unexpected situations. Xiao Yu saw that in the battlefield, when a robot had finished firing all its weapons and was about to escape, the moment it jumped up, it was collided by another insect that jumped up at the same time. When it landed, it was immediately swamped by the endless sea of insects. 10 seconds later, Xiao Yu lost contact with the robot. But this situation is only a minority after all. So far in the war, of the 100,000 robots, less than 100 have been completely damaged and cannot be recycled. The war has been going on for more than 3 hours. During this time, at least more than 1 million Zerg were killed. Within a few dozen kilometers around the base, there were corpses of bugs everywhere, and the dark green liquid they exuded was everywhere. Here, it has truly become a mountain of corpses and a sea of insects. After the battle lasted for 5 hours, it gradually came to an end. Perhaps seeing how powerful Xiao Yu was, no new Zerg were added around the battlefield, and the Zerg still remaining in the battlefield were quickly wiped out by Xiao Yu. After the war, the 500 arrow beasts returned to their respective transport ships. In the cabin, they were already exhausted, but instead of resting, they screamed excitedly, "What a pleasure! What a pleasure! I killed 300 bugs! What about you? You only killed 300? I killed at least more than 500. I will come again when the base is built next time." Me too. I must kill these nasty bugs. The Yamans were chirping and chatting excitedly. They will take these spaceships and return to the Handan to rest. In just 5 hours, the construction of this base has begun to take shape. It is estimated that in 7 hours, the construction of the number 1 base will be completed. Well, it is enough to station 10,000 robots here. Then, let's start the construction of the number 2 base. Xiao Yu made a decision. Chapter 143, Surrounded. After Base 1 took shape, Xiao Yu transferred more than 90,000 of the 100,000 ground Type 1 robots away, leaving only 10,000 robots here. With the help of steel walls and base turrets, these 10,000 robots will be able to firmly control base number 1 in their own hands. On the 2 satellites, Xiao Yu has already prepared the follow-up supplies. Now that the loading work has been completed, about 1,000 township-level spacecraft have flown to the second base construction site. Among more than 90,000 combat robots under the protection of the Communist Party of China, the construction of the second base began. At the same time, the construction robots left in base number 1 were not transported away by Xiao Yu. Here, they have another job to do. That is, collect the carcasses of at least 1 million bugs left here. The Zerg also belong to the family of alien beasts. Although their bodies are far inferior to those of the white dwarf alien beasts, they are still quite powerful. Their forelimbs and back LS are even stronger than what Xiao Yu can build. The toughest material, Zerg corpses in space battles, are difficult to collect. But it is different on the ground. Xiao Yu had no reason to give up so much material. Hundreds of thousands of construction robots temporarily acted as cleaners. They carried special collection tools, and were busy in the battlefield that had turned into a mountain of corpses and a sea of insects. Next to them, they were followed by countless transport robots. Collecting a full after the vehicle, the transport robot will transport the materials back to the base, where a specialized loading robot will put these things into the spacecraft. Approximately 10 kilograms of usable materials can be collected from 1 bug, and 1 million bugs equals 10,000 tons. What was collected in this battle was enough for Xiao Yu to build 3 or 4 village-level spaceships. The material collection work went on for more than 10 hours before it was completed. After completing the task, these construction robots took the spacecraft and rushed to the second base to continue working. Several township-class spacecraft loaded with Zerg supplies returned to the satellite base. Looking at the Zerg body parts in the warehouse, Xiao Yu felt very happy. The tens of billions of Zerg on Planet 1 are the source base of my construction materials. Although a spaceship built with Zerg limbs cannot be as good as the Hebei, it is enough to improve the performance of the current spacecraft. At least 50%. Well, in the future when building combat robots, we will no longer add the flesh and blood of white dwarf alien beasts, but use Zerg corpses instead. It doesn't matter if the surname can be reduced. The worst I can do is make more. Also, all future small spaceships will be made of Zerg limbs. Construction. The flesh and blood of the white dwarf alien beasts is so good. It is a bit of a waste to use it to build combat robots and small spaceships. After building a few more city-level spaceships, the rest will be temporarily stored for later use. Having made up his mind, Xiao Yu immediately started research on how to use the Zerg limbs. After obtaining the results, they were immediately put into practical application. Whether it is the Hebei or the combat robots built by Xiao Yu, they are not all built with the flesh and blood of white dwarf alien beasts or Zerg limbs. For example, the Hebei spacecraft has a hull mass of 50 million tons. About 3,500 tons. About 1 million tons are the flesh and blood of alien beasts, which account for 70% of the total mass of the ship's hull. This ratio is already the highest. After all, there are some materials that cannot be replaced by the flesh and blood of alien beasts, such as internal circuits. As for the first batch of robots, the proportion of alien flesh and blood was only about 1,000. They are just some consuming things, and Xiao Yu is not willing to use a lot of good things like the flesh and blood of alien beasts on them. If the ratio of flesh and blood of alien beasts used in these robots is increased to a level comparable to that of the Hebei, their combat effectiveness can be increased by at least 100 times based on the current level. The first batch of 10,000 tons of Zerg limbs can probably produce 10,000 combat robots. After calculations, the combat effectiveness of these robots using Zerg limbs is about 30% of the first batch of combat robots. Although it is not as good as the first batch of robots, its combat effectiveness is already comparable to that of combat robots that do not use any alien materials. The robot is about 3 times taller. Overall, this data is quite satisfactory to Xiao Yu. Base number 2 is less than 100 kilometers away from base number 1. This is Xiao Yu's plan. Step by step, slowly increase his sphere of influence, and eventually completely wipe out the Zerg and turn them all into his own warehouses of construction materials. 3 days later, base number 2 was successfully completed. During the construction process, Xiao Yu collected thousands of tons of Zerg body parts. Thousands of tons of Zerg limbs mean the production of thousands of robots. Between planet number 1 and its 2 satellites, spaceships are busy shuttling back and forth all the time. They transport shiploads of construction materials and exchange them for shiploads of Zerg limbs. Under this situation, tens of thousands of mining bases and foundries on the 2 satellites are operating at full power at the same time. And astronomical numbers of materials are produced every moment. The number of bases on Planet 1 is increasing rapidly at the rate of 5 every day. After the number of bases increased to 1,000 and occupied the entire grassland, Xiao Yu launched an active attack. Under Xiao Yu's precise control, teams of robots worked together to encircle and suppress the Zerg in the grassland. At this time, the total number of Xiao Yu's combat robots has reached 1 million. Their full attack has resulted in the number of Zerg limbs that Xiao Yu has harvested beginning to multiply. The increase in the number of combat robots means that Xiao Yu's ground combat capabilities have once again been enhanced. The enhancement of ground combat capabilities means that Xiao Yu can build ground bases more quickly. This is a good cycle. This grassland covers an area of about 100,000 square kilometers. It is next to the largest forest on Planet 1. This forest covers an area of 1 million square kilometers. On the other side of it, there is a vast expanse of land, a great desert. After this grassland was occupied by the ground base, Xiao Yu began to build a base in the desert. After the desert, there was another plain next to the mountains. After spending a year, Xiao Yu built tens of thousands of bases around this forest. These tens of thousands of bases just happened to surround this forest in the center. In the forest, Xiao Yu built more than 500 large-scale supply bases to ensure that in this forest, there would be a supply point only 30 kilometers away at most. After the construction of all these bases is completed, the total number of combat robots on Planet 1 has reached 10 million. It's time to start a big battle, Xiao Yu thought secretly as he looked at the tens of thousands of ground bases that had been built. This is something Xiao Yu has planned for a long time. There are at least 1 billion bugs hidden in this forest covering an area of millions of square kilometers. It is one of the largest bug gathering places on Planet 1. Xiao Yu's combat goal is to annihilate all these billion insects through tens of thousands of ground bases built around this forest, and tens of millions of combat robots. This will be the largest battle on Planet 1. After this battle is over, until the Zerg is destroyed, there will probably be no bigger battle than this one. This battle took place in a forest, which meant that Xiao Yu could not use weapons of mass destruction, such as hydrogen bombs or large energy cannons. Secondly, the number of bugs is as high as 1 billion, while the number of Xiao Yu's combat robots is only 10 million. In terms of ground combat strength, Xiao Yu is at a disadvantage. In order to prepare for this huge battle, Xiao Yu made full preparations and formulated a detailed battle plan. And he was basically more than 90% sure. Hearing that Xiao Yu was going to launch such a huge battle, the Yamans all became excited and clamored to go down to participate in the battle. Even the old Yaman, who had aged to a certain point and could barely fly in the atmosphere, also exploded. Out of youthful passion, he begged Xiao Yu in tears to kill the enemies who invaded our homeland with my own hands. Especially Lorna. She took her cuteness offensive to the extreme, relying on the unique ability of the arrow beasts to change their appearance at will. She turned into a kitten for a while, looked at Xiao Yu with tearful eyes, and changed for a while. She turned into a puppy, gently rubbing beside Xiao Yu's shadow. The most exaggerated time, she actually transformed into a giant panda, squatting in front of Xiao Yu in a naive manner and refusing to leave. She begged Xiao Yu for 3 days, but Xiao Yu still refused to agree to her request. Not only Lorna, but also Xiao Yu rejected all Yaju's requests. Just kidding. These beasts can still participate in small-scale battles involving tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands. Anyway, under the protection of combat robots and airships, they will not be in danger. But this time is different. In this battle, there are 1 billion bugs. The number of arrow beasts is too small, and they cannot play a big role at all. Moreover, this time the battlefield is in a complex environment like a forest. This means that Xiao Yu can't find the strength to protect them at all, and the airship loses its ability to monitor because of the obstruction of trees. I don't know since when, Xiao Yu's role in front of these beasts has quietly changed. Facing these young vector beasts, Xiao Yu feels more like a father. He has to worry about their safety and consider their future. At the same time, in the face of their wrong actions, he must punish them with the severity of a father. Stop them. However, this feeling is quite good. These innocent beasts, who don't know what conspiracy is, are worthy of my spending so much energy to consider them. Watching the transformation into a giant panda, Lai Xiaoyu thought with emotion as Lorna refused to leave. Chapter 144 Battle. After completing the final inspection of the more than 10 million combat robots to ensure that all parts were normal, and filling them all with fusion fuel, and making all preparations, Xiao Yu issued the order to start the battle. Immediately, more than 10 million robots walked out of their respective warehouses, lined up in the squares of their respective bases, and began to set off outside the base. Because base number 397 is close to the edge of the forest, there has been basically no calm since the base was built. Small groups of Zerg come over every moment to launch harassing attacks. Therefore, the high-speed machine guns, laser turrets, micro-energy cannon turrets, etc. on the high walls of base 397 have basically never stopped. Even on the eve of the war, there were still about a few thousand Zerg attacking the outer walls of the base outside of base 397 without fear of death. After Xiao Yu gave the order to start the battle, thousands of combat robots in base 397 all boarded the top of the outer wall, looking at the raging insect swarm below. Like dumplings, directly from up to 10 jumped off the 5-meter wall. Still in midair, the high-speed machine guns equipped on the left arms of these robots have started shooting. At the same time, the micro-laser cannons equipped on the chest, arms, heads and other parts have also started shooting. By the time these combat robots landed from the top of the wall to the ground, half of the thousands of Zerg had been wiped out. The remaining bugs ignored their dead comrades. They didn't even waste a moment and immediately launched an attack on these combat robots. A relatively fast insect had even jumped in the air, its sharp forelimbs glowing with black light, and it quickly slashed towards a combat robot. Immediately, the optical collection instruments, air fluctuation detection instruments, orbit analyzers, and other instruments installed on the robot collected all the information about the jumping bug. This information was first transmitted to the base through radio waves. Among them, in the base, it was transmitted to Xiao Yu's mind through long-distance communication means. Xiao Yu's huge computing power was activated, and with only 1/1000th of the computing power, he had completely processed this piece of information and gave the next action instructions. Move 1 meter to the left. Bend your knees. Swing with your right arm. Angle 30 degrees. Strength half power. This information followed the opposite path to that information, first transmitted to the base through long-distance communication, and then transmitted to the central processor of the robot through radio waves. The robot's central processor immediately understood Xiao Yu's instructions, and turned Xiao Yu's instructions into specific operational information. The number 3 microengine starts at 60% power, and the number 9 joint controller bends joint. Angle 29.5 degrees. Joint controller angle number 16 inch. From the time the robot captured the bug's movements to when its central processor began executing Xiao Yu's instructions, the entire process took less than 1,000th of a second. Xiao Yu's instructions were faithfully executed. The robot followed Xiao Yu's instructions, and cleverly made a dodge before the insect attacked itself, and then swung the long knife with its right arm suddenly. While still in midair, the insect's abdomen had been completely cut open, and dark green liquid sprayed all over the floor. It fell straight towards the ground. Its body twitched a few times, and then died. After concluding that the bug had been eliminated, the robot immediately jumped several meters high and chopped off the head of another bug. A total of more than 5,000 bugs were wiped out by more than 3,000 robots within 30 seconds. Under Xiao Yu's unified control, the collaborative combat capabilities of these robots have reached an astonishing level. After destroying the bugs, the robots spread out in a semicircle, tens of meters apart, and headed into the forest. This is just the scene in base number 397. This scene happens almost simultaneously before every base built by Xiao Yu. After wiping out the Zerg in front of them, these more than 10 million robots began to head towards the forest at the same time. During the march, Xiao Yu commanded these robots to make various combinations. In the end, each of these robots formed a team of 10,000 people, and they quickly headed towards the forest together. This is Xiao Yu's combat strategy. The average individual combat capability of these robots is about 15 times that of ordinary Zerg. After fighting together, their strength has increased to a certain extent. In other words, a team of 10,000 people can win as long as they do not face an attack of more than 200,000 Zerg at the same time. The formation that Xiaoyu designed for them came into effect at this time. Under the intensive formation of 10,000 troops, the length of the front line of a 10,000 troop is only about 30 kilometers. This 30-kilometer front can only allow no more than 60,000 Zerg to attack at the same time. The rest of the Zerg can only attack at the same time. It will be blocked by the body of its own race, and cannot directly attack the combat robot, even if the Zerg has a steady supply of supplies. Don't worry. After the battle damage rate of these 10,000-person teams reaches a certain level, Xiaoyu will control these robots to set off to the supply base, where they will receive repairs and supplies. Xiaoyu had already arranged it. In this forest, there must be a large supply base within 50 kilometers of any point, and with the constant replenishment of spaceships, there will be no shortage of supplies in these bases. There are a total of 1 million troops that will weave in and out of this forest, constantly consuming the power of the Zerg until they are all killed. The land combat robots in base 397 and the combat robots in bases 398 and 399 gathered into a team of 10,000 people and began to set off towards the forest. In each team of 10,000 people, Xiaoyu also brought about more than 500 maintenance robots. These maintenance robots have no combat capabilities, so they will be tightly guarded in the central area. They carry a large amount of spare parts, fuel and other supplies. As long as the supplies are sufficient, they can repair any land combat robot with a damage degree of less than 50. These maintenance robots will follow the combat robots. As this team of 10,000 people advanced, they aimed at the surrounding trees and randomly launched some gadgets the size of rice grains. Those are miniature cameras specially developed by Xiaoyu for the forest environment. With their own energy, they can work continuously for 2 months. Xiaoyu will use these things to fully monitor any movement in this forest. After being launched, these things will stick to the tree trunk and will not fall off. Due to their small size, they can be carried by robots in large numbers, and often a dozen of these things will be launched from a tree at the same time, monitoring the surrounding activities closely. After this team of tens of thousands of people has been interspersed in the forest several times, Xiaoyu estimates that these cameras can cover about 90% of the forest area. By then, this will appear directly in Xiaoyu's mind. With a full-range 3-dimensional real-time image of a large forest, Xiaoyu will be able to grasp the movements of any Zerg in the forest. Such information is undoubtedly extremely beneficial to Xiaoyu's command of the battle. This forest is worthy of being ruled by the Zerg. As soon as this team of 10,000 people entered the forest within 10 kilometers, they encountered a powerful sniper attack from the Zerg. As a result, this team of 10,000 people had to stop their progress. After covering all the surrounding trees with micro cameras, this team of 10,000 people started fighting here. This group of Zerg probably numbered in the millions. They used the dense trees and low shrubs to hide their figures, and quickly set off towards the robot brigade. At the same time, the long-range attack Zerg hidden in the rear began to fire micro-energy cannonballs. No matter at what time, the Zerg attacking from a distance need to be eliminated as soon as possible. Xiaoyu strictly abides by this rule. Under the surveillance of ubiquitous cameras, Xiaoyu will find out any Zerg that is good at concealing long-range attacks. Then, the land combat robots will immediately use micro-laser cannons to fight back against these bugs. Typically, ranged attacking Zerg will be attacked after firing their first micro-energy projectile. They usually die before firing the second cannonball. After the long-range attacking Zerg are eliminated, the land combat robots will fully deal with the melee Zerg in front of them. Under normal circumstances, land combat robots that are at a numerical disadvantage will soon be surrounded by Zerg. So accordingly, they will also form a circular battle formation to fight. The length of this circle is only about 30 kilometers. So there are only about 7,000 combat robots on the front line. These 7,000 robots have to face the attack of about 60,000 Zerg. The remaining 3,000 combat robots are in the second echelon. While they serve as substitutes, they also bear the task of destroying any Zerg that breaks through the first line of defense. A total of 2 lines of defense closely protect the 500 maintenance robots in the center. So, in this area, such a scene appeared. The radius of the battlefield for this battle reached nearly 30 kilometers. Within this range, there were densely packed Zergs everywhere. However, so many Zergs were completely useless because only the innermost Zergs could be contacted. Those combat robots. Most of the Zerg can only worry on the outside. watching helplessly as the Zerg inside fight bloody battles. The land combat robots, who were at a disadvantage in the overall situation, found a local advantage in combat power. And relying on this advantage, they will continue to consume the power of the Zerg until it is exhausted. Chapter 145 Battle B. In the dense primitive jungle, a huge and tragic war is taking place. In this vast area covering millions of square kilometers, there are insect shadows everywhere, land combat robots everywhere, fires everywhere, and explosions everywhere. A team of 10,000 land combat robots has been besieged by a million-strong Zerg for 2 hours. Within these 2 hours of fierce fighting, the 7,000 robots on the first front had wiped out more than 100,000 Zerg. The corpses of these dead Zerg formed a thick layer around the first front line. The dark green liquid they flowed out even accumulated puddles on the ground, making the land muddy. The star in this galaxy, Aquila, slowly fell from the horizon. Darkness enveloped the Earth, and night came. Planet 1 has 2 satellites, which means it has 2 moons. But tonight it seemed to be a cloudy day, with thick clouds covering the sky, without a trace of moonlight or a single star. Here, it's extremely dark. Xiaoyu had long expected this situation. All land combat robots were equipped with infrared night vision devices. The miniature cameras attached to the trees also had infrared shooting functions. So this darkness could only affect Xiaoyu, causes minimal impact. In the boundless darkness, the fierce battle never stopped. Countless chaotic sounds gathered in the sky above the forest, and countless black shadows shuttled between the trees. Like ghosts, this group of millions of Zerg, after paying more than 100,000 lives, is still fighting fiercely and refuses to retreat at all. The more than 7,000 land combat robots on the first front also stood firm and refused to take a step back. The line of confrontation between the two armies has become a real meat grinder, killing thousands of lives at every moment. 10! With a sound like a bowstring being pulled apart, a huge Zerg suddenly jumped up and rushed towards a land combat robot. The robot immediately collected all its information, and it was passed to Xiaoyu's mind. Well, there are 3 bugs on the left side. This robot has already suffered some damage, and its mobility and attack power have declined somewhat. If it avoids the attack of this bug, it will be attacked by the other 2 bugs. Based on comprehensive calculations, the best plan is to use all our strength to eliminate the other injured bugs before this bug pounces. Processing this piece of information also only took Xiaoyu a very short time. After receiving Xiaoyu's response, the robot ignored the attacking bugs. Instead, it turned around and exploded with all its power. Using various weapons together, it destroyed the other 3 bugs in an instant. At the moment when the other 3 bugs died, it was also jumped on by that bug, and the sharp forelimbs of the bug scratched its body hard. The miniature protective cover on the land combat robot flickered and disappeared. Not only that, the insect also left a deep scar on its body after cutting through the protective shield. Immediately, tiny sparks exploded from it. The detection instrument installed on the robot immediately reported the relevant information to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu made a decision immediately. Robot number 30485. Retreat immediately. Robot number 52181 will cover the gap. Maintenance robot number 783. Come over immediately to repair it. These commands were sent to 3 different robots. Immediately, the damaged robot launched a burst of attacks to temporarily drive back the ferocious bug, and then rushed toward the rear. Next to it, an intact robot immediately came out to take its place. This robot and the maintenance robot met at a predetermined place. Xiaoyu had already collected the damage information about this robot, so the maintenance robot did not hesitate at all, and did not even have to worry about the damaged land combat robot. Instead of checking, start repairing directly, the maintenance robot carries many accessories with it. Some of these accessories are carried from the base, and some are obtained by disassembling the irreparable robot. It quickly replaces the damaged parts of the robot with good parts, and completes afterwards. It was filled with fusion fuel. The entire repair process took less than 15 minutes, and was completed. Robot number 30485, which regained its health, immediately stood up and ran to another location, where it replaced another damaged robot. And this maintenance robot quickly rushed to another location. In one direction, repairs were started for another robot. Under the unified control of Xiaoyu, the cooperation of this team of 10,000 people could be said to be flawless. The robot will not waste a single moment of time between running, fighting, and repairing. This is the benefit that huge computing power brings to Xiaoyu. This is also the reason why Xiaoyu has been reluctant to develop artificial intelligence programs. In the final analysis, Xiao Yu is unwilling to allow his instruments to have too much autonomy. Allowing them to have independent surnames can disperse Xiao Yu's computing pressure. But it also means a reduction in collaborative combat capabilities. Imagine if each of these robots had their own reading intelligence. How could they cooperate so tacitly? Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, Xiao Yu decided to focus on developing his own computing power and not develop artificial intelligence programs for the time being. With the tacit cooperation of these 10,000 combat robots, the number of Zerg was slowly decreasing. The dark sky suddenly lit up, and a bolt of lightning pierced the sky. After a while, the rumble of thunder echoed across the earth. "It's going to rain," Xiao Yu sighed. "This thunderstorm area covers an area of about 700 square kilometers. In this area, there are 3 teams of 30,000 people and 5 bases. Thunderstorms will have a serious impact on my infrared night vision device. In this case, it is better to use visible light detection methods. Then, let's launch illumination bombs." Xiao Yu made a decision. There are sufficient flares stored in the base. Following Xiao Yu's order, several robots took out the flares from the warehouse and put them into the barrel. Then, with a bang, the flare ejected from the muzzle. After being shot out, it dragged a long red tail flame, rushed hundreds of meters into the air, and exploded with a bang. This is just the first one. After this one, there was a second one, and a third one. A total of more than 50 flares were launched into the sky. Immediately, at the point where the flare exploded, a bright ball of light appeared. Xiao Yu's flares are powered by nuclear fusion. A flare can continue to illuminate for about half an hour. Moreover, during this half hour, they will be suspended in the air and will not fall. Even strong winds and heavy rain cannot affect them. More than 50 high-power flares were like more than 50 small suns, illuminating the 700 square kilometers area covered by the thunderstorm. Under the bright flares, the forest was blurry, with shadows of swaying leaves everywhere. There is no longer darkness in the forest, and light is restored again. At this time, along with another thunder and lightning, a heavy rain fell. But no matter how heavy the rain is, it can't dilute the strong smell of blood in this area. This team of 10,000 people has been fighting for more than 10 hours. During this period of time, they wiped out nearly 500,000 Zerg, causing the number of Zerg to drop by half. Within the defense circle, there were injured and damaged land combat robots everywhere. However, the maintenance robots no longer have enough supplies to repair them. So the maintenance robots can only disassemble the most severely damaged land combat robots to obtain intact parts to repair the remaining robots. Up to now, Xiao Yu's team of 10,000 people has lost nearly 2,000 land combat robots. However, 80% of these 2,000 land combat robots were dismantled by Xiao Yu himself. In other words, in these 10 hours of fierce battle, nearly 50 Zerg were wiped out. There were only about 400 robots killed by the Zerg. With 20 times the combat power, he achieved more than 1,000 times the results. This result has proved the correctness of Xiao Yu's combat strategy. "It's time to go back for overhaul. Okay, let's break out." Xiao Yu gave the order. Immediately, these land combat robots began to change their formations. They changed from a circular defense circle to a sharp knife formation, cutting through the boundless sea of insects very quickly like a hot knife cutting a piece of butter. The average combat power of a land combat robot is 20 times higher than that of a bug, so it is not difficult to break out. However, Xiao Yu still made certain sacrifices in this process. First, there were some damaged parts with no repair value. The broken robot body was abandoned by Xiao Yu. Secondly, 500 maintenance robots were also abandoned by Xiao Yu. After using up the spare parts and fuel they carried, it was no longer worth Xiao Yu's effort to protect them. After this army of 10,000 people leaves, they will soon be torn to pieces by the angry Zerg. Under the sharp knife formation, less than 8,000 robots were left and were advancing rapidly. The robots on both wings assume the task of defense. After being damaged, they will be immediately replaced by the robots on the inside. If the power system is damaged and the robot loses the ability to move, it will be abandoned immediately. The nearest supply base is only 37 kilometers away from this 10,000 person team. At their forward speed, it only takes about 40 minutes to return to the base and undergo comprehensive repairs. Chapter 146 Battle. C. Facts have proved that defending in place causes much less damage than stabbing with a sharp knife. They set up a circle formation on the spot and fought for 10 hours, wiping out nearly 500,000 bugs. This 10,000-man army only lost 2,000 robots. However, After setting up a sharp knife formation, they were surrounded by 500,000 bugs. During the 40 minutes of the breakout, this 1,000-man team lost about 500 robots. This result made Xiaoyu feel a little distressed. 40 minutes later, this group of land robots arrived under the high wall of the base, with countless Zerg chasing after them. Under this situation, these robots cannot enter the base. However, Xiaoyu had long expected such a situation. When more than 7,500 robots were defending against the high wall, kinetic energy weapons, laser cannons, particle cannons, energy cannons, and other weapons installed on the high wall were deployed. Carpet attack. These Zerg seemed to know that a base defended by high walls was not easy to mess with. So after 30 minutes of continuous attack and leaving corpses everywhere, they quietly retreated into the deep jungle. After the insect swarm receded, these robots successfully entered the base. Immediately, tens of thousands of maintenance robots carried sufficient spare parts and fuel to carry out emergency repairs for them. During this period of time, a total of more than 500,000 troops out of 1 million troops returned to the base for comprehensive rest. Let's take stock. In the 10 hours since the battle started, 10 million robots have wiped out nearly 200 million bugs. A total of nearly 2 million of these robots have been lost. The battle loss ratio is about 1 to 100. This data is quite good. Overall, Xiaoyu is quite satisfied with this result. After all, the average combat power of a robot is only 20 times the average combat power of a bug. But with 20 times the combat power, Xiaoyu caused 100 times the casualties of the bugs. In the sky, spacecrafts continue to land, transporting sufficient supplies to these bases. At the same time, a batch of newly produced land combat robots were also transported. There are about 100,000 robots completed recently. This is all the robots Xiaoyu produced today. There are sufficient insect limbs as raw materials for manufacturing, and the manufacturing factories on the 2 satellites are operating at full capacity, probably stabilizing the daily output at more than 100,000. In other words, in the coming days, Xiaoyu's power on Planet 1 will be supplemented by 100,000 robots every day. The number of Zerg is decreasing every day. After all, the Zerg motherworm has left the Aquila 3 systems and can no longer add strength to this place. Under the circumstances, it was only a matter of time before Xiaoyu won the final victory. These 100,000 newly manufactured robots were added to the most severely damaged teams of several dozen thousand people, and each team of 10,000 people was allocated probably a few hundred robots. After everyone had rested, this 10,000-person team with only 8,000 land combat robots left carried new maintenance robots and embarked on the journey again. At the same time, in Handan, Yaman's temporary home, Lorna, who had transformed into a giant panda, was still facing Xiaoyu's shadow and begging bitterly. "Brother Xiao, just let us go! Come on! We promise to obey your orders and never run around." Xiaoyu stretched out his virtual palm, rubbed the soft hair on the giant panda that Lorna had transformed into, and said, "It's not that I won't let you go, but it's just too dangerous in the battlefield. Although the fighting power of your Yaja clan is strong, but in the face of hundreds of millions of Zerg, it still has no effect. I once promised your fathers to take good care of you. If you suffer casualties, how can I explain to your fathers? You are the great warriors who fought side by side with me. They were willing to die in order to fight against the white dwarf alien beasts. Before they died, they entrusted you to me. You are like my little brothers and sisters. How could I let you go? To face such danger?" Perhaps thinking of her dead fathers, Lorna's eyes slowly overflowed with tears, and her voice was choked. "Brother Xiao, good boy. Don't cry." Xiaoyu comforted her and said, "Well, I can show you the live video of the battlefield for you to watch, and you can just cheer for me here. Well, wait until this battle begins. At the end, when the number of Zerg drops to less than 10 million, I will let you participate in the battle." Lorna suddenly raised her head, looked at Xiaoyu with surprise, and asked, "Is it true?" Xiaoyu smiled and said, "Of course it's true. Well, let's watch the live video first." "Yeah." Lorna cheered and ran outside. Calculating Chengren's age, she is only 16 years old now. Well, she is really a child at heart. Looking at Lorna, who was full of joy, Xiaoyu felt warm in his heart and couldn't help but recall the warmth of his childhood. Time. Through the monitor, Xiaoyu saw that after Lorna announced the news to her tribe, the Yaja beasts all burst into cheers. The Handan was filled with excitement, and on planet number 1, the brutal war was still unfolding. Teams of 1 million people are still running through this forest, fighting fierce battles with the Zerg. Here, thousands of Zergs die every moment. And every moment, land combat robots are damaged and have to undergo repairs. This forest covers a vast area. When the forest to the east ushered in the morning, the forest on the other side was still in the dark. The rain clouds over this forest dispersed, ushering in the morning sunshine. But the other forest was shrouded in thunderstorms. A forest with dozens of different environments. On the first day of the battle, Xiao Yu's land combat robot's battle damage rate reached about 20%. But on the second day, this rate dropped to 18%. 5 days before the start of the battle. In Xiao Yu's planning, it belonged to the defense as offense stage. In this stage, the robot troops basically will not take the initiative to attack. And it is impossible to take the initiative, because there are too many bugs in the forest. As soon as the robot troops are dispatched, they will be immediately besieged by the bugs. After 5 days, the overall battle loss rate of Xiao Yu's robot troops was close to half. In other words, Xiao Yu's 10 million robots now only have about 5 million left. In comparison, the Zerg's losses were even more severe. There are a total of 1 billion bugs in this forest. But at this stage, it is estimated that there are only less than 400 million left. When Xiao Yu's team of 10,000 people was dispatched, the team of 10,000 people was no longer under siege. At this time, Xiao Yu will command these tens of thousands of troops to actively search for traces of the Zerg and annihilate them. This is the second stage in Xiao Yu's plan, the balanced stage. In this stage, Xiao Yu and the Zerg are both offensive and defensive, and overall they are in a stalemate. The second phase lasted for 10 days. Within these 10 days, Xiao Yu lost another 2 million robots, but the satellite factory produced another 1 million robots to supplement them. So Xiao Yu's total number of robots now is 4 million. There are only over 100 million Zerg species left. The war situation has entered the third stage. During this stage, the number of Xiao Yu's robots finally stopped decreasing. With the addition of 100,000 robots from the satellite factory every day, the number of robots began to rebound. In contrast, the decline in the number of Zerg has further accelerated. During this period of time, Xiao Yu also built thousands of large-scale robot manufacturing factories on top of satellite factories, which were matched by tens of thousands of mining bases and primary material processing factories. Within the next month, Xiao Yu's robot production rate is expected to increase to 500,000 units per day. In the third stage, Xiao Yu's tactics changed again. The type of war has changed from defensive war to balanced war, and from balanced war to the current encirclement and suppression war. At this time, it is difficult to find a collection of more than 1 million Zerg. Most of them are small Zerg troops consisting of thousands or tens of thousands. Xiao Yu's millions of robots launched a closed search operation in the forest. At this time, the miniature cameras installed on the trees in advance played a great role. Under the surveillance of this ubiquitous surveillance equipment, where the Zerg appears and how many there are, this information will be known to Xiao Yu immediately. Xiao Yu immediately made a decision on which troops should be sent over and how many troops should be sent to deal with it. At this stage, it has become a situation where Xiao Yu takes the initiative and the Zerg are on the defensive. The third stage lasted longer. About 20 days. 20 days later, the number of Zerg dropped again. It is estimated that the total number of Zerg in this forest has dropped to less than 10 million. The fourth stage was named the finishing battle by Xiao Yu. In the sweep battle, Xiao Yu will use the cooperation of micro cameras to control the robot troops to launch a dragnet investigation. Any Zerg that is lucky enough to escape Xiao Yu's killing will be found and killed by Xiao Yu. In the final stage of the battle, the powerful individual combat capabilities of the Yaju are very useful. Moreover, there are robots everywhere here. They generally will not encounter danger. Even if they encounter danger, they will quickly get it. Rescue. Well, then, Lorna, it's your turn and your people's turn. Xiao Yu thought about it and informed Lorna of his decision. Xiao Yu's response was the cheers that echoed through the Handan. Kill all the Zerg! Kill all these invaders! Little Weiss, let's continue the competition. Whoever kills more Zerg will be the brother. Okay? Chapter 147, Extinction of the Zerg Race. Planet number 1. In the dense primitive jungle, there are shadows and figures everywhere. At this stage, Xiao Yu's total number of robots has increased to 20 million units. And all of these robots have been put into this forest. They launched the final stage of the battle in the dense forest, by a small river. A team of 10 robots was conducting a close search. They will not let go of any place where bugs may be hiding. During the careful search, suddenly, there was a sound of leaves being knocked open from the side of the robot formation, and a huge bug jumped up and rushed towards the robot formation. In fact, ubiquitous surveillance cameras have already spotted the bug even before it made a sound. This information was immediately reported to Xiaoyu, who responded within a few millionths of a second. These 10 robots did not even move. They turned around quickly. In just a fraction of a second, the micro-laser cannons in their hands were aimed at the insect that jumped from the air. The next moment, there were 10 laser beams launched. 2 laser beams shined on the bug's forelimbs, first breaking its forelimbs to ensure that even if it jumped on the robot, it would not be able to cause damage. For laser beam shone on its hind legs to ensure that even this time if you can't kill it, you still have to make it incapacitated. The remaining 4 laser beams launched a fixed-point attack, and the selected target was its head. As a result of close cooperation, the insect's head was instantly pierced by 4 laser beams, and it lost its life while still in the air. In another area, a formation of 10 robots also discovered a bug gathering point, with probably hundreds of bugs inside. These 10 robots were not afraid and rushed forward ferociously. However, before they could rush into the swarm of insects, 2 vector beasts that transformed into leopards quickly descended from the sky. And there were 2 cheerful cheers went up. Ha ha! There are bugs here! Hurry up, or you'll be killed by the robots if you're slow. Leave some for me. Don't kill them all! As a result, 10 robots and 2 arrow beasts launched a bloody and ruthless killing operation against hundreds of insects. The battle only lasted 5 minutes, and was over. Scenes like this keep happening in this dense forest. The 4th stage lasted for 5 days. After 5 days, it was estimated that there were less than 50,000 bugs left in this forest. Xiaoyu then launched an orderly retreat and evacuated most of the robots, leaving only 1 million combat robots here, stationed in different bases for warning and subsequent small-scale raids. Use. At the same time, Xiaoyu also launched a large-scale collection operation. The billions of insect corpses in this dense forest are an excellent source of materials, and Xiaoyu will not let them go. Based on the fact that one bug has 10 kilograms of usable materials, these 1 billion bugs can collect enough 10 million tons of materials, which is a huge amount of wealth, Xiaoyu thought, and mobilized a large number of special collection robots to go over and launch a large-scale collection operation using bases scattered in the forest and surrounding areas as transfer stations. After entering the harvest stage here, Xiaoyu has once again built more than 20,000 ground bases in the rest of Planet 1. A large number of combat robots have been stationed here to attack another area where 700 million Zerg are expected to gather. Encirclement and suppression operation. In this way, Xiaoyu gradually eroded the Zerg's living space from point to point. Xiaoyu has been carrying out such a large-scale suppression operation for more than a year. During this period, Xiaoyu has built more than 1 million ground bases and invested a total of 300 million troops. Combat robots. At this time, Xiaoyu was no longer satisfied with the scale of operations covering millions of square kilometers. Instead, he used the largest continent on Planet 1 as the battlefield and launched the largest battle since the beginning of the war. In this battle, Xiaoyu invested a total of 150 million combat robots and launched a comprehensive attack on the 3 billion Zerg staying on this continent. This continent covers an area of up to 200 million square kilometers. Among them, there are mountains, jungles, rivers, and plateaus. Among these various terrains, robots painted in red are everywhere. In this operation, they were divided into combat units of 1,000 people. A total of 150,000 man teams pursued the Zerg in various terrains. If you look down from space, you can see a picture like this. In the vast continent, there are dense red dots everywhere. Sometimes they gather into a torrent and start to impact somewhere, and sometimes they disperse into a patch of red dots and quickly dissipate on the earth. Even at night, this continent is no longer dark, but is illuminated by countless dense artillery fires. Just like the lights in big cities on the earth, this battle lasted for half a year. After the bugs on this continent were basically eliminated, Xiaoyu used a spaceship to transport them to another continent and launched a second continental operation. This was repeated and lasted for more than a year. During this year-long battle, Xiaoyu eliminated nearly 10 billion bugs, basically wiping out the bugs, leaving only a few stragglers who could no longer pose a threat to the arrow beasts. The war that enveloped the world this time has finally come to an end. Spaceships landed one after another and began to transport the combat robots away in batches and store them in the satellite warehouse for later use. The Aero Beasts finally returned to planet number 1. Facing their devastated homeland, they did not lose their emotions, but instead became high-spirited. The Aero Beasts re-established a gathering point. In order to facilitate their contact with Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu established a special base next to this gathering point. At the same time, within the gathering point, Xiaoyu specially installed a three-dimensional projector to project his image there all the time. On the day when this gathering point was built, the Yadiasts gathered in front of Xiaoyu's image and launched a grand celebration. Looking at the happy vector beasts, Xiaoyu smiled and announced the news. I have cultivated a bacteria through biotechnology. This bacteria can quickly decompose the Zerg corpses. Well, about 10 years later, all the Zerg corpses will disappear and become nutrients for the plants. I have also cultivated the first batch of about 10 million various creatures, which will thrive on Planet 1 and gradually increase their size. It is expected that it will only take 100 years at most for the ecological environment of Planet 1 to return to its original state. Brother Xiao, thank you so much. You are the savior of our Yaja clan. Without you, we would have been exterminated long ago. At this time, Lorna, who has always been playful, came out and took the matter seriously. Really said to Xiaoyu, don't thank me. If your innocence and kindness hadn't infected me, I wouldn't have helped you like this. Don't worry. I will stay here until the mother worms are eliminated. Xiaoyu stretched out his palms gently stroked Lorna's body, which had returned to her original appearance. Are you still leaving? Lorna asked in surprise. Why don't you stay here all the time? The scenery here is so beautiful. Wouldn't it be nice to live with us here? You are a technological civilization. But it doesn't matter. There are 2 gas planets in our galaxy. They also have satellites. And there are enough materials for you to develop technology. Looking at Lorna, who was full of reluctance, Xiaoyu laughed dumbly and said, who can say what will happen in the future? Even if I want to leave, I will destroy the mother worms so that you have no worries. Then I will walk. Lorna transformed into a kitten, leaned at Xiaoyu's feet, and whispered, Lorna doesn't want to leave, Brother Xiao. If you want to leave, I will go with you. On the square, many young Aero Beasts shouted together, Brother Xiao, if you want to leave, we will go with you. Xiaoyu smiled and shook his head and said, let's wait until I'm leaving. By the way, I wonder if you are interested in learning technology from me. Xiaoyu already knows that it is not that the alien beasts cannot master scientific and technological knowledge, but that the alien beasts often have few members. And after the technology has developed to a certain level, if it wants to develop, a large number of scientific and technological researchers will be needed to promote its development. Because of this restriction, the alien beasts have stayed away from the path of technological development. But it is undeniable that technology is also useful for exotic animals. With the help of advanced technological theories, they will be able to better plan their own evolutionary path. For example, if an alien beast does not master the unified theory, it will not be able to evolve the ability to travel at faster than light speeds with its own body. But they do not have the ability to develop technology. So they usually obtain technology by plundering technological civilizations that are weaker than themselves. For example, the white dwarf alien beast has mastered the unified theory and used it as bait to lure Xiaoyu. It is certain that the technology it possesses was looted. Of course, even if it masters the relevant technology, it does not have the ability to continue to develop the technology. In such an environment, the Yaja clan actually gave up the hope of continuing to evolve and chose to become a reclusive alien beast civilization instead of becoming a predator civilization. That's why Xiaoyu said they were kind. Learning technology? Lorna was stunned for a moment, then nodded happily. Great, Brother Xiao. With enough technology, we can start further evolution. Chapter 148, the 1990s. Seeing Lorna agree, Xiaoyu asked with a smile. Tell me, what stage of study are you at now? Hearing Xiaoyu's question, Lorna said sadly, among our Yaja clan, only the most powerful warrior has mastered the controllable nuclear fusion technology. It has found a way to evolve its own fusion engine, and use this the method was taught to us. But it has been killed in the battle. So we only know how to evolve a fusion engine. We don't know any related technologies or specific theories. We have basically only reached the stage of the 3 laws of mechanics. And subsequent technologies don't know anything. Well, it doesn't matter. It will take a long time anyway, so I will teach you bit by bit. By the way, where is the spacecraft that crashed on your planet? I need to do a little research on it. Xiao Yu knew that the Yaja clan could evolve to the point where they were capable of interstellar navigation. All thanks to this spacecraft that accidentally crashed on their planet. From this spaceship, they obtained relevant technology. Of course, even if the alien beast clan cannot obtain relevant technologies, they will slowly summarize the relevant technologies through various natural phenomena over a long period of time. It's just that this speed is many times slower than developing and evolving through direct robbery of technology. Since this spacecraft can carry out interstellar navigation, it seems that it has at least mastered nuclear fusion technology. On it, there is likely to be some information about the technology of level 4 civilizations. Xiao Yu naturally didn't want to let it go. Lorna shook her head with regret and said, I don't know. That spaceship has been well preserved before. But since the Zerg attack, we have lost traces of it. We only know one thing. It must be it's still on our planet. But we don't know exactly where it is. Xiao Yu nodded. Well, leave this matter to me. Okay, you go and play first. At this time tomorrow, we will start the first lesson. Yes. Lorna nodded vigorously. The Zerg were in trouble, and there would be no more threats in a short time. Xiao Yu finally felt a little more relaxed. I also want to develop technology as soon as possible. Xiao Yu thought. Let's assemble the Large Particle Collider first. In the Tianning 1 galaxy, the Large Particle Collider built by Xiao Yu has been disassembled into parts one by one, installed on the spacecraft and transported over. So Xiao Yu saves a lot of trouble, and does not have to waste time to build it again, but just assemble it directly. Of course, because the masses of Skyhawk 1 and Skyhawk 3 are different. The orbits required by the Large Particle Collider orbiting them are also different. Xiao Yu also needs to make some modifications to these particle colliders. But this is only a matter of details. Xiao Yu can complete it in a short time. Besides this, there are still many things to do. First, we must provide signal coverage for the 3 Aquila systems. Secondly, various defenses must be built as soon as possible to prevent the Zerg from attacking again. Also, the construction of new spaceships must be advanced. Last week, there are also the development of computer technology and the repair of the Luca people's bodies. There are really too many things to do. Xiao Yu sighed and threw himself into his busy work. When he was wiping out the Zerg on Planet 1, Xiao Yu had already felt the huge computing pressure. Xiao Yu's current computer is based on quaternary and photon computing technology. Its computing power has been improved many times compared to that on Earth. But it is still not enough. In the Zerg eradication campaign, Xiao Yu invested a total of 300 million robots, each of which had more than 500 sensors. In various terrains, Xiao Yu placed at least more than 10 trillion monitors to collect intelligence. There are also hundreds of thousands of factories on the 2 satellites, as well as more than 2 billion construction and repair robots, and various related scientific and technological research. The computing power required for these tasks is astronomical. So huge. Moreover, Xiao Yu already had a vague plan in his mind to deal with the Zerg. The execution of this plan would require even greater computing power. Xiao Yu's current computing power is far from enough. Every time you increase the size of your fleet, your computing power is always the first to be challenged and feel the pressure. All kinds of things fill Xiao Yu's daily schedule. The first thing Xiao Yu carried out was the installation of the Large Particle Collider. No matter when, the development of science and technology always comes first. The key to whether we can break through the existing scientific and technological theories and master the unified theory depends on this Large Particle Collider. During the busy construction process, Xiao Yu also used some computing power to project a phantom at the gathering point of the Yaju on planet number 1 and began to provide scientific education to the Yaju. At the same time, a large-scale search force was also organized to launch a search operation on planet number 1. Xiao Yu must get the damaged spaceship. According to the descriptions of the Yaju, the spacecraft disappeared in a mountain range. That mountain range had a volcanic eruption recently. Xiao Yu speculated that the spacecraft might have been washed away by the rolling magma, or simply buried underground. Therefore, Xiao Yu launched a focus search in this area. Of course, it is also possible that the Zerg transported it away. But according to the Yaju, they are certain that the Zerg did not transport the spacecraft away from planet number 1, but may have transported it to a certain place and hid it. Planet number 1, the gathering point of the Arrow Beasts, is in a wide square. More than 10,000 young Arrow Beasts and some old Arrow Beasts are sitting there quietly, listening to the shadow of Xiao Yu in the center of the square. teaching some elementary scientific knowledge. Today, we are going to talk about the theory of relativity and quantum theory. Xiao Yu's shadow made a loud voice, covering the entire square. The first thing we need to talk about is an overview of the theory of relativity and quantum theory, and their significance. This will make you have a general understanding of these two theories. I will teach you the specific formula derivation in detail in the future. One of the most important conclusions of the theory of relativity is the mass-energy formula, which is E equals mc squared. Don't underestimate this formula. In fact, nuclear fission, nuclear fusion, and the energy source of stars are all based on this relativity formula. Regarding quantum theory, it has the most intuitive phenomenon, which is the overdistance communication that we have all mastered. Overdistance communication is based on the study of quantum entanglement in quantum theory. Brother Xiao, I have a question. When Xiao Yu said this, Lorna, who was sitting in the front row, raised her hand. Xiao Yu smiled and asked, well, if a piece of material is removed from a white dwarf or a neutron star, what will it look like? Will it continue to maintain its original density? Lorna asked. This question, Xiao Yu pondered for a moment and said, most white dwarfs are made of carbon and helium, and neutron stars are made of neutrons. Can you guess what will happen if you take them out? Well, everyone also think about this for a while. It should continue to maintain the original state. A arrow beast said. No, I guess they'll explode with a bang. Another Yaman retorted. In the square, the Yaja beasts started a heated debate. Xiao Yu watched all this and did not stop it. 10 minutes later, Xiao Yu clapped his hands to make the beasts quiet down, and then said, currently, I don't have the ability to actually go to the white dwarf or neutron star to remove a piece of material. I can only tell you my guess. First of all, the extremely high density of white dwarfs and neutron stars is maintained by the strong gravity of their stars themselves. After cutting a piece of material from their stars, they will expand because they lose the gravity that allows them to maintain their own density. Expand to normal material density. Someone has already said this, which is good. Xiao Yu nodded and continued. As for what they will become, it is very simple. White dwarfs are mainly composed of elemental helium atoms and carbon atoms. After expansion, they will be combined from atoms into molecules, becoming helium and carbon in the usual sense. Neutron stars are different. There is no complete atomic nucleus in the neutron star. So no matter what material or elements the neutron star is made of formation, after its material is taken out and expanded, only one thing will be formed, and that is hydrogen gas. Is that so? Lorna's eyes were full of sighs. In other words, even if I grab a handful of soil and throw it onto the neutron star, it will be processed by the neutron star, and then take out the soil. Will it turn into hydrogen? Yes. Xiao Yu nodded. It's really amazing. The Yaja beast sighed. Okay, let's continue with the next lesson. Facing countless Yamen who were thirsty for knowledge, Xiao Yu started his own lesson. At this time, Xiao Yu finally received a report from the robots sent out to find the crashed spacecraft. A team of search robots found a damaged spacecraft in a valley somewhere. This spacecraft is about tens of meters long and about 7 or 8 meters high. In Xiao Yu's plan, this size belongs to the category of township-level spacecraft. After inspection, Xiao Yu could confirm that this spacecraft was definitely not made by himself. The spacecraft lay there quietly, already covered by weeds, soil, and rocks. Under Xiao Yu's command, a team of robots slowly approached it and cleared away the debris on it. Above the cabin, 4 large characters gradually appeared. These 4 big characters did not need translation. Xiao Yu understood their meaning, because they are Chinese. The 90s. Chapter 149 Past Events. Looking at the 4 characters, 90s. Xiao Yu was stunned. In the 1990s. The spaceship of the 1990s. It turns out that the spaceship of the 1990s crashed here. Xiao Yu murmured to himself. Before, I always thought that the spaceship of the 1990s was destroyed by the white dwarf alien beast. But I didn't expect that it actually crashed here. Xiao Yu subconsciously took out the woman's body from the hubei and looked at it carefully. Looking at the corpse of a woman who was as peaceful as sleeping, Xiao Yu's mind was in chaos, and he even made a small mistake in his work. In the satellite factory, a robot that was working took out a part that seemed to be made of glass and handed it to another robot. However, this robot did not extend its arm in time, so the part fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. In space, A village-class ship has collected enough fusion fuel from gaseous planet number 2 and is passing through its planetary ring, intending to return to the satellite factory. There was a huge meteorite in front of it, but it didn't make any dodge action. Instead, it hit it directly, bursting out with sparks and turning the entire spacecraft into pieces. Some search robots have fallen off cliffs, and some instruments have been installed incorrectly. It took a full 5 seconds for Xiaoyu to come back to his senses. Xiaoyu, who discovered the work error, immediately started to take remedial measures. At the same time, he once again recalled the situation when he got the small spaceship from the fingers of the alien beast. Xiaoyu remembered what the intelligent program that claimed to be the spaceship of the 1990s said to him. Since the spacecraft was destroyed in the 1990s, I have been transferred to this rescue capsule. During these 10,000 years, I have been working hard to fight against the number 3 alien creature to prevent it from destroying the rescue capsule. But because the energy consumption was too large and the time was too long, astronaut number 1 still died. I can only save her body and wait for your arrival. The specific process is recorded in detail in the black box chip. You can check later. Xiaoyu was analyzing this passage carefully. It seems that the spacecraft of the 1990s was not completely destroyed. After the woman and the intelligent program were transferred to the rescue capsule, it still had certain navigation capabilities and sailed to planet number 1 before crashing here. Then, it was discovered by the Yaju, and the Yaju relied on the technology contained in this spacecraft to evolve to a stage with interstellar navigation capabilities. The rescue capsule was captured by the white dwarf alien beast. During this period of time, the woman died, but the intelligent program remained alive until I obtained the rescue capsule. Xiaoyu restored the entire incident in his mind. But, what does this have to do with me and humans on Earth? What does it have to do with it? Xiaoyu thought nervously. Why do biological corpses with human genes and human appearance appear in such a distant place? Why does the Earth appear? The words above? What on earth is going on? Xiaoyu shouted silently, as all kinds of doubts in his heart were entangled. After barely calming down, Xiaoyu quickly dispatched hundreds of engineering robots to rush over in a spaceship and began to clean up the debris attached to the outside of the strange spacecraft. At the same time, a large number of detection instruments were also brought through another spacecraft. The cleaning work took a full day to complete. During this period of time, Xiaoyu cleared away all the plants and rocks within a kilometer of the spacecraft and leveled a piece of ground. Then, he controlled the engineering robot to carefully transfer the spacecraft to the flat ground. After cleaning, the 90s spacecraft was in the shape of a shuttle. In the middle of its hull, there were 2 protrusions like wings, but one of the protrusions had disappeared, leaving only the one on the other side. This protrusion is about 5 meters long, and there is something like an engine at the top of the protrusion. The spacecraft, 90 years, has been completely damaged, but its material has not been damaged. After clearing away the debris, it revealed its smooth SHL again. There was a big hole in its belly, and there were many traces of animal activity inside the spacecraft. Apparently, this spacecraft had been used as a temporary residence by some animals some time ago. According to the known information, it is at least more than 10,000 years since this spacecraft crashed here. During such a long time, its outer SHL is still as smooth as new, and there is no rust at all. Looking at the spaceship in front of him, Xiaoyu was filled with sighs. Xiaoyu has carefully inspected the outer SHL of the spacecraft. On the outer SHL, he also found many images similar to words with unknown meanings. But Xiaoyu was unable to decipher these words, except for the 4 characters from the 1990s. The rest are all some kind of alien characters. Xiaoyu came to the conclusion. The 2 characters mean 2 civilizations. One civilization uses the Xia Kingdom of the Earth Age. Chinese characters? Well, let's assume for the moment that it is the civilization of the Earth. Then what is the other civilization? This seems to represent the blending of 2 civilizations? Perhaps this woman belongs to the Earth civilization. And then she came to another very advanced civilization. Xiaoyu slowly speculated while doing his work. Let's go inside the spacecraft and take a look. Xiaoyu thought, manipulating 2 robots equipped with various detection equipment, and entered the interior of the spacecraft through the huge hole. The strength of this material exceeds my expectations. At least, they are stronger than the materials of the Hebei spacecraft mixed with the flesh and blood of white dwarf alien beasts. How advanced a civilization is to be able to create such materials? How powerful is it to penetrate this material? Xiaoyu murmured to himself. The space inside the spacecraft is very large. And the dirt, debris and other things inside have been cleaned up by Xiaoyu, revealing their true colors. Inside, Xiaoyu found several instrument-like things with unknown functions. One of them is similar to a computer, but it does not have various components that Xiaoyu is familiar with. It is an instrument connected to the outer casing. It seems to be a weapon, but it has no barrel. I don't know what type of weapon it is. Besides, there are many things, but these things were so completely damaged that Xiaoyu couldn't even try to restore them. The interior of the spacecraft is roughly divided into several areas. In Xiaoyu's speculation, one part should be the living area, and the other part should be the working area. At the same time, there are also places like storage area, power area, and weapons area. Among them, the storage area is empty. There is nothing. There are some instruments with unknown functions in the power area and work area. The weapons area was completely damaged. The Yaja beasts once said that one of the most powerful warriors of their race obtained fusion technology from this spaceship. Why not ask them and see what happened when this spaceship just crashed? Xiaoyu thought and gave an order. So, Xiaoyu's shadow, who was teaching the Yabiest on the square, stopped teaching and said, Lorna, please inform your tribe to gather here. I have some questions to ask you. Lorna nodded obediently and agreed. Not all Yamen are here to listen to Xiaoyu's lectures. Among the Yamen race, there are some aging Yamen who are not interested in continuing to evolve. They are more willing to enjoy life with the few lives left. Therefore, they are not on the square at the moment. Following Lorna's notification, half an hour later, all the arrow beasts came to the square. About 20,000 in total. After looking around the square, which was densely packed with arrow beasts of different shapes, Xiaoyu asked, Who among you still remembers the spaceship that crashed into your planet? Among your species, the most do you still remember how that powerful warrior obtained fusion technology? The Yaja beasts looked at each other, and Lorna shook her head first. I was only born for more than 7,000 years. This spaceship crashed more than 10,000 years ago. I didn't know that before I was born. It seems that since I was born, since then, this spacecraft has lost all energy and has become almost like a stone. Granny Inshu, do you still remember what happened back then? Grandma Shu is an extremely old arrow beast. She has probably lived for more than 29,000 years now, and the lifespan of the arrow beast clan is not far away. She is currently the oldest of the Yamen clan. Grandma Shu lay lazily on the ground. When she heard Lorna calling, she first looked at Xiaoyu with some doubts, then frowned and recalled carefully. I still remember some things. Well, it was probably more than 10,350 years ago. At that time, I was still a strong warrior and was practicing flying fighting skills between two mountain peaks. At this time, suddenly there was a huge roar in the sky, and when I looked up, I saw something like a meteor falling down with a long tail. You know, at that time, we had not yet evolved the ability to navigate the stars, so we had no understanding of the universe. This thing aroused our great curiosity, so we found this thing. After discovering there was a hole in its abdomen, we selected the two strongest arrow beasts and entered its interior to launch an exploration operation. The old arrow beast spoke slowly, and as she told it, Xiaoyu's thoughts seemed to have come to that time and space. Chapter 150 Her Boudoir. Listening to Grandma Shu's story, Xiaoyu imagined that scene in his mind. Under the clear blue sky, a young and diligent arrow beast was diligently practicing his fighting skills among the mountains. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared in the sky. This flash of light, dragging the billowing smoke, streaked across the sky, and finally hit the ground somewhere. The Yamens, who had not yet mastered relevant astronomical knowledge, looked at this scene in shock. Then, they gathered together to discuss countermeasures, and finally decided that the two strongest vector beasts should explore this unknown object. Grandma Shu continued with some sadness. I am one of the two strongest arrow beasts, and the other one is Xingqi. Unfortunately, when our entire clan was controlled by our thoughts, Xingqi went outside. Star eventually died in the hands of that demon. But because I was too old, I lost the ability to navigate the stars, so I could only stay on the mother star. But I have survived until now. Lorna quietly said to Xiaoyu. Xingqi was the first beast to master controllable nuclear fusion technology. Later, it taught this technology to everyone in our race. It is the most popular among our race, the most powerful and most prestigious clan member. Xiaoyu nodded slightly and continued to listen to Grandma Shu's story. After we entered the spaceship, a voice suddenly came out. I still remember this voice. We didn't understand the first word spoken by the voice, so we didn't respond. Then, the owner of the voice seemed to have discovered this, and it immediately changed its voice and began to use words we could understand. Sound communicates with us. It said to us, unexpectedly, there is a civilization of alien beasts here, which has not yet evolved to interstellar navigation. Yes, you are lucky to have met me before I died, and I will give you a little gift. After it finished saying this, some lights of unknown meaning emerged. These lights slowly intertwined, just like the display screens in your spacecraft. As the lights continued to after the transformation, a lot of information poured into my and Xingqi's minds. Unfortunately, I did not understand the information, but Xingqi did. These lights continued to shine for several hours, and then the voice appeared again once. After saying something we couldn't understand, he disappeared and never appeared again. So we left the spacecraft. After that, under Xingqi's teachings, our race evolved to know the extent of having interstellar navigation capabilities, and later encountering various incidents. After Grandma Shu said this, she seemed a little tired. She panted rapidly for a while before she regained her composure. Xiao Yu slowly thought about this passage in his mind. The intelligent civilization said that the spacecraft of the 1990s was destroyed, and that it and the woman were transferred to the rescue capsule. So, who was in this spacecraft? It's possible that the woman who was transferred to the rescue capsule still maintained communication with the spacecraft. After all, long-distance communication based on quantum entanglement theory is unshieldable. So after she discovered these vector beasts, used the remaining energy to teach them some knowledge, and then disconnected communication due to lack of energy. Thinking of this, Xiao Yu suddenly remembered something. Xiao Yu immediately asked, Grandma Shu, that voice said 2 words at the beginning and the end that you couldn't understand. So, do you still remember the specific pronunciation of these 2 words? Can you imitate these 2 words for me? Grandma Shu frowned, thought about it for a moment, and then sighed and said, We, the Yemen clan, have always had very good memories. Hey, we are getting old. We are getting old. We need to recall things before we can remember them. It is no longer like when we were young. It doesn't matter. Just think about it slowly, Xiao Yu said. The square became quiet. Grandma Shu thought about it for a full hour before she said, I remember it. Well, the pronunciation of the first paragraph and the pronunciation of the last paragraph are like this. Grandma Shu imitated the voice and said a few words. After she finished speaking, she asked, What do these 2 paragraphs mean? I discussed it with Xingqi for a long time, but we couldn't come to a conclusion. Xiao Yu did not answer Grandma Shu's words, because Xiao Yu was already in shock. It's actually like this. It's actually like this, Xiao Yu murmured to himself, turning a deaf ear to Grandma Shu's words. At this moment, Xiao Yu had a very strange feeling. It's actually pronounced in Chinese. No wonder the Yamans can't understand it. Those 2 sentences. The first sentence is, These little things are so cute. This is the first sentence. The sentence at the end is, I hate it. I haven't finished speaking yet. Why am I running out of energy? These 2 sentences were imitated so vividly by Granny Shu that even the woman's tone, when she said these 2 sentences, was conveyed. In the Hebei no. Xiao Yu smiled bitterly when he looked at the woman lying quietly in front of him, as if she had fallen asleep. Could it be that just because you saw how cute these arrow beasts were, you taught them nuclear fusion technology? And, judging from your appearance, if it weren't for the lack of energy, you were even prepared to teach them the unified theory. Looking at you, you are only about 20 years old. I didn't expect that your thinking is also the thinking of girls on the earth. Is it just because you look cute? It's a good thing you didn't teach them the unified theory. Otherwise, they would have killed me long ago under the manipulation of the white dwarf alien beasts. Who are you? You use the Chinese characters of the earth and speak the Chinese language of the earth. However, you drive a spaceship that is more advanced than me and fight against alien beasts that are far beyond my imagination. All of this was entangled and swirling in Xiao Yu's mind. Well, it's okay. Let's continue the lecture. Xiao Yu calmed down and said to the beasts, Brother Xiao, what's the matter with you? What do those 2 sentences mean? Seeing Xiao Yu's expression, Lorna asked worriedly. It's okay. Xiao Yu shook his head and then said with a strange expression, Those 2 sentences are the language of my home planet. It's okay not to say the specific meaning. Your home planet? Lorna asked a little strangely. But seeing that Xiao Yu had already started teaching, she could only suppress the doubts in her heart. The teaching here only takes up a very small amount of Xiao Yu's computing power. Most of Xiao Yu's energy is still scattered in the vast space. Scattered on hundreds of thousands of spaceships. Billions of robots. And in this valley, Xiao Yu tried to restore the entire incident. First of all, the 1990 spacecraft encountered the white dwarf alien beast. No. According to the intelligent program, they seem to be conducting some experiment with the white dwarf alien beast as the main body. So this spacecraft is very likely to be I came here on purpose and have been orbiting the white dwarf star in order to observe this strange beast. Then, for some unknown reason, the 1990s was damaged. The girl and the intelligent program were transferred to the rescue cabin. They tried to escape, but were captured by the white dwarf alien beast. The escape failed, but the 90s was the 0-year spacecraft escaped the gravitational field of the white dwarf. At that time, it may have lost power, but its communication capabilities were still maintained. It was wandering in the universe, and happened to be captured by the gravitational field of planet number 1, and crashed into number 1. On the planet, it is certain that this girl was not mentally manipulated by the alien beasts of the white dwarf star. She was still very conscious. After the spacecraft crashed on planet number 1 in the 1990s, she saw these beasts through the connection between the two. Maybe the boring days in the rescue cabin made her want to find something to do. And these vector beasts are really cute. So she passed on some knowledge to them. Then, the communication was disconnected, and she was imprisoned in the rescue capsule, spending the rest of her years in boundless loneliness until the end of her life. No, she is not old. That means she looked like this when she died. She died abnormally. Maybe she couldn't bear the boundless loneliness and committed suicide sadly. Thinking of this, Xiao Yu felt a little sad. While making these calculations, Xiao Yu controlled the robot and continued to detect the hull of the 1990s. Except for the living area of this spacecraft, the rest of the place has been explored by Xiao Yu. The outer L of this spacecraft is constructed of some unknown material. This material is extremely tough and has even surpassed the Hebei. In addition, the living area is extremely tightly sealed, so Xiao Yu has no way to open it and explore the living area for the time being. Xiao Yu knew that inside this door was most likely the boudoir of the girl lying quietly in the Hebei Corp storage box. It seems that your concept of privacy is quite important. In this spaceship, even the weapons area and the most important material storage area are completely damaged. But your bedroom is not damaged at all, and it is sealed so tightly. Xiao Yu, I was a little speechless in my heart. There is probably some relevant information stored in her bedroom. In it is very likely that I will get some key information. So I'm sorry. Try to find a way to destroy it by force. I don't know what I'm doing. Does this count as breaking into the boudoir? Thinking in his mind, Xiao Yu quickly built a large special transport aircraft, found a way to transport the damaged spacecraft to the Hebei, and started research. Chapter 151 Diary. In this incident, there were several biggest problems plaguing Xiao Yu. At present, it is basically certain that this woman does not belong to the civilization that built this spaceship. She is an alien. This can be inferred from the difference between the two texts and the two languages. So, suppose this woman is from Earth. So what is that other civilization? Perhaps they are the Taihao civilization that the white dwarf alien beast said they injured and imprisoned on the white dwarf star. One more thing. Since this woman maintains contact with the spaceship of the 1990s, then, after she was captured by the white dwarf alien beast, why did she not ask for help from the Taihao civilization? Instead, she lived alone in a small rescue capsule. In the end, you chose suicide? In addition, there are many doubts plaguing Xiao Yu. The answers to all these questions can hopefully be found in her tightly closed bedroom. Fortunately, except for the outer L of the spacecraft, the cabin is not made of extremely tough materials. Even so, it took a lot of time for Xiao Yu to open the door. Xiao Yu first developed a miniature self-destructing robot that could obtain energy through an electric field and then convert it into ultra-miniature energy LS. Through billions of micro-robots continuously blasting at fixed points, the door was finally destroyed. Closed structure and opened it. This is a small bedroom of about 10 square meters. The entire room is pink in color. After more than 10,000 years, it is still extremely neat and tidy without a trace of dust. On one side of the door is a single bed covered with pink sheets. Under the bed are several pairs of shoes, which are about size 37. There is a rag doll in the shape of a bear on the bed. Opposite the bed is a desk. Above the desk, on the wall, there is a poster. Shall you recognize the characters on the poster at a glance? That was a male star on Earth who was very popular in the 1990s. There are no extra things on the desk. And there are no drawers. On the table, there was only an open diary and a pen next to it. The layout of the room is like this. Very similar to the decoration of a single young woman's room on Earth. In this room, Xiao Yu seemed to have traveled through time. Xiao Yu controlled the robot and walked over, picking up the diary. The first thing that caught Xiao Yu's eyes were 3 characters, which were still Chinese characters. Zhang Xingya. Is this your name? Xiao Yu was speechless. The robot's steady hands opened the cover of the diary. Xiao Yu saw the first diary. Her handwriting is very graceful and neat. July 10th, 1995. It has been 15 days since I left the Earth, and my head still hurts from time to time after the indoctrination. I don't know where they are going to take me, and I don't know how they are going to treat me. I miss home so much. Dad, I miss my mother. I miss Xiao Hui. I hope my parents haven't thrown it away yet. August 21st, 1995. I underwent another inspection today. There are strange, robot-like things everywhere around me. I have lived with them for almost 2 months, and I haven't seen what they look like. But fortunately, my freedom, there is still some protection. At least I have a separate room. But I don't know if they are monitoring me in this room. September 25th. Today, I was allowed to see what was going on outside. I saw many stars. They were many more, brighter, and more beautiful than they were on Earth. I saw a ribbon of light across the universe. I don't know if it's the Milky Way, but I can't see the sun or the Earth. I asked them where I was, but they didn't answer me. I asked them what they wanted to do, and still no one answered me. Looking at these diaries, Xiao Yu's thinking seems to be linked to the thinking of the woman who wrote this diary 10,000 years ago. Here, Xiao Yu can feel her hesitation and confusion. Xiao Yu continued to read. I received another thought indoctrination today. A lot of knowledge entered my head. With my current level of knowledge, if I could return to Earth, it wouldn't be a problem to become Einstein. Right. Ha. It's just thought indoctrination. My head hurt so much, as if it was going to explode. Also, it was uncomfortable during the examination. There were so many needles sticking into my body and head. What on earth were they going to do? And I didn't know when they could be inserted. I'm going back. Dad? Mom? Xiao Hui. I miss you. Woo woo. I miss you. I want to go home. Xiao Yu was speechless. Xiao Yu has deeply experienced this kind of hesitation and loneliness. The difference is that when Xiao Yu encounters these emotions, he at least has his own means to change them. But this girl had no other choice but to accept it silently. In Xiao Yu's mind, 2 words appeared. Kidnapping. It seems that this girl is unwilling to leave the Earth. She was forcibly abducted by some kind of existence. Are all the so-called alien abductions on the Earth true? Perhaps. At least part of it is true. Xiao Yu thought silently. The diary has moved on to the next one. And there is no time for this diary. I don't know what day it is today. There is no timekeeping tool here that I can understand. My watch is not gone. I don't even know what time it is. I don't know when I should eat or when I should sleep. But fortunately, as long as I call, a robot will deliver a reasonably delicious meal. During the examination, no one will care about me even if I want to sleep. Hey, I wonder if I will gain weight if this continues. I don't know if I'm the only one who was abducted. These hateful aliens. I curse them all to encounter black holes and die one by one. Huh? But having said that, black holes are quite interesting. I mean, astronomy is quite interesting. I didn't know before that there were so many things in the night sky. By the way, I always thought there were only 12 constellations in the night sky. Seeing this paragraph, Xiao Yu shook his head speechlessly. Another pure girl who was tainted by the constellation theory. There are a total of 88 constellations in the night sky. Not just 12 such as Gemini and Scorpio. The 12 zodiac signs are in astrology. I have been away from the Earth for such a long time, and I don't know how far the technology on the Earth has developed, and whether it has developed to the extent of mastering a unified theory. It would be great if I could return to the Earth. With what I have mastered knowledge, just a random equation can cause a sensation. By then, I will become the most prestigious genius girl scientist on the Earth. Well, haha. By then, I will make a lot of money and find a lot of handsome guys. But when can I go back? When can I go back? When will these hateful aliens let me go? I hate you. I hate you. This diary is gone at this point. Xiao Yu felt a little sad. In this diary, there is a keyword that Xiao Yu saw. That is, Grand Unified Theory. It seems that you have mastered the Grand Unified Theory. Unfortunately, I am still struggling on the road of exploring the Grand Unified Theory. Xiao Yu continued to read. Under their guidance, I came to another small spacecraft. What do they want to do? Are they sending me back? I didn't expect that they would actually give me the right to name this spacecraft. Well, let's just call it the 1990s. Is this superlight flight? I can't see any stars, and I have a strange feeling of dizziness. It turns out that superlight speed is achieved in this way. Energy is first converted into gravity, and then gravity is used to change the structure of space-time. The spacecraft is like surfing, being pushed by space and gliding. However, this spacecraft does not seem to use this method to achieve superlight speed. Its method is a bit more advanced. Unfortunately, I don't know how it works. These damn things, the guys are unwilling to teach me these technologies. Are you going home? I'm so looking forward to it. I hope that after leaving the superlight speed flight, I can see the sun and the earth for the first time. When he saw this diary, Xiao Yu already knew the answer. Xiao Yu knew that she did not return to Earth, but came to a white dwarf star in the Eagle Nebula, and died alone there. Xiao Yu has also experienced the feeling of being manipulated by others, and he is like a puppet on strings. This feeling is very bad. Finally, it's okay to escape the speed of light. Where is this? Where is this? I can't find the sun. I can't find the earth. Where on earth is this? I want to go home. I want to go home. Woohoo. This spacecraft is not under my control. There is a hateful intelligent program on it. It always pretends to be confused and refuses to tell me everything. What is that? A white dwarf star. No. My spaceship is controlled by its gravity. Ah! The spacecraft has entered its orbit. Ah! What is this? There is a monster. A faint smile emerged from Xiao Yu's heart. There is a monster on this white dwarf star. There is indeed a monster. And it is a very big monster. I'm sure that this spacecraft has the ability to escape the gravitational field of the white dwarf. But it just won't go. Moreover, after entering the orbit, the number of various tests conducted on me has increased. I understand. Here this is their testing ground. This big monster, like me, is a test subject for these damn aliens. The frequency of experiments is getting higher and higher, and it is getting more and more painful. Haha. The torture of Manchu, ****, is nothing more than this. Chapter 152 Deception. Xiao Yu could really feel the pain of this girl. In the starry sky unknown how far away from the Earth. In an alien spacecraft. They are suffering endless torture. And there is no hope of relief in sight. No wonder you protect your bedroom so tightly. Maybe this is the only place where you can feel at ease. Xiao Yu thought silently. The diary continues. I want to go home. I want to go home. I want to leave here. I must leave here. I don't want to be tested. I don't want to be indoctrinated. I don't want to stay here, looking at this unchanging starry sky. I want to go home and talk. Fall in love. Act coquettishly in the arms of mom and dad. Make delicious food. I want to go home. Mom, I miss you. The big monster contacted me. It seems that it can avoid the monitoring of this hateful intelligent program and contact me directly. It told me its story and how it was captured by this damn alien. The process of being captured and then imprisoned on a white dwarf star. Although it looks a bit ugly, it seems to have a pretty good heart. Did it start fighting against these aliens in order to save a weak civilization? Although it failed in the end. Pathetic, the big monster. Seeing this, the shadow of the white dwarf alien beast once again appeared in Xiao Yu's head. This human girl was deceived by this monster. Xiao Yu thought of this in an instant. The angry roar before the alien beast died is still in Xiao Yu's memory. This is the dark starry sky, not the earth under the sun. My people, you are still too young. Too young. The dark starry sky is not suitable for any pure creature to survive. Xiao Yu sighed sadly. This place is above the earth. It seems to be called the Eagle Nebula. It is more than 6,000 light years away from the sun. The sun and the earth are both far away. But I can't see it no matter how hard I look. Huh? There is actually a 5-star system there? It's so beautiful. 5 stars of about the same size are orbiting each other. Orbiting in chaos. As if they are dancing. Hey, I don't know that the scientists at home have mastered the big. There is no unified theory. If you haven't mastered it, Study more on the mini-body problem in the universe. It may be of some help to you. Xiao Yu's heart tightened. What? The multi-body problem in the universe? A 5-body star system? Isn't the 5-body star nearby here the same 5-body star in the direction of the Zerd mother insect's escape? Will it be helpful in mastering the grand unified theory? This is really? Xiao Yu thought quickly. This is very likely to be true. After being indoctrinated by some kind of alien mind, she has mastered scientific knowledge that far exceeds that of humans. And there is no need for her to lie in her own diary. This means I have to go there and take a look. Xiao Yu made up his mind instantly. Xiao Yu is extremely eager to achieve technological breakthroughs. For this reason, no matter how unreliable something sounds, Xiao Yu is willing to try it. Xiao Yu manipulated the robot's dexterous fingers, opened a new page in the diary, and continued reading. I made a decision. I want to rescue the big monster. The big monster made a plan. As long as I find a way to cooperate with it to destroy the spacecraft and enter the rescue capsule, without the suppression of the spacecraft, I will when a nova explodes. It has the ability to use the material thrown away by the nova explosion to gain enough acceleration to escape the gravitational field of the white dwarf. The rescue capsule will not be destroyed by the white dwarf. When the time comes, it will take me and send me come back to Earth and take me home. Xiao Yu was speechless. Is that Zhang Xingyao? You were deceived. Sure enough, on the next page, Xiao Yu saw such content. The girl wrote, I succeeded, but I also failed. With my help, the big monster successfully destroyed the spacecraft. I transferred to the rescue capsule and was caught in the hands of the big monster. But I was deceived. The big monster didn't have enough energy to escape from the white dwarf. It didn't even have the ability to withstand the next nova explosion. It told me to open the rescue capsule and use the energy in the rescue capsule. It can obtain enough energy to escape from the white dwarf. And it is guaranteed to only take a little without affecting the operation of the life support system of the rescue capsule. Can I still trust you? I have been with you for at least 3 years. In this loneliness, hesitation and fear, I regarded you as my only friend. But you deceived me. You know well, it feels really bad to be deceived. Stop talking. Stop talking. I will never believe you again. It seems that when the girl was writing this diary, the voices of the white dwarf alien beasts were still constantly coming into her mind. The handwriting in this line is a bit scattered, and some words are written so heavily that they almost scratch the paper. On this paper, there are still traces of some dried water stains. These should be her tears. This girl and the white dwarf alien beast share the same pain. They are all trapped here by this unknown powerful civilization. Under such circumstances, they should get along very well. Judging from the girl's simple character, after they had been together for several years, the girl had regarded the white dwarf alien beast as her only sustenance and her only hope of escape. But she was deceived. Xiao Yu felt the same for her despair and pain. Xiao Yu continued to read. There is no hope of returning home. I wanted to commit suicide, but with the intelligent program stopping me, I couldn't even die. Well, I agreed to them and promised them to take out my soul. It said to me, I will after the soul is taken out. I will have no pain. They will keep my soul in a safe place. Maybe this is another scam. But it doesn't matter. The worst is death. Now, what's the point of living for me? That's it. This is the last diary. Listen to it. The simple existence mode of soul has no concept of time and consciousness. I hope my body will be well preserved. And I hope someone can resurrect me. Dad? Mom? Shall we? Goodbye. This is the last diary. After reading all the diaries, Xiao Yu seemed to have experienced these things with this Earth girl named Zhang Xingya. Feeling her confusion, fear, pain, and despair. You were deceived again. Xiao Yu thought sadly. I exist as a soul, and I still have a sense of time and feel pain. Has your soul been taken out? Where is it stored? Is it there? In the spaceship? If your soul is still stored in that rescue capsule, I will definitely find a way to open that spaceship and put your soul back into the body. However, the Earth is gone, and your parents are also dead. You can't go back, and nothing can go back. This is an optimistic, cheerful Earth girl with little social experience. These can be seen from the lines in her diary. Xiao Yu knew that during the experiment, she must have endured unimaginable pain. But she never gave up the hope of survival. However, her hope of survival was first used by the white dwarf alien beast, and then was used by the intelligent program. They played with her hopes, and made her finally choose to compromise in despair. If all this was done by the Thai House civilization, I would choose to exterminate them all. Believe me, it will happen. Humans on Earth are not guinea pigs in your laboratory. Xiao Yu placed the diary on the desk again, looked at the furnishings in the bedroom again, and glanced at the poster on the wall. In the poster, the big star is facing the microphone with an intoxicated expression. The room was very tidy. In these 10,000 years, there has been no change. It was as if the pink single bed still had the residual warmth of her body, and the bear-shaped rag doll was still held in her arms just a moment ago. Xiao Yu didn't touch anything else. Xiao Yu manipulated the robot to retreat and close the door. It's as if this door has never been opened. As if inside this door, the optimistic, cheerful, but repeatedly deceived Earth girl is still living here. From this diary, Xiao Yu got a lot of information, including how to break through to the 4th level civilization, including his own origin, including some speculations about human beings on Earth. Perhaps I am just a white mouse in a laboratory, and there is also a certain eye watching me secretly. Perhaps her experience is not the only one. Perhaps many humans on Earth have been abducted by alien civilizations. In this universe, there may be many humans on Earth who are suffering unimaginable torture. On the Earth, there are so many incidents claiming to be alien abductions every year, and only 1% of these incidents are true. In this dark universe, are my people still alive? Xiao Yu sighed and put his thoughts back. On planet number 1. I'm leaving here and going to the 5-star system of Aquila 4. Of course, before I leave, I will solve your worries. You see, the Zerg mother insect has returned. At the Yabushi settlement, Xiao Yu's shadow smiled and spoke to the tens of thousands of Yavias in front of him. Xiao Yu's finger pointed at the distant space, beyond the overlapping mountains, across the blue sky, past the 2 satellites of Planet 1, past Planet 2, and Planet 3. In the distant space billions of kilometers away, there is a strange creature half the size of the moon. It is approaching here quickly. Chapter 153 Retreat. In Xiao Yu's mind, the lines in the diary were still constantly reappearing, and he felt the various emotions in them, whether they were happy, sad, or angry, until he felt despair in the end. I made a copy of this diary and placed it in my bedroom on this damaged spaceship. I hope someone will see it and know my story. Xiao Yu recalled one of the passages in the diary and thought silently. Your wish has come true. Someone has seen your diary, and this person is a member of your race. When my technology is developed enough, I will fulfill your other wish. I will resurrect you. My people. Xiao Yu took his mind back and looked at the ferocious Zerg mother insect in space. This time, are you ready, and have you found a way to fight against the Hebei? In the previous period of time, Xiao Yu had dispersed his fleet into 3 parts, stationed at 3 planets in the 3 Aquila systems. There are approximately 40,000 spaceships stationed on Planet 3, including 3 city-level spaceships, namely the Yanjing, Tianjin, and Tangshan. Xiao Yu's fleet had already set off as soon as the Zerg mother insects were discovered by satellites all over the 3 Aquila systems. The spacecraft at the base camp of Planet number 2 and Planet number 1 began to accelerate towards Planet number 3. The fleet stationed around Planet 3 did not set off towards the Zerg mother insect. Instead, they all took off and prepared for battle on the spot. At Planet number 1, except for the 3 city-level spacecraft Xingtai, Langfang, and Handan stationed here for defense missions, and 10,000 small spacecrafts. All the other spacecrafts, under the leadership of Hebei, began to head towards the planet. Depart for Planet number 3. Xiao Yu has a very clear understanding of his own strength. That is, after their own fleet is dispersed, they are no match for the female Zerg. You must assemble your own fleet to possibly eliminate the Zerg mother worms. Therefore, Xiao Yu did not let the fleet of Planet 3 die. Instead, he stayed in place, stalling for time and waiting for the arrival of backup forces. In space, planets, especially gaseous planets, represent endless sources of energy. Therefore, it is impossible for Xiao Yu to give up Planet number 3 to the enemy. In space, more than 100,000 spacecraft are nervously mobilizing and gathering. A big war is coming. Let me see what means you have to rely on to fight against the Hebei. Xiao Yu thought confidently. Xiao Yu has full confidence in the Hebei number. There is still 1 day left before the Zerg mother worm reaches Planet 3. It will take about 4 days for the Hebei to reach Planet 3. But before the Hebei arrives, the fleet stationed on Planet 2 will arrive in advance. By then, Xiao Yu's strength at Planet 3 will reach 70,000 spacecraft. These forces are enough to sustain the Hebei until it arrives. The Zerg female is still the same size, and Xiao Yu knows that the satellite is still in its belly. During this period of time, it has not yet finished digesting the satellite. Through the telescope, Xiao Yu saw that countless daughter worms were being born from the spouts on the mother worm's body, densely surrounding it. Their number is tens of billions. When the Zerg mother worm was still hundreds of millions of kilometers away from Planet 3, the densely packed worms had already arrived at Planet 3 in advance and started a fierce battle with Xiao Yu's spacecraft stationed here. The whole space is already occupied by these bugs. Correspondingly, there are tens of thousands of Xiao Yu's spaceships. In space, Xiao Yu can use weapons of mass destruction without any scruples. Often a large-yield hydrogen bomb can kill tens of thousands of insects. Xiao Yu nervously controlled the battle while paying close attention to the movements of the Zerg mother worm. The Zicheng who has come here so far is not worthy of Xiao Yu's attention. Xiao Yu saw that the Zerg mother insect did not slow down, but rushed straight towards Planet 3. Sure enough, resources are the most important to me and to the Zerg mother. Planet number 3 is a gaseous planet, which means an almost unlimited source of fusion fuel. The goal of this mother is indeed here. Xiao Yu secretly thought about the movements of the female insect and his next response plan. The manufacturing power of the Zerg mother worm is unlimited, and there is no point in destroying these daughter worms. Therefore, Xiao Yu began to try to get rid of the harassment of these daughter insects and launch an attack on the mother insects. But beyond Xiao Yu's expectation, these bugs seemed to know what Xiao Yu was thinking. In space, billions of bugs drag Xiao Yu's fleet here, unable to move forward even an inch. These spaceships do not have the powerful capabilities of the Hebei, and they cannot directly and forcefully break through. In desperation, Xiao Yu gave up the idea. As the mother worm gets closer, the number of daughter worms increases. Xiao Yu's fleet has fallen into the vast sea of insects. Although there is not much danger in a short period of time, Xiao Yu no longer has the power to stop the mother insect's actions. Xiao Yu saw that the Zerg mother worm entered the orbit of Planet 3. After that, a large number of collecting worms began to be launched from it. These collecting worms wandered around Planet 3. The body became much larger, and returned to the mother insect's body fully loaded with fusion fuel. It has already begun collecting fusion fuel. This phenomenon made Xiao Yu secretly anxious. During this period of time, the fleet of Planet number 2 has arrived and merged with the fleet of Planet number 3. However, the convergence of the two fleets has no meaning other than extending the time that can be sustained. The endless insects were like a whetstone, chipping away at Xiao Yu's strength bit by bit. Xiao Yu saw that a county-level spacecraft was hit by hundreds of thousands of micro-energy cannonballs at the same time while it was trying to fight against the swarm of insects, causing its energy shield to flash for a moment, and then countless close attacks. Insects crawled onto it, and after a few minutes of attack, the energy shield shattered, and the county-level spacecraft exploded. My energy is limited, and, surrounded by the insect swarm, I don't have the ability to obtain supplies. Alas, it's still a bit of a miscalculation. But it doesn't matter. I'll just wait until the Hebei arrives. Hebei arrived at Planet 3 10 hours later. With the arrival of the Hebei, the female insects seemed to be on alert. Xiao Yu saw that a large part of the bugs besieging the number 3 planetary fleet began to fly towards the Hebei. It's useless. With the strength of the Hebei, this thing is not even qualified to serve as cannon fodder. Xiao Yu thought with disdain. While destroying these bugs with artillery fire, he manipulated the Hebei until it flew straight towards the female Zerg. Xiao Yu's plan is very simple. The same as last time. The difference is that this time, if the female insect escapes, Xiao Yu will pursue it. Because on planet number 1, Xiao Yu has already deployed sufficient defense methods, with hundreds of millions of combat robots protecting the beasts. Xiao Yu no longer has any worries. The huge Hebei, driven by more than 100,000 engines, fiercely rushed towards the female insect. Inside the Hebei, the county-level spacecraft carrying a super-yield hydrogen bomb has been launched and is ready to attack at any time. But something beyond Xiao Yu's expectation happened. Xiao Yu saw that at this time, the female Zerg not only did not escape, but instead worked hard to spray out more bugs. These bugs are not ordinary bugs, but engine bugs that Xiao Yu has seen before. What does it want to do? In the last battle, it tried to use these engine bugs to push me away, but failed. This time, does it want to taste failure? Seeing that the female insect not only did not run away, but actually did so, Xiao Yu had some doubts in his heart. But the next moment, Xiao Yu knew that he was wrong. This female insect is not that stupid. Millions of engine bugs clung to the Hebei, and their tails began to spray bright blue flames at the same time. In this burst of flames, Xiaoyu noticed a thrust that was far greater than last time. Even the Hebei's movements were seriously affected and began to slow down slowly. If this situation continues, the Hebei will never be able to get close to the mother worm, and may even be pushed further and further away from the mother worm. Xiaoyu reacted immediately, manipulated the 360-degree turnable laser gun on the Hebei, and began to clean the engine bugs attached to the Hebei. Even, in order to speed up the cleaning, Xiaoyu also manipulated some village-level spacecraft to attack the Hebei. The attack from the village-level spaceship is just an itch for the Hebei, but it can knock those bugs down. But a phenomenon that surprised Xiaoyu happened. Xiaoyu found that the speed at which he cleaned these bugs was not as fast as the speed at which the mother bugs made them. Xiaoyu saw more and more insects coming to the Hebei and starting to push away from the Hebei in reverse. With the concerted efforts of these insects, the Hebei came to a halt, and then began to slowly retreat backwards. More than 100,000 engines roared together, contributing huge thrust to the huge body of the Hebei. However, under the confrontation of the endless engine bugs, these thrusts were in vain, and could no longer push the Hebei forward half step. Fortunately, the material of the Hebei is extremely tough and cannot be compared with ordinary materials. Otherwise, the Hebei would have been crushed by the two thrusts of the spacecraft engine and the Zerg. This female insect is indeed well prepared. Then we have to give up this battle plan. Currently, we can only abandon Planet 3 and retreat to Planet 2. Then start a backup plan and start a manufacturing competition. Then let's see whether I am more powerful as a semi-mechanical and semi-technological civilization, or you are more powerful as a civilization of infinitely proliferating alien beasts. Let's see. You produce bugs faster, or I produce robots faster. Chapter 154 Supercomputing Center. Under Xiaoyu's manipulation, the Hebei's slow hind legs gradually moved away from the mother insect. As the distance increased, fewer and fewer engine bugs could reach the Hebei. In the end, Xiaoyu wiped out all the engine bugs that stuck to the Hebei. But Xiaoyu knew that as long as the Hebei came close, these engine bugs would still appear, and the Hebei's inability to get close means that the large-yield hydrogen bomb attack cannot be launched, which means that this combat plan has been destroyed by the Zerg mother worm. Under this situation, Xiaoyu launched a second combat plan, that is, fighting a real human sea war. The advantage of the Zerg mother worm is that as long as there are sufficient raw materials, it can produce unlimited number of daughter worms. But this is also Xiaoyu's advantage. With the support of sufficient computing power and raw materials, Xiaoyu can also create unlimited small attack weapons. Although Xiaoyu's current computing power is not sufficient, Xiaoyu can solve this problem by manufacturing automated equipment. Previously, Xiaoyu refused to manufacture automated equipment, but chose to do the operation of any instrument himself in order to ensure coordination and accuracy. However, when facing the Zerg mother worm and launching the human sea tactic, one's own large number of various weapons does not require too much coordination and precision. The limited intelligence provided by automated equipment is completely sufficient. When the number increases to a certain level, the advantages brought by intelligence will be wiped out. Both types of civilizations, mechanical civilization and Zerg, have the advantage of quantity, or manufacturing power. Xiaoyu does not think that his manufacturing power will be lower than that of the Zerg. Then, retreat to Planet 2 and Planet 1. After making up his mind, Xiaoyu used the huge and powerful Hebei as the pioneer, and fought his way through the infinite sea of insects, leading the huge fleet. Start returning home. After leaving Planet 3, the number of Zerg became much smaller. It seems that this female insect also knows how to ensure the stability of the rear. After Xiaoyu left, she did not launch a large pursuit force, but stationed most of the insects on different satellites of Planet 3. The total number of satellites of Planet 3 is dozens, and only 5 of them have reached hydrostatic equilibrium. The total number of satellites of Planet 2 is even more, and there are as many as 9 that have reached hydrostatic equilibrium. Xiaoyu will use Planet number 2 as his fuel source base, and these 9 satellites as his main manufacturing base to fight against the Zerg. More than 100,000 spaceships arrived in the number 2 planet system. In the past period of time, Xiaoyu has established several large bases on the satellites of Planet 2 for the purpose of collecting fuel. At this time, these bases will serve as Xiaoyu's first batch of forces. At this stage, the speed at which the Zerg mother worms produce daughter worms has reached 1.5 million per day. So, within a month, I will exceed this level. After Xiao Yu set a short-term plan, he immediately started large-scale construction activities. A large number of satellites have been launched. Every satellite with a diameter of more than 500 kilometers is surrounded by at least hundreds of thousands of artificial satellites. Even satellites with a diameter of less than 500 kilometers and whose gravity is too small. Xiao Yu did not let it go, but sent a landing robot over to directly conduct on-the-spot exploration. To carry out large-scale construction operations, sufficient supplies are necessary. Xiao Yu will launch a comprehensive exploration operation for the number 2 planetary system. On these satellites, he will mark every place where there are available minerals and build corresponding mining bases there. The first batch of 1 million robots have landed on the largest satellite. The preliminary construction materials are completely prepared by themselves. These robots will first carry out the construction of the mining base. Only with the support of a huge amount of raw materials can Xiao Yu start subsequent large-scale construction. These 1 million robots are just the initial force. Xiao Yu has already dispatched a fleet of 10,000 spaceships. They will return to the satellite of Planet 1 and transfer the tens of millions of manufacturing robots there, as well as all the instruments that take a long time to build are transported to Planet 2. At this stage, there is no longer any need to have such a huge construction power on Planet 1. The hundreds of millions of combat robots on Planet 1 are fully capable of protecting the Yaja beasts for at least 10 years under the endless attack of the Sea of Insects. Xiao Yu's overall combat plan only lasts 5 years. Within 5 years, when this large-scale war that spans the entire star system, it is foreseeable that in the next few years, the entire Aquila system will be covered by countless Zerg corpses and mechanical debris. Under Xiao Yu's control, the first 1 million robots exploded with powerful manufacturing capabilities. In just 10 days, more than 100 mining bases were built on the satellite. These more than 100 mining bases can provide Xiao Yu with millions of tons of various primary materials on average every day. These millions of tons of materials, after various processing and casting, will become a powerful weapon against the Zerg. While the mining base was under construction, Xiao Yu also deployed hundreds of thousands of other robots from the spacecraft and started the construction of various foundries. At the same time, a large-scale robot production line is under construction. The construction progress accelerated again after the arrival of tens of millions of robots from Planet 1. Under Xiao Yu's manipulation, these tens of millions of efficient workers who were precise, dexterous, tireless, and made no mistakes, and did not need to rest, built the factories envisioned by Xiao Yu one by one. It only took a month for Xiao Yu to possess basic comprehensive construction capabilities. At this time, Xiao Yu started the construction of one of the most important projects. That is, build a supergiant computing center. This computing center will serve as the brain in the war that will last for several years. Xiao Yu will take a back seat and will no longer directly use his computing power to manipulate various weapons on the battlefield. Instead, this computing center will be responsible for the number of microdevices that may reach hundreds of billions or trillions in the future. Computing tasks. Within this giant computing center, there will no longer be just one giant computer, but tens of thousands of giant computers coexisting. Of course, due to the limitations of distributed algorithms, these supercomputers are not connected in series to provide computing power at the same time. But each supercomputer is a separate existence. Each of these giant computers will have 80% of the computing power of the supercomputer in the Hebei. After completion, the total computing power will be nearly 10,000 times that of the Hebei. Supercomputers are energy hungry. On Earth, the power consumption of supercomputers manufactured with Earth-age technology is comparable to that of a small city. These supercomputers are countless times more advanced and powerful than Earth-age supercomputers, although they have gone through Xiao Yu's special optimization. But its energy consumption still reached a level that can be called terrifying. If these tens of thousands of giant machines are operating at full capacity, they will consume more energy than Xiao Yu's more than 100,000 spaceships consume in a state of war. In order to cope with this huge energy demand, Xiao Yu will build thousands of large-scale nuclear fusion power stations around the supercomputing center. Anyway, not far away is planet number 2, which has unlimited fusion fuel. So Xiao Yu doesn't have to worry about energy issues at all. While the supercomputing center is being built, Xiao Yu will also complete the software writing work for primary intelligent devices. In order for the weapons to be built in the future to have the highest coordinated combat and precise combat capabilities, large and precise software is necessary. In this software, Xiao Yu needs to consider any situation that these miniature combat tools may encounter and write corresponding solutions. The battlefield situation is changing rapidly. and it is impossible for Xiaoyu to consider everything thoroughly. Therefore, this software still requires some initial self-study and preliminary logical deduction capabilities. In addition to combat tasks, this computing center will also be responsible for the computing tasks of all the collection bases and construction bases on the nearly 100 satellites. Xiaoyu only grasps the situation from a macro perspective and will no longer be involved in specific details. Xiaoyu will be freed from the endless ocean of calculations, and his main focus will be on the control of more than 100,000 spacecraft. On this satellite, the first thing Xiaoyu built was the robot manufacturing factory. This robot manufacturing factory has reached the level of producing 100,000 robots per day. The robots it produced were quickly distributed to various construction bases and participated in vigorous construction tasks. There are still hundreds of such robot factories under construction. After all are completed, the number of robots will increase at a terrifying rate of several million units every day. But even so, according to Xiaoyu's expectation, this speed can only barely keep up with his own construction progress. After all, there are too many things that Xiaoyu needs to build. The various factories spread across dozens of planets are like black holes that cannot be seen to the end. God knows how many robots are needed to fully satisfy him. Planet number 2 will become Xiaoyu's rear area. Here, countless factories will create countless daughter bugs belonging to Xiaoyu to fight against the mother bugs of the Zerg family. This is Xiaoyu's battle plan. If you can't achieve a trick plan like beheading, then defeat the enemy openly, and openly from the front. Are you competing with me for manufacturing power? Xiaoyu laughed coldly in his heart. Don't forget, I am a super being that combines intelligent civilization and mechanical civilization at the same time. If you compete with me for manufacturing power, will I be afraid of you? Chapter 155 Ultra Miniature Spaceship. During the period when Xiaoyu was constructing, the mother insects of the Zerg race had never sent over a large-scale offensive force. Some of them were just small groups that harassed the insect swarms. These insect swarms were quickly wiped out under the attack of Xiaoyu's more than 100,000 spacecraft. In fact, purely based on Xiaoyu's fleet strength, any insect swarm with less than 100 million can only be regarded as a nuisance to Xiaoyu. This is not the surface of a planet, and there are concerns of one kind or another. Here, Xiaoyu can use energy cannons, laser cannons, and high-yield hydrogen bombs without restraint. Xiaoyu guessed that the Zerg mother insect might not know what she wanted to do. After all, the combination of technological civilization and mechanical civilization is too rare in the universe, and the Zerg motherworm should have never encountered such a style of play. Therefore, it is normal for it to have doubts. And it is also normal for it to miss the best opportunity to stop itself. But now, after Xiaoyu possesses primary comprehensive manufacturing capabilities, it is no longer that easy to stop Xiaoyu. The construction progress of the supercomputing center has reached 10%, and more than 1,000 supercomputers are already in place. These computers immediately took on most of the computing tasks, and Xiaoyu's construction progress accelerated again. The same as Xiaoyu's ever-accelerating construction speed is the speed at which the Zerg mother worms create daughter worms. After it arrived around Planet 3 and received sufficient fuel replenishment, Xiaoyu saw that the speed at which it produced worms was also accelerating. From more than 1 million a day at the beginning to nearly 2 now. Tens of millions per day. And it's still accelerating. At this speed, it only takes 5 days to create a huge army of 100 million bugs. However, it did not launch a large-scale attack. Instead, it continued to create worms and spread them around itself. Xiaoyu knew that this was probably because it was preparing for the attack of his Hebei. Xiaoyu's creative ability is not inferior either. With the cooperation of the supercomputing center and countless robots, it took Xiaoyu less than 3 months to spread large-scale construction factories all over the surface of the satellite. After Xiaoyu manufactured the first micro-combat spacecraft, Xiaoyu's construction factory began to develop the remaining satellites. Both sides are accumulating strength and preparing for the upcoming shocking battle. This is a unique method of war between infinitely proliferating alien beasts and mechanical civilization. In such a war, a legion composed of hundreds of millions of individuals can only be regarded as a small-scale army. The rest of the alien civilizations or technological civilizations may not be able to imagine such a way of war. Xiaoyu's basic combat units are ultra-miniature spaceships with a diameter of only 1 to 10 meters. Their size basically corresponds to the size of the Zerg worms. Commensurate with their tiny size is their extremely weak combat capability. Due to size limitations, their energy can only supply extremely weak energy shields. Their weapons are mainly micro-energy cannons and micro-laser guns. their combat effectiveness, not to mention township-level spacecraft. Even compared to village-level spacecraft, it's far worse than coming. However, Xiaoyu can manufacture such ultra-miniature spaceships in extremely large quantities, and in unlimited quantities. These ultra-miniature spaceships are uniformly controlled by the supercomputing center. Under the command of the supercomputing center, they will fight against the endless sea of insects in units of tens of millions. How many insects are there? It doesn't matter. I also have a lot of ultra-miniature spaceships. Xiaoyu sneered in his heart. This planet is dotted with a large number of large factories. And at the bottom of the supply chain are various mining bases. The mining base separates various ores and processes them into primary materials. These materials are then transported to the foundry for further processing. After adding various proportions of other elements, they are forged into various special steels, electrical materials, chips, casings, etc. And then they will be transported to the final assembly factory. After being processed into parts, the final assembly procedure will be performed there, and the construction of an ultra-miniature spacecraft will be completed. At the same time, there are countless collection spacecraft shuttled between Planet 2 and the base, transporting huge amounts of nuclear fusion fuel, as well as countless robot manufacturing factories, providing a large amount of labor at all times. And various forts and large spaceships scattered across the sky provide a safe construction environment here. Under Xiaoyu's overall control and the supercomputing center's detailed control, everything went smoothly. Today is the day when the first batch of ultra-miniature spaceships set off for combat. Xiaoyu built a total of 10 million of the first batch of ultra-miniature spaceships. These 10 million ultra-miniature spaceships, under the control of the supercomputing center, began to set off towards Planet 3. This batch is just for trial use. Xiaoyu will find out the weaknesses and areas for improvement of these ultra-miniature spacecraft during this battle. This batch of spaceships is destined to be completely destroyed by the Zerg. But Xiaoyu didn't feel distressed at all, even based on Xiaoyu's current manufacturing capacity. This batch of spacecraft is only a few days' worth of manufacturing. Sensing Xiaoyu's movements, the Zerg mother insect sent a team of tens of millions of Zerg insects to meet the enemy. The two sides met 1 billion kilometers away from the orbit of Planet 3, and a war began. These ultra-miniature spacecraft manufactured by Xiaoyu are not equipped with kinetic energy weapons, because kinetic energy weapons take up too much space and have low attack capabilities. Rather than being equipped with so many bullets, it is better to directly save the space and replace it with fusion fuel. The energy provided by these fusion fuels, and the attack power of laser cannons and energy cannons that can be fired, far exceeds that of kinetic energy weapons. Therefore, when the two armies were still 100,000 kilometers apart, the first salvo fired by these ultra-miniature spacecraft was not a kinetic energy weapon, but a micro-laser cannon. Under the irradiation of tens of millions of laser beams, the insect swarm suffered a large number of casualties. But the swarm of insects was not willing to be killed. Xiaoyu saw that a light blue flash suddenly appeared at the front of these worms, at the position of their mouths. After that, countless miniature energy cannonballs attacked the cluster of ultra-miniature spaceships. Come over. There are tens of millions of energy cannonballs. With the arrival of these attacks, immediately, the cluster of ultra-miniature spaceships began to twinkle like stars, and countless stars appeared in the fleet. Xiaoyu knew that it was the flash of light caused by the shattering of the energy shield of the ultra-miniature spacecraft. Without the energy shield, the protective power of these spacecrafts alone is not strong. Therefore, at this stage, Xiaoyu's fleet of ultra-miniature spaceships suffered a large number of casualties. Due to the limitation of weapon range, the long-range attacks from both sides ended here. After that, the two sides fought hand-to-hand, rushed into each other's troops, and started fighting at close range. Xiaoyu saw that in the void and dark space, countless bugs and countless ultra-miniature spacecraft were mixed together, occupying a space of millions of kilometers in radius. In this space, the Zerg and the spaceship are entangled with each other and fighting each other. An ultra-miniature spacecraft fired a laser, which merged with the lasers from hundreds of other spacecraft, and instantly pierced the head of a bug, declaring the bug's death. But next in a moment, another close attack bug suddenly jumped on it. This bug raised its sharp forelimb and chopped it down hard. At this moment, the battered energy shield of the spacecraft finally broke. At the next moment, the insect's forelimb split the spacecraft in half. The damaged and explosive device of the micro-fusion engine was activated, and the fusion fuel was triggered at the same time, and the fusion reaction was triggered. A huge amount of energy burst out, and the entire spacecraft turned into a ball of fire, carrying the Zerg on it, and embarking on the road to H.L. Each of these ultra-miniature spaceships is equipped with ultra-distance communication instruments and intelligence collection instruments. Various information such as the environment they are in, the degree of damage to themselves, the degree of fuel remaining, etc. will pass through the ultra-distance communication instruments, sent to the main base in real time. The supercomputing center is under the impact of data torrent all the time. The supercomputing center will summarize these tens of millions of different pieces of information, then analyze the most reasonable way to fight, and then send these instructions back to control the movements of each spacecraft, including when to fire the laser cannon, when to fire the energy cannon, which angle to start from, how long to launch, when to advance, when to retreat. Every minute detail is under the control of the supercomputing center. Xiaoyu monitors all of this at all times through millions of detection devices installed in the supercomputing center and monitoring programs of primary intelligent programs to ensure that they do not make major mistakes. Looking at this data like a turbulent sea, Xiaoyu was secretly frightened, but also secretly grateful for his decision to build a supercomputing center. Space combat is different from ground combat. The amount of calculation required to control these 10 million ultra-miniature spacecraft is almost as much as that of 100 million ground combat robots. In this cruel yet beautiful sea of stars, Xiaoyu's fleet of ultra-miniature spaceships was rapidly depleting. In the fierce war, up to 10 million ultra-miniature spacecraft were completely wiped out after only supporting it for 5 hours. The price paid by the Zerg race was more than 36 million bugs. The battle-loss ratio reached 1:6. The results are not bad. Well, the power and defense of the ultra-miniature spacecraft need to be strengthened a little more. At the same time, the share of the micro-energy cannons should be weakened and allocated to the laser cannons. After these improvements, it is estimated that the battle-to-loss ratio can reach 1:4. Xiaoyu was thinking silently. Chapter 156. The War Method of Mechanical Civilization. This result was not beyond Xiaoyu's expectation. In any case, at least half of it can be regarded as a technological civilization. And technological civilization is always won by quality. So, a comparison. The battle-loss ratio of 6 was still within Xiaoyu's expectations. After all the first batch of ultra-miniature spacecraft were damaged in battle, Xiaoyu began the construction of the second batch of improved spacecraft. At this moment, Xiaoyu has built more than 2,000 large-scale manufacturing plants on the main satellite, which can produce at least 5 million such spacecraft every day. 5 million ultra-miniature spacecrafts per day are already the load capacity limit of this satellite. So Xiaoyu accelerated the construction of the second satellite. The mass of the second satellite is smaller than that of the first satellite, and there are much fewer mineral deposits. The ultimate load capacity of the second satellite is about 3 million spacecraft per day. On this point, Xiaoyu is inferior to the female Zerg. For example, for the same satellite, all its resources can build 1 billion ultra-miniature spaceships, or the same amount of worms. The female Zerg can directly swallow it into its belly, at the rate of 10 million worms per day. After spending 100 days to digest it, Xiaoyu could only digest it at the speed of 1 million spacecraft per day, which would take 1,000 days. But Xiaoyu has another advantage. That is, the Zerg mother worm can only devour one planet at a time, while Xiaoyu can carry out construction operations on 10 or even 100 planets at the same time as long as he has enough computing power. With sufficient reserves for the first satellite, the construction speed of the second satellite was much faster, with hundreds of millions of robots busy building it. The second satellite only took 1 month to complete. The construction task begins to produce a large number of microships. Xiaoyu's construction capacity has climbed to the level of 5 million ships per day. It was at this time that the Zerg motherworm completed its accumulation of strength and began its first active attack. During this attack, the Zerg motherworm mobilized 10 billion daughter worms and fiercely attacked planet number 2. At this moment, Xiaoyu's reserve of ultra-miniature spaceships has just reached 20 million. Even according to the battle-loss ratio of 1:4, it is far from the opponent of so many bugs. There is no way. Xiaoyu can only dispatch his own the trump card strength. More than 100,000 large spaceships and less than 20 million micro spaceships. When to meet the enemy together. When building these satellites, Xiaoyu has prepared sufficient space turrets and ground laser turrets. In addition, there are tens of millions of ground combat robots performing defensive tasks. So the stability of the rear can basically be obtained. Guaranteed. Xiaoyu can safely control the fleet and go to meet the enemy. This is another shocking battle. Because of his numerical disadvantage, Xiaoyu spent 2 days to exhaust all 20 million ultra-miniature spacecraft. and paid the price of dozens of county-level spacecraft and thousands of small spacecraft, before finally wipe out this horde of bugs. In this battle, the Hebei's performance was still very eye-catching. In fact, if Hebei had not served as the hub, Xiaoyu would have had to pay the price of at least 2 city-level spaceships in this battle to receive the same results. During this battle, Xiaoyu also discovered a rather unusual phenomenon. This phenomenon attracted Xiaoyu's attention. That is, the body of the Zerg female seems to be a little smaller than before. The first time Xiaoyu saw this female Zerg, it had swallowed the satellite whole in its belly. After a period of time, it escaped once and then returned again. In this process, it created a total of about 50 billion worms. Based on the gravitational disturbance of this satellite to Planet 3, when I first saw it, its total mass was about 2,500 megatons. 50 billion bugs. The weight of one bug calculated based on 2 tons. It's about 100 billion tons. Xiaoyu calculated the mass of the current Zerg mother worms, and the results came out quickly. After comparison, Xiaoyu found that the mass of the Zerg female insect was indeed reduced by some compared to the last time he saw it. The reduced amount happens to be about 100 billion tons. After getting this result, Xiaoyu began to think about a question. That is, how many daughter worms can be produced by a planet with a total mass of 2,500 megatons? The total mass is 2,500 megatons, which of course does not mean that all of this mass can be made into worms. To make worms, various elements need to be mixed in a certain proportion. For example, the forelimbs of worms are made of similar special made of steel. Their blood is mainly composed of water, and their muscles are mainly composed of high-strength cellulose. The lack of any one of these materials will result in it being unable to produce worms. In other words, how many worms a planet can produce is determined by its shortcomings. However, I have no way of knowing whether this can. As for the detailed elemental composition of the satellite, we can only make a rough inference. Currently, by observing this phenomenon, Xiaoyu obtained such a combat plan. After this battle, both sides need to accumulate strength again. Therefore, during this period of time, apart from small-scale mutual testing, the two sides did not have another major conflict. This provides Xiaoyu with sufficient development time. Xiaoyu has developed a robot that can fight on the surface of satellites. This type of robot was named Ground Type 2 robots by Xiaoyu. They are slightly different from the Ground Type 1 robots on the Yaja home planet. They are more suitable for fighting in a low-gravity vacuum environment. In the next period of time, this kind of robots will be manufactured in large quantities by Xiaoyu. With the cooperation of ultra-miniature spacecraft, they will occupy all the large stars around the Zerg mother worm. Let's fight a war of attrition. After all, you are only one individual and cannot swallow 2 planets at the same time. After the resources of the planet in your belly are exhausted, I will see how you can create worms. Xiaoyu thought secretly, and speeded up the construction again. So far, about 80% of the supercomputing center has been constructed. 4 planets have been covered, and the remaining 5 planets are under rapid development. Xiaoyu completed the research and development of the drawings of the second type ground robot in a very short time, solved a few technical details by the way, and began to manufacture this kind of robot on a large scale. These 9 planets, and the neighboring number 2 planet provide Xiaoyu with inexhaustible resources, which Xiaoyu can squander as he pleases. In the midst of the large-scale construction in full swing, Xiaoyu and the Zerg mother bugs launched several large-scale battles. In each battle, hundreds of millions of Zerg bugs and ultra-miniature spacecraft participated. Such a large-scale war would bring the entire the 3 Aquila galaxies have all turned into a giant garbage dump. There were even more than a dozen large-scale meteor showers erupting on the Yamen home planet. In each meteor shower, thousands of meteors fell from the sky. Xiaoyu knew that it was caused by the Zerg limbs, and the remains of the micro-spacecraft being attracted by the gravity of planet number 1. When they hit planet number 1, they rub against the atmosphere of planet number 1. The remains of battlefields where several large-scale battles took place formed several asteroid belts orbiting Aquila 3. These war debris will continue to bombard the major planets in the 3 Aquila systems for tens of millions of years, and no one will be spared. Under such a war situation, Xiaoyu and the Zerg mother worm entered a stalemate stage. The efficiency of the Zerg mother worm in producing daughter worms has reached an unprecedented 50 million per day, and this rate is still increasing. Among its countless spouts throughout its huge body, there are daughter worms all the time. Being it out, Xiaoyu's rate of manufacturing microships has reached 13 million units per day. In the factories on several satellites occupied by Xiaoyu, micro spacecraft are transported from the assembly line every second. After being filled with fuel, they fly into space and acquire combat capabilities. Generally speaking, the strength of both sides is equal. In this case, neither side can do anything about the other. But Xiaoyu is not in a hurry, because Xiaoyu has his own plan. Sooner or later, the resources on the satellite in the belly of the Zerg motherworm will be completely consumed by it. But Xiaoyu's resource sources can be said to be unlimited. One day, the Zerg motherworm will no longer be able to produce bugs. By then, it was time for Xiaoyu to kill him. Xiaoyu believes that this day is not far away. Chapter 157, Grabbing the Astrology Ball. Xiaoyu is planning a large-scale attack. This offensive will be launched by 3 billion micro spacecraft and 20,000 large spacecraft. Within the 20,000 large spaceships, Xiaoyu also loaded hundreds of millions of Type 2 ground combat robots. The target was planet number 3, a satellite that had reached hydrostatic balance next to the Zerg motherworm. Hebei will follow these spacecraft and once again show its powerful strength. The supercomputing center has been completed, and the construction project of the entire Planet 2 is also coming to an end. On the 9 large satellites, Xiaoyu's construction factories are everywhere, and throughout the entire number 2 planet system, there are various transport spacecrafts busy shuttling around. After Xiaoyu issued the assembly order, a magical phenomenon occurred in the number 2 planet system. Countless ultra-miniature spaceships began to fly out from their respective warehouses. They were like torrents, merging into the endless sea of stars in the universe. From a distance, it looks like a ball of wool appears in space. This ball of wool separates into several threads and connects several different satellites. As this ball of wool continues to roll, its size gradually increases, and its number becomes more and more. The entire assembly process took Xiaoyu 5 hours. After the assembly was completed, under the control of the supercomputing center, this huge fleet began to set off towards Planet 3. Planet 3 has become the world of the Zerg. Countless bugs are raging in the Planet 3 system. The scene is exactly the same as that of Planet 2. It's just that the equipment has been replaced by insects. Xiaoyu nervously watched the movements of the Zerg while giving macroscopic orders to the supercomputing center. These commands will be decomposed by the supercomputing center and complete the corresponding computing tasks. Insect swarms are found ahead, numbering about 100 million. Formation A1. Step forward to meet the enemy. Xiaoyu gave the order. Immediately, the order was executed by the supercomputing center. Among Xiaoyu's huge spacecraft formation, they were divided into a small team emerged. This small team is composed of approximately 100 million ultra-miniature spacecraft. They have an absolute advantage against this Zerg army. Start long-range energy cannon. Start laser cannon attack and start close combat. Increase coordination to 90%. Fight conservatively. The so-called conservative warfare means giving priority to one's own safety and auxiliary to destroying the enemy. On the premise of protecting oneself, the enemy is destroyed. This combat mode requires a large amount of energy, time, and computing power. Under the conservative combat mode, the ultra-miniature spacecraft's dodge becomes much more flexible. When faced with the danger of perishing together, the spaceship will first choose to avoid rather than choose to die together with the enemy. Under this situation, Xiaoyu spent 3 hours and wiped out this Zerg army at the cost of 2 million spaceships. At this moment, there is only 1 hour left. About 20 million kilometers away from planet number 3. This is close to the core area of the Zerg. Xiaoyu saw that the mother worm seemed to be aware that the war was coming, so it accelerated the production of daughter worms. An army composed of more than 10 billion insects began to set off and flew toward Xiaoyu's army. But Xiaoyu did not choose to face the enemy, but chose to avoid it. The purpose of Xiaoyu's trip was not to eliminate the enemy's active forces, but to occupy a satellite and establish his own stronghold within the 3rd planet system. The Zerg motherworm reacted quickly. Xiaoyu saw that the large Zerg force also changed its course as the course of Xiaoyu's fleet changed. But it was already a little late. During this period of time, Xiaoyu pushed the front 5 million kilometers forward, about 15 million kilometers away from Planet 3. The largest battle since the war began was in full swing. In this battle, both sides invested hundreds of millions of basic combat units, and the battlefield covered almost 1 million square kilometers. Countless ultra-miniature spaceships rushed towards the Zerg fiercely. After temporarily stopping the Zerg's crazy counterattack, all the remaining large spacecraft and some ultra-miniature spacecraft, led by the Hebei, suddenly rushed forward, with the huge planet number 3 as the background. In the distance, under the light of Aquila 3, countless Zergs and countless spaceships are fighting fiercely. with artillery fire flying across the sky and lasers shooting randomly. This place has become a veritable mincemeat machine. There are still 10 million kilometers away from the target. Well, there are about 1 billion worms stationed on the target. What are they doing? While controlling the Hebei to rush forward and fiercely, Xiaoyu started to observe the target planet. At the same time, a strange phenomenon was discovered. After analysis, Xiaoyu came to a conclusion. This conclusion made Xiaoyu once again determined to speed up the implementation of his plan. They are actually collecting minerals? This is so crazy! Xiaoyu was very shocked. Xiaoyu saw that there were countless bugs busy on the surface of the satellite. These bugs had different shapes from the fighting bugs in space. They seemed to be some kind of special insect race. They kept drilling holes on the surface of the satellite. And at the same time, they kept devouring certain minerals with their mouths. After a period of digestion, some waste residue was excreted from the body, while some useful minerals were retained in the body. Xiaoyu saw a bug that had stored enough minerals, slowly lifted into the sky with its big belly, left the satellite, and flew towards the mother bug of the Zerg family. After arriving at the location of the mother worm, it sank into the body of the mother worm and never came out again. We must stop it. Xiaoyu immediately made up his mind. If I don't occupy these satellites will be occupied by the mother worm, which will have more resources and create more Zerg. Go forward. Go forward. Xiaoyu increased the engine power of the Hebei to the maximum, led the spacecraft behind him, broke through the obstacles caused by the insect swarm, and quickly approached the satellite. After all, this satellite is not the location of the Zerg mother worm. The Zerg force here is much smaller. Under the leadership of the Hebei, these bugs cannot stop Xiaoyu's attack at all. The battlefront is advancing rapidly. At this time, the mother insect seemed to realize Xiaoyu's true intention. It began to speed up the production of daughter insects and projected them towards this place. But it was already too late. The distance between Xiaoyu's fleet and this satellite has been shortened to only 100,000 kilometers. This distance is already within the effective range of the energy cannon. A cluster of ultra-miniature spaceships to block the chasing bugs and the bugs coming to support. The large spaceship formation begins to wash the ground. Of these two commands, the first one is given to the supercomputing center for execution. Immediately, billions of ultra-miniature spacecraft dispersed into a semicircular defense formation, protecting 20,000 large spacecraft inside, and began to entangle with the Zerg. The second order was executed by Xiaoyu personally. Under the control, the cannon barrels of more than 20,000 spacecraft were aimed at the satellite at the same time. On this satellite, there are densely packed Zerg, and there are also Zerg in space. Faced with such a large number of enemies, the most effective way to attack is a carpet attack with weapons of mass destruction, or ground washing for short. Launch! Xiaoyu gave the order to attack. Immediately, tens of thousands of high-yield hydrogen bombs, mixed with a larger number of energy LS, were launched towards the surface of the satellite. The speed of energy cannonballs is faster. They first reach the surface of the planet. In the huge explosion, countless rock fragments are thrown into the sky. Among these rock fragments are also mixed with countless insect stumps. They are also before they had time to land. The second wave of attacks, the hydrogen bomb attack, arrived. On the surface of the planet, the blazing white light of hydrogen bomb explosions is everywhere, and billions of degrees of high-temperature radiation are scattered everywhere, turning the surface of the planet into a world of fiery red lava. Under such an offensive, no Zerg can survive on its surface. This was a real land cleansing. Xiaoyu completely cleaned the surface of the planet. The floor washing work is completed. Next is the cooling time. It is expected to take 1 day. After Xiaoyu came to a conclusion, he turned around to face another wave of enemies. In cooperation with the ultra-miniature spacecraft, he launched a sniper attack on the incoming Zerg. Large spaceships have long-range attack capabilities that far exceed those of the Zerg. Therefore, these large spacecrafts assume the role of archers. Before the ultra-miniature spacecraft comes into contact with the Zerg, they first attack them and try to weaken their power. Using this satellite as a base, and with his back to the satellite, Xiaoyu launched an unprecedented battle. This battle lasted for a full day before things gradually changed. The high temperature on the satellite surface caused by hydrogen bombs and energy bombs had cooled to an acceptable level. So Xiaoyu launched the landing operation without hesitation. A large number of ground robots were transferred from large spacecraft that could not get close to the planet to small spacecraft, and then were transported to the surface of the satellite. As soon as they arrived on the satellite's surface, they started building various bases. These robots, while possessing strong combat capabilities, also possess a certain degree of construction capabilities. At this moment, their construction capabilities were demonstrated. With the help of instruments transported from the spacecraft, they quickly built a base and laid out corresponding energy protection covers. After the construction of the base was completed, they began to lay out various land-based weapons such as ground laser turrets and ground energy turrets. It is not difficult to occupy a planet, but it is difficult to hold it. Especially when surrounded by Zerg, it becomes more difficult to defend this planet. But Xiaoyu is not afraid. Xiaoyu has enough power to solve this problem. Chapter 158 Fuel Collection Brigade. The Supercomputing Center is Xiaoyu's strongest backing. With the support of sufficient computing power provided by tens of thousands of supercomputers in the Supercomputing Center, Xiaoyu can manufacture robots and various equipment without restraint without worrying about insufficient computing power. At this moment, the role of the Supercomputing Center is fully reflected. On the 9 satellites of the number 2 planetary system, countless robots and various equipment are still busy. In space, billions of ultra-miniature spacecraft are still fighting. Xiaoyu nervously started to work on this satellite. Construction work. In order to facilitate distinction, Xiaoyu gave these satellites different names. In the number 3 planetary system, the satellite occupied by the Zerg motherworm was named Satellite 3A by Xiaoyu, and the satellite he captured was named Satellite 3B. In the number 2 planetary system, the satellite where the Supercomputing Center is located is named Satellite 2A, and the other satellites are arranged in alphabetical order such as B, C, D, etc. Xiaoyu's fleet fought with the back of the 3B satellite, comprehensively and closely protecting the safety of the 3B satellite, ensuring a safe construction environment for these 100 million construction robots. The mineral survey of the 3B satellite has long been completed. In the next period of time, these robots will successively build various bases such as mineral collection bases, forging bases, and equipment manufacturing bases, thus forming a self-sufficient system. Became a nail that penetrated deeply into the Zerg base camp. The female Zerg showed strong resistance to this. It obviously understood what Xiaoyu's purpose was. So its counterattack became even more crazy. There are hundreds of millions of bugs emerging from the depths of space. After being shot from a distance by 20,000 large spacecrafts, some of them will lose some. After they get close to a certain distance, they will be attacked by ultra-miniature spacecrafts. Xiaoyu's fleet formed a solid embankment here to resist the impact of the surging tide of insects. So far, Xiaoyu's fleet has stayed here for 5 days and eliminated at least billions of bugs. However, the number of bugs is not small at all, and they are still emerging crazily. Xiaoyu predicts that he will stay here for at least a month. After 1 month, Satellite 3B will have the ability to protect itself, gradually grow and develop in self-protection, and launch a counterattack. Under this situation, the problem of replenishing supplies for Xiaoyu's fleet becomes more prominent. After all, this is the home of the Zerg, and there is no base belonging to Xiaoyu. On the 3B satellite, the 100 million robots have only completed the construction of the main base during this period of time. The remaining collection bases, forging bases and other facilities are still in the initial stage of construction. However, Xiaoyu has already had a solution to this problem and has prepared relevant combat capabilities. In the number 2 planetary system, another huge fleet consisting of 50,000 spaceships, led by the Yanjing, has already set off here. So far, the Yanjing has been fully refitted, switching from conventional manufacturing materials to exotic beast flesh and blood materials. This transformation had already started when Xiaoyu first entered the Tianying 3 galaxy, and it has not been completed until now. The flesh and blood materials of alien beasts have high requirements on the construction environment and construction accuracy. With Xiaoyu's construction power, it would take more than 20 years to build a provincial-level spacecraft. Obviously, under the circumstances at that time, it is not suitable to build a provincial-level spaceship that is time-consuming and labor-intensive. Transforming a municipal-level spaceship has become Xiaoyu's first choice. Therefore, the new Yanjing was born. Surrounding these 50,000 large spaceships are another battle cluster composed of 2.5 billion ultra-miniature spaceships. This huge fleet, carrying sufficient fuel, manufacturing equipment, and a specially designed resource collection spacecraft, headed towards the 3rd planetary system. This fleet also suffered a powerful sniper attack from the Zerg. However, under the leadership of the Yanjing, a powerful battleship second only to the Hebei, the fleet was not greatly hindered and successfully merged with the Hebei. As a result, a larger number of robots and more large-scale equipment came to the surface of the 3B satellite and participated in the construction. For a time, the surface of the 3B satellite seemed to become a sea of robots and machines. They were being bombarded by energy SHLS. After the double cleansing with hydrogen bombs, the surface of the planet was riddled with holes, and was busy working. When Xiao Yu's power further strengthened, a fleet of 200 million ultra-miniature spacecraft quietly broke away from the large force, and began to fly towards Planet 3. This immediately attracted the attention of the Zerg female. Xiao Yu saw that almost at the same time as the fleet set off, another army of 500 million Zerg followed. Most of the previous wars were concentrated on the outside of the planet. That is, the side of the planet facing away from Planet 3. On the side of the satellite facing Planet number 3, there are only fuel-collecting Zerg species that are busy shuttling back and forth. Now, Xiao Yu also plans to take a share of the pie here. The distance between Planet 2 and Planet 3 is too far. It is unrealistic to only rely on transporting fusion fuel from Planet 2 to support the construction of Satellite 3B. Within the third planetary system, it is imperative to obtain fusion fuel from local materials. Therefore, Xiao Yu developed this ultra-miniature spacecraft that combines combat effectiveness and fuel collection capabilities. They will be responsible for refueling the 3B satellite and subsequent occupied satellites. Xiao Yu saw that the fleet composed of 500 million insects was closely following the fuel collection brigade, constantly firing micro-energy cannonballs and launching attacks. The purpose of the 200 million micro-spacecraft in the fuel collection brigade is very clear. They mainly focus on escape and counterattack as a supplement. They hide when they can. They will only launch a counterattack when they cannot hide. In stark contrast to their passive confrontation, they are actively aggressive towards the fuel-collecting Zerg in the galaxy within Planet 3. In addition to ultra-miniature spaceships and combat-type Zerg, there are also a large number of fuel-collecting bugs. Each of these bugs has a big belly and moves slowly. It is obvious at a glance that their stomachs are full of fusion fuel. Under Xiao Yu's manipulation, the ultra-miniature spaceships showed an unusually high interest in these huge insects, with no attack and defense capabilities. They almost killed one by one and every spacecraft. If the weapons can't kill them, just take the two ships together and kill them first. As a result, such a scene occurred in the galaxy within Planet number 3. A large group of attacking bugs flew rapidly behind, close, chasing a group of ultra-miniature spaceships in front. These ultra-miniature spacecrafts were running away while attacking the large insects that passed by from time to time. Xiao Yu's purpose is very clear, which is to try his best to destroy the enemy's logistics supply line while ensuring his own logistics supply. With the trouble caused by this group of ultra-miniature spacecraft, the mother insect's ability to obtain nuclear fusion fuel has dropped by at least 30%. This pursued battle came to an end after this group of ultra-miniature spacecraft reached the atmosphere of Planet 3. These spacecraft have the ability to operate within the planet's atmosphere. But these attacking bugs obviously do not have this ability. They can only wait outside the planet in frustration, waiting for these ultra-miniature spacecraft to appear again. Within the planet's atmosphere, Xiao Yu's ultra-miniature spacecraft embarked on a fun fuel collection journey. Large air suction machines are installed on their cabins. A large amount of gas is sucked into the cabin at all times, and then through a series of means in the cabin, the deuterium gas is separated and stored. The remaining gas is discharged from the cabin. During this process, their mass gradually increased. It took them several hours to complete the collection task. So they left the atmosphere of Planet 3 in groups and encountered the attacking Zerg that had been waiting outside for a long time. This encounter was expected by Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu still adopted a passive avoidance strategy, manipulating these ultra-miniature spaceships to flee for their lives, and only turned back to fight with them when there was really no other way. In the process of fighting and escaping, the fuel collection team began to return towards the 3B satellite. When they returned to the 3B satellite, which was only 200,000 kilometers away, Xiao Yu's huge fleet began to cover them with artillery fire and launched a fierce attack on the insects pursuing behind them. The final result was that of the 200 million fuel-collecting spacecraft. After returning to the 3B satellite base, only 170 million were left, and 30 million spacecraft were destroyed. Satellite 3B is only 2 million kilometers away from Planet 3, and the round trip is only 4 million kilometers. However, in this short period of 4 million kilometers, Xiao Yu lost a total of 30 million spacecrafts. One can imagine how brutal the fighting was along the way. This result is not bad. At least it is lower than the 1/4 battle loss rate I expected. Anyway, it's just some consumables. It doesn't matter, Xiao Yu thought, and gave a new order to the supercomputing center. Under the control of the supercomputing center, 60% of the 170 million microspacecraft landed on the 3B satellite and unloaded the fuel they collected. And the remaining 40% was added to Xiaoyu's fleet. Xiaoyu's fleet is not only responsible for artillery cover and long-range attacks, but also the temporary dock for the ultra-miniature spaceship team. The ultra-miniature spacecraft that has exhausted its reserve fuel will be resupplied and repaired in the large spacecraft. On the 3B satellite, hundreds of millions of robots and countless mechanical equipment were replenished with fuel, like grass that had received sweet rain, and suddenly burst out with sufficient vitality. And Xiaoyu's construction process accelerated again. Chapter 159, Battle for the Planet. This fuel collection brigade is just the forerunner unit in Xiaoyu's entire plan. In the future, a steady stream of fuel collection spacecraft will be manufactured. By then, 3 battlefields will appear in the entire Sky Eagle 3 systems. One battlefield is the frontal battlefield, in which the two sides will engage in the largest contest. The second battlefield is the planet's surface battlefield, in which the two sides will compete for control of the planet. The third battlefield is the fuel collection battlefield. Planet 3 is the common fuel supply point for both parties. On the way from Planet 3 to 3A, 3B, and the following satellites, both sides will do their best to preserve their own fuel while destroying the other party's fuel collection power. Collection ability. After all, nuclear fusion fuel is the basis of all actions. Without fuel, nothing can be done. From the current point of view, Xiaoyu won the first fuel collection battle. But Xiaoyu doesn't think that the mother worm will sit still and wait to die. It will definitely create more and more powerful worms to take on the task of collecting fuel. On this road, it is destined to be bloody. Xiaoyu even estimated that in future wars, 100 spaceships would set off to collect fuel, and it would be an excellent situation to have 50 ships come back. The Zerg motherworm still has not given up the fight for control of the 3B satellite. Under its control, the endless sea of insects rushed here, but these worms were blocked by Xiaoyu's 2 batches of spaceships. A total of 70,000 large spacecrafts and 5 billion ultra-miniature spacecrafts. Each time they failed. Time passed slowly, and Xiaoyu had been staying here for more than a month. Under the protection of Xiaoyu's fleet, the 3B satellite has slowly shown a prosperous scene. On it, a large number of buildings have been built, including collection bases, smelting plants, casting plants, and processing plants. There are also robotic assembly lines and micro-spacecraft manufacturing workshops. It will slowly become a self-sufficient planet. However, Xiaoyu's plan is not that simple. So far, Xiaoyu has never had the opportunity to directly attack the Zerg mother worm itself. This means that Xiaoyu does not know the specific defense and attack power of the Zerg mother worm. Under this situation, Xiaoyu also needs to be on guard against one thing. That is, the Zerg mother insect comes directly, withstands the attack of the 3B satellite ground turret, and directly devours it. In order to prevent this situation, Xiaoyu also made an extremely cruel arrangement. That is, a dozen large holes with a depth of several hundred kilometers were excavated on the 3B satellite. In each of these caves, a giant hydrogen bomb with a yield of 100 billion was buried. If that happens, or the 3B satellite cannot be defended, then simply detonate these giant hydrogen bombs and directly blow up the entire planet. You can't get it, and you can't let the Zerg mother worms get it. Inside the planet, the power of a hydrogen bomb will be much greater than on the surface. For example, last time, Xiaoyu prepared a hydrogen bomb with an equivalent of 1 quadrillion tons to blow up the 3A satellite. The 3B satellite is only slightly smaller than the 3A satellite. By being buried inside the planet, it only needs a dozen hydrogen bombs with a yield of 100 billion tons can blow it up completely. Under the impact of the endless sea of insects, Xiaoyu's fleet always stood in front of the 3B satellite and never fell. Under this situation, Xiaoyu saw the Zerg mother insect dispatching a team of approximately 10 billion Zerg, bypassing his own defenses and starting towards planet number 2. Surrounding Wei and rescuing Zhao? Attack my base camp. Hee hee. Xiaoyu sneered and decisively manipulated the fleet and left satellite 3B. There are about 50,000 large spacecraft stationed there by Xiaoyu on planet 2, as well as less than 1 billion micro spacecrafts that have been stored for a period of time. The power is not as powerful as here, but there is Xiaoyu's base camp. Xiaoyu has deployed enough space forts and land-based forts there. Generally speaking, the defense force is extremely strong. There is no need for Xiaoyu to control these spaceships to go back for support. In fact, Xiaoyu manipulated these spacecrafts to go back. The main task was to transport supplies and start a fight for control of the next satellite. Going back to support them was just a way of doing it. The project on the 3B satellite has been almost completed, and it has the ability to protect itself. Xiao Yu's fleet no longer needs to continue guarding here. Of the 5 billion ultra-miniature spacecraft, 2 billion have been consumed, and Xiao Yu has taken another billion with him on his return voyage. As a result, there are only less than 2 billion ultra-miniature spacecraft left at Satellite 3B. However, as many as 200 million ground combat robots and countless land-based forts will make up for the loss of power due to the insufficient number of ultra-miniature spacecraft. Xiao Yu's fleet, led by the Hebei and Yanjing, rushed through the dense swarm of insects, fought a bloody path, and headed back towards planet number 2. Without the obstruction of these spaceships, the endless swarm of insects immediately surged down towards the 3B satellite, like a tide that had lost the barrier of the dam. The surface of the 3B satellite has become uneven due to the ground-washing attacks of hydrogen bombs and energy cannonballs. With pits everywhere, there are many peaks hundreds of meters high above the surface. On such terrain, dense artificial bases are built. The total number of these bases is probably tens of thousands. Each base is protected by a complete protective cover and has sufficient firepower. In fact, these bases only provide logistical support. The real weapon against the Zerg is the ubiquitous land-based forts on the surface of the 3B satellite. These land-based forts are everywhere. There are often hundreds of forts hidden everywhere in a crater. On a mountain peak, Xiao Yu has built all the land-based forts from the mountainside to the top. Fort. The entire 3B satellite has turned into a veritable hedgehog, with thorns everywhere. This is only part of the defense force. There are hundreds of millions of ground combat robots specially developed for the surface environment of the 3B satellite in the base, as well as a complete maintenance system and supply system. The most important thing is that these bases have construction capabilities. They will be able to continuously produce combat robots, ground forts, and ultra-miniature spacecraft to supplement their own combat power at any time. Through the monitor installed on the 3B satellite, Xiao Yu saw such a picture after the Hebei led the large force to leave. There were stars in the dark night sky. Among the countless stars, countless evil bugs with flames spraying from their tails suddenly landed. It was endless. Almost in just an instant, the light from the tails of these bugs covered up the light of countless stars in the sky. In fact, these rays of light connected together and illuminated the entire sky. Just when the endless demons from the sky were about to land, the endless land-based forts came into play. Xiao Yu saw countless energy LS swaying with bright blue light crossing shadows in the air, quickly hitting the Zerg in the sky, and exploding at the moment of contact with the Zerg. At the same time, countless invisible high-energy laser beams were launched towards the target. Above the ground, silos were opened one after another, and countless missile weapons carrying hydrogen bombs were driven by the tail engines and quickly headed towards the sky. Flying among them, each hydrogen bomb will burst out with dazzling white light. The flames of war burned across the entire planet in an instant. However, such intensive attacks still could not stop the Zerg offensive. Despite the intensive artillery fire, a large number of bugs still descended on the surface of the planet. Immediately, these fierce bugs began to wreak havoc, destroying the land-based forts, and began to besiege Xiao Yu's base. The tens of thousands of bases on the 3B satellite are protected by extremely powerful protective shields. Nothing happens for a while. But the land-based forts are different. Exposed to the wild, they are extremely vulnerable to damage. At this time, the Type 2 ground combat robot arranged by Xiao Yu in advance came in handy. They are like a group of ants, starting from tens of thousands of different bases and galloping on the surface of the 3B satellite. Under impact, division, and cooperation with each other, they strangle the lives of the Zerg that descend on the surface of the planet. The gravity of the 3B satellite is extremely weak, and combat robots developed specifically for the ground environment of the 3B satellite will naturally take advantage of this feature. Xiao Yu has installed miniature reverse thrust engines on these ground combat robots. Driven by the thrust reverse engines, these robots can even jump hundreds of meters high and glide thousands of meters in the air. It is extremely agile. Their firepower is also extremely fierce. The weak gravity on the 3B satellite means that they can be built very large. The increase in size means that they can carry more supplies. Therefore, the power of their energy cannons and laser cannons is generally higher than the ground robots on Yaman's home planet are much larger. In addition to combat capabilities, they even have the ability to repair land-based forts. Wherever land-based forts are damaged, they will appear. After destroying the nearby Zerg, They will use the parts they carry to repair the land-based forts and fill them with fuel. Therefore, after they left, the land-based forts that had been damaged one by one and had become silent began to regain their vitality and began to aim at the sky and start shooting under the unified control of the supercomputing center. With the emergence of ground combat robots, nearly 2 billion ultra-miniature spacecraft have also been dispatched. Not only can they play a role in space battles, but near-Earth space combat is also their strength. They shuttle flexibly at a distance of several hundred meters to hundreds of kilometers from the ground, trying their best to consume the power of the Zerg. Chapter 160 Porter. Xiao Yu has been paying close attention to the situation of Satellite 3B. Seeing that his arrangement withstood the most violent attack of the Zerg in the initial stage, Xiao Yu gradually felt relieved. If his layout cannot withstand the Zerg attack, then Xiao Yu will have no choice but to launch a hydrogen bomb and blow up the entire planet. By then, countless fragments will sweep across the 3 Aquila galaxies. Xiao Yu cannot predict what consequences they will bring, but in any case, they will bring many variables to the battle situation. This is what Xiao Yu doesn't want to see. In the entire number 3 planetary system, there are more than 100 satellites with a mass of more than 5 trillion tons. Among the more than 100 satellites, there are 89 that Xiao Yu plans to get rid of, because their mass and volume are too small. They are difficult to defend. In order not to leave a chance for the Zerg female to devour it, Xiao Yu planned to get rid of it directly. Xiao Yu's return fleet has caught up with the Zerg troops that attacked his base camp, and a fierce battle began in space. Without the support of the mother bugs of the Zerg race, these daughter bugs were as fragile as pieces of paper under the attacks of the fierce Hebei and Yinjing ships. During the chase, when they reached Planet 2, there were only less than 1 billion Zerg troops left. Under the attack from both sides of Planet 2's defenses and fleet, they were quickly wiped out. The current situation is like this. Xiao Yu has the ability to launch a long-range raid and drive a nail into the enemy's lair. But the Zerg Motherworm does not have this ability, because the long-range attack troops sent by the Zerg Motherworms do not have the ability to obtain supplies anytime and anywhere. They are different from Xiao Yu. Wherever Xiao Yu goes, the base is built, and supplies can be obtained anywhere. In addition, the Zerg has another big shortcoming. That is, it does not have a flagship attack force. And there is no existence like the Hebei and Yinjing in Xiao Yu's fleet. These two shortcomings make their long-range raids almost impossible to succeed. In Xiao Yu's view, this expeditionary force composed of 10 billion bugs is more appropriate to say that it is a suicide attack than a raid. Xiao Yu's fleet successfully returned to the number 2 planetary system. Here, Xiao Yu completely replenished the fleet and transferred the robots produced by the 9 bases in the number 2 planetary system during this period. The ultra-miniature spacecraft, various mining instruments and other results were loaded, and once again set off towards the 3rd planetary system. This time, in addition to the above-mentioned materials, Xiao Yu also carried many large engines. These engines will be used to deal with small satellites that are difficult to defend and cannot be left to the Zerg mother insects. It took more than half a month to come and go. In more than half a month, a total of more than 10 billion bugs were buried on the 3B satellite. Everything was as Xiao Yu expected. The defensive force on the 3B satellite was not wiped out under the crazy attack of the Zerg. Instead, it grew stronger during the war. The robot production line and ultra-miniature spacecraft production line are on track, and a large number of finished products are being manufactured every moment. Even in addition to replenishing lost combat units, they also have the ability to create some raid fleets to snipe the fuel-collecting bugs on the surface of Planet 3. Under the control of the supercomputing center, something like this often happens on the surface of Planet 3. The huge fuel-collecting Zerg are collecting fuel peacefully and carrying out their work. But suddenly, a spaceship appeared out of nowhere and began to attack them indiscriminately. Under Xiao Yu's continuous harassment, these fuel-collecting bugs suffered huge casualties, causing the ability of the Zerg mother bugs to collect fuel to drop by at least 60%. At the beginning, the Zerg mother will also send out some escort Zerg to follow the fuel-collecting bugs. But Xiao Yu's harassment was really hard to guard against. Later, the Zerg mother bugs simply evolved the fuel-collecting bugs so that they also had combat capabilities. At the same time, the Zerg mother also began to send Zerg troops to harass Xiao Yu's fuel collection spacecraft. Therefore, in addition to the other 2 battlefields, battles broke out from time to time on the fuel collection battlefield. Although its scale was much smaller than the other 2 battlefields, its brutality was not inferior at all. Under this situation, both sides struggled to collect the fuel they needed. In the dark void, in the distance, The huge planet number 3 is already in sight. Xiao Yu's fleet also began to be harassed and attacked by the Zerg. Xiao Yu didn't pay too much attention to these harassments, but went straight towards his goal. It was a small satellite with a mass of about 50 trillion tons. It has an irregular shape and a volume of approximately 30 kilometers by 20 kilometers by 15 kilometers. Its orbit is only a few 100,000 kilometers away from the orbit of the mother insect. Fortunately, at this stage, the two are operating in different places and are not close to each other. On the surface of this small satellite, there are still many Zerg activities, collecting the minerals they need. In response, Xiao Yu launched a ground-washing attack without mercy, sweeping them away. Then, following the old routine, the fleet deployed protection around the satellite to prevent all Zerg from entering a certain range of the satellite. Then, enough robots were dispatched, carrying giant engines prepared in advance, and the intense installation process began. Xiao Yu has already completed 3D modeling work for this satellite and analyzed each of its best stress points. Thousands of engines are installed at these points. These engines, barely speaking, can be regarded as planetary engines, but they are nothing compared to the big one Xiao Yu once installed on Tianyuan-A, taken together. These thousands of engines are probably not as good as any one on Tianyuan-A, but its mass is here, and the thrust these engines can provide is enough. The installation work was completed after 3 days of work. So, Xiao Yu gave the order to launch. Immediately, the tails of thousands of engines shot out bright blue flames at the same time, like strips of fluttering ribbons. Under the thrust of these thousands of engines, the small satellite's orbit around Planet 3 gradually accelerated. And finally, after 5 hours, it reached the escape velocity of Planet 3. It broke away from the gravity of satellite number 3, escaped from the embrace of planet number 3, and began to fly toward the depths of the universe. In fact, the acceleration Xiao Yu added to it not only allowed it to escape from Planet 3, but also allowed it to escape the gravity of the star Aquila 3. It will set off headlong into deep space. If nothing unexpected happens, it will arrive in the Eagle Nebula next to another red giant star in about tens of thousands of years and enter its orbit. The reason for this is to eliminate the possibility of it being disturbed by gravity and hitting the Yamen home planet during its future operation. In a chaotic system, Xiao Yu has no way to be completely accurate. If it is not pushed out of the star system, the probability of it hitting the Yamen home star is about 90%. Looking at the small satellite being driven away by the engine, the Zerg mother insect seemed to know Xiao Yu's plan and couldn't help but become a little crazy. Xiao Yu saw that the speed at which it made worms was once again accelerating. However, this time, these worms did not set off toward Xiao Yu, but began to disperse, heading towards the various satellites in the number 3 planetary system. Have you started to defend these satellites? It's useless. Xiao Yu laughed coldly in his heart. The Hebei can't get close to your mother body, but it can still be done easily if it gets close to a satellite. This is Xiao Yu's entire plan. That is, control all the available resources around this Zerg motherworm. Occupy what can be occupied, and simply move it away if it cannot be occupied. In short, let the Zerg motherworm, except for the satellite in its belly. No further replenishment is available. Then, Xiao Yu will launch a steady stream of attacks on it, forcing it to keep producing worms until it consumes all its resources and can no longer produce worms. At that time, it will be its end. Xiao Yu will use a hydrogen bomb to send it on its way. So what if you know my plan? I know you are smart enough, and I have no intention of hiding it from you. However, I am curious. How will you deal with it? Run away? Xiao Yu thought slowly, and slowly approached the next small satellite. It has no speed advantage against my fleet. If it escapes, I can easily catch up with it. In space, without the replenishment of fusion fuel on the gaseous planet, it will not last long. Its only way to survive is to never come back after leaving last time. In that case, I will really have to put a lot of thought into preventing it from coming back to attack the Yamen home planet after I leave. Maybe it will still be in space. I will take the initiative to search for its whereabouts and launch a pursuit. In that case, I will be passive. However, if you come back, then just accept the fate of destruction obediently. In Xiao Yu's eyes, this big guy who was huge and could swallow stars was already dead. After moving the second small satellite, Xiao Yu manipulated the fleet and flew to the third satellite that had reached hydrostatic balance, the 3C satellite, and began the transformation of the 3C satellite. There are more than 100 large-scale satellites in total. Xiao Yu will move 89 of them, and Xiao Yu will take all of the remaining 12 large-scale satellites into his own hands. Chapter 161 Escape. The process of transforming Satellite 3C was exactly the same as that of Satellite 3B. Xiao Yu first used weapons of mass destruction to cleanse the ground of Satellite 3B, destroying all the Zerg attached to it, and then transported a large number of the robots and mechanical equipment, went on to start a large-scale construction process on the 3C satellite. Xiao Yu used this method to eat away at the living space of the mother worms bit by bit. Xiao Yu also considered directly pushing a satellite to hit the Zerg mother worm and destroy it through the collision between planets. However, after thinking for a while, Xiao Yu gave up this plan, because among the various daughter bugs produced by the Zerg mother bug, there are engine bugs. It was this kind of insect that blocked the Hebei's approach in the first place. If you push a planet, you can be sure that the Zerg mother worms will produce a large number of these engine bugs and manipulate tens of billions or hundreds of billions of bugs to attack the planet. Xiao Yu did not attack such a huge number of bugs. Under the insect attack, the planet's engine was still protected. After the planet's engine is destroyed, the planet will fall into the control of the engine bugs. The result is equivalent to sending food to the mother bugs. Moreover, manufacturing a planetary engine is also a huge project. It is better to follow the current safe method and push the Zerg mother into despair bit by bit. Time slowly passed for another 2 months. During these 2 months, several small satellites were pushed out of the Tianying 3 galaxy by Xiao Yu, and the 3C satellite was also controlled by Xiao Yu. So far, there are a total of 12 large satellites. 1 is controlled by the Zerg mother insect, and 2 are controlled by Xiao Yu. Under this situation, although Xiao Yu is still at a disadvantage within the number 3 planet system, Xiao Yu is not anxious at all. Xiao Yu's power increases by 1 point every day, but the power of the Zerg mother insect is only that much and will not change. One day, Xiao Yu's power will surpass it. Xiao Yu's plan is advancing step by step, and every step is extremely solid. Xiao Yu was like a spider, facing the female Zerg insect. This seemingly fierce prey was sticking to the spider web, and it was slowly spitting out circles of spider silk. When entangled in the spider silk, this fierce prey loses its ability to resist. It is time for Xiao Yu to enjoy a feast. During this period of time, there were as many as 5 large-scale battles involving more than 50 billion Zerg, and each time ended in a draw, with both sides suffering damage. But a tie means that the Zerg motherworm failed to stop Xiao Yu's actions. So in detail, it was still the one who failed. In this unhurried state of war, the number of planets in Xiao Yu's hands finally reached 7. More than half of the total number of 12 planets. Those 89 small satellites have all been moved out of the Tianying 3 galaxy by Xiao Yu, and they flew away in an unknown direction. At the moment when the 7th satellite was officially announced to have fallen into Xiao Yu's hands, Xiao Yu noticed that the Zerg mother insect seemed to be getting impatient. Its body began to tremble, as if it was in conflict. Want to escape? Xiao Yu keenly sensed its intention and immediately made a decision in his heart. Under the current situation, the demise of the Zerg motherworm has become a foregone conclusion. How could Xiao Yu allow changes to occur? Although even if it escapes, Xiao Yu is sure to defeat it in a war of attrition. But leaving the Tianying 3 systems, and the supply of supplies from many bases will cost Xiao Yu a lot more time and energy. After sensing the intention of the Zerg mother to escape, Xiao Yu immediately controlled the Hebei, leading hundreds of millions of micro-spacecraft and tens of thousands of large spacecraft to block its trajectory. For such a huge planet, it is impossible to escape the gravitational range of Planet 3. It would be impossible to leave directly. The power required would be too huge, and it is impossible for the Zerg motherworm to have this ability. The only feasible way is to follow the orbit, slowly accelerate, slowly accumulate strength, and finally escape in one fell swoop. Even for the more than 80 small satellites, Xiao Yu must abide by this law if he wants to move them away, let alone a large satellite. But the arrival of the Hebei broke its plan. The Hebei spacecraft lies in front of it. If it continues to accelerate, it will directly meet the Hebei. When the time comes, Xiao Yu doesn't mind launching a supergiant hydrogen bomb to kill it. Obviously, the Zerg mother also understands that the Hebei is a dangerous thing. So, it used its own coping methods. Xiao Yu saw that countless engine bugs were being created, braving the hail of bullets and being sniped by billions of ultra-miniature spacecraft. They began to try to push away from the Hebei. These engine bugs can block the Hebei's approach, but they cannot push the Hebei spacecraft away from the orbit of the Zerg mother bug. The Hebei spacecraft is like a heavy shackle, locking the Zerg mother insect in the 3rd planetary system and unable to escape. After realizing this, the Zerd motherworm wisely gave up the idea of escape. At present, its only way out is to create enough bugs to kill all Xiaoyu's spaceships. Xiaoyu saw that the speed at which the Zerd motherworms produce daughter worms increased again. The entire number 3 planet system is full of traces of bugs, which seriously hinders Xiaoyu's plan to occupy the next large satellite. At the same time, the 7 satellites already occupied by Xiaoyu also suffered a crazy counterattack by the Zerd. There were even several times where Xiaoyu's bases built on those satellites were breached, and the manufacturing speed of combat robots could not even match their lost speed. If it were not for the timely support of the large spacecraft formation, I am afraid that these satellites would really be taken away by the Zerd. After repelling several attacks from the Zerd motherworm with all its strength, the Zerd motherworm seemed to have given up on snatching the satellites occupied by Xiaoyu, and instead focused on the other satellites. Xiaoyu saw that a large group of insects began to gather towards another satellite. On that satellite, at least several billion insects gathered. It is preparing to do something. Xiaoyu was keenly aware of this information. What exactly does it want to do? This doubt was answered after the Zerd motherworm launched another big move. Xiaoyu saw an amazing scene. The 3A satellite has been swallowed whole by the Zerd mother. But now, Xiaoyu sees that under the cover of the dense, sky-blocking insect swarm, the ugly body of the Zerd mother begins to appear on the surface of the 3A satellite. Gradually it rolled, which caused wrinkles to begin to appear on the surface of the 3A satellite. Each fold has a gap of several hundred meters between each other, like countless mountains and valleys suddenly appearing on the surface of the 3A satellite. It wants to spit out the satellite 3A! Xiaoyu was horrified and immediately set his sights on another satellite, which was numbered 3J by Xiaoyu. This satellite is already densely covered with Zerd, and there are still a steady stream of Zerd swarms converging towards this satellite, not only on the surface of the satellite, but also in the near-Earth space of the satellite, and even within a distance of tens of thousands of kilometers. There are Zerd everywhere. Are the resources of the AAA satellite about to be used up? Xiaoyu understood immediately, and at the same time, he immediately made up his mind. We must stop it! Under Xiaoyu's manipulation, the huge fleet immediately began to move towards the 3J satellite. However, during the process of advancement, Xiaoyu's fleet encountered unusually large resistance. This female insect seemed to understand that this would be a battle related to her own destiny, so she used her full strength. Endless bugs gathered around the Sand satellite, trying their best to block the advancement of Xiaoyu's fleet. At the same time, it is also accelerating the speed of spitting out AAA satellites. Xiaoyu saw that the 3A satellite, which had been swallowed whole into the belly of the female insect, finally showed some traces again. One side of the 3A satellite was exposed to the cosmic space again, and on the other side, a mountain with a height of 10,000 meters suddenly appeared. Xiaoyu knew that the mountain peak was the stacked bodies of female insects. If it swallows up the 3J satellite, it will take me at least 10 more years to destroy it. Xiaoyu quickly came to a conclusion. This result is absolutely unacceptable to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu manipulated the fleet and used all his strength to launch an attack on the insect swarm's blockade network. However, there are too many bugs. There are so many that even the Hebe's strength cannot ram through them. And there are so many that even the endless hydrogen bombs and energy cannonballs can't sweep them away. As for the Zerd female, she has vomited nearly 1/5 of the AAA satellite out of her stomach. Xiaoyu was cruel and took out the few remaining gravity bombs. During this period of time, there were only about 1,000 gravity bombs left. Now, Xiaoyu took out 100 at a time. There is no other way but to use these precious gravity bombs. No matter what, we must prevent it from swallowing the Sand satellite. Xiaoyu made up his mind and placed these gravity bombs in a township-level spacecraft and manipulated them. This township-class spaceship flew forward. Behind, a large number of spaceships began to cover the township-class spacecraft. However, the township-class spacecraft only advanced less than 10,000 kilometers before encountering an obstacle that it could not break through. Detonate! Xiaoyu gave the order to detonate in the place where the insect swarm was densest. At the moment when these 100 gravity bombs exploded, a black hole-like aura erupted from inside the township-class spacecraft. The first thing to bear the brunt was the hull of the township-class spacecraft. It was immediately attracted and collapsed, condensing into a small ball, followed closely by all the Zerd within a radius of several thousand kilometers. Chapter 162: The Death of the Female Insect. At such a density, how many bugs would there be within a few thousand kilometers? Xiaoyu doesn't know. Xiaoyu just saw that in the void, all the insects were swept away and condensed into a huge ball. Suspended in the void, After all, this is not near the main body of the Zerg motherworm. There was no way it could make up for such a huge loss of insects in a short period of time. So, with the gravity bomb clearing out the nearby Zerg, Xiao Yu's fleet once again launched a fierce attack, and finally opened a gap in the Zerg's defense line. Through this gap, Xiao Yu launched a fierce carpet attack on the surface of the sand satellite. After clearing a clearing, Xiao Yu quickly manipulated the robot to land. Here, a large-yield hydrogen bomb was installed, followed by another hydrogen bomb in another area. On the 3J satellite, Xiao Yu installed a total of more than a dozen high-yield hydrogen bombs and sent out enough escorts. These forces will be able to protect these hydrogen bombs from being destroyed for at least 10 hours. After the high-yield hydrogen bomb was installed, Xiao Yu saw that the Zerg motherworm instantly stopped spitting out the 3A satellite and swallowed it again. Xiao Yu and it both knew that its action failed this time. Under this situation, if the Zerg mother insect still insists on spitting out the 3A satellite and swallowing the 3J satellite, Xiao Yu will detonate these dozen large-yield satellites without hesitation at the moment it swallows the 3J satellite. Hydrogen bomb. Even if these hydrogen bombs cannot kill it, they can still destroy it by 80% of its combat effectiveness. The Zerg motherworm does not have the ability to destroy these hydrogen bombs in a short period of time. Therefore, the wisest thing to do is to decisively abandon this plan. Clearly, it's not stupid. Although this operation of the Zerg mother insect ended in failure, it still caused a lot of trouble to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu once again accelerated the occupation of the surrounding planets. Finally, it took another full year to acquire 12 large satellites. Except for the 3A satellite that was swallowed by the Zerg motherworm. The rest of the satellites were all occupied by Xiao Yu. This means that the female Zerg has become a turtle in the urn and is eliminated by Xiao Yu. It is only a matter of time. By this time, Xiao Yu was not so anxious. Xiao Yu even evacuated all the large spaceships from the frontal battlefield and arranged all the spacecraft on the side of the Zerg mother insect facing planet 3. Here, Xiao Yu laid out a huge net, all around blocking the way for the Zerg females to obtain nuclear fusion fuel. All the bases on the 11 satellites are still producing huge amounts of ultra-miniature spacecraft all the time. A large number of ultra-miniature spacecraft gathered together to continuously harass and attack the Zerg mother insects. The female Zerg still refused to give up its resistance. Xiao Yu saw that it was still spitting out Zerg one after another, struggling to fight against these nasty mechanical creations. At the same time, it also tried its best to gather insect swarm troops one after another, trying to break through the large net laid by Xiao Yu and reopen its own logistics supply channel. Because the space area is too vast, Xiao Yu cannot completely block this space. However, it is still possible to reduce the rate at which the Zerg females obtain nuclear fusion fuel by 70 or 80%. As it stands now, this huge war that has lasted for several years, with Planet 3 as the core of the war, and covering the 3 Aquila star systems, has finally come to an end. The behavior of the Zerg female at this moment is a good interpretation of the idiom that a trapped beast still fights. It has no hope of survival, but it is still trying to resist. Xiao Yu is constantly monitoring the rate at which the Zerg motherworm produces daughter worms. At its peak, the Zerg motherworm even reached a record of producing 200 million daughter worms a day. However, now, the speed at which it produces daughter worms has dropped to 10 million per day, and the combat effectiveness of these bugs has also been reduced to a certain extent. Xiao Yu was speechless about this phenomenon. The resources of the AAA planet are close to being exhausted. So are they starting to produce defective products? Xiao Yu thought a little funny. Xiao Yu simply manipulated the Hebei and led some large spaceships to try again to get close to the Zerg motherworm. Xiao Yu wanted to see how much potential this Zerg motherworm had that could be squeezed out. Sure enough, upon noticing Xiao Yu's approach, the speed at which the Zerg motherworms produced larvae suddenly increased 5 times, reaching 100 million worms per day and more than 2 million worms per hour. The swarm of insects that covered the sky appeared again, densely blocking the Hebei. Xiao Yu simply gave up the idea of getting close to the mother worms and began to manipulate the fleet to clean up the worms bit by bit. In short, Xiao Yu wants to keep the mother worm in a state of tension at all times and create as many daughter worms as possible. Xiao Yu has not forgotten that on average, one worm can produce 10 kilograms of usable materials. The flesh and blood of the white dwarf alien beasts is used to build large spaceships. The construction of small spaceships depends entirely on these worms. In fact, if it weren't for the 5-star system in the distance that was attracting Xiao Yu, and Xiao Yu wanted to get there as soon as possible and explore the mysteries of the unified theory, Xiao Yu would have artificially fed this female insect some materials to make it produce more a bit of a worm's mind. I'm very busy. Since I don't have time, I have to suffer you to live a shorter period of time, Xiao Yu thought in his heart. At this moment, the powerful and arrogant Zerg motherworm, which could even swallow planets, turned into a pitiful worm that could be kneaded and ravaged by Xiao Yu at will in Xiao Yu's hands. It was like a nearly withered orange. Most of the juice had been squeezed out, but Xiao Yu still refused to let it go, still squeezing it vigorously, trying to squeeze out the last bit of juice. As of now, the number of remaining worms in the third planetary system is about 5 billion. This number is no longer a threat to Xiao Yu. Within galaxy number 3, the number of ultra-miniature spaceships reached the order of hundreds of billions. Under this terrifying power sweep, no bug could escape. It only took one day for Xiao Yu to clean up these bugs. Empty. At this moment, in the number 3 planet system, except for the hundreds of thousands of bugs just created by the Zerg mother bug, there are no other Zerg species left. It seems that the female Zerg is really dying. Even if the Hubei spacecraft swings majestically in front of it, it can only barely double the speed at which it produces worms, reaching 1 million worms per day, and it can no longer increase. Now that it's like this, there's not much point in continuing to play around. Let's just send you on your way, Xiao Yu thought, and once again manipulated the Hubei to get closer to the Zerg mother, closing the distance to only 5,000 within a kilometer range. He carefully looked at the appearance of the Zerg mother worm. The appearance of the Zerg female remains unchanged. The surface of its body is still pitted and uneven, with countless deep holes scattered all over it. But the difference is that just a year ago, these holes were still erupting with worms vigorously. During the peak period, the worms expelled from these holes were all connected in a continuous line. But now, it took a long time for a worm to be slowly erupted. And it was still a seriously defective product. And its combat effectiveness was not even half of that of the previous Zerg. It's a pity that this guy is a bit too big. If it were smaller, it would be good to raise it manually. In that case, I would have an extra special material manufacturing machine, Xiao Yu thought with some regret, and received the order to launch the county-level spacecraft. This county-level spacecraft has been on standby inside the Hubei for a long time. Its engine has always been on standby. Now it received the launch order. Immediately, its engine started and flew out from the Hubei's open cabin, started to slowly approach the female Zerg. The Zerg mother is the size of a planet. This county-level spaceship was as insignificant as a mosquito in front of it. But this spaceship has the ability to completely destroy it. All spaceships retreat and gather behind planet number 3. Xiao Yu gave the order. As a result, all the large spacecraft hid behind planet number 3, and the ultra-miniature spacecraft hid behind each of the satellites. The county-level spacecraft gradually approached the Zerg mother worm. It contains 1,000 hydrogen bombs, each with a yield of 1 trillion tons. 1,000. That is 1 quadrillion tons. Even if a hydrogen bomb with such a huge yield explodes on the surface of the planet, its powerful shock wave will be enough to completely destroy the structure of the planet and cause it to disintegrate immediately. Surrounded by hundreds of thousands of defective bugs, the county-level spacecraft landed on the surface of the Zerg mother bug. Immediately, a fold appeared on the body of the Zerg female, clamping the spacecraft up. However, at the moment when the spacecraft was clamped, Xiao Yu gave the order to detonate. The monitoring satellites scattered in the third planetary system, as well as the ground monitoring stations on the other satellites, observed such a picture at the same time. On the surface of this planet, a little white light appeared. This white light expanded instantly, reaching the point where it covered half of the planet. At this moment, all the places where the white light reached, whether it was the body of the Zerg female or the rocks, were instantly vaporized. They are not even qualified to be blown up. A powerful shock wave spread to the back of the planet, instantly shattering it into several scattered pieces. After half of the Zerg mother insect attached to it was vaporized, the remaining half was torn apart as the planet disintegrated. At the moment when the hydrogen bomb explodes, it dies, and it cannot die anymore. Chapter 163 Goodbye by Fate. This hydrogen bomb explosion not only shattered a satellite completely, but also affected their parent star, Planet 3. At the place where Planet 3 faced the hydrogen bomb explosion, Xiao Yu saw that the gas there caused ripples visible to the naked eye. They were rapidly heated by the violent radiation. The imbalance of heat caused a strong force in Planet 3. A storm, countless times more powerful than a Category 12 typhoon on Earth, began to rage on Planet 3. The powerful hydrogen bomb explosion vaporized half of the satellite 3A. After cooling, this mass will condense into small meteorites and continue to orbit the planet 3. They will be scattered over a long orbit of tens of millions of kilometers, forming a ring. The remaining unvaporized half of the mass of satellite 3A split into several parts. The powerful hydrogen bomb explosion affected their future orbits, and they could no longer continue to orbit planet 3 stably. In the next few million years, they will gradually approach planet 3, and after exceeding the Roche limit, they will be torn apart by the strong gravity of planet 3 and impact on planet 3. The death of the Zerg motherworm announced that this huge war, which had been going on for several years and had battlefields covering the entire Aquila star system, had finally come to an end. Throughout the war, Xiao Yu did not use any opportunistic means, but relied on his own strength to defeat the Zerg motherworm in an upright manner. Moreover, the Zerg were completely suppressed in terms of numbers, which they were best at. Thousands of years have passed. In this dark universe, I have grown to this stage and have the ability to defeat the enemy with my strength. Xiao Yu felt a little emotional when recalling every detail of the war over the past few years. When the hydrogen bomb exploded, the daughter insects that were lucky enough to escape the hydrogen bomb explosion because of their good position lost their ability to move instantly after the death of the mother insect. Seeing this phenomenon, Xiao Yu once again determined the correct name of brainworm cybernetics. It seems that the computing power of this mother insect is more powerful than mine. It can even control so many insects at the same time. But unfortunately, its size is too huge. I can't even study it. Otherwise, it will be impossible to study it. If you slice it and study it, maybe it can also bring some help to the development of my computer technology. Xiao Yu sighed with some regret, leading a huge fleet and starting to return to planet number 1. Before leaving, there are still some preparations to be done. Xiao Yu thought carefully. First of all, the Zerg corpses all over the Aquila galaxy need to be gathered up and the available materials collected. The spacecraft built with these materials, but it is 50% higher than that of a spacecraft made of ordinary materials. Well, secondly, the large particle collider must also be recovered and prepared to be built around the next arriving star for me to conduct research. Also, the Shanghai, Tianjin, Yuqing and Shijiazhuang, the 4 largest city-level spaceships, should all be transformed into the flesh and blood of white dwarf alien beasts. Xiao Yu thought. In the distance, planet number 1 was already in sight. On the home planet of the Yabeast, the settlement point of the Yabeast, Xiao Yu's shadow still stands here. In the Zerg war that lasted for several years, thanks to Xiao Yu's advanced preparations, this place was basically not affected. However, Xiao Yu will tell the Yaja beasts about the battle situation every day in real time. Today, I want to tell you some good news. I have eliminated the Zerg motherworms. You no longer have to worry about encountering Zerg attacks in the future. Looking at the tens of thousands of vector beasts sitting quietly in the square, Xiao Yu announced the news. Brother Xiao, is it true? That's great. Lorna cheered first. Of course it's true. Brother Xiao has never lied to you, Xiao Yu said with a smile. In the future, everyone can live peacefully on this planet, gradually growing and becoming stronger. At this point, Xiao Yu paused, swallowed the next half of the sentence, and did not say it out. If you want to say goodbye, you should wait until I'm leaving. Saying it now will only make you sad. Xiao Yu thought to himself. In space, a comprehensive material collection work has begun. Hundreds of billions of ultra-miniature spacecraft once again played a role. After simple modifications, they had the ability to collect available materials from Zerg corpses. With such a large number of collectors, Xiao Yu's work is progressing at a rapid pace. At the same time, on the 2 satellites of Yaman's home planet, the huge construction factory once again started construction. The modification project of the 4 city-level spaceships has been fully started. With Xiao Yu's existing manufacturing power, it is estimated that it will only take 2 years to complete the modification. After finally getting some stable time, Xiao Yu did not have the time to rest, but once again devoted himself to the heavy scientific research tasks. By building the huge supercomputing center, Xiao Yu obtained a lot of valuable information. By studying this information, Xiao Yu will hope to increase his computing power dozens of times again. Through this war, Xiao Yu truly realized the benefits of supercomputing power. Such a large number of ultra-miniature spaceships and combat robots are left to Xiao Yu to control. Even Xiao Yu can't control them even if they are exhausted. However, if they are controlled by artificial intelligence programs, They seem to be able to do so with ease. But AI programs also have some obvious drawbacks. For example, of the same number of fleets, one is controlled by Xiaoyu, and the other is controlled by artificial intelligence. No matter what level the artificial intelligence reaches, it will be easy for Xiaoyu to defeat it. As for how to combine the advantages of the two, it will be up to Xiaoyu to study slowly in the future. In the midst of busy work, 2 years have flown by. The collection of usable materials from the Zerg corpses was fully completed, and 1 billion tons of materials entered Xiaoyu's bag. In the next period of time, Xiaoyu will use these materials, as well as the flesh and blood of alien beasts, to rebuild his fleet. By then, the overall strength of the entire fleet will increase several times. After all the work was done, the 5-star system of Aquila 4 became more and more attracted to Xiaoyu. Through the diary of the girl named Zhang Xingya, Xiaoyu knew that the mystery of the Grand Unified Theory might be hidden within this 5-star system. It's time to say goodbye. At the Yaju gathering point, Xiaoyu once again summoned all the Yaju and announced the news. Today, I have a very important news to tell you. I am leaving this galaxy, going to the endless starry sky, and continuing my journey. I am very happy to meet you all and live with you for so long. I am very happy. Happy, Xiaoyu said with a smile. But before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Lorna. Brother Xiao, do you want to leave? Lorna's eyes were filled with tears, and her voice was choked with sobs. Don't go. Okay. Did Lorna make you angry? Lorna won't dare to do it anymore. It will change. How about you stay? Xiaoyu shook his head. No. Lorna, how could I be angry with you? It's too late for me to hurt you. However, I still have very important things to do. These things are related to my life and death. To the life and death of my civilization. Lorna, don't cry. Don't be sad. You are about to grow into a brave warrior. What do you look like crying? Lorna looked at Xiaoyu with tearful eyes and said, Well, Brother Xiao, can you take me away? Xiaoyu laughed dumbly, shook his head, and said, In space navigation, sometimes a journey takes thousands of years. There is eternal loneliness and endless dangers. Even if you are safe all the time, you will gradually grow old and eventually die in the cold cabin. Is this the outcome you want? Lorna, be obedient and don't use any surname. This is your home. The cold and dark universe is not where you should go. The place, as long as I can be with Brother Xiao. I'm not afraid of anything, Lorna said stubbornly. Xiaoyu still smiled and shook his head slowly but firmly. Then, what about this? The tears in Lorna's eyes finally fell, but she still looked at Xiaoyu stubbornly. Under Xiaoyu's surprised gaze, Lorna's appearance gradually changed, and finally turned into the appearance of a young human girl. At this moment, Xiaoyu was a little distracted, and couldn't help but mutter 2 words in his mouth. Chinemo? I accidentally saw the shadow of this sister in the big spaceship. Is she your lover? Is she dead? Then let me be her and you take me away. Okay. Brother Xiao? Lorna transformed into Chinemo, still pleading with Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu sighed and tried his best to collect his mind. Looking at Luo Na, who had transformed into Chinemo, he opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end, he still didn't say it. Finally, as if he had made up his mind, Xiaoyu instantly turned off the display of his own shadow in the gathering point of the arrow beasts. Xiaoyu disappeared. Between heaven and earth, Xiaoyu's words floated. Lorna, I have left a city-level spaceship for you. The controller is the jade pendant I gave you. If you are in danger, you can hide on this spaceship and start space navigation. This is your home. I can't take you away. I'm leaving. If we are destined, we will meet again. Goodbye, dear Lorna. Xiaoyu's huge fleet has already set off and began sailing into the void of space. In Xiaoyu's heart, there is a sentence that has been echoing. It's better to be cowardly than to forget each other in the world. Chapter 164, Chaotic World. Looking at planet number 1 fading away and Aquila 3 gradually dimming, Xiaoyu felt inexplicably sad. This is another long journey. Aquila 4 is 2.5 light-years away from Aquila 3. At Xiaoyu's current speed, it will take about 10 years to reach it. Xiaoyu's current maximum sailing speed can reach 70,000 kilometers per second. In fact, in space navigation, before being limited by the theory of relativity, as long as there is enough fuel, the spacecraft can accelerate without limit. Xiaoyu's sailing speed had always been low before because of restrictions on the fuel he could carry. But this problem was largely solved after the Hebei spacecraft was built. The current total mass of the Hebei is nearly 100 million tons, half of which is nuclear fusion fuel. In addition, Xiaoyu also built dozens of material transport ships equivalent to the size of provincial-level spaceships, in addition to alien fingers and Zerd materials, as well as some reserved construction materials. They were full of nuclear fusion fuel. Due to their simple structure, these spaceships do not require much effort to build. Building a large spaceship is not as simple as stacking steel plates. It will involve material technology, engine technology, large protective cover technology, as well as matching weapon technology, power technology, and many other branch technologies. Xiaoyu has estimated that based on the development speed of human science and technology in the Earth Age, it will take more than 200 years to develop from a city-level spaceship to a provincial-level spacecraft. In other words, if a provincial-level spaceship can be produced, then this civilization is already at the upper middle level of the three-pole civilization. It already has sufficient knowledge reserves, and is no longer far away from the fourth-level civilization. That's why Xiaoyu is so eager to go to the Sky Eagle 4 galaxy, because there may be hidden secrets about the Grand Unified Theory. Previously, the Luca civilization, which was still at the beginning of the tripolar civilization, also owned a provincial spaceship, but it was later destroyed by the attack of the Ghost Tribe. The spaceship was actually exchanged for their contributions from the Guardian Alliance. In the vast space, Xiaoyu's fleet is slowly accelerating. Because of the presence of large transport ships, Xiaoyu's fleet accelerated only about 30 meters per second. Xiaoyu will continue to accelerate at this acceleration for a month, then rely on habitual navigation for about 10 years, and then slow down for another month to reach the Aquila 4 galaxy. Xiaoyu's fleet consists of more than 100,000 large spaceships and dozens of material transport ships. Of all the ultra-miniature spaceships, some of them were recycled by Xiaoyu, and the rest were abandoned by Xiaoyu. During a long journey, it is unnecessary to carry these things. During this long journey of more than 10 years, Xiaoyu plans to build several more city-level spaceships based on the flesh and blood of alien beasts. At the same time, small and medium-sized spacecraft at the county, township, and village levels will also complete part of the upgrades, upgrading and transformation, from ordinary materials to Zerg materials. By then, Xiaoyu's overall combat effectiveness will increase several times. At this moment, Xiaoyu has not yet left the Sky Eagle 3 galaxy. Through the telescope, he can still clearly see the mountainous mountains above the Yao Beast home planet. Recalling the little years he spent living with the Yaju, Xiaoyu is filled with emotion. In space, traces of the war with the Zerg can be seen everywhere. There are Zerg body parts and spaceship wreckage. At this moment, they have been mixed together, either orbiting the planet or orbiting Aquila 3. The total number is as high as tens of billions. Because their orbits are unstable, it is foreseeable that in the next few million years, the Aquila system will become a frequent site for meteorite impacts. Meteor showers also occur frequently on Yaman's home planet. In the bright night sky, surrounded by stars, countless meteors streak through the sky. That scene must be very beautiful, Xiaoyu thought, and after looking back at the Yaman home planet again, he turned his head resolutely. I never want to go back and take a look again. Xiaoyu has crossed the orbit of planet number 3. After passing here, with the precision of the naked eye, there is no trace of Yaman's home planet. At this distance, Aquila remains bright. Xiaoyu could feel its power and majesty effortlessly. At this moment, Xiaoyu is still blown by its stellar wind. After about a month of sailing, Xiaoyu will reach the boundary of its stellar wind and enter interstellar space again. This day will come soon. Xiaoyu's fleet officially announced that it had left the Aquila 3 system and began to speed towards Aquila 4. Time passes slowly, and every second represents a distance of tens of thousands of kilometers being crossed. At such high speed, Xiaoyu's spacecraft collided with the dense interstellar dust particles in the Eagle Nebula, causing a magical phenomenon. Under the high-speed impact of particles, a large number of X-rays are emitted. Along with the X-rays, there is also light in the visible light band. This kind of light shows a faint pink color, and the light of the light blue energy shield on Xiaoyu's spacecraft is covered up. From a distance, it looks like Xiaoyu's spacecraft has turned pink, which is very beautiful. Looking at this scene, Xiaoyu was speechless. A pink spaceship? This is too funny. If it were seen by otakus in the Earth Age, I don't know how many fantasies they would have in their hearts. Unfortunately, although the spaceship is pink, there are no Lolita in it. They are just cold-killing machines. And from the aesthetic point of view of Earth people, the Luca people are weird. Thinking of the Luca people, Xiaoyu took some attention and once again checked the scene inside the two spacecraft's new home in paradise. Since the time of the white dwarf alien beasts, all the Luca people have fallen into a deep sleep. Even those who have not mutated. Because Xiaoyu doesn't know when he will have a way to treat them. And the unmutated Luca people are generally unwilling to have a big age gap with their relatives, friends, etc. So in this kind of society, due to factors, they simply went to sleep and have not woken up until now. Time slipped away quietly amid Xiaoyu's busy construction work. In addition to several city-class spacecraft that have completed modifications, Xingtai, Handan, etc. are also undergoing busy modification work. 10 years have passed by in a blink of an eye. Xiaoyu's fleet once again approached the edge of the star. After entering the stellar wind range of the 4 stars Aquila, the color of the spacecraft finally changed from pink, which made Xiaoyu a little embarrassed, back to normal color. The Aquila star system consists of 5 stars. They are roughly divided into 2 groups. One group consists of 2 stars. At the current stage, they show some characteristics of a binary star system. The 2 stars are orbiting their common center of mass, rotating. The other 3 stars were mixed together and moving in chaos. These 5 stars were named by Xiaoyu in alphabetical order. The first star was called Star A by Xiaoyu. The second star was called Star B by Xiaoyu. And so on. The 2 star groups formed by these 5 stars are called the first group and the second group by Xiaoyu. In the Aquila 4-star system, while the first group and the second group are operating independently, they are also orbiting the common center of mass of the 5 stars. These 5 stars as a whole, together with the Eagle Nebula, are orbiting the center of the Milky Way. The movement of stars is so complicated. Together, these 5 stars have created a star system that makes people's brains swell just looking at it. But it also seems to have some kind of internal laws. This stellar structure is not stable. It is very likely that one day in the future, a star in the first group will be captured by the gravity of another group and join their group. It is also possible that after operating for a period of time, it will be thrown out by gravity again and lose this group structure. In short, the operation of groups of 3 or more stars is very chaotic and irregular. Their orbits can only be predicted in a short period of time. Long-term prediction, at least Xiaoyu, cannot do it. This means that a star may suddenly change its orbit and start rushing toward Xiaoyu's fleet. Overall, the Aquila star system is really not a good place worth lingering on. Even Xiaoyu had some doubts about his trip. Could such a place be related to the unified theory? Xiaoyu thought, slowing down the speed of the fleet a little again, and slowly drove towards these stars. As the distance got closer, Xiaoyu made a surprising discovery. In such a chaotic place, Xiaoyu unexpectedly discovered a planet. It is still a small rocky planet, about the size of Mars. What a pitiful little guy! Seeing this poor planet rotating slowly surrounded by stars, Xiaoyu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. In this arena of stars, even stars cannot have stable orbits, let alone planets that rely on stars for survival. This poor little guy is destined to be kicked around by the stars without a stable home. If you are unlucky enough and get too close to a star during a certain change of hands, it will be torn apart by the star's gravity. However, judging from the fact that there is no large-scale asteroid belt in the Aquila star system, it has probably not been torn apart yet. Of course, if the material it tore out was directly swallowed by the star, that would be a different story. Let's use this little guy as a foothold. Xiaoyu thought for a while, made a decision, and started to control the spacecraft and fly towards this poor little guy. Chapter 165 Strange Phenomenon. At this moment, the star closest to Xiaoyu is star C. Its color is yellow-white, which indicates that its surface temperature is higher than that of the Sun. Correspondingly, its mass is also larger than that of the Sun, about 1.8 times that of the Sun. According to different surface temperatures, stars will show different colors, from low to high: red, yellow, white, and blue. Generally speaking, stars with higher surface temperatures have greater mass, but this is not always the case. For example, a red giant star is also red in color, but it can be many times larger than a red dwarf star. It appears red because it reaches the end of its life, expands in size, and drops in temperature. Star C is a star that appears yellow-white in color. It is the largest star in the Aquila star system. The poor planet is currently orbiting it. Xiaoyu's destination also points to this star. Generally speaking, the orbits of planets orbiting stars can be predicted. For example, the Earth's distance from the Sun is fixed at a certain time of the year. Even if there is an error, it can be ignored. This causes the Earth's orbit to be it is also stable. But not this planet. At a certain point in time during one revolution around the star, there are often big changes between the previous week and this week. This means its orbit is extremely unstable. It does not look like a stable planet, but rather like some comets arriving from interstellar space in the solar system. Apparently this instability is caused by gravitational disturbances from the remaining stars. Moreover, this disturbance is extremely strong, causing it to frequently change host stars. Before arriving in Aquila 41, Xiaoyu had already carried out observations of this planet. During this period of 1 year, it changed its host star 6 times. On average, once every 2 months. The degree of instability of its orbit is evident. After getting close to this 5-star system, Xiaoyu truly felt its magic, since there is no diffuse reflection in the universe. When the material in the universe, whether it is a planet or a spacecraft, is close to a star, the side facing the star is day, and the side facing away from the star is night. But in this galaxy, there is no such thing as night. Xiaoyu's fleet, whether it was front or back, was all illuminated by stars. While Xiaoyu was observing the data of these stars, he was on his own journey. At this moment, it is only 300 million kilometers away from the planet. Xiaoyu has fully penetrated into the interior of this star system. At this distance, Xiaoyu suddenly observed that these 5 stars flashed at the same time. At this moment, the positions of these 5 stars shifted by about 0.3 degrees at the same time. But in the next moment, they returned to normal. It's as if this change has never happened. This phenomenon aroused Xiaoyu's alert. What's going on? Can they still move instantly? Xiaoyu thought doubtfully, retrieved all the observation data at that moment, and analyzed it carefully. But the results of the analysis made Xiaoyu even more confused, because Xiaoyu saw that at that moment, the mass, luminosity, orbit, and other parameters of all stars were extremely normal. This made Xiaoyu begin to wonder if there was something wrong with his observation instrument. But Xiaoyu quickly ruled out this conclusion. What if a single instrument fails? How about thousands of instruments failing at the same time? The probability is too small and can be ignored. Xiaoyu became faintly excited. I can't explain this phenomenon yet. In the girl's diary, she once said that within this 5-star system, there are hidden mysteries about the Grand Unified Theory. Could this strange phenomenon be related to the Grand Unified Theory? Connected? This is the most reasonable explanation. Currently, I don't know anything about how this phenomenon occurs or how it works. But as long as I stay here for a long time, I can always find a way to understand everything about it. As long as this phenomenon is explained clearly, I believe it will be within my grasp. A unified theory is not far away. Xiaoyu became more energetic. The unknown is not scary. What is scary is not being able to discover the unknown and thinking that you have everything under control. For example, in Newton's time, people who summarized the 3 laws of mechanics and used this tool to discover Uranus and Neptune even thought they had mastered the operation of the entire universe. Correspondingly, scientific theories began to stagnate in this era. It was not until genius scientists represented by Einstein discovered new unknown phenomena. And by studying these unknown phenomena, they proposed new theories again, which promoted mankind. Society has accelerated its progress and entered the atomic age. Quantum mechanics and the theory of relativity both appeared in this great era, strongly and powerfully promoting the development of mankind, driving people to study more unknowns and acquire more knowledge. Xiaoyu's spacecraft gradually approached the planet and entered an orbit around it. At close range, Xiaoyu clearly saw the surface of the planet. It was a smooth ground with a black crystal shape, and basically there were no big undulations, no mountains, no valleys. It's really pitiful, Xiaoyu murmured to himself, and his sympathy for this planet increased by 1 point. The condition of its surface clearly shows the torture it has suffered. Those black surfaces are all rocks that have been melted. It can be imagined that in the past time, it has been close to the star countless times, and then it was burned by the star's huge heat, causing the rocky surface to melt away. Then when it was far away from the star, it cooled and condensed until the next time it approached. Stars continue to be melted. In this process of repeated condensation, melting, condensation, and melting, all the geological details on its surface were erased. It has no atmosphere. In fact, even if it had an atmosphere when it first formed, it would have been stripped away by the star during the endless torture. Just like now, it is only about 50 million away from star C, which is less than half the distance between the Earth and the Sun. In addition, The stellar activity of star C is much higher than that of the Sun. At such a distance, if the Earth were here, the Earth's atmosphere would be completely stripped away within 1,000,000 years. Under the illumination of star C, its surface temperature reached about 400 degrees Celsius. At this temperature, its rocky surface began to emit a dim red light, like a terrifying lava H.L. In addition to the C star, the D star and the E star are not too far away from it, with a distance of 170 million and 200 million kilometers respectively. From the perspective of this planet, star C is about the size of a millstone and dozens of times brighter than the Sun. Star D is about the size of a basketball and slightly dimmer than the Sun. Star E is about the size of a football and appears faintly red. The brightness is a dozen times that of the Sun, but still thousands of times brighter than the full moon. There are 3 stars in total, shining on this H.L.-like world. On the back, the scenery is even more amazing, since it is now gravitationally locked by the C star. It always faces the C star with one side. On its backside are stars A and B, which are 770 million and 800 million kilometers away from it. At this distance, the 2 stars respectively emit light that is 10 to hundreds of times equivalent to the full moon, illuminating its surface with a hazy glow, which is roughly equivalent to dusk on the Earth. If someone is reading here, he will be able to read the words clearly without the help of other light sources. The temperature on its back is about 10 degrees. The place where Xiaoyu wants to stay is probably like this. The environment is not very good, so just make do with it. Xiaoyu smiled bitterly in his heart. Compared to the 3 Aquila systems and the Yaja home planet, this place is nothing short of a world of difference. In such an environment, Xiaoyu began his preparations. First, a large particle collider is a must. But here, it's not appropriate to orbit a star, so Xiaoyu chose to reduce its size and let it orbit the planet. Secondly, in addition to studying various unknown phenomena here, Xiaoyu also plans to carry out fleet upgrade projects. So a large shipyard is also necessary. There are no gas planets here, so fuel sources are an issue. In order to solve this problem, Xiaoyu had to carry out mineral exploration on this planet, intending to use nuclear fission energy instead of nuclear fusion energy. In Xiaoyu's plan, nuclear fusion fuel is an emergency supply and should not be used lightly. The energy source in the Aquila star system will be mainly solar energy and fission energy. At the same time, in order to obtain enough building materials, Xiaoyu also needs to build a base on this planet. In order to withstand the high temperature of the star, these bases need to be built underground, which undoubtedly increases the amount of work. But Xiaoyu was not in a hurry. Overcoming the barriers to unified theory is a long-term process, and Xiaoyu does not expect to achieve a breakthrough in a short time. After launching many satellites for geological exploration and gaining a detailed understanding of the planet, Xiaoyu transported many modified robots to the surface of the planet and began the construction of the base. In the midst of all the busyness, Xiaoyu still did not miss the observation work of 5 stars. 3 days after arriving at the star, Xiaoyu observed this strange instantaneous star displacement phenomenon again. The difference from the last time is that this time the phenomenon occurred on the night side of the planet. 2 huge and bright moons suddenly disappeared from Xiaoyu's field of vision and appeared in another position, shifted by about 0.6 degrees. It lasted for about 0.03 of a second, and then returned to its original position, still hanging lightly in the air, as if nothing had happened. Has it finally appeared again? Xiaoyu became excited. Chapter 166 Information Storm. Xiaoyu quickly recorded the position, orbit, speed and other information of each star when this abnormal phenomenon occurred, and tried to find out some of it by comparing it with various data from the last time this phenomenon occurred. Connect. But the result disappointed Xiaoyu. There is nothing special except that the distance between stars A and B in the first group is a little wider, and there is a tendency to move closer to the second group. Perhaps it's because the data collection is not enough. If we collect a few more data, we should be able to find the connection. Xiaoyu thought like this, and did not take this failure to heart. Send some satellites over there, and the effect of close observation may be better, Xiaoyu thought. Manipulating the construction robot, created some satellites inside the Hebei, and launched them towards various stars. These satellites will enter orbits around stars and monitor their various data in real time, such as luminosity, orbit, speed, force analysis, etc. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, Xiaoyu had been here for a year. During this year, Xiaoyu observed that strange phenomenon up to 20 times. However, No matter how Xiao Yu analyzed and collected data, he could never find the law of the occurrence of this strange phenomenon. The formation mechanism and process are still unknown. But Xiao Yu finally gained something. It can be known from various observation data that when this strange phenomenon occurs, the star itself does not move. In other words, this phenomenon is just my illusion. But there is no malfunction in my instrument. There is only one. The explanation is that the star's light was affected by some unknown force and deflected before it entered my observation instrument. It's not uncommon for light to shift. For example, this phenomenon commonly occurs around massive stars. This phenomenon is called gravitational lensing. When he first faced the Mulyaton civilization, Xiao Yu found traces of the Mulyaton planet through the gravitational lens phenomenon and finally eliminated it. However, another doubt emerged again. This phenomenon occurs so frequently. Is it possible that there are so many strong gravitational sources in the Aquila star system? But why can't their influence on the stars be observed? Or there are not so many strong gravitational forces at all? Source: this strange phenomenon is simply caused by a process that I don't know yet based on the grand unified theory. Increase the number of detectors. Xiao Yu made a decision. If there happens to be an area that can cause light to deflect, and it happens to appear at the edge of the detector, I will have the opportunity to examine its structure in detail and study it at close range. Work process. So, Xiao Yu once again created more detectors and launched them. Because Xiao Yu could not predict in advance where such an area would appear, Xiao Yu could only adopt the strategy of casting a net in all directions and increase the chance of encountering such an area by increasing the number of detectors. This means extremely large material requirements. Fortunately, Xiao Yu's early base construction has paid off. Xiao Yu has found enough mineral veins on this planet and built enough underground bases so that Xiao Yu can support the consumption of these materials. Within this year, Xiao Yu built a total of tens of millions of satellites and threw them into the vast space. There are a lot of them, but scattered in this wide area, there are not many. The days were still passing slowly. When Xiao Yu had just completed a material transportation, Xiao Yu observed the strange star displacement phenomenon again. The occurrence of this strange phenomenon seems to have no rules at all. In the year when Xiao Yu manufactured a large number of satellites and launched them, Xiao Yu never observed this phenomenon happening once. It was only now that I observed it again. Well, this phenomenon lasted for about 1/19 of a second. And this time it happened on star D. The satellites orbiting star D still did not observe any abnormalities. Then, let's take a look at the observations of the other satellites. Xiao Yu called out all the observation data of tens of millions of satellites at the moment when the star deviation occurred. Well, a total of more than 3,000 satellites also observed this displacement phenomenon at the same time as the displacement phenomenon occurred. They were probably on the straight line from the D star to the planet. None of the satellites at other positions observed this phenomenon. This result can basically confirm that these abnormal displacement phenomena are caused by gravitational lensing. Xiao Yu thought in his mind. If this is the case, does it mean that this phenomenon will also occur in places where I can't see it? Is it possible that such a phenomenon also occurred somewhere, but was affected by it? The deflected light eventually went elsewhere instead of entering my observation instrument. So I didn't observe it? This inference is very likely to be correct. Xiao Yu came to the conclusion. So he tested the data of all satellites in more detail. As expected, this inspection allowed Xiao Yu to discover some clues. Xiao Yu saw that more than 500 satellites in the A17 area detected the displacement phenomenon that occurred in the E star during a certain period of time. But Xiao Yu himself, and the satellites in other positions, did not notice the displacement of the E star. Displacement. Another time. 13 satellites in the H14 area noticed a displacement phenomenon that occurred in star C. Similarly, neither Xiao Yu nor the satellites in other places noticed it, because the star's displacement will only move a small distance and last for a short period of time. If Xiao Yu hadn't checked the data carefully, these results would have been easily missed. After getting this result, Xiao Yu's guess became more and more certain. At this stage, all I have to do is wait. When these areas that deflect light happen to appear next to a certain satellite, I can take the opportunity to observe it. In order to increase the chance of encounter, I will build more satellites. Xiao Yu thought and made a decision in his heart. These satellites are equipped with extremely sensitive gravity detection devices. If there is a strong gravitational source that can deflect light around them, they will definitely be able to detect it. Time, while waiting, slipped away bit by bit. During this period of time, Xiao Yu also had an unexpected gain. For some unknown reason, Xiaoyu noticed that the mutated Luca people in the new home and paradise suddenly showed signs of improvement. Xiaoyu saw that the cells in their bodies that had mutated into black balls began to gradually recover and slowly transformed into normal cells. This phenomenon attracted Xiaoyu's attention. Xiaoyu conducted a lot of relevant research on these sleeping Luca people, but still found nothing. In the end, this can only be put down to the good luck of the Luca people. After discovering this phenomenon, Xiaoyu woke up thousands of healthy Luca people who had not mutated from their slumber and informed them of the result. These Luca people were very happy and attributed this result to the protection of the true God and some mysterious abilities of Xiaoyu, the divine envoy. This result made Xiaoyu a little funny, but Xiaoyu was also happy to see the results. Xiaoyu would naturally not defend things that could enhance the loyalty of the Luca people. Luca's recovery process lasted a month. After a month, tens of thousands of Luca people all recovered and woke up from their deep sleep. As a result, Luca's society began to operate normally again. After a short period of study and a full grasp of Xiaoyu's scientific and technological progress during this period, thousands of Luca scientists returned to busy scientific research work. I hope these Luca scientists can help me break through the barrier of the unified theory and provide some help, Xiaoyu thought secretly. After a new batch of about 20 million satellites were launched into space, Xiaoyu finally waited for the moment he had been waiting for. There was a satellite relatively close to star B, and suddenly it detected a strong gravitational source somewhere around it. Immediately, after detecting this phenomenon, in less than a 10,000th of a second, it carried out detailed observations of the area, took a large number of photos, obtained a lot of data, and sent them to Xiaoyu. Less than a 10,000th of a second after the satellite detected the emergence of a strong gravitational source, more than 100 satellites successively detected the displacement of star B. Xiaoyu's inference was finally confirmed. Xiaoyu immediately launched relevant research on the data obtained from this observation. A large number of comparisons, speculations, modeling, hypotheses, verifications, and other research processes occupied Xiaoyu's entire energy. When Xiaoyu had just finished a modeling process and was verifying the hypothesis, suddenly, a piece of information from unknown sources entered Xiaoyu's brain. The 13,643rd space broadcast. Galaxy star field. If you can receive this message, it proves that you have at least basic interstellar navigation capabilities. The information reported below may be crucial to you, so please analyze it carefully. The expedition probe has detected an information storm that is about to sweep across the Milky Way. The source of the explosion is located in the Andromeda Galaxy and is expected to reach the Milky Way in 30 years. Your situation may be very dangerous. This message contains simple over-distance information regarding the communication instrument manufacturing method. Please import this information into your central computer. The program will automatically start the manufacturing process. Then please communicate with us so that we can locate your coordinates. At that time, there will be specialized personnel to welcome you to the safe zone. I repeat, your situation may be dangerous. Very dangerous. Broadcaster, Guardian Alliance Headquarters. Chapter 167. Some speculations and safe zones. The information this time was still the same as the last time. I didn't know why it came and went without knowing it. It appeared in Xiaoyu's mind without any warning, and without any translation. It automatically became Xiaoyu's comprehensible language. The situation is exactly the same as last time. However, the last time Xiaoyu received such information, Xiaoyu was still quite weak and knew almost nothing about the universe. But it's different now. Xiaoyu already has some understanding of some things in the universe. For example, the Guardian Alliance cannot allow the existence of alien beast civilization and mechanical civilization. For example, it has been blacklisted by the Guardians. For example, after the ghost race transformed by humans on Earth rescued itself, the Guardian Alliance cannot find anyone. When he found his trace, in order to vent his anger, he blew up all 4 buildings in Tianyuan. When Xiaoyu received the space broadcast this time, he was no longer as surprised as last time. Xiaoyu first noticed some differences between this space broadcast and the last space broadcast. The most striking difference is that the last time Xiaoyu received a space broadcast, its range seemed to be the 3rd star field. But this time, it was changed to the Milky Way star field. Also, the person who signed the last broadcast was the Guardian Alliance's 3rd star territory team. This time, it was changed to the Guardian Alliance headquarters. In addition to these 2 points, Xiaoyu also noticed another point. which was the change in frequency. The last time it received a space broadcast. It was marked as the 13,600th time. This time, it was the 13,643rd time. It seems that during this period of time, no, just during the more than 6,000 years when the Ghost Tribe took me on a long journey, the Guardian Alliance conducted 42 space broadcasts. Unfortunately, there is no way for me to know the contents of these omitted past broadcasts. The 42 missing space broadcasts could only be within that period of time. In the rest of the time period, Xiao Yu had no reason to miss it. Thinking of the Ghost Tribe transformed from the souls of his own tribe, Xiao Yu sighed slightly in his heart. It seems that this time the matter is more serious than the last time. The last time the cleaners increased their efforts to clean up the third star field, and the Ghost Tribe appeared in the third star field. This information storm? Will it happen in the third star field? 30 years later, sweeping across the Milky Way? Is the source of the explosion still located in the Andromeda Galaxy? The term, information storm, made Xiao Yu feel a little confused. Xiao Yu is no stranger to the term information storm. In the Earth Age, Xiao Yu often heard this term. On Earth, it is used to describe things like information explosion. What does it mean when it appears here? Xiao Yu slowly thought. The information broadcast by the Guardian Alliance has an automatic translation function. Since this term is translated into information storm, there must be some truth to it. The source of the explosion mentioned later is located in the Andromeda Galaxy. The Andromeda Galaxy is 2.5 million light-years away from the Milky Way. What kind of explosion is it? Can travel such a long distance and have an impact on the Milky Way and the Andromeda Galaxy? Xiao Yu was puzzled. In Xiao Yu's theoretical system, there is really no explosion that can erupt with such powerful energy. Even if it is an extreme supernova explosion, it can form a black hole directly after the explosion, which can destroy the Earth's civilization at a distance of several thousand light-years. But at a distance as far as 2.5 million light-years, it is no more than it is the sudden increase in luminosity. In addition to observing one more bright star in the night sky and detecting some innocuous gamma-ray bursts, they are also unlikely to affect living things millions of light-years away. Are there any sources of energy radiation more powerful than extreme supernova explosions? Neutron star collisions? Black hole collisions? They seem to have nothing to do with the term information storm. Moreover, even if two large black holes collide, they cannot burst out such energy. Xiao Yu felt faintly worried in his heart. Reaching the Milky Way in 30 years. The Milky Way has a diameter of 100,000 light-years. Even at the speed of light, it will take 100,000 years to cross the Milky Way. Judging from the Guardian Alliance's galactic star field broadcast, this information storm seems to be able to affect the entire galaxy extremely quickly, and its propagation speed is unknown to how many times the speed of light. Well, at present, the most important question is, how dangerous is the information storm? From the fact that the Guardian Alliance attaches so much importance to it, it must be dangerous. So how can I escape it? Xiao Yu broadcast this information to the Luca scientists and asked, when you were in the Guardian Alliance, have you ever heard of the term information storm? The headed Luca scientist is Luca number 3, who once saved Xiao Yu. After Luca's society fully recovered, Xiao Yu rewarded him for his merits and ranked him below Luca number 2. This position in Luca's society belongs to one person, but above 10,000 people. Luca 3 shook his head in confusion. I have never heard of this term. We don't know what information storm is. In fact, before belonging to you, our Luca civilization had just joined the Guardian Alliance. There's a lot we don't understand in 1,000 years. So based on your survival situation within the Guardian Alliance, do you have any suggestions? Xiao Yu asked. On the other end of the communication device, Xiao Yu saw Luca scientists having a heated discussion. After a while, Luca 3 said, after we belonged to the Guardian Alliance, for more than 1,000 years, the Guardian Alliance only carried out there have been more than 50 space broadcasts, and most of them were broadcasts from a certain star field, such as the third star field. There was only one broadcast in the entire galaxy star field. That time was about a newly discovered 5-level extreme report on the situation in dangerous areas. Therefore, according to our experience, the information broadcast by the Guardian Alliance this time should also be very important. This information storm is definitely very dangerous. Our suggestion is to trust the Guardian Alliance once and escape as soon as possible. Xiao Yu fell silent. After a while, Xiao Yu said, escape? Where to escape? I don't know what information storm is. I don't know how it kills. I don't know its scope of influence. I don't know how to prevent it. I don't know where the safe area is. And if I want to escape, how can I escape? Where to escape? The Luca scientists also fell silent. Xiao Yu sighed and asked slowly. You lived in the so-called safe zone before. Right. What does the safe zone look like? Luca 3 organized the language and replied. The safe zone is a very ordinary star field, where there are still stars, planets, and satellites. Different civilizations live on different planets. Oh, Xiao Yu asked a little strangely. In that case, isn't the safe zone the same as an ordinary area? What means does the Guardian Alliance rely on to ensure the safety of the safe zone? Could it cover several light years? A large energy shield with a range of dozens of light years? I don't know. Luca 3 shook his head and said. We don't know what means the Guardian Alliance relies on to protect the safety in the safe zone. But there is something strange. This is the biggest difference between the safe zone and the outside world. That is, within the safe zone, all the familiar stars, galaxies, etc. are not visible. There are only a few hundred stars in the safe zone where I am. And only these few hundred stars are visible in the sky. Except for beyond that. There is nothingness. Nothing. Safe zone. Xiao Yu sighed, feeling quite like a heavy rain was coming. But he was standing alone in the wild, unable to find even a place to shelter from the rain. Okay. You go study other things first. Leave the information storm to me, Xiao Yu said with some waning interest. Even the enthusiasm for studying a unified theory was extinguished by this sudden news. Luca 3 stood there with some ambivalence for a while, then said, Do not import that information into the central computer, let alone run that program. The Guardian Alliance has a deep hostility towards mechanical civilization, especially towards you. If you are caught by the Guardian Alliance, you will be locked in a computer and will never be able to escape. Xiao Yu glanced at Luca number 3 in surprise and said, Don't worry. I will find a solution to the information storm. After Luca number 3 bowed respectfully to Xiao Yu, he cut off the connection with Xiao Yu. After the contact was disconnected, Xiao Yu murmured to himself, The solution? The solution? Even an existence like the Guardian Alliance is facing a formidable enemy. It pays so much attention to this information storm. What ability can I find? The solution? It is estimated that even the 4th level civilization and the 5th level civilization will not be able to fight against it. 30 years. 30 years. In this little time. It is considered good that I can break through to the 4th level civilization. The last time I encountered a crisis, it was my tribe who spent more than half of their own energy to rescue me from danger. This time, should I still count on them? Even if I do, how should I contact them? The Guardian Alliance can't go, and I can't find a solution. Is this really a dead end? Xiao Yu's heart was extremely heavy. Let's wait for a while before talking. Stay here for a while. Wait and see if there are any other changes. If after 10 years, you still don't have a clue, then leave here and go to the depths of the universe. Maybe with luck, you might be able to escape this disaster. That's it. Xiao Yu murmured to himself, cheered up, and devoted himself to analyzing the observation data. Chapter 168 Gravitons. Xiao Yu notified the Luca scientists and asked them to temporarily block the news and not spread it, so as not to cause chaos in Luca society. Xiao Yu himself also tried his best to suppress the chaotic thoughts. Concentrate on research on the unified theory. This is an area that I cannot access. It is absolutely impossible to take refuge in the Guardian Alliance. Then I can only resign myself to fate. I hope that in the next 30 years, before this so-called information storm comes, there can be some good luck will favor me. Xiao Yu thought silently. Xiao Yu now has a strange feeling, as if he has turned into an ant and is standing in front of a river dam that is about to collapse. Being powerless, unable to do anything, with nowhere to escape, we can only resign ourselves to fate. Xiao Yu is waiting for the next space broadcast of the Guardian Alliance. Xiao Yu hopes that he can get some useful information for himself in the next space broadcast of the Guardian Alliance. At least, he will have someone to fight for. Direction. The laying of the Large Particle Collider has been completed. In this 5-star galaxy, Xiao Yu had no way to lay it around the star. So he simply laid the Large Particle Collider in the orbit of the planet. Although it is still impossible to avoid gravitational disturbances from other stars. With the power support of the Large Particle Collider itself, it can barely maintain a stable orbit. In this 5-star galaxy, Xiao Yu was somewhat surprised to find that even the Particle Collider's collision test had undergone some strange changes. This result made Xiao Yu more and more certain that he was in a magical place. All indications indicate that some unknown processes based on a grand unified theory are at work here. During this period of time, Xiao Yu was very lucky to observe more than a dozen strong gravitational sources that suddenly appeared at close range, and collected a large amount of first-hand information. However, the observation results show that where the strong gravitational source appears, there is nothing and no matter exists. This result puzzled Xiao Yu. For this reason, Xiao Yu put forward a hypothesis. Is it possible that in this gravitational chaos, due to some reaction process that I have not yet understood, the energy from the star is converted into gravity at these relatively special points? After all, in the grand unified theory, gravity and the other three basic forces are integrated together. Energy can be converted into electromagnetic force, expressed in the form of photons, or it can be converted into weak force, expressed in the form of W and Z bosons, and it can be converted into strong force and manifested in the form of gluons. So why can't it be converted into gravity and manifested in the form of gravitons? The graviton is a particle that is speculated to be the mediator of gravity. Quantum mechanics hopes to explain gravitational interactions through gravitons. By the way, if the phenomenon of energy being converted into gravitons occurs within this 5-star galaxy, then you can be sure that several other phenomena will inevitably occur here, such as energy being converted into electromagnetic interaction force and thus releasing photon. This is worth studying. Xiao Yu came to a conclusion and continued to think. Gravity and mass are closely related, and the discovery of the Higgs boson basically confirmed the existence of the Higgs field and confirmed that mass is formed by the interaction between particles and the Higgs field. That is to say, if the particle exists, it will be closely related to the Higgs boson. Xiao Yu came to the conclusion and once again set his sights on the Large Particle Collider. To study microscopic physics, large particle colliders are indispensable tools. In order to confirm his guess, Xiao Yu carried out a large number of related experiments, trying to find evidence of the existence of gravitons in the collisions of microscopic particles. At the same time, Xiao Yu has not let go of the strange phenomena on the macro scale, and is still studying them closely. Time, in this busy research process, slipped away bit by bit. Finally, after conducting thousands of collision experiments, Xiao Yu observed a new type of particle. This kind of particle has properties similar to photons. It has no rest mass and no charge. It is a type of boson. The discovery of this new type of particle greatly inspired Xiao Yu's confidence. Xiao Yu immediately informed the Luca scientists of this result and jointly launched research on this particle. With the deepening of research, Xiao Yu gradually discovered many strange properties of this particle. For example, it is always accompanied by the birth of the Higgs boson. Every time a Higgs boson is born, it is accompanied by the birth of such a particle. More in-depth research has found that this strange particle is actually made of even smaller particles. It consists of two particles. One particle has positive mass, and the other particle has negative mass. When two particles are entangled together, they exhibit the external characteristic of zero mass. It travels at the speed of light. The two particles do not interact with each other, but they easily interact with other such particles. The positive mass particles and the remaining negative mass particles combine with each other. Both are attracted, both are annihilated, and return to nothingness. In such a process, gravity is generated. At the moment when he learned about its interaction with other particles, Xiao Yu officially announced that he had discovered the existence of graviton. From this moment on, Xiao Yu will be able to explain what gravity is. The discovery of gravitons promoted the research of grand unified theory a big step forward. As long as we understand the generation mechanism of graviton and its relationship with other elementary particles, the grand unified theory will be completely won by Xiao Yu. As for why gravitons were not discovered in previous collision tests, but were found in the Aquila 4-star system, Xiao Yu could only explain it as being affected by the strange environment here. After achieving this major result, all Luca scientists had a day off, and used this day to hold a grand celebration ceremony. This is almost unimaginable to Luca scientists who cherish time like gold and want to get the time accurate to milliseconds. From this we can imagine how significant the discovery of graviton is. Xiao Yu was also at the celebration venue, setting up a 3D projector and creating an avatar to celebrate this achievement with the Luca scientists. However, in the warm and high-spirited atmosphere of the venue, there is always a shadow hanging over their hearts. The information storm is coming in 25 years. Xiao Yu thought silently. It took Xiao Yu 5 years to confirm the existence of graviton and study its various related properties. This rate of progress casts doubt on whether Xiao Yu can achieve a breakthrough in the unified theory before the information storm mentioned by the Guardian Alliance arrives. In fact, Xiao Yu has always had a feeling that the crazy research on the unified theory is not so much for technological breakthroughs, but rather to escape the strong pressure of the information storm. Only when you are busy at work can you temporarily forget the terrifying cloud that weighs on your heart. During this period of time, the next space broadcast from the Guardian Alliance that Xiao Yu was expecting never came. But Xiao Yu was waiting for bad news. According to current orbit analysis, this planet will undergo a host switch within the next month. In other words, after this month has passed, it will no longer orbit the C star, but will be captured by the B star passing close by and become a planet of the B star. Because the orbit of the multi-body system was chaotic and long-term predictions were impossible, Xiao Yu did not predict the event until a month before it occurred. By then, the planet's closest distance to star B will be less than 2 million kilometers. This distance has exceeded the Roche limit, so this planet will be torn apart by the gravity of star B, because the orbit is chaotic and cannot be accurately predicted. Xiao Yu estimates that the probability of this planet being torn apart by star B is about 80%. If the planet is torn into pieces, it means that all the bases Xiao Yu built underground on the planet will be completely destroyed. Xiao Yu can no longer stay around this planet, and the Large Particle Collider must be put away. In the coming days, due to the lack of a stable host, the Large Particle Collider will not be able to be built again for Xiao Yu to conduct research. In desperation, Xiao Yu had no choice but to carry out urgent construction, took back all the recyclable objects, and put the Large Particle Collider back into the hub, and then controlled the spacecraft away from the planet and came to the distance. It is observing the situation here in the void of about 30 million kilometers. It took Xiao Yu more than 20 days to recover various materials and various preparations. According to Xiao Yu's prediction, the host switching phenomenon will occur in 5 days. During these 5 days, Xiao Yu observed another phenomenon. This phenomenon allowed Xiao Yu to increase the probability of destroying the planet to 99%. Xiao Yu observed that the A star, which had been operating peacefully, actually showed some tendency to get closer. It will pass by about 30 million kilometers away from star C and more than 20 million kilometers away from star B. By then, the 3 stars A, B, and C will be in a straight line, and this poor planet will be between the 2 stars A and B. At that time, the C star and the B star will join forces to exert gravitational pull on the planet and compete with the A star. It's like a tug of war in the universe. And this planet is the poor rope. Xiao Yu looked sympathetically at this poor planet that was still rotating slowly, unconsciously, and quietly put a little distance between himself and it. Chapter 169, Interstellar Tug of War. The day before the planet tearing apart began, Luca 3 asked a question. Dear Master, if in this 5-star system, as you have guessed, it is due to the chaos of gravity that causes those irregular strong gravity sources to appear everywhere, then in this 3-star system that is about to happen, among the first-line phenomena, it is very likely that due to some kind of battle between gravity, a larger-scale irregular strong gravitational source will emerge. We should be prepared for observations in advance. Maybe we can take advantage of the occurrence of this event to fully understand the mechanism of the occurrence of strong gravitational source phenomena. Luca number 3 said respectfully to Xiao Yu's shadow in the paradise. Xiao Yu thought for a moment and nodded. Your guess is very reasonable. This is indeed a possibility. I know it, and will increase relevant observation efforts. Okay, Master. Luca 3 bowed and then retreated. Xiao Yu mobilized all the satellites scattered nearby and began to gather in this direction. It is certain that this phenomenon of Samsung's first line will not happen again for a long time, because of their chaotic orbits. It's basically impossible to predict when this phenomenon will occur. It may happen once every 1 day, or it may not happen once every billion years. Being able to observe such a phenomenon within just a few years after arriving in this galaxy has to be said to be Xiao Yu's great luck. Every gain must come with a loss, Xiao Yu thought. After putting aside some of the negative emotions caused by this incident, Xiao Yu began to observe the entire incident with full concentration. Xiao Yu saw that stars A and B were orbiting each other and slowly approaching the planet. Above this distance, their gravity has already had a great impact on the planet. The planet began to wobble irregularly, and at the same time, the planet experienced some minor deformations. Its erratic wobbles are getting stronger, which means its gravitational pull is getting stronger. Xiao Yu saw that within this day, its longest diameter reached 10,000 kilometers. and the shortest diameter on both sides shortened to less than 7,000 kilometers. It started to become very flat, like an egg. Poor guy! Xiao Yu sighed in his heart, and continued to observe these phenomena carefully. In the paradise, scientists from Kilometer Luca also gathered in front of their respective display screens, nervously watching groups of data. Coming! Coming! Xiao Yu secretly shouted in his heart. Xiao Yu saw that as the two stars orbited each other, they sandwiched the planet. On one side of it is star B, which is only 2 million kilometers away. On the other side, there are stars A and C, whose distances are 50 million and 20 million kilometers respectively. At this moment, the gravitational pull of stars A and C converged, exerting a strong pull on the planet. At the same time, the B star is also pulling on its other side. It's a spectacular tug of war among the stars. In this game, there is no winner, only a loser. The three stars will basically not be affected, but this planet will be torn into pieces. Xiao Yu observed that the planet was being stretched longer and longer by the torn apart of three different stars. One side of it continues to receive the gravitational pull of stars A and C, while the other side is pulled by star B. Both sides exerted great power that they could not resist. In desperation, it had no choice but to split itself in two and use its own death to calm the anger of the three bosses. It was torn apart when its longest diameter was extended to more than 20,000 kilometers. It turned into two semicircles like an apple that was split open. This process, according to the instruments Xiao Yu installed on it, looks like this. Xiao Yu did not move all the materials away from it, but left behind a still quite large number of observation instruments. The day before it was torn apart, the instruments had detected some unusual seismic waves. Deep in the planet, hundreds of super strong and huge earthquakes have occurred, with the highest magnitude even exceeding magnitude 12. And the focal depths are generally below 2,000 kilometers. Along with these strong earthquakes, cracks appeared suddenly on the surface of the planet, which were more than 10 kilometers deep, set against the black lava surface. These black cracks look like big ugly mouths. As the gravity becomes stronger, strong geological phenomena occur on this planet more and more frequently. Xiao Yu observed that due to the flattening of the body, the core was squeezed by gravity, and the temperature and pressure began to increase. At the same time, some areas of the surface began to thin. This caused extremely powerful volcanic eruptions to begin. There is a large amount of volcanic lava, like the juice inside the fruit, squeezed out by those invisible hands. On the sides of it facing the star, a rising tide similar to sea level begins to appear. However, on the Earth, the rising tide phenomenon occurs with water as the medium. But here, it occurs with rocks as the medium. The rising tide of seawater will cause the sea level to rise, and the rising tide of rocks will mean the emergence of mountains. As a result, on both sides of it facing the star, many giant peaks with a height of 10,000 meters, or even 100,000 meters appeared. Moreover, the height of these peaks is still increasing, pulled by the invisible giant hand of gravity. It is like a piece of soft dough, without any ability to resist. It was stretched longer and longer, and flattened more and more. Finally, after reaching the limit, it was like a spring that was stretched to the limit and suddenly broke in the middle. The two roughly hemispherical objects, carrying countless rubbles, flew to both sides and went their separate ways. This interstellar tug-of-war ended with the tug-of-war rope breaking. The three stars continued their orbits as if nothing was wrong. Star A and Star B each obtained one of the two large fragments, and the remaining small fragments were divided among the three stars. Even some debris was thrown out and captured by D stars and E stars that were unwilling to be left alone. Xiao Yu observed the entire process of this planetary catastrophe. Until this phenomenon ended, Xiao Yu was still immersed in shock and unable to extricate himself. This method of planet destruction is more shocking than any method of planet destruction that Xiao Yu has observed before. In comparison, planets hitting stars, or even using hydrogen bombs to blow up a planet, are much worse than this method. It's like the difference between drowning and being brutally quartered. During this process, Xiao Yu collected a lot of information. Xiao Yu discovered that during this process, the frequency of strong gravitational sources in the 4 Aquila galaxies increased a lot. What I observed in this day is equal to the total number I observed in the past month. Sure enough, there is some kind of connection between them, Xiao Yu thought secretly. Not only has the number increased a lot, but their duration has also increased greatly. After recovering from the previous shock, Xiao Yu quickly started analyzing the relevant data. Xiao Yu's key detection direction is the detection of gravitons and photons. Xiao Yu hopes that some clues about the conversion of basic forces can be found in these tests. However, during the analysis, Xiao Yu did not find the information he wanted, but observed another phenomenon that surprised him. Xiao Yu discovered that there was a certain deviation between the positions of stars observed from Hebei and those previously observed by satellites scattered elsewhere in the galaxy. This is undoubtedly another strong gravitational source phenomenon. But this time, there was something unusual. It lasted too long, and it didn't recede for a full hour. Moreover, the scope of this strong gravitational source phenomenon is also too wide. All satellites scattered in the Aquila star system have observed displacements. How is this possible? Xiao Yu thought quickly. Is there a gravity source strong enough to cover all the satellites? No. This is basically impossible. Xiao Yu thought calmly, and gradually, a cold air seemed to emanate from Xiao Yu's mind. If the satellite observations are correct, it means that my own observations are wrong. The only explanation for this phenomenon is that not all satellites are covered in strong gravitational fields. And it was my fleet that was covered. It's like it's daytime, but there's darkness in front of you. After ruling out the possibility of darkening during the day, the only possibility was that there was something wrong with my own eyes. Could it be that a strong gravitational source appeared next to me and covered all my spaceships? This is the only explanation. Xiao Yu turned on the spacecraft engine and tried to move the position. But Xiao Yu suddenly discovered that his spaceship could not move. The spacecraft engine was still emitting flames violently. But Xiao Yu could not detect any reverse thrust. This phenomenon shocked Xiao Yu. If your spaceship loses the ability to move, wouldn't it be like a meteorite, which can only drift with the current in this galaxy and be imprisoned forever? At this time, a strange phenomenon caught Xiao Yu's attention. The flames emitted by the spacecraft engine were unusually bright. Moreover, at the rear of the engine, there were some strange material gathering phenomena. Some interstellar dust particles began to move closer here unusually. After thinking for a long time, a surprising guess appeared in Xiao Yu's mind. Perhaps the reverse thrust of my spaceship has not disappeared, but has been converted into electromagnetic force and gravity by some unknown reason. Chapter 170 Elementary Level for Civilization. After making this speculation, Xiao Yu immediately started relevant verification work. The first is the graviton detection work in the engine area. After manufacturing relevant detection instruments and installing them on the engine, as expected, Xiao Yu detected the presence of a large number of gravitons. The presence of gravitons proves the existence of gravity. Xiao Yu also discovered that there is a relationship between the magnitude of gravity and the starting power of the spacecraft engine. By detecting the convergence speed of interstellar dust particles, Xiao Yu can measure the magnitude of gravity. The results show that the greater the engine power, the greater the gravity. At this moment, Xiao Yu remembered a weapon he owned. A fourth-level civilization creation from the Lucas civilization. The gravity bomb. The principle of gravity bomb is to convert energy into gravity and spread it out, relying on strong gravity to kill the enemy. This process is very similar to now. After confirming the existence of gravity, Xiao Yu started detecting electromagnetic force. The mediator of electromagnetic force is photon. The extremely bright engine flame has proved that the electromagnetic force here is extremely powerful. After understanding all this, Xiao Yu started thinking nervously. It's very dangerous here. We must find a way to restore the power system of the spacecraft. But what to do? Faced with this unknown phenomenon, Xiao Yu felt a little confused. This phenomenon has been informed to the Luca scientists. And together with Xiao Yu, they started a lively discussion. Luca number 3 said to Xiao Yu, Master, maybe we have another way. Well, let's talk about it. Xiao Yu replied absent-mindedly. This strong gravitational source caused by unknown reasons has covered us and deprived our spacecraft of its maneuverability by converting the reverse thrust of our spacecraft into gravity and electromagnetic force. Then, as long as we think of another way to shield by removing this conversion, or converting the energy that has been converted into gravity and electromagnetic force back again, we can restore power. Xiao Yu smiled bitterly. I know your method, but our current technology is not enough to complete this task. Unless we master the unified technology. Luca 3 said faintly. This is the only feasible way for us, isn't it? Other than that, we can only wait for this strong gravitational source to disperse on its own. But so far, a few days have passed. It never shows signs of dissipating. We speculate that it is probably due to the special celestial structure of the Samsung line that this strong gravitational source that can exist for a long time is likely to exist for a long time. If we want to escape, we have to master it. The only way is the grand unified theory. Otherwise, we will have to stay here for a long time and leave our destiny to the control of the true God. Although I have been dubbed the envoy of God by you, it is really not my style to leave my destiny to the control of the true God. Fortunately, this strong gravitational source does not seem to affect the interior of the spacecraft, and we can still conduct research inside the spacecraft. So hurry up, master the unified theory as soon as possible, and find a way to escape. Xiao Yu made a decision. Xiao Yu cheered up again and began to carry out busy research tasks. In the following period of time, Xiao Yu's computing power was occupied by countless complicated data. Xiao Yu's mind is full of terms such as graviton, gravity, gluon, strong interaction, weak interaction, boson, Higgs field, and so on. There are countless models, presumably built by Xiao Yu, and then overturned one by one. Xiao Yu conducted countless engine-starting tests, carefully observing every subtle phenomenon that occurred there. The Luca scientists also showed their fanatical nature. Staying up for days and nights has become the norm. Mastering the grand unified theory and mastering the methods of energy conversion have become the current top priorities. In this state, everyone's potential, whether it is Xiao Yu or scientist Luca, has fully exploded. Xiao Yu has never forgotten one thing. That is, the information storm that will reach the Milky Way in 25 years. Under strong pressure, Xiao Yu first made the key breakthrough. In the third year after being confined to a strong gravitational source and losing power to the spacecraft, Xiao Yu synthesized electromagnetic force and gravity and confirmed that photons and gravitons are just different manifestations of some strange particles. When this kind of particle exhibits photon characteristics, it is the mediator of electromagnetic force. When it shows the characteristics of a graviton, it is the mediator of gravity. This is the first breakthrough, and the most important breakthrough, inspired by Xiao Yu's breakthrough. 5 years later, Luca scientists completed a second breakthrough. They combined the strong interaction and gravity. 10 years later, scientists Xiao Yu and Luca completed the final breakthrough, integrating the weak interaction force and gravity. At this point, the barrier to unified theory was finally broken through by Xiao Yu. At this moment, there are still 15 years before the information storm arrives. In order to celebrate the breakthrough of the grand unified theory, Xiao Yu and Luca scientists launched the first celebration since 10 years of arduous work. After 10 years of busy work, Xiao Yu was better off. After all, Xiao Yu is an electronic being and would not feel tired. But the Luca people are different. In the past 10 years, they have exhausted more than a dozen scientists to death in order to study the grand unified theory. In this kind of hard work without cost or life, Xiao Yu finally ushered in a new era of technological development. Mastering the grand unified theory proves that this civilization has initially entered the realm of fourth-level civilization. This is certainly something worth celebrating. At the celebration party, all the Luca scientists were extremely drunk. Some of them were lying on the ground, beating their chests and feet, crying loudly, and shouting that they would combine several key formulas of the grand unified theory in the next sacrificial event. Burn it to the dozens of exhausted scientists, so that they can feel the joy of success in the embrace of the true God. Some hug each other and roar wildly, like crazy people, not serious at all, orthodox scientists. But more people fell to the ground and fell asleep, losing consciousness. This is how the highest level Lucans celebrate. In fact, after Xiao Yu's spaceship was all trapped here for 10 days, gossip had spread among Luca's society, causing panic under Xiao Yu's strong brainwashing. Although they did not dare and had no intention of causing trouble, their hearts were always heavy and depressed. Until now, after hearing that the master and the scientists had joined forces to finally complete the most critical scientific and technological breakthrough, everyone started to rejoice. In the past, because we didn't know when a breakthrough would be achieved, the materials in Luca's society implemented a unified rationing system. Now, this ban has been completely lifted. Both sides of the spacious streets in paradise and new home are filled with sumptuous food and drinks. With unlimited supply, the people of Luca, who had been depressed for 10 years, finally relaxed completely. The celebration lasted for 3 days. After the celebration, Xiao Yu forced the Luca scientists to take a vacation and took over all the remaining work. After making breakthroughs in key technologies, the rest became detail work, and Xiao Yu alone was fully capable of handling it. During this period of time, Xiao Yu successfully trial-produced a smaller version of the gravity bomb. Its principle is exactly the same as those obtained from level 4 civilizations, and the damage methods are exactly the same. It's just less lethal. Xiaoyu did some research and came to the conclusion that this was due to energy acquisition methods and efficiency issues. Xiaoyu also successfully trial-produced a conversion shielding instrument. After installing it on the spacecraft engine, Xiaoyu finally saw an exciting scene when he started the engine. The spaceship that has stayed here for 10 years and drifted with the tide for 10 years finally has the ability to move freely again. More than 100,000 spaceships, as well as dozens of huge material spacecraft, slowly left the Aquila 4 galaxy with blue flames slowly burning at their tails. Next to the Aquila 4 galaxy, looking at these 5 chaotic stars, looking at the stellar displacement phenomenon that still occurs from time to time, and recalling the 15 years he has stayed in this galaxy, Xiaoyu is filled with emotions. In any case, it is a breakthrough after all. From now on, as long as we slowly improve the relevant detailed technologies on the basis of the unified theory, and completely enter the realm of the 4th level civilization, it will become a sure thing. Is that Zhang Xingya? I would like to thank you a lot. If it weren't for your diary reminder, who would have thought that the mystery of the grand unified theory would be hidden in this 5-star galaxy? Well, although I have encountered it before some dangers, but the outcome is always good. Okay, the unified theory has made a breakthrough. What should we do next? The development of detailed technology cannot be completed overnight, so don't worry about it now. There are still 15 years, and the information storm is coming. What should I do? Where to go? How to escape this storm? With this 5-star galaxy at his back and looking at the slightly red interstellar space, Xiaoyu felt a little confused in his heart. The road ahead is bleak. I don't know where to go. Xiaoyu sighed. At this moment, Xiaoyu suddenly became energetic, because Xiaoyu received another message. A space broadcast message from the Guardian Alliance. The 13,644 space broadcast. Galaxy Star Field. If you can receive this message, it proves that you have at least basic interstellar navigation capabilities. The information reported below may be crucial to you, so please analyze it carefully. Chapter 171 Some Discussions. Xiaoyu has been waiting for this message for a long time. Xiaoyu is very eager to get some information about the information storm from here, so as to come up with a direction for struggle. But the arrival of this piece of information made Xiaoyu's heart sink to the bottom again. The latest monitoring results show that the information storm from the Andromeda galaxy will arrive in the Milky Way star field 10 years earlier. At the same time, the risk level has increased from level B to level star. All civilizations that can receive this message should import this information immediately. In your central computer, the program will automatically start the manufacture of simple over-the-distance communication equipment. Then please contact us, and we will immediately send someone to welcome you into the safe zone. Please note that this is your last chance. Broadcaster, Guardian Alliance Headquarters. Looking at this message, Xiaoyu was speechless for a long time. If you arrive 10 years early, doesn't that mean that in 5 years, the information storm will come? What should I do? How to do it? Xiaoyu's heart was extremely heavy. I don't know the killing mode. I don't know how to avoid it. I don't know anything. How should I deal with it? Xiaoyu thought silently, and the excitement of mastering the unified theory was completely dissipated by this piece of information. Xiaoyu once again summoned Luca scientists to discuss it. To date, this information has remained secret from Lucan society, with only some of the highest-ranking Lucanites eligible to participate in the meeting. During the meeting, Xiaoyu made this information public, and immediately, Luca scientists fell into a heated discussion. Quiet! Xiaoyu made a sound and signaled all Luca scientists to quiet down before saying, the purpose of holding this meeting is to have everyone discuss how we should deal with this crisis. There was silence in the venue. No one spoke. Xiaoyu sighed and said, no one has any opinions. Luca 3 hesitated for a moment, stood up, and said, let me express my opinion. At present, we know nothing about information storms. Even if we want to prevent it, we don't know what to do. Then, we can only follow what has been done. Knowledge and discuss it. We might as well assume that information storms are an astronomical phenomenon similar to supernova explosions. Or we can combine methods to deal with supernova explosions to defend against them. Very good. Keep talking. Xiaoyu gestured. Luca 3 continued. Everyone must be aware of the relevant information about supernova explosions, so I won't repeat it. Well, the main means of destruction of supernova explosions is strong gamma-ray bursts, which will destroy the interior of our spacecraft. All the instruments it carries, the extremely high energy it carries, can even burn our spacecraft. Faced with the phenomenon of supernova explosions occurring at close range, The only way we can deal with it is to hide behind a certain star, as only with a shield can we escape. So, my suggestion is to find a star and hide our entire fleet behind it. After Luca 3 finished speaking, he sat down. Someone immediately expressed objections. I think this will not help. If you can avoid this information storm by simply hiding behind a star, why should the Guardian Alliance be so serious about it? Besides, gamma ray bursts can the speed of light propagation. The propagation speed of this information storm is definitely greater than the speed of light. These are clearly two different phenomena. How can we prevent information storms according to the method of preventing supernova explosions? Luca 3 retorted. Finding a star to hide behind is at least better than doing nothing and just waiting to die here. Another person stood up and said, let me express my opinion. According to our current speculation, bypassing the limitations of relativity and achieving superlight transmission is achieved by converting energy into gravity and bending the surrounding space through gravity. That is to say, curved space is the main process of superlight transmission. Since this information storm propagates at superlight speed, can it be inferred that it is also achieved through curved space? Perhaps. We can create a simple space-bending layer constructs a protective shield to avoid the damage of the information storm? I object. Another person stood up and said, superlight navigation is a technology that a fourth-level civilization will inevitably master. Don't forget that the Guardian Alliance is a sixth-level civilization, so they can all take it seriously. I don't think we can find a way to defend against information storms through the technological means of level 4 civilization. Then, what do you mean? We just do nothing and wait here to die? Another Luca scientist retorted. No, the man continued. Since there is no hope of defending against the information storm through our own efforts, we can only use the natural environment to avoid this catastrophe. I agree with finding a star and hiding under it. The next step. In the conference hall with hundreds of people, Luca scientists stood up one after another to express their opinions. Shall you listen quietly beside him? I think we should follow the instructions of the Guardian Alliance. Import that information into the central computer, and let the Guardian Alliance save us. During the heated discussion, suddenly, an excited young Luca scientist stood up. He stood up and shouted loudly. Just as the last word of this paragraph fell, the hall fell silent for an instant. Hundreds of Lucans looked at each other, and no one spoke. Why are we so guarded against the Guardian Alliance? The man continued to shout. It's not like we haven't lived under the protection of the Guardian Alliance. Even if the Master is a special being who combines the soul with the computer, are you sure that the Guardian Alliance will definitely be detrimental to the Master? Or, can we hide the Master and pretend that we are just an ordinary technological civilization? We have no right to make a decision on this issue. The final result must be subject to the Master's will. After a moment of silence, Luca number 2, the leader of all the Lucans, stood up and said. Hundreds of eyes were looking at Xiao Yu's shadow on the podium. Xiao Yu began to think deeply. In the silence, Luca 3 said slowly, no matter what the Master's final decision is, I choose to be with the Master. I am a new generation of Luca who was born during interstellar voyages. I have not lived in the safe zone of the Guardian Alliance, but through the descriptions of my elders, I also have some understanding of life in the safe zone. Living under shelter is not so beautiful. In the safe zone, in order to gain contribution points to ensure our survival, we have to sacrifice time to develop science and technology to complete one task after another. When facing advanced civilization, we have to grovel and do our best to satisfy their greed. If we make them unhappy even a little bit, we will be retaliated and assigned some dangerous tasks, which will lead to the death of thousands of people and other races of the same level. There are secret fights and intrigues between us, and if we join the Guardian Alliance, we cannot break away again, but can only continue to contribute our strength. Unless our race is destroyed, we will never be able to escape. I don't know if you have noticed that in the Guardian Alliance, we have lost our dignity as a reading civilization. The acquisition of technology is not obtained through one's own research, but through contribution. And we get security, but the ability to develop oneself has been lost. That kind of life is not what I want. In comparison, I prefer the life we live now, without the oppression of advanced civilizations or the exhaustion of obtaining daily necessities. We can devote ourselves wholeheartedly to the research of science and technology, watching us become stronger bit by bit with our efforts. Isn't this great? There is a saying among the Master's race that there is no free lunch in the world. With the protection of the Guardian Alliance, we are not. How can there be such a good thing if you pay the corresponding price? Luca 3 sat down and the venue fell into silence once again. I agree. I agree. I agree. If we stay in the starry sky, we will not necessarily die. But if we return to the Guardian Alliance, we will definitely lose the good life we have now. All the Luca scientists stood up. Whether they were wrinkled old scientists or high-spirited young scientists, they all said the same words. I would rather face death in the starry sky than return to the Guardian Alliance. Of course, the final decision-making power rests with the Master, Luca number 2 said. Xiao Yu was still thinking silently. While thinking, Xiao Yu carefully recalled everything he had experienced from leaving the Earth to now 10,000 years later. Based on the words of the white dwarf alien beast, my existence seems to be the result of a deliberate experiment by some super civilization, and I am a successful test subject. From the beginning of leaving the solar system under manipulation, to the alien beasts on the white dwarf, to the corpse of an Earth woman in the spaceship of the 1990s. All of this seems to be connected with a clue. Someone is watching me in the dark. I'm wondering whether it was accidental or inevitable that I met the earthly human soul that turned into a ghost tribe. Did my tribe realize that I was in danger and rush to save me? Or did this existence give them a hint and threw the ghost tribe's hands to help me out of trouble? So, there is a question that is worth thinking about. What will they do during this crisis? I think they won't just watch me die after being affected by the information storm. So what methods will they use to help me survive this disaster? Chapter 172 Prototype of Super Light Speed. Xiao Yu was thinking silently, speculating on the methods that the secret observer might use. Leaving fate to the unknown is really not my style. However, I really have no choice. I am too weak and have no ability to resist such a disaster. Xiao Yu made a decision. In the venue, facing hundreds of Luca scientists, Xiao Yu said, I decided to stay in the starry sky and rely on our own abilities to survive this disaster. The previous discussion was very good, so we will combine these two methods and implement them together. First, find a star, hide behind it, and then try to develop a curved space energy shield. Well, during this period, stay in the Aquila 4 galaxy and wait for information. Let's leave here after the storm passes. Luca 3 said, Master, based on some unconfirmed conjectures, I suggest that we leave here, go to the Aquila 2 galaxy, and hide behind the white dwarf star. Using the white dwarf star as a shield is better than ordinary stars or better. Of course, I don't have any evidence to prove that this will be more effective. This is just a suggestion. It is up to you, the Master, to decide how to do it. The Aquila 2 galaxy is 1.9 light years away from us. If we accelerate at full speed, we can get there within 5 years. Well, let's set off for the Aquila 2 galaxy. It just so happens that there is a gas planet there. Can replenish fuel and supplies for us. Xiao Yu made a decision. As the fleet slowly accelerated, Xiao Yu set his sights on the yellow dwarf star in the distance. That is the home of the Yaju. Xiao Yu did not intend to join the arrow beasts because he did not have the ability to protect them. Rather than wasting fuel on such pointless things, it's better to save a little. During this period of time, Xiao Yu was not idle, but continued to carry out research on the unified theory. At present, the theoretical framework has been determined, but there are still many details worthy of study. Moreover, having a theory only has the direction of research, which does not mean that it can be applied immediately. At the current stage, in terms of scientific research, there are two most important issues facing Xiao Yu that need to be overcome. One is how to achieve superlight navigation based on the grand unified theory, and the other is how to find an energy that is more efficient than nuclear fusion. Source method, the long-term acceleration of the spacecraft, the non-stop operation of the supercomputer, the powerful energy shield, etc. are all extremely energy-consuming. In order to cope with the increasingly huge energy demand, Xiao Yu even had to install half of the mass of the Hebei on fusion fuel. This is almost unimaginable in future interstellar voyages. These two issues are currently in the initial stages of research. Regarding superlight navigation, Xiao Yu already has a rough theoretical outline in his mind. All that is needed is long-term experiments. For the second issue, Xiao Yu only has a few ideas. Vague concept. In the dedicated laboratory of the Hebei, Xiao Yu has never given up scientific research. Using gravity to bend space? Gravitational bending in extremely small spaces requires extremely high-density matter, such as white dwarfs and neutron star matter. It is not practical to use these things directly. And even if you really get such a thing, when you want to change the size of gravity, you can't do it. then you can only use the grand unified theory to convert energy into gravity, and rely on this method to achieve the goal. Xiaoyu was thinking in his mind, and watching the situation in the vacuum experiment cabinet closely. There was a small black ball suspended in the void. This is the gravity converter built by Xiaoyu under the guidance of the unified theory. This instrument can create a huge amount of gravity in a very small space. Under Xiaoyu's manipulation, a trace of energy was being injected into it. Through its conversion, the energy turned into gravity and was emitted. As the energy increases, its gravity also gradually increases. Well, it has exceeded 10 times the unit gravity of the Earth's material. Continue to increase the conversion power. Looking at the values on the observation instrument, Xiaoyu gave the order. The gravitational source created by this energy conversion instrument can only affect a small space. For example, a micro black hole has a total mass of only 1 atom. The strong gravitational pull of such a black hole can only be felt when the distance is a few femtometers. When the distance is expanded to even 1 centimeter, one can detect it. It no longer exists. The gravity source built by Xiaoyu belongs to this cast quality. The strength of this gravitational source is now equivalent to the gravitational pull of the white dwarf star material. But its gravitational pull can only exert its power on an extremely close scale. It cannot even exert any influence on the glass wall half a meter away. Under such gravitational intensity, Xiaoyu keenly observed that there was a slight observable distortion in the space around this gravitational source. This distortion is like the air above the fire. Xiaoyu continued to increase the intensity of energy transmission. So the intensity of this gravitational source became higher and higher. But no matter how powerful it is, its range of influence can never exceed 1 decimeter. The unit gravity intensity of a neutron star has been reached. The effect of this gravitational source is like the effect of placing several cubic nanometers of neutron star material here. Because the total mass is very small, they cannot affect distant objects. And because the density is extremely high, they can even cause extremely obvious distortions in space around them. After the gravitational field on one side reached this intensity, Xiaoyu deliberately weakened the gravitational field in a certain direction. As a result, an amazing phenomenon occurred. Xiaoyu saw that the small ball suddenly lost its trace. But its disappearance only lasted about a billionth of a second. When it appeared again under the surveillance of Xiaoyu's observation instrument, its distance moved 6 decimeters. It was still suspended there quietly, without any movement. However, Xiaoyu noticed that the strong gravitational field surrounding it that he had created before had disappeared. Xiaoyu immediately became excited. Because, if Xiaoyu's test results are not wrong, then this test will be the first time that Xiaoyu has achieved faster than light navigation. Although the distance is only 6 decimeters. Although the duration is only 1 billionth of a second. Xiaoyu suppressed the excitement in his heart and started the experiment again. Is it because the energy was exhausted that it broke away from the super light speed state? Xiaoyu silently muttered in his heart. In this case, then increase the energy intensity. Looking at the scene in front of him, Xiaoyu smiled bitterly in his heart. The phenomenon of super light travel occurred again. This time, the small ball sailed a distance of 10 meters and ran out of the vacuum experimental cabinet. Moreover, 2 small holes were knocked out of the wall of the vacuum experiment cabinet. That's right. There are 2 strangely shaped holes. One in a crescent shape and the other in an irregular shape. But one thing is certain. Neither of these 2 holes can allow the ball to pass. What's going on? Xiaoyu was confused. How could an object hit a hole smaller than itself? This phenomenon is like a bullet with a diameter of 1 centimeter penetrating a piece of glass. But the diameter of the hole in the glass is only 0.8 centimeters. So at this time, the question arises. Since the area of the hole is smaller than the area of the impact object, how did it get through? Xiaoyu conducted another experiment. In this experiment, the ball only left a hole on the wall. But the area of the hole was still smaller than the cross-sectional area of the ball. After several experiments, Xiaoyu finally realized it. It turns out that matter relies on space to exist. The moment the ball touches the wall is also affected by the curved spacetime and becomes curved. So this phenomenon is caused. If you imagine space as a piece of elastic paper, stretching or squeezing it or making it wrinkled is equivalent to distorting the space. Then when the paper is wrinkled, cut a circle on it, etc. After it returns to flatness, the circle will no longer be a circle, but will become an irregular existence. This is why the ball leaves irregular holes in the wall. Similarly, while stretching the paper, cut a circular hole in it. After it returns to flatness, the area of the hole will naturally shrink. This is the approximate explanation for this strange phenomenon. After understanding this, Xiaoyu became more and more interested and conducted experiments again and again, trying to find out the relationship between the gravity intensity and navigation speed, navigation direction, and navigation time. This will be the prototype of faster-than-light navigation. Sailing at the speed of light, Xiaoyu is no longer far away. In the midst of busy experiments and research, time passed little by little. Xiaoyu's fleet has sailed about a light-year distance. At this moment, an unexpected situation suddenly occurred ahead. There seemed to be an invisible big mouth in front of him, swallowing Xiaoyu's spaceship. Xiaoyu saw that the spacecraft flying at the front suddenly disappeared. In the visible light band, infrared band, and ultraviolet band, all traces of these spacecraft have been lost. But the communication between them is still maintained. This scene is as if someone suddenly cast an invisibility spell on those spaceships. What's going on? What happened there? Xiaoyu looked at the scene in shock. Another spaceship crossed the invisible border and disappeared. At this time, Xiaoyu received a message. Little guys, you flew into my body. Chapter 173 Tai House Civilization. In Xiaoyu's fleet cluster, the spaceships are not too far apart from each other, generally less than 500 kilometers apart. This distance, at Xiaoyu's speed of 40% of the speed of light, can be covered in an instant. Xiaoyu didn't even have time to slow down or turn. Before Xiaoyu could make any reaction, more than 50,000 of the 100,000 spaceships had already entered this unknown dark area. In less than 10 minutes, a second later, the huge Hebei also rushed in. What on earth is this? Xiaoyu received the message before he could be shocked. Little guys, you flew into my body. This message was not transmitted to Xiaoyu's mind using radio waves, but using methods similar to space broadcasting. And it also carried a translation function. After reaching Xiaoyu's mind, it was directly in language that Xiaoyu could understand. Inside the body? Xiaoyu muttered to himself, his brain spinning rapidly. Ha ha. Little guys, don't worry. I have no ill intentions towards you. I followed the Magellanic Stream from the distant Large Magellanic Galaxy and traveled in the vast Milky Way star field, trying to find a way to break through. Meeting you is just an accident. Large Magellanic Cloud? Magellanic Stream? The moment he heard these two terms, Xiaoyu was stunned. Xiaoyu could understand these two terms and understand their meaning. There are many satellite galaxies surrounding our huge Milky Way. Just like the Earth orbits the Sun, these satellite galaxies also orbit the Milky Way. Among the satellite systems of the Milky Way, the largest one is the Large Magellanic Cloud. This galaxy is composed of about 10 billion stars and countless interstellar dust. It is about 160,000 light-years away from the Milky Way. It rotates around the Milky Way with a cycle of 1.5 billion years. The Magellanic Stream is a link between the Large Magellanic Cloud and the Milky Way. This link is made up of a large amount of interstellar gas. Our Milky Way is slowly engulfing the Large Magellanic Cloud, and the Magellanic Stream is a link for material transport. Every second, a large amount of matter is transported from the Large Magellanic Cloud into the Milky Way through the Magellanic Stream. Coming from the Large Magellanic Cloud and following the Magellanic Stream, Xiaoyu silently recalled these two sentences in his mind. Xiaoyu knew that this was undoubtedly a powerful existence. But Xiaoyu, who had experienced the White Dwarf alien beast incident, was no longer willing to easily believe in such powerful existences. What do you want to do by imprisoning us in your body? Xiaoyu asked cautiously. Oh. Xiaoyu received a message full of smiles. I have no intention of confining you in my body. I plan to stay here for a while. You flew in on your own. Xiaoyu was startled and thought to himself. The universe is so vast. How can things happen by coincidence? The place where you stay happens to be right in front of my route? This thing is weird, and should not be trusted easily. Then, can we leave? Xiaoyu asked cautiously, without being sure whether the other party was a friend or an enemy. Xiaoyu did not want to offend this unknown existence. You can leave at any time, this existence said in an indifferent tone. However, I can tell you one thing. After knowing this matter, I am afraid that I will drive you away, and you will not want to leave. Well? Xiaoyu expressed his doubts and asked. Please tell me, did you know? The information storm from the Andromeda Galaxy is about to arrive. Are you a level 4 civilization? The information storm has powerful lethality to level 3, 4, and 5 technological civilizations, and it can be avoided if it stays in my body. In this information storm, you decide whether to stay or go. Information storm. Information storm. Xiao Yu thought quickly. In my previous deductions, I once suspected that there was an unknown existence that had been watching me secretly. The earth exploded. My soul merged with the computer. The ghost tribe came to the rescue, etc. All of which were inseparable from them. Relationship. I had also deduced that they would not let me be wiped out by the information storm. Now, as expected, I met a guy who claimed to be able to withstand the information storm. Could it be that all my inferences were true? Is there really such an existence? Been looking at me? Xiao Yu's heart became heavier and heavier. Yes, we know that the information storm is about to arrive, and we are also working hard to find ways to resist it. But we haven't found it yet. Are you here to save me? Xiao Yu cautiously probed. After hearing this question, the unknown existence replied in a funny tone. How can a level 4 technological civilization find a way to resist the information storm? Faced with such an intensity of information storm, even a level 5 civilization will suffer heavy losses. Only level 6 civilizations that have initially mastered space technology can be completely unaffected by it. I just happened to see you all traveling, so I just wanted to help you. Well, although saving civilization will affect my luck, the value is a little lower, but it doesn't matter. I don't care a little bit. These words made Xiao Yu's heart feel a little heavier, because in this passage, a key word is mentioned. Luck value. What is luck value? Xiao Yu asked. You have initially entered the 4th level civilization field. Why don't you know the existence of luck? It asked a little strangely, but without waiting for Xiao Yu's answer. It said to itself, in this universe, I hate being able to things exist that can change its status quo. That's why there is such a thing as luck. Every civilization represents unlimited potential for development and infinite possibilities for change. Therefore, this universe hates the existence of civilization. To eliminate civilization is to, if you can get a little reward from it and save a civilization, you will receive a little punishment from it. The specific rewards and punishments are measured by luck. After hearing this explanation, Xiao Yu felt a sudden realization in his heart. Xiao Yu thought of some words that Luca scientists once said. I would rather lose my life in the starry sky than return to the Guardian Alliance. According to them, within the Guardian Alliance, technology is obtained not through research and exploration, but through obtaining contribution points and exchanging them. To join the Guardian Alliance, they must pay a huge price in order to gain asylum. The entire civilization must be busy completing one task after another. In fact, what the young Luca people received was not a variety of elementary scientific education, but some methods of operating the spacecraft and how to deal with some situations encountered when doing missions. This means that their entire civilization's ability to develop science and technology has been completely deprived. In other words, they have no potential. Is the Guardian Alliance killing civilization and gaining luck in this way? Sure enough, it's a good plan. While gaining luck, it can also get a lot of free labor. Sure enough, the Guardian Alliance is not a good thing. Xiao Yu came to the conclusion and sneered in his heart. However, new doubts arose. According to you, the universe also has its own consciousness? No, the universe does not have its own consciousness. Only living organisms, such as you and me, have their own consciousness. The universe is not a living organism, so it has no consciousness. It answered Xiao Yu's question quickly. So, why does it have its own likes and dislikes? I don't know, the being replied. I am also exploring this issue. So, why did you risk losing your luck to save me? Xiao Yu thought for a moment, gave up on the previous issue, and asked another question. This issue is very important to Xiao Yu. No reason, it replied. You are the first civilization I have encountered since I came to the Milky Way. I want to use you to understand the current situation of the Milky Way. In exchange, I don't mind helping you a little. In the Large Magellanic Cloud, I have killed too many civilizations, and I am a little tired of it. This time, I want to try the equivalent exchange method. The meaning of the words spoken by this being made Xiao Yu's heart tremble. At the same time, another meaning contained in it also made Xiao Yu start to think. That is, was its encounter with itself really just an accident? Or was it deceiving itself? There is no doubt that it is very powerful, and it has no reason to deceive me. Could it be that its encounter with me was really just an accident? Then, is there an unknown existence that has been behind me, watching me silently? I am honored to be protected by you. In return, I am happy to help you with some small favors. As long as I know the things you want to know, I will definitely tell you. Xiao Yu simply gave up and continued to verify the previous one. The thought of the question answered its words. No, there's no rush. There's still 1 year before the information storm is coming. I'll ask you again after the information storm is over. It replied with a smile. Thank you very much for your protection. Xiao Yu breathed a sigh of relief and replied. But, what should I call you? Also, do you belong to a technological civilization or an alien civilization? What's your name? The unknown existence was silent for a moment and replied. I am neither a technological civilization nor an alien civilization. I am just a lonely traveler in the universe. In my galaxy, they are generally call me Taihao Civilization. Chapter 174 Four-Dimensional Space. After saying this unknown existence added a sentence at the end. Just call me Taihao. The word Taihao has a special meaning in Earth civilization. Taihao, also known as Fuxi, is the ancestor of mankind in the myths and legends of the Xia Kingdom. It is currently known that space broadcasting has some kind of automatic translation function. It can automatically translate the information into the most appropriate vocabulary based on the data in my mind. Since it translates this word into Taihao in my mind, then there must be a reason for it. But how could it be Taihao Civilization? How could it be Taihao Civilization? When he heard this word, Xiao Yu was extremely shocked. As far as I know, the Taihao Civilization has existed in the Milky Way for at least hundreds of thousands of years. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, they imprisoned the white dwarf alien beasts. And among their numbers, the white dwarf alien beasts were alien beast number 3. This shows that there were alien beast number 1 and alien number 2 before it. How many years they have existed is even more unpredictable. But this guy has just arrived from the large Magellanic Cloud. How could it be the Taihao Civilization? Is it lying to me? What's the reason for it to do this? And if it really wants to lie to me, why bother naming Taihao? Wouldn't it be more logical to just make up a civilized name? Xiao Yu thought quickly. Have you ever been to the Milky Way galaxy before? Xiao Yu asked cautiously. Oh, do you have any questions? Taihao asked with interest. It's less than 10,000 years since I came to the Milky Way star territory, and the vastness of the Milky Way exceeds my imagination. You are my first time in 10,000 years. An intelligent creature encountered. Empty? Xiao Yu smiled bitterly and thought secretly in his heart. Where can it be empty? Since I left the Earth, have I encountered so many civilizations? No. Maybe the Milky Way is really empty. Just because someone secretly as a result of manipulation. I encountered so many civilizations. That's right. Xiao Yu thought for a moment and said, I have encountered a powerful alien beast before. It said that it was imprisoned on the white dwarf star by the Taihao Civilization. This is normal. Taihao replied with a smile. It's like technological civilization. There is technological civilization in the Milky Way star field. And there is also technological civilization in the Large Magellanic Cloud. Is Taihao civilization? It can exist in the Large Magellanic Cloud. And it will naturally exist in the Milky Way galaxy. It turns out to be like this. Xiao Yu was startled for a moment, and then said, It turns out that Taihao civilization, like technological civilization, is a general term for a certain civilization. Yes, Taihao replied, but there are differences. According to your description, the Taihao civilization that the alien beast mentioned seems to be the D-type Taihao civilization. I belong to the C-type Taihao civilization. No. I know if the D-type Taihao civilization still exists. If it still exists, I want to go over and have a fight with it. What type of civilization is Taihao civilization? How is it different from technological civilization and alien beast civilization? Xiao Yu asked, after finally encountering a powerful civilization. And this civilization expressed some kind of goodwill towards him. Xiao Yu naturally didn't want to let go of this opportunity. During this period of getting along, every piece of information Xiao Yu obtained may save his life in the long term. The Taihao civilization is just a civilization that tried to evolve into a 7th-level civilization but failed. My predecessor was a 6th-level alien beast. In the process of trying to evolve into a 7th-level alien beast, it failed and it has become like this. The message from Taihao became more vicissitudes. Who can say clearly about the things in the universe? Destruction means rebirth. And after rebirth comes destruction. Taihao civilization is wandering in destruction. A civilization on the edge. That's why it's called Taihao. I don't quite understand. Xiao Yu said, You don't need to understand too much. When you reach this stage, you will understand. Taihao sighed. Your existence type is a bit interesting. But don't worry. Your existence type has no reference significance for me. I doubt it will hurt you. Hey, in the long time of billions of years, it would be nice to have someone to talk to. Xiao Yu thought silently. The unknown existence that has been silently paying attention to me behind the scenes is very likely to be the Taihao civilization that imprisoned the white dwarf alien beasts, and even forced the Earth Girl to commit suicide sadly. But since it is the Taihao civilization, it cannot be the 7. It is impossible for a super civilization to be much stronger than the Taihao I encountered now. In other words, it does not have the ability to control the current Taihao. In this way, there are probably 3 explanations for my situation. First, it's lying to me for some unknown reason. Second, if what it says is true and the information is correct, does that mean that our encounter this time is really just a coincidence and the manipulator behind it does not actually exist? But a coincidence is okay. So many times. Is it always a coincidence? The third type is the Taihao civilization that imprisoned the white dwarf alien beasts. It personally came to save me, and saved me from the harm of the information storm. The second possibility is the most likely. There is insufficient information to continue the analysis. Hey, let's take it step by step. Xiao Yu came to a conclusion. Xiao Yu asked another question. Are you a Type C Taihao civilization? What does Taihao civilization rely on to classify types? This is just a method of dividing technological civilization. I don't know the specific details. Taihao replied. The universe is so vast. But in this vast universe, no one knows whether there is a 7th level civilization. At least, in my life of more than 200 million years, I have never seen any 7th level civilization, or even heard of it. After evolving to the peak of 6th level civilization, I chose space as my breakthrough direction, but still failed. So I now exist in a half 3-dimensional and half 4-dimensional state. I am attached to this 3-dimensional space, and at the same time in the 4-dimensional space. Well, how do I put it? If we compare it with 2-dimensional space and 3-dimensional space, for example, it is as if creatures that have not evolved the ability to fly live on the surface of the planet. They are attached to the 2-dimensional space on the surface of the planet, but their bodies are in the 3-dimensional space. Anyway, my type is called by those technological civilizations it's the C-type Taihao civilization. This passage was very easy to understand, and Xiao Yu understood it immediately. You have the 4th dimension, but you can't move on it? Xiao Yu asked hesitantly. It's like a creature that hasn't evolved the ability to fly and can't leave the surface of the planet? Smart. That's it. Taihao replied with admiration. I can't return to the 3-dimensional space, nor can I completely go into the thinking space. The shadow you are in is my 4-dimensional body, a projection in 3-dimensional space. 4-dimensional space only exists in mathematics. As 3-dimensional creatures, it is basically impossible for humans to have a relatively intuitive understanding of 4-dimensional space. But we can explore the mystery of 4-dimensional space through the analogy of 2-dimensional space and 3-dimensional space. Dimension is just a concept in mathematics. It describes that in a space, several parameters are needed to locate the position of a point. 1 parameter is needed to achieve 1-dimensional space, and 3 parameters are required to achieve 3-dimensional space. Assuming that a space is a straight line, it is obvious that it only needs 1 parameter to locate a point on it. So it is a 1-dimensional space. 2-dimensional space is a plane, because on this plane, 2 coordinates are needed to locate a point. In our 3-dimensional space, we need 3 coordinates to locate a point. 4-dimensional space requires 4 coordinates. Taihao said that it has the 4th dimension, but it cannot move on the 4th dimension. So it can probably be understood this way. Xiao Yu thought, it is like a flat creature. It only has 2 dimensions, length and width. Dimension. There is no 3rd dimension such as height. Suddenly, it is height, and it has evolved from a 2-dimensional creature to a 3-dimensional creature. However, its evolution is not complete. It cannot leave this plane. It is height, but it cannot jumping. Unable to squat or stand up. Its 3rd dimension is fixed and cannot be changed. This situation is somewhat similar to Taihao's situation. To put it simply, Taihao's current situation is like a car in a 3-dimensional space. It can turn left and right, but it cannot rise or fall. Although it has the 3rd dimension of height, it can still only move in the 2-dimensional space of length and width. Taihao has a 4th dimension, but he can still only move in 3-dimensional space. What does the 4-dimensional space look like? Xiao Yu asked cautiously. I can't describe this to you in detail. However, I can let you feel it for a while. Taihao replied. Although the 4-dimensional space is wonderful, after looking at it for a long time. It is just that. Really? Xiao Yu became excited. 3 dimensions are the mainstream in our universe. All matter exists in a 3-dimensional state. In the 4-dimensional space, there is just an empty space. Taihao sighed and said, "You already have a 4-dimensional perspective. See it from a 4-dimensional perspective. Watch your world again. You only have 5 minutes because I don't want to expend too much energy on you." At this moment, all the instruments under Xiao Yu's control seemed to be in a trance. Xiao Yu heard what Taihao said, but Xiao Yu ignored it, because Xiao Yu was completely shocked by the magical scene in front of him. What appeared in front of Xiao Yu was a bizarre and indescribable world. Chapter 175, A World Without Secrets. Xiao Yu has also conducted some research work on 4-dimensional space before, and also made some assumptions about 4-dimensional space. There are certain rules to follow for the increase in dimensions. It is mainly divided into 2 points. The first point is that low-dimensional space is completely visible to high-dimensional space. The second point is that low-dimensional space is unstoppable to high-dimensional space. To put it simply, imagine that a piece of paper is a 2-dimensional world. Draw a circle on this piece of paper. Then the inside of the circle is closed to 2-dimensional creatures. And 2-dimensional creatures cannot see what is inside the circle. But in the 3-dimensional world, there is no obstacle to seeing inside the circle. This is the full visibility of the 2-dimensional world in the 3-dimensional world. There are no secrets in the 2-dimensional world in the 3-dimensional world. Correspondingly, Xiao Yu speculated that the 3-dimensional world is also completely visible to the 4-dimensional world. Unstoppable. We can still use the circle in this 2-dimensional world as an analogy. Assume that this circle is a castle in the 2-dimensional world. It is extremely strong and cannot be destroyed. 2-dimensional creatures outside the circle cannot enter the inside of the circle anyway. But it is different for 3-dimensional creatures. 3-dimensional creatures can easily enter the circle through height, a dimension that does not exist in the 2-dimensional world. In other words, in the 2-dimensional world, no matter how strong the element object is, it cannot prevent the entry of 3-dimensional creatures. Similarly, no matter how strong the element object in the 3-dimensional world is, it cannot prevent the entry of 4-dimensional creatures. This is a simple explanation of the 2 properties of completely visible and unstoppable. Xiao Yu had already thought of these 2 points a long time ago, but this was the first time I saw it with my own eyes. What appeared before Xiao Yu's eyes was a world that was completely visible and unstoppable. In the 3-dimensional world, a spaceship is closed to Xiao Yu. A star is closed to Xiao Yu. A Luca person is closed to Xiao Yu. A cell and an atomic nucleus are closed to Xiao Yu. Everything is closed to Xiao Yu. But after having a 4-dimensional perspective, all of this became open to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu can see all the details of all objects in front of him. In the Hebei's laboratory, the small black ball that Xiao Yu used to conduct superlight navigation experiments no longer looks like a round ball in Xiao Yu's eyes. No, it should still look like a ball. But Xiao Yu can see the core of the ball at the same time. Xiao Yu can see the inner wall of a spacecraft while seeing the outer wall of it. While you see the skin of the Lucans, you also see their hearts. While you can see the epidermis of the heart, you can also see the blood vessels inside the heart. When you see the blood vessels, you can also see the blood inside the blood vessels. The 3-dimensional world has no secrets from the 4-dimensional world. If you lose a ring in the 3-dimensional world and don't know whether it fell under the bed or in the crack of the table, after you have a 4-dimensional perspective, you can see it directly without moving the bed and table. The presence of the ring. The 4-dimensional world is so magical. But being completely visible also means an extremely large amount of information. Fortunately, Xiao Yu had extremely huge computing power and did not fall into dizziness. I can see all this through optical instruments, proving that light can propagate in the 4th dimension. I can feel gravity, proving that gravitons can also propagate in the 4th dimension. In other words, 3-dimensional objects. In 4-dimensional space, there is still mass. 4-dimensional space is really amazing. Xiao Yu sighed and controlled a robot to cross the wall directly. Neither the wall nor the robot was damaged, because the robot passes through the wall through the 4th dimension. No matter how strong the walls or the defensive lines are, they have no defense against objects in the 4th dimension. At this moment, Xiao Yu thought of a lot. If I can master the 4th dimension, then any enemy will be like a paper tiger to me. No matter how strong their spaceship SHL is, it cannot be destroyed by a supernova explosion, and they will never be able to withstand attacks from the 4th dimension. However, the 4th dimension seems to be a technology that can only be mastered by a 7th level civilization. I don't quite understand what Taihao said about the failure of evolution and wandering on the edge of destruction. But I seem to be able to simply understand it, as it is in existence between the 6th level civilization and the 7th level civilization. Taihao can only have incomplete 4-dimensional space capabilities. Does this mean that if he truly enters the 7th level civilization, he can fully master the 4-dimensional space? Neither the Sweeper civilization nor the Guardian civilization has mastered the technology. Xiaoyu sighed, manipulating all the instruments to collect data with all his strength. Taihao said, "It is Type C Taihao civilization. I don't know Type A. Type B type. D type Taihao civilization has what kind of special abilities? I wonder how many types of Taihao civilization there are in total. The magic and vastness of the universe are indeed beyond my imagination." At this moment, Xiaoyu was filled with emotion. "Little guy, have you seen enough? It's time to go out." At this time, Xiaoyu received a message. Immediately afterwards, Xiaoyu's eyes shook again. When he looked at the world through optical instruments, it returned to normal. The scenery in the 4-dimensional space is like a dream. It's really amazing. Xiaoyu sighed. "Is it magical? I actually miss the 3-dimensional perspective." Taihao said, "Civilization can only evolve through collisions. I hope that the trip to the Milky Way will allow me to make some breakthroughs." Collision? Xiaoyu's heart tightened, and he said tentatively, "In our galaxy, as far as I know, there are 2. No, at least 3 super civilizations." "Oh, tell me," Taihao asked with interest. Xiaoyu suppressed the excitement in his heart, organized his words, and said, "The first one. We usually call it the Sweeper civilization. This civilization is very powerful. So powerful that I can't even imagine it." "Is the Sweeper civilization?" Taihao said, looking at the name. "It seems that it is a destructive civilization. It will destroy all civilizations it detects. It is somewhat similar to me, but it kills weak civilizations. It makes no sense to me anymore. Otherwise, little one, you would have been dead long ago." Hearing this sentence, Xiaoyu didn't know what it felt like. "I could only curse secretly in my heart." Madmen. They are all madmen. "The 2nd civilization. We call it the Guardian civilization," Xiaoyu said. "This civilization is in confrontation with the Sweeper civilization." Guardian civilization? Judging from the name, it looks like a type of civilization that obtains luck by strangling the development potential of weak civilizations. However, they only deceive civilizations at level 4 and below. Level 5 civilizations will basically not be able to use them. When they encounter a 5th level civilization, they will tear off their masks and act as sweepers. This is a very hypocritical civilization. Tai Haoyan commented concisely and comprehensively. There is a message contained in this passage. 5-level civilizations basically won't be fooled. Xiaoyu thought. Does that mean that in the galaxy, in addition to the 2 major forces of sweepers and guardians, there are many independent 5th-level civilizations? This is also a big variable. By the way, Taihao said that information storms are lethal to level 3, 4, and 5 civilizations. Although level 5 civilizations will not be exterminated, they will also be severely damaged. Perhaps this is if you have an opportunity. Look for an opportunity to sneak attack on a 5th-level civilization. Xiaoyu thought secretly. The 3rd civilization is the D-type Taihao civilization I told you about. Xiaoyu said. I'm not very interested in this Taihao civilization. It belongs to a different evolutionary type than me, and its evolutionary path has no reference significance for me. If there are no other goals, I would be happy to fight with it, to relieve my boredom. But since there are other civilizations, forget it. I am very interested in the sweepers and guardians. In the next time, I will find them, exterminate them, and obtain all of them science and technology. Taihao said in an understatement, as casually as if he was going to kill a chicken. The power of the sweeper civilization may be beyond your expectation. Xiaoyu said, I once heard that they hollowed out a neutron star and transformed it into a neutron battle star. Moreover, they once killed a powerful ghost clan. Neutron battle star? Neutron battle star? Taihao suddenly became excited. It's actually a neutron battle star? Then I have to go meet them for a while. It's not perfect to be able to transform something like a neutron battle star. Who would believe the 4-dimensional space technology? I want to find them, kill them all, and plunder their technology. In Xiaoyu's heart, he breathed a sigh of relief quietly. For his own survival, Xiaoyu doesn't mind using some means to help him eliminate some enemies. This information is enough to thank you, little guy. The next information storm depends on me. By the way, there may be some interesting scenes in the information storm. You should pay attention to collect it. Information storm? Isn't it still a year away? Xiao Yu asked a little strangely. And? What exactly is an information storm? A very interesting scene? How should I collect it? I am sailing to the edge of the Milky Way at leapfrog super light speed. Through four-dimensional search, I detected the aura of a powerful civilization there. When moving close to the speed of light, the flow of time will change. You know this, right? Yes. 1 year of the outside world has passed. In an hour, the information storm will come. Get ready for observation. Little one. Chapter 176 Preparations. Hearing what Taihao said, Xiao Yu's mind immediately became tense. What exactly is an information storm? How should I observe it? Xiao Yu asked hurriedly. It's really troublesome. But since you helped me find a big fish, I will help you again, Taihao said. And as soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Yu felt a piece of information enter his mind. Xiao Yu immediately began to interpret this piece of information. In only a few millionths of a second, Xiao Yu fully understood the meaning of this message. So that's it. Xiao Yu breathed a sigh of relief after reading this message. Then, let's start observing. Such a good opportunity cannot be missed. I have left the super light navigation stage and entered regular navigation. This information storm is expected to last 0.5 seconds. Taihao said to Xiao Yu. It was only at this moment, after reading this piece of information, that the information storm that had troubled Xiao Yu for more than 20 years was finally revealed to Xiao Yu. To explain the information storm, we have to mention black holes. A black hole is a very extreme celestial body. It is one of the possible destinations for a massive star after its death. According to the mass, after the death of a star, there will be several different types of endings. A star the size of the sun will die in a gentler manner at the end of its life. And after death, it will form a white dwarf. Just like the white dwarf star Xiao Yu once encountered. Stars with greater mass will undergo supernova explosions at the end of their lives, releasing energy billions of times or more than the sun in an instant. After the supernova explosion, a neutron star will be formed in its core. Above the neutron star is the black hole. Black holes are more extreme objects than neutron stars. The surface escape velocity of neutron stars is generally about 150,000 kilometers per second. But the escape velocity of black holes exceeds the speed of light. This means that no object can escape again after entering the event horizon boundary of a black hole. But this will bring about a problem. That is, the loss of information. The material itself carries a lot of information, such as a meteorite or a table, which all carry a lot of information, such as energy level, temperature, etc. If they cannot come out after entering a black hole, it means that the information they carry is lost. This problem has been bothering Xiao Yu before, because the loss of information is inconsistent with currently known theories. If it is confirmed that the information will be completely lost for no reason, then Xiao Yu's existing theoretical system must be completely overthrown and started from scratch. If Xiao Yu's current theoretical system is not wrong, it means that there must be a way, or process, that will allow the black hole to spit out the information it swallowed up again. Now, Xiao Yu knows what this process is. That is, information storm. It turns out that information storm is what it is. This has solved a big question of mine. At least, my theory is still self-consistent enough and has not been defeated by the problem of information loss. Xiao Yu secretly felt happy in his heart. In this piece of information Taihao gave Xiao Yu, he did not explain too much about other related processes, such as how a black hole dies, what happens inside a black hole, how information is stored in a black hole, etc. In this piece of information, it just means that at the end of the black hole's life, after reaching a certain limit, the black hole will undergo a super violent explosion and return to nothingness. At that time, all the information it has swallowed up during its long life cycle will emerge instantly and sweep across several river systems through space. The lifespan of a black hole is extremely long, and the larger the black hole, the longer it will be. This information storm is a black hole with a mass of about 10,000 times that of the Sun in the Andromeda Galaxy. Due to some unknown reasons, it reached the end of its life and exploded, spitting out all the information it had in its lifetime of at least several billion years. Devour all information. Every beam of light swallowed by it, every atom swallowed by it, contains an extremely large amount of information. After billions of years of accumulation, how terrifying will the total amount of information be? Xiao Yu doesn't know. But Xiaoyu knew that so much information, after being released in an instant explosion, was absolutely terrifying. Information storms mainly kill the souls of intelligent creatures. The moment the information storm arrives, the huge amount of information will instantly wash away the consciousness of intelligent creatures, causing the death of intelligent creatures. However, information storm has no entity after all, so it has no effect or only a very small effect on the first and second level civilizations that are relatively backward, have insufficiently developed brains, and are not sensitive enough to receive information. It has no effect on level 6 civilizations that have mastered rudimentary space technology. It has no effect on alien B civilization and mechanical civilization. It only has a very strong destructive effect on level 3, 4, and 5 civilizations, as well as ghost races. When he learned this, Xiaoyu began to feel inexplicably worried. I wonder how my people are doing. Can they survive this information storm? Xiaoyu is also within the damage range of the information storm. Moreover, since Xiaoyu has no body and only relies on computers to survive, the information storm's destructive effect on Xiaoyu is even stronger. But risk also means opportunity. God knows what kind of information a black hole will collect during such a long life. If a super civilization performs certain experiments, and the light recording these experimental processes happens to be swallowed by the black hole, then it has internal records about this experiment. If such information can be obtained, the benefits are self-evident. Even if you don't have such good luck and just collect the light of some stars, this is extremely useful information. Through this information, Xiaoyu will be able to completely reproduce the complete evolution process of a star. Without a mechanism like information storm, it would be almost impossible for Xiaoyu to complete such work. The lifespan of a star can often be measured in tens of millions of years. How could Xiaoyu observe for such a long time to collect data? In short, there is a huge amount of information in the information storm. This amount of information will pose a great threat to intelligent creatures. However, if we can avoid being harmed by it and collect some information, there may be some unexpected gains. After understanding this process, Xiaoyu quickly made preparations to collect information. The tools for collecting information are very simple. Just some simple antennas. There are many antennas on Xiaoyu's spaceship. What Xiaoyu has to do is to free up many hard drives in advance, and at the same time, protect the hard drives that store useful information to prevent them from being affected by the information storm. On this point, Taihao gave Xiaoyu great help. Taihao once again allowed Xiaoyu's fleet, including the Lucans, to enter the four-dimensional space, leaving only a few information collection spacecraft in the three-dimensional space. Before re-entering the four-dimensional space, Xiaoyu had already sent a message to the people of Luca. We will enter the fourth-dimensional space next. All Luca people who receive the message will immediately stop all actions, no matter what they see. Stay calm and don't move. It is very necessary to publish such a message. Three-dimensional objects are completely visible and unstoppable in four-dimensional space. This means that if a Lucan is curious when seeing the internal structure of the same kind of body and reaches out to touch it, he may directly puncture a blood vessel, resulting in death. The next moment Xiaoyu released the information, countless Luca people started making noises. At the same time, in the Paradise Laboratory, Luca scientists also fell into a heated discussion. Fourth-dimensional space? Why aren't you allowed to move? It's a rare opportunity like this, so we naturally have to seize the time to observe and study it. If we can't move, wouldn't we miss this good opportunity? That's right. You can't miss such a good opportunity, even if you risk death. After hearing these discussions, Xiaoyu once again issued a very strict order. I will complete all observation tasks. After leaving the four-dimensional space, all observation data will be shared with all scientists. Anyone who disobeys the order will be expelled from the paradise immediately. Under Xiaoyu's strict order, the Luca scientists finally agreed reluctantly. After everything was arranged, Xiaoyu once again felt that strange dizziness. The next moment, the familiar and bizarre world once again appeared in Xiaoyu's optical observation instruments and was transmitted to Xiaoyu's mind. Xiaoyu already knew how ridiculous his previous ideas were. He actually tried to hide behind a star or develop a curved space shield to avoid the information storm. Information storms use space as a propagation carrier, so hiding in stars or even behind black holes will not work. The bending space shield is even more useless. Even if space is curved, information storms can still come in. The only way to avoid the information storm is to escape from this three-dimensional space. Xiaoyu and the Lucans have reached the fourth dimension and naturally left this three-dimensional space. No matter how violent the information storm is, it cannot affect Xiaoyu. Avoiding the information storm in the four-dimensional space is like sitting in a helicopter and avoiding the flood. Floods are equivalent to disasters that occur in the two-dimensional world. Sitting in the sky in a helicopter is equivalent to arriving in the third dimension. Two-dimensional disasters will not affect the third dimension in any case. Similarly, disasters in the three-dimensional world will not affect the fourth dimension in any way. Here, Xiaoyu is absolutely safe. Watching the time passing by bit, Xiaoyu silently muttered in his heart, "The information storm is coming!" Chapter 177 Looking for the Sweeper. The information storm only lasted for 0.5 seconds, almost passing by in an instant. In this blink of an eye, Xiaoyu noticed that the information collection hard drive he left in the three-dimensional space was full, and there was a phenomenon of repeated reading and writing. Xiaoyu's storage technology is much more advanced than that on Earth. Correspondingly, each physical device can store millions of times more data than a device of the same size on Earth. And Xiaoyu mobilized hundreds of spacecraft to stay in the three-dimensional space. The storage devices carried in these spacecrafts can store tens of thousands of times more data than all the computers on the Earth. However, in the information storm that lasted only 0.5 seconds, these devices were all occupied. After the device is full, a continuous stream of data is transmitted. Therefore, the data written at the beginning is erased and new data is written. After the new data fills up the device, the second round begins. Erase. In this way, Xiaoyu didn't even know how many times his device had been occupied, how many times it had been erased and rewritten. Anyway, the final outcome was that Xiaoyu got hundreds of thousands of mechanical storage devices that were fully stored. According to Taihao, the information broadcast by the information storm is emitted in the direction of space. I am at least 2.5 million light-years away from the Andromeda galaxy. If we imagine its broadcast range as a planet with a radius of 200, the position I occupy on the surface of this big ball of 500,000 light-years is so insignificant. But I can receive so much information. Xiaoyu was speechless in his heart. According to this method, it is unimaginable how much information will be broadcast in this information storm. I am becoming more and more interested in the civilization of guardians and sweepers you mentioned. At this time, Xiaoyu received a message from Taihao. From the information storm, I saw some sweeps the scenes of the battle between the Guardian and the Guardian. These scenes are very interesting. It's a pity that I didn't get to see the neutron battle star. But it doesn't matter. I will soon be able to personally experience the power of the neutron battle star. Are you going to find the sweeper civilization and start a battle with them? Xiaoyu asked cautiously. Not necessarily. If they are willing to hand over the relevant space technology to me obediently, I don't have the leisure to fight with them to the death. Everything depends on the situation. Taihao replied. Okay, let's part ways. You are already safe. Just do whatever you need to do. Xiaoyu felt as if he had passed through a cloud of smoke. And in an instant, the scenery in front of him returned to normal. In Xiaoyu's field of vision, a familiar scenery once again appeared. In the dark space, countless stars dotted it, like gems. In front of Xiaoyu, there was a large black shadow moving quickly. Xiaoyu guessed that it should be the projection of Taihao's four-dimensional body in the three-dimensional space. Little guy, if we are destined, I hope we can meet again. After saying this, Taihao's figure suddenly disappeared. The moment Taihao disappeared, Xiaoyu noticed a familiar space fluctuation. It seemed that the space was distorted in front of him. Please wait a moment. Xiaoyu hurriedly sent a message. Maybe you need an audience to witness the process of such a heroic event with your own eyes. Little guy, this level of war is not something you can touch. Xiaoyu quickly received Taihao's response. Our war will affect dozens or hundreds of light years. Within this range, any tangible and intangible existence will be eliminated. If you don't want to be affected, just stay away from us. Well, but what you said makes sense. After the battle is over, I will send you a message, a piece of information that gives you an overview of the entire incident. Okay, that's it. Goodbye. This was the last message Xiaoyu received. After this message, Taihao completely disappeared without trace. And he didn't know where he went. Is it okay to enter the super light speed flight? Xiaoyu murmured to himself, recalling what he had experienced during this period. In a trance? Like a dream. I don't know who will win in the battle between Taihao and the sweeper civilization. It seems that Taihao also attaches great importance to the sweeper civilization. Can it be speculated that the combat effectiveness of the two is not much different? Taihao mentioned that the word is fight to the death. Well, This is basically certain. I just don't know what the result will be. By the way, there is also the Guardian Alliance, which has been fighting against the Sweeper civilization for tens of millions of years. I think they will not let this opportunity pass by. Maybe the final result will develop into Taihao and the Guardian Alliance join forces to fight against the Sweepers? It's a pity that I didn't have the opportunity to witness such a heroic event. Xiao Yu thought with regret. I'd better develop my own technology honestly. Well, in the information storm, what I collected the information I received needs to be analyzed as soon as possible. I hope I can find useful information for me in it. Xiao Yu divided his computing power into several parts, and while observing the surrounding stars to determine his position, he analyzed the data. The number of stars here seems to be too few. After using observation instruments to conduct simple observations of the surroundings, Xiao Yu came to such a conclusion. Within the Milky Way, the distance between the two closest stars is usually no more than 10 light-years. Taking the Sun as an example, there are at least dozens of stars within 10 light-years. This is even more exaggerated in the Eagle Nebula. The distance between the two nearest stars is generally no more than 1 light-year. However, in the area where Xiao Yu is currently located, the nearest star is more than 130 light-years away. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yu came to a conclusion in an instant. I seem to have arrived at the edge of the Milky Way. Only the density of stars at the edge of the Milky Way is so sparse, and these stars generally show an aging state. This seems to be the tail of the Orion cantilever of the Milky Way. The nearest star is more than 130 light-years away. Let's start sailing. During the voyage, we will also start research on superlight navigation technology. After Xiao Yu made plans for the future, he began to analyze the information he collected in the information storm. After a little analysis, Xiao Yu found that most of this information was messy and uninterpretable. A small part of the information that could be interpreted was mostly useless data after interpretation. However, among them, Xiao Yu still found a small part of useful information. Material. This seems to be the formation process of a star. Moreover, this star is in the Milky Way. Xiao Yu imagined such a picture. After the formation of this black hole that emits an information storm, it continues to collect all the information that can be collected nearby. On a certain day, a beam of light from the distant Milky Way was captured by it. Although the details of the information carried by this beam of light were lost due to the long distance, it was still barely distinguishable on a stellar scale. The light beam continuously and uninterruptedly came into the black hole and was collected by the black hole. After hundreds of millions of years, the black hole reached the end of its life for some unknown reason. After a violent explosion, it ended in his long life. He has exploded all the information he has collected in his life, and an extremely small part of this information happened to be obtained by him. This information happens to contain data about this star. Xiao Yu saw that it was a huge red giant star. In a long time, it had reached the end of its life. After a violent explosion, it was shattered into pieces. The core part became a neutron star, and the remaining matter a nebula is formed, slowly spreading into the surrounding space. This neutron star inherits most of the mass of the original star and most of its momentum. This is not the case for the interstellar dust that was thrown out. During the explosion, they already had a different orbit from the core neutron star. As a result, this neutron star left its tomb, passed through the endless interstellar dust, and began its own space voyage, not knowing where it went. This process took at least several million years, and in fact, the dust will remain in its current state for much longer. If no external force interferes with them, they will continue in their current state of expansion forever until they become thin enough and eventually dissipate into the vast universe. However, just after hundreds of millions of years passed, another supernova explosion occurred next to this nebula. Powerful radiation disrupted the nebula's slumber, reactivated it, and began to converge toward the center. As time goes by, in the core of this nebula, the density of matter becomes higher and higher, and the temperature also increases. Correspondingly, it absorbs surrounding matter faster and faster. The rapid accumulation of matter in turn increases the temperature. With its density and temperature, it enters a virtuous cycle. Finally, after the core temperature rose to a limit, it lit up. At its core, nuclear fusion occurred. Light and heat began to emit from it, and it became a protostar. After the protostar formed, the material around it still fell on it like raindrops frequently. As time passed, its stellar wind became stronger and stronger, eventually reaching a level that was enough to blow away the material around it. As a result, It took off its mysterious veil, and its figure began to become clearly visible. A star is formed. Chapter 178 Elemental Decay. The information Xiao Yu saw was not continuous, but intermittent. There were often tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of years, between the two pieces of information. Many fragments of this process were figured out by Xiao Yu through inference and imagination. However, even this incomplete information has greatly enriched Xiao Yu's existing theoretical system. It gave Xiao Yu a better understanding of the formation process of stars. Xiao Yu continued to search for what he wanted in the huge ocean of information. After the star formed, Xiao Yu saw that some relatively large meteorite blocks began to appear around it. The number of these meteorite blocks is hundreds of billions, trillions, almost endless. At this time, there is still relatively abundant interstellar dust inside the galaxy, and they are still gathering. Gradually, small meteorite chunks gathered into large meteorite chunks. The gravity of the large meteorite chunks began to be enough to attract these interstellar dust, and it began to gradually increase its mass and volume. This is a meteorite war that has lasted for hundreds of millions of years. While the big rocks are swallowing up the small rocks, they are also colliding and merging with other big rocks. After countless long years, the first star with enough power to clear out the remaining matter in its orbit finally appeared. It has reached hydrostatic equilibrium, and its appearance has begun to take on the shape of a sphere. In the ocean of interstellar dust, it increases its mass unscrupulously. The same phenomenon occurred in several places in this primitive galaxy. Xiao Yu counted it, and found that there were 8 places. Is this the original solar system? Xiao Yu had a little doubt in his heart. Planets continue to increase in size and mass, clearing out the rest of the galaxy. After billions of years, they finally took shape. Xiao Yu saw that this star system, after stabilization, had a total of 4 rocky planets and 4 gas giant planets. Xiao Yu is still not sure which galaxy this is, and whether it is the solar system. It wasn't until Xiao Yu saw another image and several neighbors around this star system that he came to a conclusion. The last piece of information, according to Xiao Yu's speculation, should be a scene from more than 2.5 million years ago, because the Andromeda galaxy is more than 2.5 million light-years away from the Milky Way. It takes more than 2.5 million years for the light from the Milky Way to reach the Andromeda galaxy and reach the interior of this black hole and be stored by it. This is Namen 2. This is Sirius. This is Tianyuan 4. And this is Procyon. Xiao Yu recognized the familiar stars one by one. The positions of these stars are very different from their current positions. But Xiao Yu has long mastered the orbits of these stars. Through the back-reduction algorithm, Xiao Yu can easily restore their positions 2.5 million years ago. At the same time, through their positions in this piece of information, Xiao Yu can also calculate the specific time of this piece of information. That was about 2.63 million years ago. In this era, the primitive apes on the Earth have not yet discovered how wonderful the starry sky above their heads is. They are still eating their hair and drinking their blood, just like animals. Xiao Yu once again saw the real images of his hometown. Although these images were from more than 2 million years ago, there was an unspeakable feeling in Xiao Yu's heart. The image continues and finally ends. But just before the end, Xiao Yu saw something special. It was a ball of light. It flashed across the screen and lasted less than a second before the message ended. What is that? Xiao Yu became confused and checked the information again. Xiao Yu saw this ball of light again. It is about the size of Mercury, with its entire body emitting crystal clear white light. It hovers so quietly outside the galaxy, maintaining a relatively stationary motion relative to the sun. It's not a star, because stars can't be that small. It is not a planet because a planet cannot emit such bright light. The only possibility is that it is some kind of technological creation. Xiao Yu saw some huge and curved lines on this unknown sphere, which seemed to contain words with some meaning. Xiao Yu felt very familiar with these words, as if he had seen them somewhere. Xiao Yu remembered it after only recalling tens of thousands of seconds. Xiao Yu took out the 1990 spacecraft again and looked at the SHL of the 1990 spacecraft in a daze. These words are basically consistent with the words on the outer SHL of the spacecraft of the 1990s. To be sure, they have the same meaning. Is this spaceship the spacecraft of the D-type Taihao civilization? Why does it appear here? What does it have to do with humans? A strong feeling of doubt arose in Xiao Yu's heart. Xiao Yu remembered a rumor. According to rumors, there was a huge evolutionary leap between apes and primitive Homo sapiens, which only lasted a short time. In this very short period of time, human beings have completed the leap from beasts to Homo sapiens. The information Xiaoyu is currently seeing is information from 2.63 million years ago. The rumored Great Leap era was also around this era. Xiaoyu is not an expert in biological sciences, doesn't know much about it, and doesn't know whether this rumor is true. But now it seems that human evolution is really related to this D-type Taihao civilization. If all these speculations are true, and humans really evolved because of the transformation of the Taihao civilization, then there are many doubts that can be explained, such as why human beings were found in the spaceships of the Taihao civilization. Corpses. But in this way, there will be many new doubts. What is their purpose of doing this? For their own evolution? Is the destruction of the Earth related to them? Why do I survive? If it is simply to verify the soul, and with the possibility of combining computers, there is no need for them to destroy the Earth, and there is no need to force me to leave the solar system. Xiaoyu thought silently, and moved forward silently. At this stage, Xiaoyu can only achieve faster-than-light navigation in the laboratory, and cannot yet apply it on a large scale. This means that Xiaoyu can still only rely on conventional navigation to travel this long distance of more than 130 light-years. This distance, in the past, was a chasm that was enough to make Xiaoyu despair. But now, Xiaoyu no longer cares about it. Sufficient fuel can allow Xiaoyu to accelerate to 40% of the speed of light. At this speed, Xiaoyu only needs about 300 years to reach his destination. Moreover, at this speed, the passage of time will probably slow down by half. In other words, Xiaoyu will reach his destination when Xiaoyu feels that about 150 years have passed. During these 150 years, Xiaoyu will continue to search for things useful to him in the information collected by the information storm, and continue to conduct research on faster-than-light navigation. In addition to these 2 points, there is also the most important research direction, which is about energy acquisition. At this stage of development, Xiaoyu, who is able to build a provincial-level spacecraft and sail at 40% of the speed of light, gradually felt that controllable nuclear fusion was no longer enough to meet the energy needs. It is imperative to develop new ways to obtain energy. The annihilation of matter and antimatter can release huge amounts of energy, and it can 100% convert matter into energy. But at this stage, Xiaoyu's technology is not developed enough and cannot produce antimatter on a large scale. Through the Large Particle Collider, Xiaoyu can produce antimatter at a rate of 1 gram per hour. Such a tiny mass is obviously not enough to meet Xiaoyu's requirements. At the current stage, antimatter is mainly used in related research stages and cannot enter large-scale applications. In Xiaoyu's plan, the most promising breakthrough in a short period of time is the decay of heavy elements. Through the recombination between quarks, heavy elements will rapidly decay into light elements. In this process, a large amount of energy will be released. When the Earth exploded, it was blown apart by the energy released by the rapid decay of the iron-nickel core into hydrogen. Thanks to the breakthrough of the Grand Unified Theory, Xiaoyu conducted a large number of fruitful studies on the decay of heavy elements. Atoms are composed of nuclei and electrons. The nuclei are composed of neutrons and protons. Both protons and neutrons are hadrons, and hadrons are composed of quarks. The so-called hadrons are particles affected by the strong interaction force. Among the 4 basic forces, the strong force is the strongest, followed by the electromagnetic force. The electromagnetic force is a repulsive force that prevents particles from joining together, while the strong interaction is an attractive force that pushes particles together. In the struggle between the strong interaction force and the electromagnetic force, the particles achieve balance and exist stably. Xiaoyu discovered that after weakening the strong interaction between quarks and strengthening the electromagnetic force through some means, the quarks would suddenly disperse, and then immediately do the opposite to strengthen the strong interaction. At the same time, the electromagnetic force is weakened, and they slam into each other again. The quarks will recombine into protons and neutrons, and the protons and neutrons will recombine into atomic nuclei, which will capture electrons to form atoms. The result is that whatever element the substance was in before it took part in the reaction will turn into hydrogen after the reaction. This process is equivalent to splitting matter from the quark level, and then allowing them to recombine. During such an impact process, a large amount of mass was converted into energy and released. Xiaoyu made some rough calculations and concluded that in such a process, their efficiency in converting mass into energy could at least be 10 times the control of nuclear fusion. In other words, through this process, about half of the mass of the substances participating in the reaction will be converted into energy. Chapter 179 Aging Star. Before mastering elemental decay technology, both the nuclear fusion that Xiaoyu mainly uses now and the nuclear fission that Xiaoyu eliminated have very strict requirements for fuel. For example, nuclear fusion requires that the fuel must be hydrogen, while nuclear fission requires the fuel must be heavy elements such as uranium and plutonium. But elemental decay has no requirement for this. Any element can be used as a fuel. In other words, even the lightest element, hydrogen, can be used as a fuel for elemental decay, but its efficiency is lower. This means that during the long space voyage, when Xiaoyu is short of fuel, Xiaoyu can even directly dismantle the spacecraft and use its materials as fuel. The most wonderful thing is that because of this characteristic of elemental decay, its fuel can be recycled. For example, 1 kilogram of iron decays into 500 grams of hydrogen. These 500 grams of hydrogen can still be used as fuel. By recycling in this way, Xiaoyu can even convert the entire mass of the substance into energy for his own use. Calculated in this way, the total efficiency of elemental decay is almost the same as the efficiency of annihilation of matter and antimatter. It's just that the energy release process of annihilation of matter and antimatter is relatively violent, while the decay of elements is relatively gentle. In Xiaoyu's plan, the antimatter annihilation technology developed in the future will coexist with element decay technology. Antimatter annihilation will be mainly used for weapon manufacturing and some instruments that require more energy per unit time. Elemental decay technology. It is mainly used for conventional power. These two different ways of obtaining energy will coexist on Xiaoyu's spacecraft, each serving different tasks. At the current stage, Xiaoyu's development of element decay technology is still in the laboratory stage, but its technical content is lower than that of antimatter manufacturing, and it is expected to be widely used within a few hundred years. By then, the problem of insufficient power for superlight navigation will be solved. Based on element decay technology, Xiaoyu is expected to realize the long-awaited superlight navigation technology. In the silent universe, Xiaoyu's fleet sailed rapidly towards the aging star in the distance. This star has fallen into an aging stage. Its mass is about 1.9 times that of the Sun. This mass is not enough to support it from a supernova explosion. It will end its life in a relatively gentle way. It has become a red giant star because of the diffusion of the outer layer of material. Its surface temperature begins to decrease, so it appears red. It is very large, with a radius of 60 million kilometers, dozens of times that of the Sun. If it were placed at the position of the Sun, it would directly swallow up Mercury, approach Venus, and turn the Earth's surface into purgatory. Xiaoyu knew that in a few billion years, the Sun would also meet this frightening end. In early observations, Xiaoyu found no traces of planets around this star. But Xiaoyu was not too worried. Just because you can't see it doesn't mean it exists. If you can't see a planet, it's most likely because the star's luminosity is too intense, covering up traces of the planet's existence. Besides, it doesn't matter even if the planet doesn't exist. As long as there is an asteroid belt or a slightly decent asteroid, it will be enough for Xiaoyu to use. Any asteroid with a diameter of more than 10 kilometers has a mass of hundreds of billions of tons. During the long journey, while Xiaoyu was conducting intense research, he was also conducting close observations of the surrounding stars. Xiaoyu believes that the war between Taihao and the Sweeper civilization will be at least a stellar-level catastrophe, which will affect all existences around the battlefield. By then, there will inevitably be some unusual signs, such as a sudden explosion of stars, a sudden increase in brightness, X-rays from unknown sources, gamma-ray bursts, etc. In other words, at Xiaoyu's current position, Xiaoyu can also detect some clues about this war. This bit of information will have no effect on Xiaoyu now. But after Xiaoyu's technology develops to a certain level, Xiaoyu will be able to use this information to analyze the true combat power of the Sweeper civilization. Time, in the boundless silence, slowly slipped away. After 150 years of sailing and more than 300 years in real time, Xiaoyu arrived next to the red giant star. The current distance is nearly 30 billion kilometers. Because this star has entered old age, expanded in size, and started to become violent in stellar activity. Its stellar circle is much larger than that of the Sun. Above this distance, it has entered its heliopause. Here is the world of this aging star. What caught Xiaoyu's eyes was a star as bright as the full moon above the Earth. If you look at the Sun from this distance, it will be thousands of times dimmer, probably only as bright as a bright star. Xiaoyu has launched thousands of satellites, intending to explore the sphere of influence of this star. But the results of the investigation disappointed Xiaoyu. It actually doesn't have any planets. Not even the asteroid belt. How many asteroids are there? Faced with this result, Xiao Yu felt a little incredible. Under the observation of thousands of satellites, the sphere of influence of this star was clearly visible to Xiao Yu. After a search, Xiao Yu not only found no big planets, but also a few asteroids. Not even the shadows of comets or the like can be seen. Only a few asteroids with a diameter of no more than 10 meters were discovered, slowly orbiting the star. This is really unbelievable. Such a scene is basically impossible to happen on stars in the inner galaxy. Maybe it's because the material around the river system is already thin? Xiao Yu thought slowly closing the distance to the star. If possible, Xiao Yu really doesn't want to get too close to this aging and crazy star. But there is no way. Outside of this star, the nearest star is more than 200 light-years away. At this moment, Xiao Yu's fuel is really not enough to support him in such a long-distance voyage. Then, settling down around this star became the only option. After all, there is always some residual matter around a star. And at worst, there is still solar energy that can be used. Once you leave this star, there really is nothing. After such consideration, Xiao Yu made up his mind to stay around this star for a while. After he has mastered elemental decay technology and superlight navigation technology, it will not be too late to leave. By then, Xiao Yu will be able to obtain sufficient fuel by dismantling the spacecraft, and the voyage of several hundred light-years will no longer be an insurmountable long distance for Xiao Yu. Matter is really too thin. However, since stars can be formed, it proves that there was enough material here. It can be explained that there are no big planets, but there are not even asteroids. This is really unreasonable, Xiao Yu thought slowly. It should have been formed inside the galaxy, and then was thrown to its current position during the long gravitational battle. It may be that during the long journey, its planets or interstellar matter were captured by other stars. But this is still not enough to explain why its interstellar space material is so thin. Xiao Yu was thinking while approaching the star at a speed of about 100 kilometers per second. At this speed, invisible interstellar dust continuously collided with Xiao Yu's spacecraft, and trace amounts of X-rays were emitted. At the same time, Xiao Yu detected that his fleet was being slowly decelerated. After seeing this phenomenon, Xiao Yu suddenly realized. It turns out that the stellar matter of this star has been thrown out, causing the entire star system to be filled with dense interstellar matter. Under the constant impact, the orbital speed of the planets or asteroids orbiting it will be gradually reduced, slowing down, losing momentum, and then slowly approaching the star, and eventually being swallowed by it. It turns out that the stars orbiting it were not captured by other stars, but were eaten by itself. This is so unfortunate. You have eaten up all the material things and left nothing for me, Xiao Yu lamented in his heart. Within this star system, the concentration of interstellar dust is very high. But this is only compared with the interstellar space. In fact, it is not an exaggeration to say that the space here is a vacuum. It is basically impossible to obtain enough matter by collecting interstellar dust. In other words, in the next period of time, except for stellar energy, Xiao Yu will basically not be supplemented by other materials. Anything is better than nothing. Let's count a little, Xiao Yu thought, slowly slowing down his speed until it reached about 10 kilometers per second, and adjusted his orbit to orbit the star. It is about 2 billion kilometers away from it. Here, its brightness far exceeds the brightness of the sun. It is like a huge fireball hanging in the dark space. After entering a stable orbit, Xiao Yu started his work. Xiao Yu first built a batch of stellar energy collection instruments and tried his best to save his own fuel. Then he took out the various components of the Large Particle Collider and rearranged them around the star in preparation for his own research. This time, we must research elemental decay technology and superlight navigation technology. Xiao Yu secretly made up his mind. At this moment, Xiao Yu suddenly received a message. This information is still sent through space broadcast. As soon as it entered Xiao Yu's mind, it was automatically translated into a language that Xiao Yu could understand. From this message, Xiao Yu noticed something familiar. Guardian Civilization. I am a Taihao civilization from the large Magellanic Galaxy. I am fighting your old enemy. Come to the tail of the Orion Cantilever in the Milky Way to help me. Chapter 180, Prosperity. People suffer. Death. People suffer. After receiving this message, Xiao Yu's heart tightened suddenly. This message was undoubtedly broadcast by the Taihao civilization. From this message, Xiao Yu noticed a hint of anxiety. Taihao's civilized tone, when he was no longer with him, was so calm and domineering, as if he had the entire universe under his control. Did Taihao encounter danger during the battle with the sweepers? Xiao Yu was surprised and uncertain. Is such a powerful Taihao civilization no match for the Sweeper civilization? From this piece of information, Xiao Yu can infer a lot of information. It seems that the Taihao civilization does not know where the Guardian civilization is. So it can only notify the Guardian civilization through this method of star-wide broadcast. But the battlefield is actually at the tail of the Orion cantilever? Isn't that not far from me? No. I have to stay away. If I am discovered by a Guardian civilization. No. Even if a 5th level civilization comes to see the fun, I will be unable to eat and walk around. Xiao Yu thought quickly and maneuvered his fleet, once again getting closer to the red giant star by 1.5 billion kilometers. Now, Xiao Yu was only 500 million kilometers away from the star. This distance sounds very far, but compared with the huge size of the red giant star, it is nothing. The diameter of the sun is about 1.4 million kilometers. The diameter of this star is 60 million kilometers, which is more than 40 times that of the sun. If converted according to size, a distance of 500 million kilometers from this red giant is equivalent to less than 12 million kilometers from the sun, which is only about 1/5 of the orbital radius of Mercury. At this distance, the star Xiao Yu saw was more than 10 meters in diameter, almost occupying Xiao Yu's entire field of vision. Xiao Yu hoped that the light of stars could hide his traces from other civilizations. In the midst of uneasiness, Xiao Yu carefully observed the movements around him, waiting for the next step of news. After a full day, Xiao Yu received the second space broadcast. This broadcast was sent by the Guardian civilization. All level 3 and above civilizations under the Guardian Alliance, please immediately abandon the tasks at hand and gather in their respective safe areas. We have opened a temporary transmission channel here. Please rush with us to the tail of the Orion cantilever to participate in the meeting with the Sweeper civilization. Fighting. All civilizations in the Milky Way star field that can receive this message, please immediately import this message into the central computer. Alien B civilization, please immediately follow the instructions below to build a long-distance communication instrument, and then contact us so that we can determine your location. All civilizations, whether they are technological civilizations or alien civilizations, whether they are predator civilizations or reclusive civilizations, please stand up immediately and participate in the battle against the Sweeper civilization. This is the best time to get rid of the Sweeper civilization. As we all know, in the past 10 million years, at least thousands of civilizations have been wiped out by Sweepers. We are all civilizations living in the Milky Way star field. We should originally live in peace and develop together. There should not be a handle that can destroy us at any time. Our sword of extermination hangs over our heads. Now, on behalf of the entire Guardian Alliance, I ask everyone to stand up bravely, fight bravely, and destroy our common enemy. Or, if you don't trust our Guardian Alliance, if you have the ability to sail at a speed of more than 100 times the speed of light, you can also go to the battlefield on your own and participate in the battle. The coordinates of the battlefield are as follows. A powerful Taihao civilization from the large Magellanic Galaxy has already participated in the war against the Sweeper civilization. The Guardian Alliance will arrive in 3 hours. For all civilizations living in the Milky Way star field, the last moment has arrived. As long as the scavenger civilization is eliminated, we will usher in precious peace and development time, and we no longer have to worry about being hit by annihilation at any time. Please follow us, stand up bravely, and fight bravely. This broadcast of the Guardian Alliance was unprecedentedly long. However, Xiao Yu read this message with a sneer. Xiao Yu has long known the true identity of the Guardian Alliance. The Sweeper civilization is not a good thing. And similarly, the Guardian Alliance is not a good bird either. This is a war of black and white. If the Sweeper civilization is exterminated, the Guardians may not become the second Sweepers. However, Xiao Yu had to admit that the message broadcast by the Guardian Alliance was still quite inflammatory. Xiao Yu predicts that many civilizations who are waiting and watching will choose to take action, or will choose to send forces to wait and see around the battlefield. No matter which result it is, it will inevitably cause the tail of the Orion cantilever of the Milky Way to become the most lively area in the near future. This Guardian Alliance has very sinister intentions. Xiao Yu thought silently. The Taihao civilization is so powerful. I have initially entered the 4th level civilization field. He can easily kill me, but he is still not a Sweeper, the opponent of other civilizations. Under such circumstances, even if the 3rd level and 4th level civilizations rush to the battlefield, besides dying in vain, will they have any other effect? Perhaps the Guardian Alliance plans to wipe out the Sweeper Alliance and then wipe out all the civilizations that arrived? It's very possible that this is the case. It's very vicious. Too vicious. Xiao Yu sighed. And at the same time, he once again moved his orbit closer to the star. Xiao Yu would rather suffer the heat of this star than take the risk of being discovered by other civilizations. This is not something I can get involved in. I'm still hiding and waiting for the situation to come out. Xiao Yu made up his mind and paid closer attention to the surrounding situation. The coordinates of the battlefield have been broadcast by the Guardian civilization. Through star map conversion, Xiao Yu can know the specific location of the battlefield. That location is about 500 light-years away from the star where Xiao Yu is hiding. There is a void, and the nearest star is 20 light-years away. In addition to the necessary warning and observation equipment, all of Xiao Yu's observation forces are aimed at that star field. No matter what frequency band the signal is, it cannot escape Xiao Yu's observation. I can confirm that if the Sweeper civilization is wiped out, there will be no need for the Guardian Alliance to exist. The Guardian civilization will definitely reveal its ferocious true face. The first person to suffer is those who join the Guardian Alliance. Those weak civilizations. By then, its cleaning methods may not necessarily be more civilized and kinder than those of the cleaners. Alas, in the final analysis, strength is king. Xiao Yu thought sadly. It has been more than 300 years since Taihao and I were separated. I don't know how long Taihao and the Sweepers have been fighting. This is definitely a protracted war. During this time, I have remained honest. Hiding here? Don't do anything. Anyway, with the supplement of stellar energy, there is basically no need to consume the fuel I have reserved. At this time, Xiao Yu's hundreds of thousands of spacecraft had all dispersed and scattered around the star. Each of these spacecraft is equipped with observation instruments, either array radio telescopes or super optical telescopes, doing their best to collect information from the surrounding space. After eliminating the light interference from the stars behind him, the universe became dark and quiet in Xiao Yu's field of vision. But Xiao Yu knew that under this darkness and tranquility, there was no telling how much danger was hidden. Perhaps, there are countless civilizations on their way to the battlefield, and a large part of these civilizations may be stronger than themselves. All these dangers are covered up by the darkness of the universe. In Xiao Yu's eyes, everything in the universe is as usual. The stars are still so bright and beautiful, and the universe is still so quiet and dark. I don't know who will win in the battle between the three, but no matter who wins, it will not help my situation. At this time, Xiao Yu remembered an ancient poem on Earth. When it prospers, the people suffer. When it dies, the people suffer. Regardless of the civilization standing at the pinnacle of the galaxy star territory, whether it is a guardian or a sweeper, or a Taihao civilization, the universe is still as dark as ever. These powerful civilizations are like the kings of the Zhuolu Central Plains in ancient times on Earth. For the common people, the rise and fall of dynasties is just a question of who will exploit them. Xiao Yu has adjusted all spaceships to radio silent mode, and all communications between spacecraft rely on long-distance communication. At the same time, any tests that might cause significant disturbances were stopped. Even the elemental decay experiments were stopped. Because if an accident occurs in an element decay experiment, a violent explosion may occur, and this explosion may be detected by some alien civilization. Time passed slowly, and Xiao Yu had been hiding here for more than 50 years. During these 50 years, everything was quiet as usual, without any accidents or movements. But Xiao Yu knew that the light carrying the information about this earth-shattering war might still be on the way forward. That battlefield is more than 500 light-years away from me, and it has been less than 400 years since I was separated from the Taihao civilization. In other words, at the earliest, it will only take more than 100 years for Xiao Yu to see the information from that battlefield. Gradually, more than 50 years passed. Xiao Yu finally noticed some movement. This information is still sent through space broadcasting, but it is different from ordinary information broadcasting. This message seems to be sent to a special fixed point. Only you can receive it, and others cannot. Little guy, I failed. From this familiar tone, Xiao Yu immediately realized that this message was sent by Taihao Wenming.